I really didn't understand like this until I actually understood like, wow, this shit is true. Like a lot of globalists they can't even defend their own model. They cannot defend the heliocentric model. It's really hard. It's honestly hard for them. If I was to even go back to convert myself back into a globist, I wouldn't even be able to know where to start to how to defend this because it's not true. I mean, it's I don't know. In my defense, I just find everything about it funny.
Well, it's hard to defend something that you don't know anything about either. That's the thing they
Okay,
keep
well,
running into.
haven't we been taught this our whole life in school though? So how would you say we don't know anything about it when we've been taught it our whole life?
Well, I
Think
mean,
about it.
the Globers who argue it don't know anything about it. The
Oh, oh,
dimensions,
oh, 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 I'm sorry. I thought you
specificity.
meant. Okay, I see what you're saying. My fault, sir. But yeah, right, exactly. This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Funny.
Right. It's only when you try to learn about it that you end up where we are in the first place. So the people defending it obviously haven't looked into it, I would say.
Exactly. No. So right. Good point. Very good point.
So
Absolutely.
what did you learn that the rest of us didn't?
Was that question for me or Shane? What were you saying? That's
Either one of you. You said you learned something when you looked into it. I'm curious what you learned.
well. Let's think about it, man. Let's talk about how water does not curve unless it's in a container.
Water doesn't curve unless it's in a container, so it curves in a container.
It has
Okay,
to be
cool.
contained, right? But it's leveled without one, correct?
But
So
then it
therefore, tell me
curves.
how
All
it's
right.
curving around the ball, around the globe, and explain this to me in your most scientifically explained method, please, for all of us. And there's very, very a lot of intelligent people here that will listen to you too. So please,
Yeah, it follows gravity.
follows gravity.
By
Yeah.
gravity, do you mean the equigeo potential of the geoid always perpendicular down or
When
something
we're
else?
talking about water and you bring up
That's close
gravity,
enough.
it's
Yeah,
funny
I
how
can
you
go
don't
with
bring up
that.
density
But
or buoyancy into this at all, or anything of that, or anything
buoyancy
of that nature.
requires gravity. You can't have buoyancy without gravity. If you don't understand that, then you didn't understand something when you left the globe.
So you need
Maybe that's
gravity
why
to
you
have
left the globe,
buoyancy,
because you didn't
is what
understand
you're
anything
saying.
about it. Yeah, gravity requires
Explain
buoyancy.
this, please.
Buoyancy requires gravity.
Explain it. Since you're making this claim, you're making the claim, Scott.
Buoyancy is heavier fluids pulling down harder than the lighter fluids, therefore pushing the lighter fluids up.
Are we all in agreement with this?
Or any lighter density object, actually. Could be a boat. The boat floats on top of the water because its density is less than the water. And you can verify that, right? Because you can find exactly the mass of the boat or the weight of the boat by exactly the amount of the water it displaces.
Scott is exactly right. I want to second that. You can't have density without gravity. And yeah, that's exactly right.
Well,
Maybe that's something you didn't understand when you thought you understood
Again,
the globe.
you're bringing a theory into a concept that's it's not
No,
clicking.
it's just
you
a fact.
guys are talking about the measured average of the downward acceleration, right?
You
The only
cannot use a
cause that
theory
you're going to say is that's not gravity, right?
you cannot
If you do the
bring a
same
theory
thing,
into prove in you cannot bring a theory into claim to have evidence for your claim, sir. It just
There's
doesn't
no
make
theory
sense.
there.
plus
There's
you
no
can
theory.
you can get that acceleration just with height equals half at over plus velocity and time, right? So there's no need for that g. If you're checking that buoyancy can't be
Thank you.
calculated without that
You
average
can get what? You can get what from
then
where?
Sure. We can do a kinematic derivation to determine 9.8 point meters a second squared.
I'd like to see that. Can you do that? Can you do that for me right now?
Constant and time, bro. So it's nothing to do with g.
Cool. Do that for me right now. You said you can. It should be easy. Go ahead.
But you think we don't have a meme, bro?
Yeah, go ahead.
Boom.
No, I don't want a meme. I want you to explain what you just said.
I just explained it to you. Now that we've declared that you actually don't need anything called g or gravitation, you only need the measured agreed upon average acceleration, then what do you mean about
Where's the acceleration come from, man?
gravity?
Where's the acceleration come from?
And why is it only in one direction? Why is it only in one direction? And where's the force of acceleration come from? Why is it there?
That's a whole different question, man. You're trying to denote a mathematical formula by using something you didn't invoke and understand, right? So,
no, I love these equations. I studied them in high school. These are kinematic equations.
Okay, then when you say gravity, right? What are you referring to? Do you mean the reduced form of mass attracting mass that Newton stole from Kepler with a kinematic equivalence that can be reduced to a form not including mass at all? Is that what you mean?
You know, if you
Dropping
use big
bombs.
words, it's not okay. I'm gonna just blow your mind here.
I doubt
If
it.
you could use that equation to describe any kind of attraction, but if you are dropping something, that equation perfectly describes the thing going down. So it's gravity. But that acceleration can be used to describe if you have two magnets and they're getting closer and closer together, the speed at which they collide with each other is also described by that equation. But
Well,
it's a gravity. Yeah.
You guys are talking
So do you
about
think
buoyancy. You're saying that buoyancy requires gravity. I'm saying incorrect. It only requires the measured agreed upon average, which we don't deny and all know about, right?
Average of what?
That can be also
Where's average?
kinematically derived from nothing to do with gravity, like I already showed you in that meme with those variables. That's just physics, right? Secondly, do you know where the mass attracting mass ridiculous misnomer comes from? Do you aware that Kepler described the periodicity of the orbits with exactitude before any of this happened?
Where is average in this equation?
What?
You said something about average. Where is average in this equation?
What do you mean average?
You said average. You used the word
You-
average.
You said
Scott-
9.8 average. You said
Scott,
9.8 meters average.
9.8, yeah, meters a second squared is an average, agreed upon average. It fluctuates all over the Earth, doesn't it?
Yes,
He's
because the
lost.
mass of the Earth, there's different amounts of different parts of the Earth have thick iron underneath you, or if you're over like really soft soil that has less mass, because they're all gravity. They're all gravity.
Okay, well, your ad hoc explanation aside, right? That's why I said average, because it's different all over the plane. So we're going to say something is a constant. It's not, right? That's why I said average. Now, get back to the kinematic
There you
derivation
go.
of the same average, bro, right? If you have height, right, you give 1/2 AT squared. Do you guys know what that is? Acceleration, right?
Yeah.
Time for the ball to fall to the ground plus VT would give you an exact derivation when you're solving for acceleration. Would
Derivation
equal
of what?
times the height over the time squared, bro. Now figure that out and get back to me.
A derivation of what? That 1/2
Yes.
AT squared plus VT plus sometimes X naught is just the distance something has gone over that time.
Very good, Scott. Now, what would that yield if I were to try to solve that for realistic forces?
What do you mean? Solve it for what?
Is Scott the guy we
You're
started
speaking
with?
gibberish.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
you're
just.
not
Literal
actually
gibberish.
making-
You're speaking
you're not
literal
actually-
gibberish. Solve it for what?
You started by invoking G, guys, right?
Wait, you said solve this equation for something. Solve it for what?
Holy crap!
You have no idea what you're talking about, do you?
Yeah, Scott, you've totally put me to shame. I'm actually embarrassed. I'm definitely not tired of talking to you. That's for sure.
So buoyancy is gravity. Let's go back to that point.
There you go. That's how we started, right? So you said that you can't have
There we go.
buoyancy without gravity. Now, we've showed you that you can actually determine that acceleration without any mischievous, quote, gravity, right? So then how do you mean
No, you haven't.
you need gravity? Of course I have.
Wait,
No, you
hold on.
haven't. You have no
This-
idea what you did. You don't understand what you put up there.
Of course
It's
I
very
do.
clear.
That's why I
You have
explained
no
it
idea what you put
and
up there.
used my words and then showed you the meme and then again recited it, right? Read through all the variables and what
You
their
don't understand what it
equivalents is.
says.
How would you
What does that meme say? What does that equation stand for?
Wait, hold on. I want to try. Shane.
All right.
Shane, that equation describes motion, right? Now, the fundamental question we're asking is why does the object want to move in the first place? Why?
Right,
Like we can use.
but you've never explained that, right? You have this ridiculous gravity field which supposedly proves the cause never happened, right? So that's why we're sticking to the agreed upon average, which is what you invoked in the first place. Am I going crazy?
No, you're just not making any
I
sense.
think
You're
you're already
making.
there, but go
Yeah.
ahead.
Well, guys, the gaslighting aside, right? Because I literally have a huge self-image with what you guys think of me. However, right, when we started by invoking gravity to explain buoyancy, that was fallacious and incorrect. You guys agree?
No.
No.
Well, then how come we can derive gravity without any of that, right? We can derive
can't.
what's
Driving.
called, what's
That's
called
not gravity.
gravity.
That's-
Of course it is.
You
Of course
can't,
it
and you
is.
didn't.
Of course I did. Jesus.
You didn't come close.
Okay, so Shane, that equation is using velocity and distance to calculate final distance, displacement. There's
No.
nothing in there. That's literally okay. You're funny. I thought you knew what the equation did. Look at the variables. Look at the very meme that you sent me.
What's
It's
the
asking for
resulting?
no. Hold on. Look at the very meme you sent me. It's asking for initial velocity, the amount of time, the acceleration downward, and then at the end, h, the height. It says height of the ball above the ground. But you can use this equation for any attraction, right? You're looking for displacement.
Which one are you looking at, bro? You're looking at the meme.
The one you sent me. Here, let me reply to
Yeah,
it.
no,
This
that
one.
solves for acceleration.
No, it's also distance. H is distance.
Acceleration.
No, you're not. You're not
Yes.
solving for acceleration. Acceleration is
Dude.
part of the equation.
Oh my god.
You,
Oh, the
you're not
bottom part.
solving
He's talking
for
about the
thing
bottom
that's
part.
your variable, man.
You know how like algebraic equivalence works, where you can balance equations and solve for any of the missing ones? You guys are familiar with this?
He's talking about the bottom part, Scott. Look at the very bottom. It
Yeah,
says then
he's
solve
talking
for
about
A.
rearrange. Yeah. But it doesn't do anything for him.
Oh, so it does solve for acceleration or not?
No, it doesn't.
So you're just gonna baselessly claim it doesn't?
No. I'll respond.
You didn't. It was a negative and retarded.
How
let
is
me
H a
try it.
constant? It's insane.
So you're solving for A given some time t and a distance traveled, right? But this
No.
that's literally what it's equal to.
No, height.
Okay.
No
height,
distance invoking.
which is
Oh
the
my god.
distance. Sorry.
It's in this equivalence, it would actually be very different than height, right? So that's why we carefully say height.
What?
In linear distance, would that still be height, right?
Yes. Well,
No,
is there
no.
any other distance? Is there any other distance that this equation is considering? All of the A, the V, all of them are in the vertical direction, right? Is there any horizontal mention anywheres? No.
No.
So I'm just going to use yeah, exactly. So I'm just going to use the word. I'll use the word height so that you won't get confused. Okay.
Well, that would be correct. I'd appreciate it if you were correct.
So you're solving for acceleration due to some change in height and time, is what this equation is doing.
Yeah.
It has no prove. It's not proving or disproving anything. It's just a relationship between.
That's because you've never used it, right? You've never used it.
I literally have.
Anything.
Yeah, in high school we use this equation all the time. Like this is literally high school. This is high school physics.
What's the resultant unit?
It depends on what you're using. Kilograms, pound force. Yes, it does. Pound force. It depends on your metric or imperial units.
So we started with buoyancy needing gravity to define it. Incorrect and fallacious. You agree now?
No.
Oh my god. All right. So
what happened to VT in this equation? You're talking about balancing equations like algebra where you just cancel out VT for no reason. Just decide we don't need it. We're going to let go of it because reasons.
Velocity 0. Would you need to carry it kinematically through an algebraic expression, homie?
Why is velocity 0?
Jesus Christ.
Why is velocity 0?
Did you even read the thing you're trying to refute? Is it going to hurt you if you look at it? Or are you just going to swing wildly until you land something?
Well, the thing is you're solving for a very specific case. The reason why you're assuming V naught is 0 is you're saying that there's no initial velocity, which is why you can get rid of that term. But like I said, you're solving for this very specific situation. It's not proving anything. And furthermore, it has nothing to do with buoyancy. You're just talking about acceleration here.
It certainly doesn't have anything to do with buoyancy. That's correct. But if you were to plug in real time, like height and time there, you know what that would result in? 9.8 meters a second squared down. That's why it's relevant, and that's why I put it up there, right? And that's why I said you've never used it, because obviously you would figure out the actual average acceleration can be derived that way. So that's the only reason that's up.
In high school, we had a ramp, and our teacher said if we can guess the distance the marble flies off the ramp at, we get extra points on the quiz, and I did it perfectly. I have used this equation, man. Like
Gold
this
star,
is high
I believe you. I believe you, except you didn't know any of the way I applied it. You weren't familiar with the concept in the beginning. You bought
there's 4 other equations,
Neither
right?
are you.
Did you guys want to go back to the erroneous root of mass attracting mass? Where we can do the Newton's law of gravitation equation can be reduced to something without mass at all, and then you can try to figure that out.
To see that.
Yeah, good luck with that one. Let's hear that one.
No problem.
Though, given how well put this first argument was, I'm kind of scared, low key.
Yeah.
To see how you start talking about other equations, because if you don't understand this one, then it's just all downhill.
You think I don't understand?
What's at school of gibberish?
No, I don't.
You think I don't understand the thing that I'm able to eloquently defend, describe, define the variables before and after, and you decided that I don't understand it?
You don't understand it.
You may have convinced people here you understand it, but you're not going to convince anybody who knows what they're talking about that you understand this yet.
Well, sure. Show me that you know what you're talking about, Scott, and tell me why this doesn't work. Go ahead.
What doesn't work?
you have Newton's gravitational force, right? You have G, right, equals what? Over the force of m1 over m2 of r squared, right? And we can reduce that to
FC. The fuck is FC?
nope, almost. Follow it all the way.
It's just more gibberish.
No, it's physics, bro.
It's more gibberish.
It's physics you don't understand.
Yeah, you explain it then. What is it? What's it saying?
Sure. Do you want it? Do you want to really have that?
Yeah, sure. Explain what it's saying. Yeah.
We can totally go through that and ruin it for everyone.
All right, let's totally go through that.
When we reduce it down to the form that it is there, right? What we've done is made equivalent the centripetal force and gravitational force, quote, meaning that would cancel out. So how would you define a mass attracting a mass as
Why'd you do that?
Force? Shut up and let me listen. Shut up and let me speak. Why would you define the mass attracting mass as a dynamic force when the variable of mass has been eliminated completely? And the reason, of course, if you understood your own model, would be that the force determining the orbit isn't the object in motion, but of course the object is traveling around, therefore it's in free fall. So of course that wouldn't actually affect the path of the current motion, right? So if you knew the variables and knew what I did, you could understand how I reduced it to nothing wouldn't affect you, right? So
just explain the equation.
I found,
if you can, which I know you can't, but I'd love to see you try.
You don't think the periodicity for a circular orbit can be expressed as what I have it there with 2 times pi over a times a over t, right? And then you can just use your algebraic equation, which leaves you t squared equals k times a to the third, which then derives, right, m times m over r squared equals m, which would just be 4 times pi squared over a, which is all over t squared, bro. And finally, right, the relevant result, g equals 4 pi squared over k, which finally give us, oh my god, the reduced derivation of Newton's law, which is just, in essence, Kepler's law of optic periodicity.
Read the question.
Pure, utter gibberish.
Cool.
You said nothing that any basis in reality or any sanity even.
Shane, if you actually understood it, Shane, if you actually understood it, you'd be able to say it slowly and actually like communicate rather than going through a whole rant without actually like, you know. I think you're relying on the big words and speeding through it in order to make it sound like you actually know.
Yeah, because most of what I do is how you receive it.
We can't actually attack it. Go step by step. What's the first point you're making, man?
Well, again, in this tap dance, we started with you guys saying buoyancy requires gravitation.
Explain your equation.
Incorrect, because we've already derived that same acceleration kinematically without employing g. Secondly, we're attacking the nature of g, which would be mass attracting mass, by attacking Newtonian's law of gravitation, right? That's not irrelevant, off the table, crazy, exactly related. So when we reduced it back to the form without mass, right, to try to
how do you not know that?
It's a fucking
I'm listening to him. I'm when we reduce it without mass, I'm looking at the with Change My Mind guy, right?
So when we
Change My Mind guy,
when we reduce it to that form without mass, how can you say that mass is a dynamic force causing mass attracting mass when mass isn't even present in the equation in the first place?
I'm trying to understand what this actual equation like.
I know, but this is like the crux of the heliocentric belief.
No, it's not.
Of course it is. You started with gravity, but you don't understand gravity. That's why we're here, bro.
Shane, and this is actually a thing I see with a lot of flat earthers is they'll explain physical phenomenon by pointing to an equation and say that proves it, but you're not proving the physical phenomenon. Like stuff still goes down, buoyancy still works, but you're just
sorry, you just made a claim. Who says that?
Shane is saying gravity.
No, you just said this is what I see commonly with flat earthers. Can you name something?
Yes.
Can you name something?
Shane,
go ahead.
Yes. Shane is saying that buoyancy is not
not what Shane's saying at the moment. You said this is common with flat earthers. So give another example of what you just claimed.
You shouldn't have said that, Maximum.
Like,
you stepped into
okay,
it.
no, I will.
Take it back. Just take it back.
Hold on. I'll give one more example. When I show a video of a boat going bottom up, everyone starts giving definitions of the horizon or line of sight, but they don't actually explain why the boat goes bottom up.
What's
They
that
just
got to
give
do
it.
with the math? What's that got to do with you said flat earthers point at mathematical equations and say this proves the flat earth. Now,
Yeah,
well,
they
the
will.
example that you just gave was not, that was about the horizon and nothing to do with an equation.
Timbo,
Yeah.
you have
So,
no equations for the horizon? I'd be
Of
shocked
course,
if you don't have
yeah,
a
of
single
course, but
equation.
we don't just point at it and say that
Yes, you
proves it.
do.
right? We
That's a
didn't just
drop over distance equation, isn't it?
yeah, well, we didn't just point at it, right? I danced on it, derived it mathematically, reduced it, applied my own derivation, and then showed you a reduced form. So pointing at it would be like rough, right?
Like that's my whole point is you're just pointing at an equation, not explaining the phenomenon. You're saying
Don't
these
say
numbers.
all flat earthers do it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
take it back.
All right. Good. Thank
Nice.
you.
Yeah, I was just trying to show you guys with your own stuff why what you say is dumb, right? Because again, buoyancy can totally be defined without gravitation. That was the whole point.
Well, you failed then, if you're trying to show us anything.
Not you personally, Scott. I don't think you're capable of learning, to be honest. But yeah, like generally to the public, sure. I think someone might have learned something.
Yeah.
Insults aren't arguments. This is probably why no one will ever even try to contest that.
Because you don't understand it. Well, so
No.
not only do I speak it, right? It's on my database. It's published. It's on Twitter. It's all over the place. It's literally a well-constructed argument, and then
Yeah,
backed,
you're
sourced, and
spreading-
cited.
Okay, let me go back to this equation. Let me see what's truly going on here.
Oh my gosh.
You're really going to try, huh? Good luck, man.
He's really
Good luck.
sticking to it.
Yeah,
He doesn't
I know.
explain physical phenomenon. He'll point to an equation. Let me see.
No. I detailed every variable in the equation, every step of the breakdown, and when we started, right, from memory, told you what Newton's law of gravitation was that we're going to be deriving. So
Shane, if you understand it so well, why can just tell me why do things go down then? Without resorting to, yapping really fast about Kepler, why do things go down?
you want me to give you the universal replacement for the theory of gravity?
Nope. Just in English. I don't need Kepler. I just want you to explain why things go down.
Density, buoyancy, and viscosity, with the general electric nature determining the very loose vector of down.
I'm with that.
Why down?
Well, because of the electric nature of Earth, right? That's what we're saying, because that determines the vector only, which is, a vector is what? Direction and magnitude. So we can have a directional vector with a very low magnitude that would yield the downward direction. That's what I think happens.
You think
Yeah.
the downward force is caused by electromagnetism?
That's not what I said. I said buoyancy,
said-
density, and viscosity, and then I said loosely, very, very clearly, with specificity, that the vector, which includes magnitude, would have to point down. Now, that magnitude is very low. That's what determines the vector. Anyway.
But I asked you why down, and then you said, the question. Okay, buoyancy. I'm saying buoyancy is still caused by gravity, but even if I say that it's not, you're saying, oh, the vector goes down. Still the fundamental question is why down. That's still the fundamental question.
That's already been answered, right? What determines the vector of down? The electric charge of Earth. That's what
Okay, electric
determines
charge.
down.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying there's an electric charge.
But then you said, oh, you think electromagnetism makes things go down. Absolutely incorrect.
Well, electricity and magnetism and light are all the same phenomenon. It's the same. It's two sides of the same coin.
So when you say what causes gravity, and I say density, buoyancy, and viscosity, with the electric nature determining the downward vector, right? That's my actual answer.
No, they don't. Why does water flow
Dracula
all the way up to the leaves
Dracula.
on the tree and the buds at
You
the
just
top
regurgitate
branches
what other
on the
people
tree?
say.
Me? Is that what you think, Diabetes? When I have all my own, well-crafted arguments and understanding, is that what you're gonna stand on?
Where is your electricity when water is flowing all the way up to the top of a tree?
Or to be technical, water can be alkaline, can have electromagnetic property.
So
Do
this
you mean the branches at the top of the tree, they have electromagnetic properties?
And I just say the water. I'm pretty sure I just said the water. Water can be alkaline and has electromagnetic property. Yes, I just said that. I'm sure.
The water has electromagnetic properties. What are those properties? Tell me.
Water can be alkaline. Simple as that. Water is electrified. Can be electrified.
Oh,
To break it down simply for you,
electrified.
hey
we're
Shane.
not talking about electric. All right, I'm not talking about pure electric that you see from a freaking lightning. I'm talking about electrons,
Oh, really?
photons.
So how can you electrocute water?
My God. Then I just tell you, I'm not talking about electric that plug into your fridge. I'm
Yeah,
talking about
you said,
pure electrons and
listen,
protons.
So Shane,
Water can be alkaline. Have you ever heard of alkaline water, sir?
you said water is
All right,
can be
next
electrified.
conversation. Who's next?
Not next, you're making fallacious claims. The most darndest things. I mean, not even kids could say such darndy thing.
I'm not even sure which side you're on or what you're talking about, to be honest.
well, you guys are saying like, oh, if I have like a giant battery, I'm attracted to the battery because it's got electric potential. It's got,
Yeah.
negative charge or whatever. Like,
Specific misinterpretation because you're unable to handle the actual
no,
argument.
okay, Shane. Actually, I did want to ask about. So this picture, the change my mind guy, Big G and Big M are still in that equation.
Which point to the simplified form for me?
The bottom line, right, with the arrow,
Where?
that's the simplified form. Big G and Big M are still in that equation. M is the other body, is the other.
I don't know why they're laughing. That's literally in the equation.
Yeah, no, you're right. M is still there. I forgot to reduce it out, dude. Absolutely, you got.
Well, then reduce it further. And by the way, also, this equation, what you're doing is your FC stands for centrifugal, right? And that's why you have omega, because omega stands in physics for rotational
Hey.
velocity times r. And then you have 4 pi r, which is also, like, I see what this equation is doing.
I mean,
but
it's
at the
cool
same
that I
time-
ran through it and said all that too. I guess, right?
That's
Yeah,
all
but
true.
I actually-
why
I
are you
can-
guys laughing?
I actually explain it, though. You run really fast through words.
I explained it really quickly. Yeah.
Anyways, you still have Big G and Big M in that equation, so.
Incorrect.
It literally is right there on the bottom. Here. You want me to save it and post it?
You're looking at the wrong part of that reduced equation, right? So here would be the actual one, right? It just retains the description of the periodicity.
What is the reduced form? I'm looking.
Do you know which portion describes the period?
Periodicity is
Yes. Equivalent periods between a bracket of time, right? So you have M. G and M give you proportionality to the periodicity of the observation, meaning that's the backbone of the governor of the orbit. And that's from Kepler, right? Which is why what we actually did was reduce Kepler down to Newton to show what Newton did when he just bogarted Kepler.
okay. If you say like,
Sorry, what are you guys talking about? What in
you
particular?
keep saying he keeps saying the word Kepler and Newton without explaining.
Yes, because they're just regurgitating the words.
No, Kepler's law could be derived. It's not regurgitation, right? It's a complete understanding. That's why I'm here with specificity and directly addressing each one of your points.
Well,
Yep.
you're okay. Well, like I said, there's still G and M in this equation. Second off, you have to explain why you can reduce it by centrifugal. FC equals mass times R times omega, which that's centrifugal. You have to explain why you could just reduce, because that involves a rotating, like that's talking about rotation, not just straight down.
Yes, it is. That's why I was able to remove it entirely when I equated it to the supposed gravitational force, right? I'm glad we're on the same page.
So he's trying to derive Kepler's laws from Newton's universal law of gravitation.
There you go.
Hey, Nate, you just jumped into the conversation. Why don't you just listen for a while?
It's a well-known thing that this is like equivalent or reducible, right? For 400 years, they knew this.
I think that's true. I mean, I remember learning about that in physics. So I
But
don't.
they still got they still got G and M in it.
No.
Tell me, okay, reduce this equation further. Do you want me to save the photo and send it back to you?
Here, maybe this version will be easier, right? It has the steps broken.
You should really
Or this
consider.
version from the paper where we pulled it from in the first place.
You should
Is the
consider.
bottom
using
one
ray
final?
tracing.
Is the bottom one final? Is that the final equation on the very bottom?
Which portion of that do you think is the final reduce?
The equation that says, thus, Newton's law of universal gravitation can be derived from Kepler's laws.
Yeah.
Is that the final equation? Because you still got M1 and M2 in there.
Yeah, no, there's no M in the final reduction, man.
It literally, I'm looking at the photo right now. The final equation, the one above the sentence, thus Newton's law of universal gravitation, that sentence, the equation right above that, has M1 and M2.
Right.
It's the first two variables.
Yep. So in the periodicity, which one describes that? Because that's what we're left with, right?
No. Periodicity. You're trying to prove that mass doesn't involve in this equation. You're moving the goalpost. There's mass in this equation still.
No.
Okay.
No. Right. So you have mass, which is the planet times its radius, which times its angular velocity squared, which is where we got that. And then you have the angular velocity, which would be 2 pi over t, where t is the period or periodicity. And from that, it's how you derive Kepler's from Newton's, right? When we reduce the mass, it disappears and cancels. And that's how we know that it's actually not required to be a dynamic cause of anything, because G and M give you that proportionality to the observation, that they don't actually account for mass attracting mass in this equation. That's what the point is, right? And not in any meaningful way, or we wouldn't be able to do this. Right? If it's a dynamic cause, how can I kinematically remove it?
You're saying just because I could do algebra, it proves that, things should not go down, or like, I don't know. It's just, I shouldn't have even asked.
Well, we started by talking about math and how you guys said that I didn't know what we're talking about, etc. Then we went into buoyancy and invoking G, which we thoroughly destroyed, but you guys don't accept. Then we moved into the derivation of G, which we had to invoke Newton's law of gravitation with, of course, that's where it came from. But then we went to the history of it. So we showed how Newton actually bogarted Kepler's law, inserted mass with no dynamic reasoning, and then just kinematically put it back in so that later people today who know algebra, right, can remove it again the same way kinematically and then show you that it is no dynamic cause of anything. Just for a summary. Anyone else got something to say? I think I'm good. Sorry to take up so much time.
Hey, that was good, Shane.
Nice job, Shane.
Oh, Glory. Hey, what's up, man?
Can anybody else explain what he said?
Please.
Can anybody put it into English that any other human being can understand? I'd love to hear you try.
Did you want to try?
I'm really trying. I don't know. They need to use Feynman, Feynman's a good word.
He's speaking at a pretty high level, so I doubt very many.
Yeah, lower it for us, because we're just globies. We're very dumb, Lower it.
I mean, you could try to go through the sources, right, which I definitely cited on this kinematic and dynamics equivalence tab of the published database, which is the tools that I usually beat people with, but no one wants to look at.
This is talking about orbits, man. How are you a glober and you using equations talking about orbits?
I'm not a glober.
I mean, a flat Earth. I'm sorry. How are you a flat Earth? Like, this is talking about orbits.
Things in the sky move, dude. Move with a specific periodicity that can be predicted. Hence the first conversation about the eclipse cycle that we all started with.
Wait, it can't be predicted? You just said you can. I'm pretty sure someone just gave me a spreadsheet that they can. The fuck?
No, I said definitely can predict it. That's my spreadsheet, right? That's what we started with. That's how I brought it in. Right. Well, orbits came from observations, right? Optics. Tycho Brahe put all those observations to get to the paper. And then, of course, Kepler came along to steal them before Newton came along to insert erroneous mass into that equation to trick the whole world.
Wait, what were they looking at?
Is this true?
The paths of the lights in the sky. Yeah, absolutely. This is how you derive ellipticity, right? When you have to produce ellipses because you need ellipticity.
And what are those lights in the sky doing?
Moving.
Oh.
Are they moving in orbits?
They're moving in patterns, certainly. Yeah.
Are they in
Right.
orbits?
Do you think that the star trails that never moved debunk our position, or what?
I was just wondering what they were looking at. What do you think they were looking at?
You think light are waves or a particle?
The
I think that's a
pathways
better
of the
question.
wandering stars, right? It's a well-known thing, and he was able to not only observe but predict. Essentially, he noticed the cyclical pattern, put it to a formula.
Mm-hmm.
And then we saw a wiggle in one of the movements, and we were like, huh, since gravity exists and these things are wiggling, there must be a planet over here. And then they found Neptune because they assumed gravity exists. You can look it up. That's how they found Neptune. They assumed gravity existed, and then they found.
Max.
But you're applying history from this century to something that happened 4 centuries ago. Like, that's not at all how it happened in the order in which it occurred, right? First, it was Tycho Brahe, then Kepler, then Newton. And when Newton came along, when he invented calculus to mathematically bamboozle the world, right? Do a little joke over here, dun, 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 here's mass. Now everything that you predicted is the same thing that I predict, but it's because of mass. That's literally what happened historically. Anyway, that's why we can do what we did today with that Newton's law of gravitational equation in the first place.
Yeah, but I'm saying that they saw variations in these orbits that are supposed to be very predictable, right? Like you're saying that they saw these orbits very predictable. And then they saw that one of them was like wiggling, like, hey, this is not very good. There must be a planet over here in order to explain this wiggle. And then they found Neptune. So,
well, I mean, how would that work then? If I can reduce that formula to not include mass, then how would you determine that at all?
Well, you have to explain it because you're the one saying, oh, like, there you go again. You're going straight back to equations. I'm saying, how do you explain the phenomenon? We were able to find a new planet based off of the variations of other planets. If gravity doesn't exist, right, and these are just predictive, straightforward patterns, how could you predict new planets?
Well, that's nonsense, right?
Neptune was founded by Galileo.
Well, yeah,
so it wasn't a new discovery. It was just a new category or a new designation for what that celestial was.
Plus, the gravity is based on mass, and they determine mass, which is a kinematic relation of this formula. So without this formula, you cannot determine mass, which cannot determine, say the supposed reach of gravity, which would defeat that whole thing. So it all comes back to this derivation of universal law of gravitation without mass.
I still want to know what orbits you think they saw. What was orbiting?
Is that your win?
I just want to know what you think they saw as an orbit.
Scott.
Yeah, Scott,
who are you? An orbit,
traumatized from the cartoons.
You've never seen an orbit, Scott, have you?
Not either with these people, according to Shane.
No one's seen an orbit.
Right, Shane says they did.
Yep.
He said movements in the sky.
He said orbits. We can play it back. I know he said orbits.
It's not an orbit.
Bro, it's just going around. That's what orbit means.
Sorry, could I ask a question?
Okay, so wait a minute. So have you seen them orbit, dude? Diabetes?
Why would I see them orbit?
Well, to say that it's an orbit, you'd have to see them orbit, right?
You have to see an air. I mean, we can feel it, right?
Well, you don't have to see...
Wait, you can feel... Wait, you can feel what?
But I want to...
Hang on. This guy's got something to say. What can you feel? Oh, he's been muted. Anyway. Go ahead, guys.
I wanted to ask which of... I don't know what that guy... I don't know if he was a flat earther or a rounder, but which of Kepler's laws was he trying to derive?
Who's Shane? Is Shane still here?
Yeah.
Shane, which of Kepler's laws were you trying to derive?
Third law.
Kepler's third law. And what was the point? Were you trying to show something with that? Just so I have more context?
Well, I mean, the point requires the explanation from the historicity standpoint, which we just went through, but I don't want to keep tying up the whole room with that.
Okay.
There's a nice post on Twitter where I outlined the whole thing from the beginning if you're interested.
Could you post that in the side chat?
Sure.
Yo, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so basically I'm new to this stuff, right? So how would you explain this all to me, like if I just come out of like education and science and that?
Just
Explain
quickly,
what?
guys, just quickly, I'm just going to jump in here quickly. Sorry, I know Mr. T quite well. He's a really, really good dude. I know him from another server. So just take it easy on him, okay?
Cool.
Thanks, Skinny Vet.
How would you start? You can start by looking into the globe. That's what I'd do. Where everything comes from. The
I
start of
don't
it
want to.
all, the radius of the Earth.
I don't want to contradict like anything you say, but like you say, look at a globe, but a globe is like circular, you know. So like, how would that prove that it's flat?
But it doesn't. We're proving that the model that they came up with is wrong. Therefore, if there is no curvature, then we must be living on a flat surface. Yeah? If you don't detect any curvature, then what is it? It's flat, yeah? Because it has hills and valleys and,
I don't
things
think
like
any
that.
flat earther has successfully performed like a good experiment. Because a lot of these, like Flat Earth Core, for example, when I was looking at their experiment, they didn't have any of the statistical properties that you'd need to, like for instance, right? They take
Like what?
measurements. Yeah, so for instance, they take measurements with, at least the one I was looking at, they take
Yeah.
measurements without any uncertainty, right? So like plus or minus 0.2 meters or something. But they use those values to calculate other values, but they don't propagate the uncertainty because they don't write it. So
Like
we don't
what? Can
actually
you?
know.
I've got the PDF here. If you want to go through
Yeah,
it and point
yeah,
out
please.
where. One sec. Where's it gone?
Take your time. I'm gonna be looking at.
Have you got it?
I don't have it.
Did you go through it?
It was a while back. It was like maybe 6 months ago, so I don't have it anymore.
So the video or the PDF?
It was the PDF, the Google Drive. It was on Google Drive.
Right. Cool. Yeah, that's the one I've got here.
Here. Okay.
Right. Here it goes. There it is.
I do have to give it to the flat Earth community because in the past when I said how do you explain gravity, there was no explanation. But now you guys are saying there's electromagnetism, which is at least an explanation. Like that.
It's not what I said.
Some do.
Kudos.
You keep trying to straw man it, man, but that's all they can do because no one can address the argument.
Oh,
But
okay,
again,
I'm sorry.
I'm not saying that's the whole community's argument. You asked me specifically, right? So
Okay.
So what section of the FE core experiment are you talking about?
Let me pull it up.
Just let us know when you're ready and what page we can go to. But sorry,
Sure.
guys, go ahead. I like the one on page 102.
Yeah, so if you go
Maybe
ahead and go
104.
to, let's see. Let me pick a good one.
Page 104, measurement 7.
You said page 104, measurement 7.
Yep.
Yeah, so none of these values that are measured, like for example, laser to target correction plus 2.17 millimeters, they don't give an error range though, like plus or minus 0.01 millimeters. So the results that you calculate, I don't know what error they're supposed to be in. So you have to do that if you're comparing a calculated value to an expected value. You need some kind of error range to verify that it's statistically significant. But that's not done here. So that's not to say that like it's wrong, but it's to say that if you're a scientist, right, that's trying to like reproduce this experiment, there's no error bar to like have a reference of.
Did anyone want to try to derive the radius of Earth optically again? Because I always thought that was a fun exercise. Right, like what if we say like there's no physical Earth curve anywhere? It's only ever been an effect of optics, and then we like prove it with math.
I would say you see boats going. Oh, actually, you prove it with math. That's right. I forgot. That's what it. It's just look at the equations. Don't look at physical phenomenon. That's right.
Well,
You can look at physical phenomena, but as I've said, if your measurements don't have any of the relevant statistical properties, then there's no real inferences you can make from them.
well, there is inferences you can make when you say the relationship between the angular resolution limit, optically, and then say the usual rate at which something would appear to drop over, say, 3 miles, and then using those two criterion, you can always derive the radius of Earth. Wouldn't that be weird? And then also, not that, right? But you can derive it to the 8th decimal point. So,
But all of your measuring tools have some degree of uncertainty, and you have to consider that, right? So if your expected value falls outside of the range of uncertainty, then you can conclude that these results are statistically significant. But whatever document that was sent doesn't have that.
well,
So it's just bad. It's bad methodology.
you're talking about like experiments and measurements and some sort of thing, but this is just like there's no document. All it is the math describing the backwards derivation of just that. So like, what would you need to show that that's how it was derived?
Well, but I'm saying that they took. So you can start with just an expected value, but the measurements that they took with their lasers, they don't have any uncertainty. So anything that they anything that they calculate using those, right? You're not going to be able to propagate that uncertainty to your final result. So once you do that, and the expected value falls outside of that range of uncertainty, then you can conclusively say, because for all I know, these measuring tools had a really big uncertainty. Let's say they had an uncertainty of 0.1 millimeters per, like plus or minus 0.1. That's a really high degree of uncertainty. So the expected value might fall, or sorry, maybe it has a small. What I'm saying is I don't know, so I can't know for sure. Comparing the calculated with the expected.
I'm just saying we see boats not disappearing, getting smaller, but just going bottom up, right? And no amount of equations is going to explain that. You have to explain that.
What do you mean? No amount of equations could explain that.
Equations are used to describe, like, you have a hypothesis, you come up with an equation, and then you use that equation to predict new phenomenon, right? I think electrons are attracted to anything else that is not, they're not attracted to each other. So if I have a bunch of electrons in like a battery or something like that, I can put it up to like some kind of metal surface and measure the voltage. I can test it, right? And I can see how much voltage. If I have an equation describe how much voltage I think, I can measure the observed voltage and see if my equation lines up. But you have to have an observable phenomenon in order to do that. And what I'm saying is that boats are disappearing bottom up, and then you're looking at the equations and just going, well, mass doesn't exist. Like I can algebraically remove it. I could algebraically remove it.
Completely different equations.
Well, yeah. I'm saying an example.
Okay.
But by the way, I'm taking a look. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I see your explanation, but like, how do you explain things going bottom up? I see them. I'm looking at them right now.
Okay. Why wouldn't they go top up?
Because the Earth is curving down, man. It's curving away from you.
Is that why? Or is it because the top horizon is a way further limit than the bottom?
The horizon isn't a limit. I mean, the only reason that there's a horizon on a globe Earth is because there's the line of sight is tangent to some point on the circle.
And once again, we're not seeing the boat getting smaller. It's not like train tracks converging on a point. They're just going bottom up. It's the same size, just going bottom up. That's the phenomenon you need to explain.
Well, I mean, we've already explained it perfectly. Right? I'm just trying to relay it to you succinctly using words. So
no, you're saying, the top horizon has a larger vanishing point than the bottom horizon, right?
we're starting with the basic premise of I asked why wouldn't it disappear top up, right? That was the
Mhm.
start.
Yeah. And the answer to that
Right.
was because it curves down.
Because it curves down.
Oh, it curves
Got any
away
evidence
from
of
you. I
that?
say down just to get it through you, because you guys don't believe in away or like gravity. So
Well,
Have
like
you
proportionally.
got a measurement of curvature?
we've seen it. I can send. Yes. There's
Go for it.
No.
videos and boats go bottom up. We've seen
Yeah.
it.
At what distance?
Okay. Even if I provide the equations, you guys are going to look at the equations, analyze them, and then just do
No, I
some
don't care
math.
about the equation. The equation's in my head, so it doesn't
Okay,
really
then get
matter.
rid of the equation then. How do you explain bottom up? How do you explain the boats going bottom up if you don't care about the equations? In words,
Hey,
conceptually, how do you explain it?
in words, how else are you going to explain it?
Angular resolution threshold limit, right? Like when it decreases into the horizon, it becomes that much more unresolvable, right? And you combine that with the average optical drop rate at distance, and you have bottom up obstruction. Matter of fact, it could only happen bottom up on a flat Earth.
Gibberish.
I'm not seeing conceptually that explanation, because if you have a flat plane and it goes farther, then the object should just get smaller. It shouldn't, like, a part of the
No,
boat
that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
okay, do you have a model, right, that would explain how,
Why are
like,
you
what
guys
you are saying?
obsessed with models? I don't get it. What's your
That's how science
obsession with
works.
a model?
That's
Okay,
Yeah,
have you got a
science.
Have you got a science? All right, have you got a scientific model of the globe?
Yes. Yes, we
I
do.
think it's just rolled into the standard model.
Can you post that?
The whole standard model?
Oh, post,
Scientific model of the globe. Yeah.
just post the
Go
entire
ahead.
standard model, please, in the chat.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. You
okay.
said that there is a scientific method of there is a scientific model of the globe. So have you got it?
Yes.
Because that's
Standard
what you
model.
guys are always asking. You're always
I
asking.
don't
You were saying,
think.
"Have you got a flat model?" No, don't talk over the top of me.
Well, no, I'm not asking for like a flat model, a model of the
So
flat
you
Earth. What
start
I'm
talking over the top of me. So all right. So you're asking a model. A model of what? A model of things disappearing from the bottom up. You go outside and you see it. Then we've given examples in here before of things disappearing from the bottom up at a distance where there should not be any curvature, disappearing from the bottom up. Now, you're going to say the only way things can disappear from the bottom up is because of Earth curvature. But then when there's not supposed to be any Earth curvature, things still disappear from the bottom up. So how do you explain that?
So, um,
How do you
for
explain that?
yeah, so I mean, does that happen? If that's, I mean, I don't think that's the case. I think those results, like that inference that you're making, that where there's curvature, we should be able to see
I
the
just,
boat, but we
dude,
don't
I
observe it
just
there.
asked you a simple question. You've gone into a monologue. If we can show you things disappearing from the bottom up at a distance where there should be no curvature, would you say that that is curvature, making it disappear from the bottom up?
Well, I'm saying you can't show me that. That's what I was trying to get to.
I can't?
No.
Okay. Give me a second.
But I would even say that even if you can't show something disappearing bottom up, and you're saying, oh, the numbers don't line up with what we predict in our calculations, is that really that the phenomenon observed is wrong, or is it that your calculations are wrong, or is it some other phenomenon?
Okay, can you wait a minute? Can you show where the calculations would be wrong? Because that's just the globe Earth math.
Well, again,
The
nothing's wrong.
distance to the horizon is based on geometry. It's not based on anything else.
Someone
Because
showed
the horizon is the thing that's supposed to be blocking things, obstructing things from the bottom up. So that's
Yeah, but
just based on the circumference of a ball, yeah,
Mhm.
of the size of 3,959 mile radius. So
but
it's
you
not something
have
that we made up,
Mhm.
not our
uh,
equation.
I'm saying that you have things like, okay, you have this equation that says once it's this distance away, it should be obstructed. and then you have a video of the thing not being obstructed.
Start to be obstructed. Yeah.
Yes. And actually, well, that's what I'm saying is that
Yeah.
you'll have like a photo and you're like, oh, why is it not totally obstructed? And it's like maybe the thing is taller, maybe the observer is higher up, maybe like there's a ton of things that can go into it. But
So from a 1 foot observer height, there's you can see the horizon beyond 10 miles in 10 miles is being generous because the
1 foot is
platform's
tiny.
9 points. Yeah, I know. From 1 foot observer height. Yeah. Distance to the horizon at 1 foot observer height is 1.225 miles.
Assuming there's no heat or condensation close to the
It's over
ground.
water. Yeah, it's
Well,
over
hold
water.
on.
It's
Yeah,
fine. It's still
evaporation.
fine. Yeah, but hang on. But what? Okay, we'll give you refraction, and it's refracting at a certain rate. What rate would that refract at, and what would that take the start of the horizon out to?
Okay, but I think you're missing my point.
No, I'm asking the questions here.
Okay, I can give you a number. Like say I say the number you disagree with, and then you correct me. Great. You were asking for a number, right? You said what's the rate? You said what's of 3. You say what's the rate? I give you a number. You disagree. What's your point? What I'm saying, my point is that there's a phenomenon we're seeing. The boats are going bottom up, and you're just looking at equations and saying, oh, it's not going bottom up at the same rate that these equations say. Therefore, it's not curved Earth. Just because it's not perfectly agreeing with these equations.
No, that's not it. It means the horizon's optical. It's an optical position and not a geometrical position. Yeah. So you've got sometimes they look like they're dipping down. Yeah. Sometimes they don't look like they're dipping down, and the horizon is way beyond where it should be.
I would love to see where they don't dip down and the horizon is way before. I would love to see that.
What are you guys talking about?
And 1 sec, just let me go to the other server for a minute.
Well, my point is that a lot of these measurements don't have any statistical analysis. They don't have any statistical properties, so I don't know how they're making these inferences.
Bro, you're gonna shut up because I'm talking to the other guy. All right, 1 sec, just let me get it.
And bullying down the law, it's awesome.
How you been, Shane? Anyway.
All the other servers, I guess, hanging around, mostly like hiding, doing my own research, and then producing stuff instead of like dealing with Glober zealots, right? Because it just takes away from your soul.
Yeah, it does. It's exhausting sometimes.
Right? It's like screaming into the void for nothing.
How do I get this?
I actually agree with that. This is very depressing sometimes.
Well, when we hang out with just flat earthers, it's uplifting, spiritual, awesome, connected, fantastic. But like when you guys come in, it's like different. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not trying to be like I don't know. Like I started off like I've been coming here. That's why Skinny Vet. Like some people recognize me because I came in here asking for some questions and there's just no models. I wanted to just be an observer. I should just spectate.
There's no. What do you mean? There's no models
for what?
There's no explanation. You guys don't provide any explanation.
No explanation for what?
Any phenomenon.
All the phenomenons. Yeah.
What phenomena? So you go to the ocean, right? And do you what in your daily life do you use a curve for? What effect does it have in your life?
Hardly think about it.
Exactly. So in what experience have you got of curvature?
The stars. Actually, I brought this up. I see the stars.
Stars don't curve, dude. What experience have you got of the surface of the Earth curving?
Well, I think the stars do play a part in it, but I guess not.
What experience have you got of the surface of the Earth curving?
That's my best response is the stars, really.
That's not the surface of the Earth. What experience in your daily life do you have with the curvature of the Earth on the surface of the Earth? That is what we're looking at right now. What experience have you got with that? Curve.
Maybe flights.
Flights you don't see curvature on flights, dude.
Not about the time.
The flights are unoptimized.
Planes are not measuring devices. Listen, dude, stop interrupting. What experience have you got with the curvature of the Earth in your life? What experience?
A as much experience as you've got. Like, do you have
None. I've got none.
same?
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
got none, guys.
So
Well, you've
therefore, it
also
doesn't
got no
exist.
experience. You've got no experience with flat Earth either.
Yeah, I do. I develop properties.
He develops property, guys.
But the
Yeah.
Earth
Yes,
doesn't
they
turn.
do.
Every day I use the Earth as a flat and stationary land.
Yeah,
We
but
build on it. We build every day. We use leveling tools every single day. Flat, stationary, level, horizontal, everything. It's never taken into account anywhere. I know you're going to say, oh, but that's only on a small scale, but it's not on a small scale. All
And
these
what?
surveyors come out and
then what
survey the
scale do you
land.
build on?
Yeah, what scale? You talking about
Like you're talking about like
kilometers?
Talking about
50
talking about like
kilometers buildings?
50-kilometer buildings. Yeah, that's a good one, man. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Well, that's
that's
what
like
you would
something
need.
where you would maybe notice
But
a
no,
bit.
no,
That's what you would
this is not the
need.
question. My question was, what experience do you have with the curvature of the Earth? And he said, I don't have any. And I said,
I said the
neither do
stars.
I, because I build
Yeah, he
every
said
day
stars.
on a
I
But
said
flat.
flights, maybe.
Okay, so you're going to do it now too, are you?
No. Okay, just give me like 20 seconds. I'm
No,
saying.
I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
I'll shut up. I'll
You
shut up. I'll
said,
shut up.
right, the experience. I said I agree because I use it every day as stationary and flat. Yep, horizontal plane. Yep.
Can I
So
explain why stars might?
what other experience? So what proof have you got that you live on a sphere?
But you just didn't prove anything. With you said you build
Okay.
things. How does that?
Sorry, dude. I'm not talking to you, Matt. What evidence have you got? What proof have you got that you live on a ball, dude?
Well, I guess the most evident is boats going bottom up, and the second thing is the stars that I see.
All right. So the boats go bottom up. All right. Do they always go bottom up?
Yes. Show me an example.
At the same distance or at a different distance?
Does it matter if it's at the same? That's what I'm saying. Is does it matter?
Yes, it does. Because if you're saying boats disappear bottom up, then you have a geometric horizon, and boats will go bottom up over a sphere edge. All right?
Yes.
That sphere edge should be in the same position every single time. Now, you're going to say, okay, well, what about refraction? Okay, what about
No.
refraction? There's incidences where we can see 20 miles from a 6-foot observer height where the horizon should start at 3 miles.
Well, I was going to say that actually globers don't even believe in a perfectly spherical Earth. It's kind of lumpy. So
No,
I would expect.
It's only 24 miles bigger at the equator than it is.
It's a lot.
You're talking about the jump. No, well, it's not. When you work out the drop over distance equation, it's not much of a difference, right?
That's not even going to account for a tenth of a mile, for an extra tenth of a mile in the stuff that we show you, like the Black Swan pick.
Exactly.
Now that's desperate.
Because what you're saying right now is we see further than we should because the Earth is not a sphere. It's a elliptical spheroid or whatever you're going to call it, oblate spheroid. Yeah, it doesn't make up the missing curvature. It doesn't make it up at all.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that the observed phenomena is still, even if it doesn't line up perfectly with equations, the observed phenomena is still bottom up.
In one instance, the geometric horizon should be at 1.22, and then we're seeing 10. We're just giving it a 10-mile horizon. That horizon could be at 20 miles. It's just because the marker's there, and we can say, okay, the marker's there, then we'll just give it at 10 miles because that marker's at 6.7. 9.7 miles. Yeah. So we're going to go, okay, well, it is past this, the oil rig. The horizon's past the oil rig. The thing that's supposed to be in front of the oil rig.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you get that? It doesn't. You're saying, okay, well, it moves a little bit. It moves a fucking lot because it's an optical point. It's not a geometric point. On a flat surface, things disappear from the bottom up at certain distances, different distances. And sometimes they look like they're going down because you can't resolve the bottom of the boat because of color. right? You've got when things go really far away, if your angle decreases and you cannot distinguish between the water and the bottom of the boat. You get reflective surfaces. It looks like the water's up higher and makes the bottom of the boat disappear. There's all sorts of things that go on. If you say there's not all sorts of things that go on, you'd be a liar. Now, if you're going to say that only boats disappear from the bottom up only because of a curve,
I see my
then
point.
you'd have to show me a measurement of this curvature.
I see my point. Okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like it's not proof of flat, and it's not proof of globe.
Exactly. No, it's not proof
yeah,
of flat.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But your argument is that we live on a ball and there should be a geometric edge. Now we're saying that geometric edge, that if you're claiming that boats go over the horizon, your geometric edge is sometimes at 3 miles, sometimes at 10 miles, and sometimes at 20 miles. That makes no fucking sense.
I can't explain all of the and I'm not saying it's like, oh, I can't, I understand it, but I won't do it. I'm saying like I don't know. I'm saying I personally do not know all of the intricacies that takes for, you know, optics and stuff like that. All I'm saying is that I have other observed phenomenon that proves the globe Earth, and you discounted stars, but like I really do think that's the most damning evidence.
Explain the stars then.
They all go beneath the horizon. They don't disappear at a point. They just go straight down.
They go straight down.
Yeah, like if I go, if I'm camping in.
What does that mean for the curvature of the Earth?
If I'm camping in Houston, the stars will look like they're higher up in the sky. But if I go camping in Illinois, they will be literally, I won't be able to see them because they're below the Earth. They're not below the Earth. They will appear to be like underneath the horizon, and that's because like
you're talking about the same stars. You're not talking about the stars.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about I'm talking about the same stars.
Will always be over your head.
Not always. Not always. You can't see the Southern Cross.
When have you ever experienced stars not being over the top of your head?
Have you seen the Southern Cross? Because I've never.
You're talking about a certain star, aren't you?
Yeah, you are Australian, right? You see the Southern Cross. It's on your flag. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. How do you explain that? If it's a flat dome.
How do I explain what?
I've never seen the Southern Cross in the Northern Hemisphere. I've never been in Australia.
Why would you think that you can see all that way? Have you ever been on a plane to Australia? Do you know how far away this fucking place is?
Yes, I do.
From where you are, if you're on the East Coast, it's going to take you 16 fucking hours to get here. On a plane. Why would you expect to see that far, something in the sky?
Oh, okay.
That's
but
silly,
no,
man.
okay.
Think about what you're saying. Think about your argument for a minute. You're going to jump on the plane going it's 500 miles an hour. You're going to travel for 16 hours on that plane. And then you're going to land here and go, oh, the stars are different. No shit, mate.
No, Timbo. But that's what I'm saying is that I have to really, the way the stars disappear out of view, it's not because of distance. And that's where they go straight down. That's my point. Is that you're right.
The thing. The thing is that the stars do not show the shape of the Earth.
Well, how else would you explain how they move?
How do they move? What are they?
Well, when you're claiming that they're going over an edge or they're going straight down, well, that's only due to perspective and your angular resolution from where you're viewing that object from.
Also, Maximus, mate, didn't we have this conversation like 3.5 weeks ago already?
These people, they'll never get it. They're stuck in this thing. Why can't I? You heard him. Why can't I see the Southern Cross from the US? Because it's too fucking far away, man.
That's not the. No. What I'm saying, the thing is, you guys don't understand what I'm saying. I'm loading up.
I totally understand what you're saying. You're saying
no, I'm certain you don't.
They go over your head and they go down over the horizon. That's what you're saying. Yeah. Yep, straight down. I know exactly what you're saying. I've been doing this for a long time, man. I looked so much into the globe, and the whole concept of the globe is so retarded, man.
Well, isn't
I
the
said,
globe
fuck
position?
you. I said, flat earthers are so fucking stupid. This is what I said. I said, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. And then I started looking and looking and looking and looking. And I looked even more. I said, no way. No, this is not true. Estimations of the globe size. Estimations and calculations from a couple of fucking shadows. No measurements at all. No measurements. 6 assumptions in his observation. They still use this measurement today. It's so fucking
It's
stupid.
kind of weird that you can't see when you go on Google Earth Pro, you can't see Antarctica in detail. It's always like some
Yeah, I know.
weird amalgamated shit. So
Yeah,
fucking
it's
weird.
like
Can't see
like
nothing
a
there.
cartoon, yeah?
Almost like a cartoon. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at that for ages as well, man. And you know that the whole assumption of the Earth, the Earth being a globe, was an assumption, and then everything was built off that assumption. You know, the distance to the sun, the size of the sun was built off an assumption. They assumed that Venus was the same size as the Earth. When they saw it transit the sun, and they made calculations of its orbit, assumed orbit,
Can you
came
see?
up with
Can you see my
the
stream?
size of the sun, man.
Can you
Everything's
see
an
my?
And to
assumption. Everything's
and
an
yeah, to
assumption.
Timbo's point as well. Sorry, Timbo. I was just going to say to
You're
Timbo's
right, man.
point back and his point as well. Like again, you know, when one of my best mates brought up flat Earth with me in 2016, man, I spent an hour and a half straight telling him what an absolute fucking idiot, dickhead, douchebag. The science is proven. You're a fucking idiot. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're this. You're that. One of my best mates. I abused the fuck out of him like he was an enemy. We were all globers here, man. We were all globers, just like we were going through over 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Well,
That's my
I'm
rant,
saying
man.
here, Timbo. Can
I
you
wasn't
see?
yelling at you. I was just, you know.
Can you see my
You know what I
screen,
mean?
Timbo? I'm
Yeah, 1 sec.
And the thing is I
No,
verified this.
sorry, I went in the wrong one. I went into poker.
I've used this app to find constellations. I go camping in Illinois or in Texas. Yeah, can you see it? Because
Yeah,
I
camp a
don't have
lot
the free
too,
version.
man. That's fine. I stare at the sky and go, "What the fuck is going on up there?"
I don't have that much time, so like I need to buy the free version. So I'm gonna go really quickly. So
yeah.
Yes, you went
Okay.
through this last time. Like I've heard this argument 3 times, yeah, and you've
Yes,
had it
but
answered
I
probably
want to show.
three or four
No, there's no
times.
answer.
They're
There's no answer.
they're basing your app off the celestial sphere with a flat
There you go.
plane and a dome of stars above.
Yeah, that's all
Yes,
they're doing.
but the movement. Okay, but you see everything. All right. If I change my location, looking north, look at these stars in the background. If I go north or south, these stars are going beneath the horizon. And actually, if I go all the way down, I can see new constellations. I can see the Southern Cross if I change the time. The thing is
What's this proving though?
the fact you can't explain. Okay, here I'm gonna pause it. You
Can't
cannot
explain what?
Okay, look at the stars in the background when I move my location. These stars are going beneath and above. This is the same day. I paused the time. This is the same day. How would you explain someone in this part of Argentina seeing these different stars, literally just going back? Like I'm only going a few miles north and south, and yet these stars appear to be moving
A few miles. Do you know how big South America
a
is?
few thousand miles,
You're
a few hundred. From Austin,
No,
Texas,
you're
is 300.
moving.
Yeah, it's 1,000.
Do you know how long South America is?
These stars are not disappearing at a
Let's be
distance.
honest, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be
69
honest.
miles per.
It's about 6. I think it's between 6,000 and 10,000 miles across
Yeah.
from top to bottom.
I mean, I
South
was talking
America,
about
the continent is.
long ways. Yeah, up in north and south.
Yeah. Well,
But
that's what I'm saying.
Because you know, I'm not going to get into an argument with you over stars because I don't know what they are, man. Like, I have no idea, but it doesn't correlate to the surface of the Earth. Well, it
They're
does.
in water, dude. They're in water. The stars are in water.
But like, you know, like I'm not going to make a claim to the stars. All as I know is when I do a lot of camera work over water as well. When I go camping, stuff like that. When on the way back, I take shots of Melbourne from Geelong. Yeah, it's about 100 kilometers over the water.
I
They get
don't know.
varying differences. Yeah, well, every time it's different. Every time I see shit that I shouldn't see all the time, and my everyday experience with life is building on a flat plane, flat, stationary. The surveyors always working from a datum point from sea level. Now it doesn't matter where and what sea level. Move up from sea level. Take the sea level from anywhere. Every datum point's off sea level.
I don't know. Like,
So just because you
I've
change the name and say sea level's not level, it's curved, then that doesn't mean shit to me. Because all of my experience is flat and level.
I think it's just it's like I have the same amount of reason as you. You guys are saying like it's some kind of cult, like someone's forcing me to be in it. But the real thing is that when I ask
You guys are in here happily
Let him
arguing
finish,
for it
please.
yourselves, you know?
Yeah, I would like to finish. I'm
Excuse me?
saying that no one's forcing me to push this globe Earth, right? I've come here through my own like kind of logic. Like and I've asked you guys
I bet
questions
you
like
haven't, man. I bet you haven't.
and actually that's why I think is you guys are being like kind of like, oh, you're just dumb, like you don't actually have
I
looked it up.
never called you dumb once. I heard you going through the maths equations. I think you're a really smart kid. Or how old? I don't know how old you are, but you sound pretty young.
Well, I'm saying,
I think you're really smart, man. I would never call you dumb.
well, I'm saying,
I don't think anyone who believes in the globe is dumb. There's no, it's just a lot of, obviously you've thought about this a lot, but a lot of the time we get people in here that they just have never looked. They've got no idea why they think they believe that they live on a globe. They have no idea. And then we ask them questions. They don't know anything about it. So most people, 90%, 95% of the world believe they live on a ball only because they've been told that. That's it.
Yeah,
You might
but then
be
you're
different, man.
but then you run into people like me who know everything about it, and you can't answer a single question I ever ask.
Everything.
And I can answer every question you have.
Oh no.
Yeah, but you're answering, and that's just giving your opinion because, yeah.
Well, but I'm not the person you just described there, right? I know why.
I said 90%.
I know.
Yeah, I was talking about the other people that haven't looked into it. Because at the start of my statement, I said I was speaking to
Maximum.
what was his name? Maximum, and I said you're smart. You've looked into it. Yeah, I said most of the people that we get in here that come through here don't know anything about it. They just believe.
Oh, by the way, Timbo, did you see the two things I posted for you in the side chat?
No.
I was getting back to the question: do we experience the globe? Yeah, I experience it every day. Pretty much every day.
Something's going on with my chat. No.
Yeah, I posted something at 17 after the hour, assuming you're on not the half-hour place in Australia.
No, I'm not.
Okay. So the 17 after the hour. Yeah.
Oh, I'm way behind.
Just a quick one, and this is not a shot at you, Scott, but can Americans please, for the love of fuck, stop using Australia as a backup for their arguments? This is getting tiresome.
I never use Australia as a backup.
Yeah, I try not to.
Yeah, I shouldn't have gone to Australia in the little model, but I mean, it still holds true in the North Hemisphere.
I mean, it's a pet peeve for me because I hear Americans all the time, and it doesn't matter whether it's flat Earth or whether it's other stuff we can't talk about here. I just hear Americans all the time using Australia as an example for their arguments to back up their stupid ass arguments, and it does get me a little bit riled, to be honest.
Talk about Australia if you're from Australia.
Yeah, there's a lot of Australians here actually. Like how many? I think there's more than 3 already. Is there more than 3 Australians in the chat?
I think so. Yeah, I would say so.
Then I guess you can't. I mean, I don't know. I think it's fair.
You can say whatever you want, man. But you do know when you brought up the Southern Cross, you do know that that's not the center of the That's not what they're supposedly rotating around, though. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying that I've
you were
never
talking
seen
more
it.
about Sigma Octantis, or
Is the Southern Cross not on the flag? I thought that was the
no, the Southern Cross is like it's a they use it for navigation because it's such a
prominent.
such a noticeable, prominent thing, and it points in a certain direction, so you know which way it points. That's why they use it. But
it's also an absolute bitch.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tim. I was just going to say it's also an absolute bitch to navigate by because unlike the North Star, it moves.
Yeah, because it's not the center. Yeah. Yeah.
I had someone put it to me like this. We can only see vertically a finite distance. We can only see horizontally and vertically both a finite distance. It's just like optics in general. Like you can't just see forever, right? So
yeah, because things appear to get smaller. Yeah, so you can't discern them anymore.
And moisture in the air.
Yeah.
Diffracting the light in different directions, and eventually it scatters to the point to where you don't see anything. So
yeah.
With that being said, like we can only see what 20, 30, 40, 50 plus miles, or maybe even further. So
what up? Actually 39, 50, 59. That's what we can see.
Yeah, so
blue car.
We can see the radius. That's why they made the radius. In fact, I had to pop in here. I can't stay long. I just want to pop in. Maximum, you seem like you actually are trying to figure it out. Maximum, there's a video I just put in the chat, in the side chat. Watch that video. You got a guy in here right now who's in that video, made that little clip that I took. His name's Shane. He can explain it to you right now why it is the stars are moving the way they are as far as we see it, and why it is that how they reverse engineered it. He can explain it to you right now, and you would actually understand it. Or you can just watch that little clip I put in the video.
I'm looking for the clip.
If you really
Timbo
want to get it,
Slice, I pinged you on something, Timbo.
Rather than an anti-flat earther, so I had to come in and say it.
Yeah, thank you for that new perspective. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, man.
Hello.
Hey, Mickey.
All right,
mate.
So basically, all right. Cool beans. So yeah, just go look at that when you can, Maximum. But all right. So the thing about when people come in here and start using complicated math or whatever to give explanations, it's not as useful as some people might think, because it's not going to get to the point where somebody's actually questioning whether they know or they not know the information, because the Earth as a globe is formed out of math. So it has no bearing in reality. So I can demonstrate that to the gentleman if he allows me to. Just walk through a real quick exercise and just see if he knows any of the questions, because they're pretty basic and I ask everybody, so it doesn't change. It's a simple format. Maximum, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. So I mean, if you know, just say I know and tell me in detail how you know. If you don't know, just say I don't know, and that's pretty cool.
I already don't like this.
Well, I know because it's getting you to be honest, right? And it gets everybody to be honest.
Okay,
so
okay,
when
but if
people
I
don't
answer
like,
wrong,
when people don't like, no, you don't. There's no right or wrong answer. Here's what I'm asking. I want to know what you know. So basically, there is no wrong answer. You're just gonna tell me what you know, right? So I'm not criticizing you. I just want to know if you know. I will, however, ask you hyper specificity if you know something, right? If you don't know, then that's fine. We'll move on to the next question. It's only 3. Simple exercise. You should just being honest is going to get us through this thing. Being dishonest won't. All right. So that's what I'm going to ask. All right. So you're going to see throughout this exercise if you know or you not know the answers. So first question, I'll get right into it. I don't want to waste any time. The first question is, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over the distance? So if you don't know what I'm talking about, I will give you more information. If you do, please answer the question.
Yeah, I would like more information. By measure, you mean observe or like numerical?
No. Yeah, so we're going to have to find out, has anyone ever put a numerical value to a drop over a distance? So elevation change from your position off into the horizon. So if you're saying I see the horizon, and that is the physical leading edge of the sphere. Well, we're going to know from where we're standing to that leading edge of the sphere what the drop over the distance would be over the surface of the Earth as a sphere. Because as a sphere, the natural consequent would be that it's curving and there would be elevation change. Do you understand this?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so simple geometry, right? Has anyone in history, I'll repeat the question, has anyone in history, now that you know, ever measured the curvature of the Earth as in drop over the distance anytime?
Sure. Yeah, they have.
Okay, I'm
Yes.
asking the gentleman, please, everybody just hold tight for a moment. I know you guys want to jump in, but this, I know it's an open forum and I understand that, but for just a moment, give me the room with Maximum so he can either answer the question honestly. Go ahead,
I would
Maximum.
say yes. I would say yes.
Okay, so now that you answered yes, I need hyper specificity, as in who actually done it or the method by which it was done. Do you know any of this information specifically?
I know people have done it before, but I know a specific example, and I've shared it already before.
Sure.
This guy.
What
this
is your
guy.
example?
This guy named Connor Olstein has whole like video talking about a bunch of different stuff, but at the very beginning he shows calculations about flat Earth and how he can.
No.
Shows.
Yeah. One second, Maximum.
You
One second.
want the video?
Oh, we're not concerned with calculations for flat Earth. We're only concerned with, as in, I'll give you another example, as in mainstream academic knowledge. So has there been anybody purported to say that they've measured the curvature of the Earth? We're not talking about not flat Earth or anything to do with flat Earth related.
The answer
I
to
want
this
to know
question
once
is
again.
no.
I'm gonna have to stop people that jump in. Anybody that jumps in, I don't like to mute. I don't. But if you interrupt when I'm actually going through an exercise with this gentleman, I will mute you. All right.
The answer
So
to the
once
question
again,
is no.
all right. So you just don't know how to control yourself, do you? Here you go. Have a seat. All right. So if you can understand Maximum, once again, please. Academically, anywhere has there been reported someone who's ever done the method to measure the curvature of the Earth? Anytime in history, drop over distance.
Yeah.
Okay. Who is it, sir? And for context, I need you to go ahead and post a source, post a citation, and I
Boom.
want you to be thorough.
That's
Go
it
ahead.
right there.
Let me check. What you got? Top Science article.
Oh, actually, hold on. Let me see. This isn't the full one. I thought I had access to the
Measurement.
full one.
Hold on. Yeah, let me look at this. Measurement of Earth's radius based on historical evidence of its curvature.
Let me see the full article.
I'm gonna-
It might not be access. You need access to it. I have access
Okay,
through my
well,
university.
there's an abstract. There's an abstract. You can read the abstract. How about that?
Sure.
Okay, you don't mind? Is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
abstract good enough? I mean, it's context, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it says probably. I'm gonna start reading the source because you didn't give me a citation. You just gave me the whole source, which is called an elephant hurling fallacy. But I'm gonna overlook that for just one moment so I can hurry the conversation along. Probably the most direct observation of the Earth's curvature is how objects appear from over the horizon when we approach them, and they disappear as we get further away from them. Similarly, the portion of a high object, a building or a mountain, is visible depends on the height of the site where the observation is made. Based upon these very obvious facts, a simple method to estimate the Earth's radius, r, has been applied. The method does not need either sophisticated instrumentation or complex mathematics. Do you agree with this so far before I continue?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. In our application of the method presented here, the result R is 6,600 kilometers. It says, in the best case, a discussion is presented about the possible use of this method in ancient times. Surprisingly enough, we have not found any reference to use this method despite its being simpler than, for example, the classical approach of Eratosthenes. The abstract only gave like a preface of what the article is about.
Yeah, you need access to the. I'm streaming it right now. I have it through my university. I could see the whole thing. I don't know. I'm streaming it right now.
All right, so let's have a look at what you're posting. Right, we want to give this a fair shake. So where are you at? Which stream are you, Maximum? All right.
Maximum. So this is the same study. Like I said, I have access because I have.
Oh yeah, take us to where the actual.
This is abstract right
Method.
here.
Yeah, we've gone over that. Okay, so what is the method?
They're talking about a specific hill. They cite the height of it. They talk about
Yeah, what do we have?
kilometers
What do we
away.
have there? Yeah, maximum. What do we have there to the left in the blue? Those blue images.
I'm seeing. If you can see my screen, this is exactly what I'm seeing. Like,
Yeah, what do we see in those blue images? Because I'm looking at those. The figure 1. What is that?
the distance to the horizon decreases as the observer from a greater height.
Okay. How? Okay, so there's an equation up there. Looks like. Can you see that?
Yeah. Equation 4.
Okay, so is that already further along in math that they've already deduced this information, or have they? Is this a beginning of like the extrapolation of the information?
Well, I think they're just now starting to. They talk about their actual experimental measurements. This is the hill that they're talking about. They know the height, and this is the different
I'm sorry,
distances that they
Maximo.
have.
I wanted to start from the top of where you were at,
Mhm.
where those figures are. Okay, so do you know any? Have you read any of this?
Yes, I have.
Be honest.
Yes, I
Okay,
have.
so what? Okay, so what is it talking about?
This is explaining how you could find the apparent distance from your vantage point, depending on how far away the object is, the height of the object, and where you are in relation to the object. Psi, this little weird Greek symbol is the distance, the angle. This right here is saying if we know the distance, if we know this angle, we can accurately describe the radius of the Earth. And then they say that we need these distances. Okay, if you have one height right here and one height right here, you could use those heights to determine, the change in height, you can use it to determine D. You can use it to determine distance. So they did that, and they said using these calculations, these equations, and you can use, this is simple geometry. I'm not sure if you guys want to process this. All of these are simple relationships, geometrically.
Yeah, I'm looking at what you're looking at. But how did they extrapolate the Earth is that specific size for that figure in figure 1? Do you see that?
No. Okay. I'm going to answer. This is just any sphere. If you have any sphere, these relationships will hold true. Then they said using these relationships, if we assume the Earth is a globe, using these relationships, we see this mountain. This is how far away they are, 1.5. Oh, this is actually the height that we measure. They say, okay, this is how far we are away from the coast, from the mountain, and we see the mountain. I'm not sure if you can tell, it's decreasing and increasing in height depending on how far away they are from the coast.
All right, let me just. I'm pressed for time, so I'm gonna have to be a bit more pushy here. My apologies, Maximo.
Yeah. What's your next question?
No, we're not. We're actually not going to a next question because this one you haven't fleshed it out, and I will tell you why. Because you used the word assume here. If we assume the Earth is a globe, did you hear yourself when you said that, or am I the only one that heard?
Then explain this on a flat.
No.
Flat.
Excuse me.
Yes, I agree.
When I right. So I need your concession to say you agree that you said assume. All right. So we don't, in any case, assume that the Earth is anything. Right. We have to make Well, I'm going to. We have to make an observation in the field. So when you go out into the world, right, in reality, as some people will call it, you're going to have
study.
Yeah, but they didn't go in the field saying let's make an observation first. They said let's take our math, superimpose it over our observation, and that's not what we do. We don't take math, superimpose it over what we see. We actually see something first, and then we start measuring and using distances, and then say that we can calculate to a certain degree. But we don't first assume. That's not how we operate. We don't operate in that way. So
okay, then how would you explain these photos?
You're getting, right. So the photos that you're seeing right there, with the observation that the people are doing, are still images in time. And I'm going to tell you this, something you may or may not know. Do you know that still image that they took of this specific thing right now will change in a variation of a few hours to, let's say, the next day? This still image that you see will not be congruent with tomorrow's observations.
Why
Do you know
wouldn't it
why?
be? Why?
Because the air between that the observer and the thing that they're looking at in the far distance will always vary it will continue. Like the system that you live in right now is not a static system, and it's not a ideal, like it's not going to be something that you can count on to say tomorrow when you make this observation,
Do
or
you have
these
any
guys
proof for that?
Yes, I do. Absolutely, everybody does actually.
Okay,
And
I would love to see it. I don't.
I can point this out to you in a simple way, right? Just so that you can understand. Do you understand what inferior and superior mirages are? Yes or no?
You're going to say this is a mirage? The
No,
mountain
no,
appearing
sir. No,
higher
sir.
up?
No, sir. Do you understand what I'm saying? First, I need you to understand, like, if I'm going to
Yes,
tell you
I
some
understand
information, I need
perfectly.
you to understand. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
So when you look over the distance, naturally, there's always going to be some type of observation that we see something happening in the distance, right? Not always we're going to see a perfect image of something in the distance.
But
Because,
it
and to
correlates
have that,
linear perfectly with
okay,
observation if we
no,
assumed it was a
no,
globe.
sir, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm going to tell you why. Because the air in between the observer and the thing they're seeing in the distance fluctuates from day to day. There's never going to be a time where you say it correlates exactly with the math, because the math will always be different depending on the observation of the day. Do you know this? Yes or no?
Yes, I know this. They got error bars, man.
Okay,
Like they really did. They're
so no,
scientists,
they
man.
don't.
Like look
No,
at
they don't.
this.
No,
No, they got
I
error
know
bars.
you're trying to do something where you're giving them a lot of credence to say that they got it right. Sir, they didn't get it right, because they're only making an observation, superimposing the math of their assumption over their observation, and therefore giving it to your mind, making it sound like it's a reality. So you're making what they're doing in this specific example into a reality in your mind. They're only using what they're saying they're seeing, and then using the math to fit that, right, what you see. But I guarantee you tomorrow, when you go back and to make that observation, you will see something entirely different. You won't see the things in the same alignment as they were the day of the observation. Okay, so let me give you one example. If somebody can put this in the text chat for the gentleman. Skunk Bay is
Alpha, I
Skunk
have a
Bay is.
question.
Hold on. Let me just. You got to take this in, man, for the first point. The Skunk Bay image that you're gonna see. So hopefully, one of the guys in here will put it in for you. It will show you how the fluctuations happen from hour to hour. This is a long exposure over Skunk Bay. Skunk Bay is one of the bays that have been taken this this long exposure, and you could see, like, the observer was watching a peninsula out in the distance, but they were looking for the weather, looking at the weather, how temperature variances like happen throughout the day. And in this observation, you can see a peninsula out into the far distance. When they were looking at this observation throughout the day through a long exposure video, they showed how the fluctuation of the Atmos was actually making things look very distorted in the far distance. So that in case
Alpha.
somebody was to take, yes, sir.
So you asked specifically for scientific observation, and I showed it. And now you're saying that it could be due to some kind of mirage, which I still would like to
No,
see
it's
some
not.
source.
Listen,
Wait, hold on, hold on, hold
listen.
on.
You don't
10
understand.
seconds.
Hold on,
10
maximum.
seconds.
Yeah, no, I can't let you through, man.
Okay.
Not right now. It's important for you to understand that when we look through the air, there's always going to be some type of distortion. Do you understand that point? Yes or no?
Yes.
Always. That's not going to change. And if you say that they have some scientific information, that's not going to discredit the fact that you don't know what information other than they're showing you an image and saying the math works. You don't know the temperature variance of the day, do you? Do you know any of the data that's relevant to knowing if something was occurring that day or not? I'm asking you, Maximum.
They
didn't input that in.
Okay, you're asking me a question. I would like to respond.
All right, but they didn't input that into their information. They didn't tell you. They
you're
didn't
asking me a
control
question.
for any of the other variables, did they?
The amount of change in these things is not comparable to what this study is saying. And the second thing is you asked for.
How do you know? Wait, stop. You made a claim. How do you know that? You made a claim. How do you know that?
How do you know that this is the cause?
No, sorry. You can't answer me. You can't ask me a question. I'm asking you because this was your evidence, sir.
Okay.
How do
20
you know
seconds.
that? I'm asking you.
So
How do you know
so in debate, if I make
posted the right
hold on,
one.
no, please,
Maximum. I posted the right one in the chat.
I know,
Further down.
So I did debate in high school. If an opponent makes something wrong, you have to write it down. It's called glowing. You write down the wrong point.
Where's this guy at?
But you still have to be quiet.
Actually, you don't understand how this works. I asked you for your information, Maximum. Your information is to be sufficient for the first point that you know that the Earth is curving on its surface, who measured it, and how. And so the relevant information for you to tell me, this isn't a debate, sir. I was asking for your information to substantiate the claim that the Earth is curving on its surface. You're not supporting the evidence that you are putting forward when I'm asking for it. This isn't a debate. This is for you to understand you don't have the sufficient, you have missing data. Missing information, meaning you don't have all the relevant information that you need to substantiate the claim if you know some type of phenomena is happening during the day, like ambient air temperature changes that will distort the image from what you're seeing, or that person, the observer, is seeing in the far distance. They're just showing you an image, superimposing their math on top and saying, thus, the Earth is a globe. That is not how this works. You need to understand every variable if you're going to give me some information to say that this is indeed Earth's curvature. If you don't understand how to do that, then you are going to be in a big problem. But this isn't a back and forth. I'm not doing a back and forth. I'm asking for you to stand firm on your information that you know that the Earth is curving due to the fact that this is your evidence. So you don't understand that. That's what I'm asking for you to do right now. So if you don't know if there's any type of phenomena happening, you can't say, well, how do you know there's information? Because it's not my claim. I didn't bring this evidence up. You did. So once again, I only have a few minutes here, but go ahead. Any information to say if you know any phenomena was taking place, Maximum? Don't
Yes.
derail.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead. Please present
yes.
the information.
Okay. Your argument is that over time.
Sorry, that isn't the answer to the question. Now, you need to be specific. If you said you have it, present it. I don't need any information other than the presentation of what I need. Somebody's hot micing. Please mute your mic. Somebody's like snorting, sneezing, or something.
Oops, sorry, that
Go
was
ahead,
me.
Maximum.
I didn't know it was open.
That's all right, man. Go ahead, Maximum.
Can I?
Yes, present your information, how you know that the temperature variance or anything that happens during the day that information of the image was taken, that there's nothing else but clearly you understand all variables are accounted for. Go ahead.
It was within one span of time. It wasn't throughout the day. It was one short measurement throughout the day. And
Okay,
your argument is
that's
that
fine.
it's over the day.
Okay, so now that it's one part of the day, I need all the variables accounted for to know that it's not any other type of phenomena that's occurring between the observer and the far distance. Go ahead, tell me how you know that is all accounted for. Go. Go.
It is
Yes?
over a short period of time.
Okay, so you don't have the answer. So I need your concession right now, as soon as I unmute you, to say that you don't have the information to support the claim, and therefore we can move off to the next question. We don't have that much time, Maximum.
I do have information.
Okay, then present the information. Once I unmute you, I need the information supported. Please present all variables are accounted for and substantiate all variables, please. Go ahead. It's not as easy as you thought, Maximum.
When
This
you mute
isn't a
me,
belief
yeah.
server. You're
I've been
unmuted.
very
I want you to
respectful.
present. Yes, I know that, but
can't
you need
mute
to
me.
present all information. Yes, I can. You need to present all information if you want to continue. If not, I will take your non-answer as a concession that you don't know, because clearly it sounds like you don't know. Go ahead. Non-answer?
No, I do have an answer.
Okay, then please support the information.
You won't
Yes?
accept it if it's not in your form.
Sorry, that's not the answer. That's a non-answer, like I told you before. And it's not about me accepting, it's about you presenting. Whether or not I accept is of no mind to anyone. Nobody cares. You either just have it and present it, or you don't have it and don't present it and make excuses like you've just done. Which I proved my point. Therefore, you don't know if the Earth is curving on its surface, because this guy that tried to present you information just kind of Jedi mind tricked you into thinking that they had the answer. They just had some equation that they superimposed over an image and then said, voila, the Earth is curving, and you bought that hook, line, and sinker. Thank you very much, Maximum. My time is up, but anyways, you have been courteous. See ya.
I provided the evidence. He made the claim.
That's too late. It's too
He
late,
made the-
Maximum.
Okay,
It's too late.
okay. It just
You're not gonna say no. It's too late.
David, come on,
Sorry.
man. Don't talk over him the whole time. Just let him
It's too late.
fumble through this. Let him fumble
It's too
through
late.
it.
Who's that? Lucky guess? Yeah. Have a little mute. Sit down. We don't like chirpers in the background. I asked him and he didn't present, so it was up to him. He's not gonna do it after the fact. It's done. Game over. He didn't present it. There's no coming back from it. You don't have it. So here you go.
You keep cutting me off. Let me fumble.
Oh, it's clearly done. We are done. It's over with, Maximum. You didn't have it, so
Your
good luck
claim
with
it
your
was a
belief.
mirage. That's your claim. You need to prove your claim. You said it was a mirage. That
Maximum,
wasn't my claim.
good luck
That was
with
your
it.
claim.
Good luck with your belief. Good luck with your belief, Maximum. Adios.
I don't have to prove the negative. That was your claim. You said that it was a mirage. You have to prove that, not me.
He didn't
That's
say it was
your
a
burden of
mirage,
proof.
but
That's
the
your burden
burden
of
of the
proof.
proof is no, because you were presenting the Earth's curvature, so your burden of proof is the Earth curving. Yeah.
I proved he actually wanted very specifically a scientific study, and I showed him, and then he said it was a mirage, which is his assertion.
No, he didn't. He didn't say it was a mirage. He didn't say it was a mirage.
He
He
said
was
it was-
talking about atmospheric. He was talking about atmospheric conditions. So every day, throughout the day, there's going to be atmospheric conditions changing what you see. Yeah.
And I said it was within 1 day, very short time span.
Yeah. So this is it, right? Remember how before I was saying about the calculation of the sphere, yeah, the calculation of the circumference. We all know where that came from, yeah. And not a measurement of drop over distance. So you got an assumed size of the sphere, and then they're working out from your height of your hill to your other hill. Was what you were saying, yeah. What the curvature should be over that distance. It's just a mathematical equation. It's not an observation. So. Because at any time of the day, if you took that later on in the day, your calculations would be different.
But then that's your assertion, right? That's your presumption that it would be different.
It's not a presumption; it would always be different.
You'd have to prove that. That's literally a claim. You're claiming that it would be different.
Are you saying that there is no atmospheric conditions that do change that?
No, I'm just saying the atmospheric refraction that would not cause in the mountain in the background increasing and decreasing in height. Like I saw the things you posted in the chat, and it's true. You can see part of the shoreline or less of the shoreline, but the overall height of the thing, especially in the background, if you look at the mountain way in the background, I'm going to reply to it. This thing right here, this attachment right here, if you look at the mountain way in the background, that's not really changing in height, despite the fact that the shoreline in the forefront is changing in height. So this experiment that they did on a mountain that's way far in the way, like I can stream my screen again. This mountain way far away is much farther than you could kind of only see the silhouette.
What do you? How far away is the? Sorry, I'm just trying to. And I press on that thing and it doesn't take me back to.
Thank you for not muting me.
I'm not going to mute you, man. He was running low on time. He needed to get his point across. Where are you still? Are you still streaming?
I am streaming. Here, let me check. We'll check. Yeah, I'm streaming.
Yeah, just quickly, look, Maximus, you're not going to be muted if you're not a dick, man. That's something that there's a guy spazzing out in the chat for the last, 20 minutes. Can't get through his head. You're not being a dick, therefore you're not muted. It's that simple, bud. Okay, you're being polite. All good.
The other guy was muting me.
Yeah, I see. He was limited on time, man. He wanted to get his point across. All right, so
yeah, he's working.
Go.
He's working. Sorry, Timbo. Go ahead.
No, you're all right, man. It's an open chat, man.
Yeah, sorry, I was just saying. Yeah, he was pressed for time. He's working, mate. So that's why it had to get done quickly. Like he probably only had a quick break, 10-minute break or whatever. So that was why he was muting you, bud. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because when you press for time, you need to repeat yourself 18 times while you mute the other person so that he can't come back with any kind of a comment at all. Because you're pressed for time. I understand. Granted.
Let's not talk about people that aren't here.
Yeah. Let's just stick to the conversation. This scientific study, they had this mountain, and the claim a claim. I'm not going to say you can make is that like you're using these formulas to impose it on this observation. And although sure that might hold some water, I don't think that's what these guys were doing.
What's the device they were using?
This is just a camera. They're just taking photos. And they're measuring the apparent height of this mountain. And that's what they were going through in the math over here. This height.
Yeah, based on the observer height and then based on the height that the mountain's recorded at, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what are those measurements? What are those calculations in the 4 pictures?
Well, this is the data at a they see a height of I think H is.
It's an angle measurement, yeah.
It's a distance measurement. It's a height measurement.
Yeah, but a height or an angle measurement. So.
Mm-hmm. So they've got these points right here, and I think they have more points. This is the full thing right here, and they've got uncertainty measured in. And they're basically approximating what okay. One argument could be made that you're just superimposing these equations, like you're assuming it's a globe, and then you're using these pictures to approximate the sphere. Right, and that is true. You are assuming it's a globe at first, but how else would you explain the phenomenon? Like truly, if it's not a globe, what could possibly cause? And the one argument is, it's refraction. But even in the photos that you showed, the things way out in the distance, like this mountain right here is a silhouette. You could barely even see it. So it's not mirage effect. Like if you look at the video that you sent. Only the shoreline
Yeah,
right up.
This is taken over water too, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this is at sea level. So you're still going to come across atmospheric conditions over water. So when you say there is no, are you saying there is no refraction in this case? That light is traveling in a straight line?
I'm saying that even if there is refraction, it still lines up with what we would expect from a globe model. Even if there is, they've plotted it right here. They've got error lines, whether the radius is.
They got a refraction rate in there?
And even without accounting for it, because you're right, there could be error in refraction or atmospheric, lensing or whatever. They've got these error bars, even not accounting for it, even with the error.
Even with this, yeah, so you're going to use an example like this with no refraction in it, but then when we make observations that when we see too far and the horizon is 10 times where it should be, then everyone says refraction.
What's going on? Is this a refraction discussion? Is this a refraction discussion moment?
It depends how much you've had to drink and smoke tonight, though.
Yeah.
The usual,
so
you
this,
know me.
A lot then, yeah?
Of course, bro. Of course. You know.
So the problem we have here, is an observation has been taken that matches. So, I haven't looked through it, but you're saying it matches the globe. Mm-hmm. And then if you go on another day, you're going to take an observation that doesn't match the globe, and then you're going to claim refraction. So what you're saying is this day has no refraction, and we're seeing exactly what we should if we're on a globe.
Yes, and actually, I want to try and upload the PDF. I have access to it only because of my university, but I'm going to see if I can send the PDF.
So
wait.
Are you listening to what I'm saying though?
Yes, I did hear you.
Wait, are you
So when
speculating of a refraction-less day? Are you speculating, sir, of a refraction-less day?
No. And that's what Timbo was saying, is that
No.
I'm not accounting for refraction.
Reflection that fits the globe?
I'm saying even the scientists in this paper are not accounting for refraction. And even if you don't account for refraction, because there is error. Timbo is correct. There is error.
You're not accounting for refraction in your observation?
Mm-hmm.
That's terrible, sir.
But even without doing that, the observation of spherical, like the rate at which the mountain disappears, still lines up with globe Earth, even if you don't account for
It means
refraction.
still lines up. It cannot if you don't know the amount of refraction taking place in the first place.
Yeah.
And if I may interject quickly, Maxim, you know what would make this claim of yours a lot more credible, and I think it's a bit of a a pie in the sky thing to say, but if these guys had duplicated this same experiment from the same spot, same distances over maybe 2 or 3 other times over the course of several other days or whatever, where the atmospheric conditions were different and they didn't take into account, but actually switched out, the numbers, if they were able to see if these numbers over different days and different conditions and stuff like that actually overlaid with each other, then it could be a lot more. But if they would have to, average it out or something like that, and do some weird math or something like that, it wouldn't. Unless they would have to do that, it wouldn't. I can't say it's all that reliable, because there is a lot of missing data, and if they did try to account for that by averaging out or something like that, maybe it could be considered. But
Can you stop for a second?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You said like looking at things multiple times was like an experiment, but it's not. It's just
You're right.
The observation.
You're right.
There's no experiment taking place. Even if you gather data, there's no experiment taking place. You can make
I agree.
hypotheses and prediction based on these data. There's still no experiment taking place. The experiment is to establish a cause and effect relationship.
I agree. Notwithstanding all the other stuff,
Cool.
if he were to try and stand on this, to try and one thing that's honest scientists would do is try to prove themselves wrong, right? Not just get published and get more funding and shit like that. If they were honest,
Why would they not be? Why would they not be doing that? If like their new
Of course.
Mercedes depend on their new hypothesis, even if they know it might not be true.
Of course.
You don't get funding when you don't get citations.
Right. So I guess what
Well,
I'm asking for is a little bit more.
Branch
Is
off
a
on
little.
your own, you're not getting
I guess what I'm
citations.
asking for is futile, of course, but just to serve the point that this is not reliable to begin with.
I think you're 100% correct, man. Because like all as you're doing is you're taking the calculations of a globe and then saying, oh well, this observation matches, but it only matches once. Yeah, and then when you go out all the other times, it doesn't match. And then what they do is they include refraction. So what happens is when the observations match, they say this is perfect day, no refraction. And then when the observations don't match, they say, oh, this was a highly refractive day, so this is making a curved surface look flat. It's like circular reasoning.
For all we know, and I'm just speculating here. For all we know, they did this experiment multiple times and only published the one with the numbers that actually adhered to the supposed already.
It's not an experiment.
Regardless,
observing something is not an experiment.
How so?
I'll use the term
Regardless, Timbo's point still stands. Yeah, we see the horizon move in and out every day, different locations. So just because we see it at the location that would match the globe, therefore there's the globe measurement.
Exactly. For all we know, they did this observation multiple times and only published the one that adhered to the already
But
existing
it
presupposed.
doesn't even matter because it's constantly moving. Yeah, it's constantly
Exactly.
moving.
Exactly. So all this to say, it's not reliable, and they haven't been transparent with if they were honest about actually trying to falsify themselves. Right. So I'm sorry, Maximum, your thing is not doesn't stand, man.
It's not good enough.
You guys are all retards.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. Can you prove
It's
it?
not good
With you
enough.
on that, my friend.
Who said that? Rice? Are you in a bad mood
No,
today, Rice?
NW, and I'm with you on that. It's like, yep, they're fully just straight on.
Okay, awesome, man. So, have you got any evidence that you live on a ball? And NW Guardian,
Well,
go for it.
I come in here to just listen to the
So
fallacies
why
and
do you
the
so why do you insist
foolishness
on
that is
calling
you
us?
guys. So
Why do you insist on calling us retards then? So you came in here, you said,
it's
"Yeah, these guys are
foolishness.
all retarded," and then we ask you a question, you can't answer the question.
Can you substantiate that, man? I don't know. I think I'm my thought process was quite clear.
Yeah, it's circular reasoning. That's what it is.
How about the fact that you completely toss out something based on the fact that you might believe that somebody's actually trying to pull one over on you when they might actually just be, showing you the evidence
okay,
and the proof.
When did
get
I
that,
say they're
man.
trying to pull one over us?
No, I get that. One sec. He's, okay. Maybe on this day they went out there and they got these results and they said, "Oh, look, it matches the globe. Perfect." Yep, I can agree to that.
Yeah, and I think even if you said maybe it's refraction, it'd have to be I don't know. You'd have to come up with some other explanation for your observation.
No,
I
you
always
wouldn't.
wonder why would
You
it
could just
matter?
not explain it. Just don't explain the observation.
Hold on.
Hey,
I always
What,
wonder
what,
why
what do
the
you mean? What do you
observation would
mean?
match the
What do you mean
globe
about?
on a flat Earth.
What do you
There's got to be an
mean?
explanation as to why that observation would match the globe on a flat Earth. Because Earth is flat.
Hey, lucky guess,
Oh, because
lucky
That
guess.
observation.
Timbo's talking with Maximum. How about you stop talking over the moderator, bud? You can get your turn if you want later on the
Sorry,
mic.
was there someone else
Don't talk
talking
over
now?
the freaking moderator,
I don't think I
please.
heard another person talking. I'm not trying to be rude, so calm the fuck down.
okay. So, Lucky, do you agree that does light go straight or does it or does atmospheric conditions change what you see?
Depends on the distance you're looking.
Distance and what else?
The conditions, the density of the gases in the atmosphere.
Okay, so you can agree that light would do the same thing on a flat surface, yeah? Due to atmospheric conditions.
Correct. Just about.
So what? So
Unless
repeat your question. Now that we've gone through that, can you repeat your question again?
One second. Over.
Now that
short
we've gone
distance.
through that.
We
Now
haven't
that we've gone
it
through
yet
that.
because I'm not quite done responding. Are you going to play that game where you cut everybody off to try and make uncontextual points?
Does that say what I'm doing?
Yeah, it does. To me, I mean, I'm a
Okay,
conspiracy
go
theorist,
ahead.
so I might be a little
Go ahead
paranoid.
with your answer. Go ahead with your answer.
Right. So, but the difference is on a curved surface, you're looking through the gradient at a much more exponential rate the further out you go, and on a flat surface you're not. So there would be a difference. Thank you. You wouldn't get the looming, and you wouldn't get the things like that on a flat Earth unless.
Oh, you wouldn't get a
the
looming
gradient
on a
were
flat surface.
diagonal, unless the gradient were diagonal.
You wouldn't get looming on a flat surface?
No, because not at the same rate. If you're looking at something the same height as you would not.
At what rate?
If you were looking at something higher than you,
When you say not at the same rate, what rate?
The rate that you would on a curved surface due to
What would that
Snell's law
rate
and
be?
Fermat. Well, we have Snell's law, right? And Fermat's principle.
What does Snell's law say about that?
Well, because of this, the spherical nature of the bend of the atmosphere, that you're looking through the gradient, but not through the gradient homogeneously, but diagonally at the point of curve. So you're going to have a different effect on the light than you would if you were looking homogeneously through the same level, the same height density.
Yeah. So,
If you were
but
looking at
these
some object that was off in the
these
distance that was
effects still
perceptually
take
smaller than the
these
height that
effects
you are,
still
like a
take
mountain that is
place
shorter than
whether
you. Are
it's
you
flat
talking
or
still?
a globe.
Hey, dude, I'm not trying to be
These
rude or yell. I got a 9-month-old in the house, right?
well,
So I'm just trying
maybe
to
don't
get to my
overtalk me,
point.
and then you won't have to raise your voice.
You know what? If you don't talk underneath me, I would
You
not be
know,
over talking you.
Lucky.
Okay.
Your mic is a wee bit on the quiet side, just FYI.
Yeah, I have to be. I have a 9-month-old sleeping in the house.
Maybe you should go look after your kid instead of arguing about
He's
flat
sleeping, you fuck nut. Tell me how to be a
Earth.
parent.
See you later, dude.
Ah, right. Yeah. Well, you deserve to be fucking muted, dude. You come in, you're talking to moderators like that. What the fuck? You guys do this all the time. You come in, act like douchebags. I got to hand this to Maximum, man. He's a good kid. He's polite. He doesn't pull this shit. You guys you don't get muted for having a different opinion. You get muted for acting like fucking dickheads. That's what happens, man.
Well, he proved my point too with just the first question. Can this happen on a flat surface? He said yes. So it's like it's all of his conversation after that was bunk.
But would it be that you could see the same phenomenon on a flat Earth that just perfectly aligns with, like, just coincidentally aligns with what you would see on a globe Earth? Like the refraction happens in just a way that the mountain disappears in exactly what you would predict on a globe Earth.
Yeah, sometimes it could happen like that. Yeah, because you've got to ask the same question about the globe too. Yeah.
Also
So
worth noting is
can a sphere look flat?
also maybe worth noting is none of this information regarding the refraction or whatever rate of whatever was presented in the paper earlier. So I don't even know why we're talking about it.
No, that is true. They don't account for refraction. That is true.
Yeah. So it's, what are we arguing?
Well, I'm saying even not accounting for refraction, it still follows.
The whole point is, right, that you guys on your side argue that why we see too far is because of refraction, and refraction is always there and should always be calculated into the mass. Now, you're presenting an image of something off in the distance. It looks pretty far away. I'm not sure what the distance was. I didn't look. And not including a refractive rate, but seeing exactly what you would see on a globe. Now, if refraction is always there, then you shouldn't see that if the Earth was a globe. It's your guys' argument. You guys argue that, of course it's our argument as well. Refraction is our argument too, because the horizon's never in the same place. It's on a geometric globe. The horizon should always be in the same place. But okay, well it's not. It's never at the same place. And then the globers go, okay, refraction. And now you're presenting an argument with no refraction in it. Do you see where the problem is?
Well, I think a lot of refraction has to do right at the surface, right? That's why boats can appear above. Even in the video you showed me where there's
looming,
like the shoreline disappearing.
Yeah.
The mountain in the background's not being affected that much. I think it has to do with things that are very close to the horizon, which is why I think this mountain example is a very good example.
There's still a refractive rate because with mountains, in between the mountains, you've got a valley. Normally the air temperature in the valley is a lot warmer, and you get updrafts. So you get warmer air coming up from the valleys and distorting the images on mountains. It happens all the time. You've also got, and that's across, well, that picture of that mountain's across water too, so over a certain distance. Like There's always going to be a distortion with something. That's the. Do you see where I'm coming from with the argument from your side about refraction?
Yes, I see the
Refraction
argument.
is always there. Yeah, it's always there.
Mhm.
So then, if it's always there, then you shouldn't see the perfect position of what it would be on a globe, because refraction is always there. So it should always be different.
But if
It should
refraction
never
is
be the same.
if refraction is
Whereas on a
happening
flat
at a
surface, if
constant
you've got
rate,
refraction, it'll make it look like it's up. It'll lower it and raise it up, because it's never the same. It's not a curve. It's just changing the position and the height of that object in the distance. Yeah.
I think if refraction's happening at a constant rate, you wouldn't be able to explain the changing rate, because if it's truly a globe, it would disappear at a faster rate the further you get away. At first, it would disappear very slowly, and then it would disappear a whole lot, like as the further you get out. And I don't think refraction would follow that same kind of regression.
Why not?
Let's look up the equations on refraction. I think it's linear. Isn't refraction linear? It's not. It's not
The
based off
standard
of.
refraction that they're talking about would be 7/6r. R is the radius of the Earth. So it increases the size of the globe. That's all it does. You can see further because refraction bends around the ball at a certain rate and increases the size of the globe. It lifts things up over a hill of water. Yeah?
But all at the same rate. Like it lifts things up. Like you said, it makes the globe look bigger, but it doesn't make things look progressively
No,
bigger as you get
it
further
doesn't make
away.
it doesn't make the globe look bigger. It's just an equation to counteract why we see too far.
I think maybe the word that you're looking for is proportional. Like the things that are closer would appear to be lifted at a different rate, or either a lesser or a greater rate than things further out. If that was what you were hinting at.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Well, I'm saying that
it's also
yeah.
one of the explanations why things look like they disappear over the horizon. Yeah, because it's an exponential rate.
I'm saying
Combine that with angular resolution, and you've got things disappearing from the bottom up on a flat surface. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it isn't. Sorry, I wasn't trying to interject there either. You've also got to bring autokinesis into the equation as well, Maximus, when it comes to that as well. Sorry, Maximum, not Maximus.
Yeah.
Maximus.
Maximus Aurelius. So there's a lot of shit going on in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, I really only brought that up because someone was asking for a source.
Yeah, that's fine, man.
So yeah, we're not the big bad dicks that people make us out to be. Hey, buddy.
I mean, some of the people. Yeah, I would say some of the globers are assholes. Like they come in here and they just start like. I mean, I believe in globe Earth still, but like, you know.
And they just call us retards, like
Yeah,
we're all
that's
we're all
not productive.
uneducated. We've got no life experience. Most of us have got families and stuff. So families, businesses, we're not retards, man.
Sorry, Tim, I was just going to say, yeah, definitely not retards, 100%. But also, Maximum, man, look, no one in here is going to, judge you for being a glober, man. We were all globers at the start, and maybe a year from now, you're still going to be a glober. You'll be a Scott, or you'll be a Matthew, or you'll be an Alice. Like that. That's fine, man. It just depends on, again, your conduct when you're in it. You act right, you're fine. Don't act right, you get muted. That's just kind of how it works. And you're acting right, man. You're acting like an adult.
Yeah,
You're being
yeah.
polite. You're not, you know. So that's how it works. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, even the,
How
like I
about you
said,
just? How about you explain about water kinesis? Come on, what's that?
What's your arch nemesis?
What's water kinesis?
Hello, we got Elder Bear. Is that Elder Bear? Elder Bear, I've missed you, man. What was that again?
What is water kinesis? You said, what is it?
I said autokinesis, not water kinesis. Autokinesis.
What's autokinesis then?
Autokinesis is it happens especially at night when you're trying to acquire targets over a very long distance. So, for example, you're seeing, let's say, a village or a town that is a long way away, and you can see the lights, and they look like they're actually moving towards you. And there have been more than one. There's been more than one fire mission called down on what they thought was armor or something coming at them with lights on, when it turned out to be a town 10, 20, 30 kilometers away. Autokinesis is when your eyes perceive that something's moving when it's not. It's a very, very common thing, both in daylight and nighttime, but it's especially pronounced at nighttime.
So you can't see what you think you see. That's kind of what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it means that your eyes are playing tricks on you. Yeah.
Yeah. That's all the time, though, isn't it?
Yeah. What's your point with that?
No, I didn't ask. I just asked what you said. I thought you said water kinesis, you see. You didn't. You said autokinesis, and then you explained it.
All right, sweet. Yeah, no, I did, man.
Don't call me sweetie. I'm not your
All
sweetie.
right, sweet. Oh, we're having a civil conversation. It's a good change of
No, I
pace,
was
man.
asking you. Just asked you a question. That was all. Well, still, I thought it was civil.
And that's what I'm saying. We're having a civil conversation. It's a really nice change of pace. Cool, man. Anyway, Maximum, you had something for Timbo. Sorry, were you saying something, Elder?
No, it was me. I was just
No, I
going
didn't say anything. I was just observing.
No, I was putting my what do you want to call it, backseat driving, whatever comment on saying, yeah, it was civil, except for what sounded like at the end of an undertone kind of passive aggressive statement on Elderbear's part, where it's like, oh yeah, your eyes do play on you sometimes, right? And kind of hint at, oh, we're flat earthers and our eyes are playing tricks on us. That's what it sounded like, but I could be wrong.
Well, it's like the illusion of the horizon, the apparent or the geometric horizon, that kind of thing. That's what happens, isn't it?
Alrighty. Yeah. If it wasn't passive aggressive, then I'd retract.
Wow, we've got civility. That's fucking really, really cool.
Here's a silly question.
You haven't got any answers. That's why. I've asked you lots of questions before, but you didn't have any answers, so it's a bit,
Here we go. Here we go. I've answered you many times.
You don't need to go
and
there
you
if you
haven't
can't answer it, Skinny. Come on.
It's kind of
Because
simple.
you don't get civil, you get uncivil then when you start talking about your stuff and start swearing at me and telling me you're going to boot me and all that stuff, I only ask you how can a sniper rifle be a horizontal reference?
Christ, here we go, talking over other people. There's another guy, NW Guardian, here that's been trying to talk a couple of times. You just talked over him, right? I was legitimately saying kudos to you for being civil, and then you started this shit again. NW Guardian, what were you trying to say, bud?
I'm just asking, and this is just a simple question. What have you guys observed as the highest point you can reach from the Earth and look down? Like, is it literally still touching the ground, you're on a mountain? Or do you think that you can go as high as you can possibly go, which is just look out and just see the entirety of the flat Earth, and it's
How do you
just being
see the
hidden from us.
entirety of reality? Like, I don't understand the question. You're thinking that you can get to a height where you can see the whole of what? Like, you'd have to assume
The
that
whole of the Earth.
it is a whole thing. What do you think? It's a disc in space or something? Or?
No, that's what I'm trying to get from you. Do you think it's a disc? Do you think it's I don't
No
know,
idea, man.
a snow globe that you can just, with a sphere that you can't go up through at some point?
I got no answers
trying.
for you on that bit. Yeah, I just know
Okay,
that.
and hang on. I really want you to understand something. It's not my being mean or trying to question you on it, but it's the agnostic view that you guys take a lot of times of I just don't know. It
Well, would you
just
rather me
drives
make up a
me a little
story
bit.
and tell you that I do know and just make up a story? Isn't
No,
that why we're in
well,
this
I can
position
show.
in the
I've
same place?
shown you like two. Well, I've put them into chat and they're gone by now. But I put two videos up into chat. One is a guy jumping from a craft and falling to Earth, and the other one is actually somebody launching something up so high that it can be looking back down at space, and it shows what I say is reality. And I know you guys keep coming at me with like, oh well, that was just done with effects.
No, but
And
that's fine. If you let me talk, then we
okay,
can talk.
go ahead. Sorry.
So all right. So you send, or you or someone sends something up and it looks curved, right? And then someone else sends something up and it looks like it's a flat horizontal surface. Yeah. Now, where do you go from there? Because you've got two contradicting outcomes. Because you've only watched the ones that show curve, and then you got ones that show curve, and then as the camera tilts, it goes flat, and then it goes concave with the change in the camera, and then you got ones that just look perfectly flat, and then you got ones that look curved. But now, where do you go from there? Do you go back down to the ground and try and measure curvature from there? Or do you just keep on sending balloons up until they show you what you want them to show you?
Well, I could even show you pictures from the ISS that show
Yeah,
that
but that's
the
not,
Earth is curved.
it's not high enough to see the curvature. From globe mathematicians,
I really
230
can't wait till we
miles.
go back to the moon so you guys can just be shut up forever, because it would really just
You would
prove
just
you wrong.
you.
You're fucking retarded,
Okay,
though.
good man. That would be good. I can't wait either, man.
Because we've already landed for and
If you
our
believe in the
first
moon
object
landings,
in
you're not
a long while that is a rover on the moon. Now, if they're making it up,
the one that fell over.
that's what you're going to keep claiming. Now, am I wrong? You're going to keep claiming that this
Hey,
is a big conspiracy.
NW Guardian, hey,
No,
NW Guardian, stop talking over Timbo. All right, he's
sorry.
been polite to you, so stop
sorry.
talking over him, or you will get muted.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
Even,
I didn't mean
even
to.
after you did call me stupid, but anyway. Oh no, you said you guys can shut the fuck up or something. But anyway, man, like the whole point was you're saying that we can see curvature from space. Yeah, they're contradicting images. So we take it back to the surface, and what happens at the surface?
What happens at the surface is that you aren't high enough to actually show curvature. Because
So you good. So
I'm
you
sorry.
can't see curvature, and you don't experience curvature at any time of your life, do you?
Not well on a curved ball that you literally you could be like okay, have you ever seen an ant like walk across like
No, I've
a
never
curved
seen an
surface?
ant in my life.
Okay. I'm saying, have you ever seen an ant walk across a curved surface?
Yep.
Do you think the ant sees a curve if the ball is big enough?
Yes. Did that stump you or something?
No, I'm just waiting for you to give me an answer of how high I can actually go up and see your flat Earth. I want to see the entirety of it.
I gave you an answer before. I said I don't know, and then you
And
kept on
that's the
pressing me,
problem.
saying that what. So the problem is that I'm not replacing your delusion.
Yes, you're not showing any proof of your delusion even.
Yeah, so this is the thing, man. You guys keep coming in and you just want a replacement delusion for the delusion that we were all indoctrinated into. And then when we honestly say, look, we don't know. And then you turn around and say, oh, see. It's a bunch of bullshit what you guys believe. Like, when we don't know, we say we don't know, man. Unlike people on your side. We don't make shit up. Okay?
NW Guardian.
You said it was measured.
I'm not saying you
you'd
make shit
measured
up.
it. You said you'd measured it, and now you do know.
The proof of my
There is a
the
claim.
proof
It's
of mine
measured.
is
So
every day. Proof
it's
of mine
proof.
every day that I use is that I live on a level surface. Yeah, it's got hills and mountains and shit, hills and valleys
How
and
did you
everything
measure
like
it
that.
then? How did you measure it to be
Yes.
level if it's got if it
Did
isn't?
I just say I was going to measure it? And did I say I
You said
measured
it,
it?
yeah. It is measured. You said it was measured.
Who said measured?
Said that the Earth is measured flat.
Who said that?
Oh,
You're fucking delusional, man.
oh, Skinny, he knows all about that. He said it's measured
Did I
flat.
say it? Did I in my speaking? Did I ever say it was measured flat?
No, you want to avoid that question.
No, he didn't, and neither did I, Elder Bear. It was you. Like, you claimed I was in Vietnam and Iraq, and I
You
said
said
all
you
of this
measured
shit
it
that I
flat.
haven't
You said you measured it
It's
flat
the same
with the
shit.
rifle
Same
and with
shit.
a.
Same
You
shit.
said you
No,
measured
I
flat with the
didn't
rifle.
say that. That's you.
Don't worry,
Shut
mate.
up or you're going to get muted.
No, don't worry, I already did it, man. He's not here for anything. So
All right, it's the
speaking to
same
the other,
shit, different day. Sorry, Tim. I was just going to say same
MW
shit, different
Guardian.
day.
So you were asking for proof that the Earth is a level surface, yeah? So every day I use a thing. I use a thing called a water level. What it does, it takes me around corners, and I can use it to transfer heights without line of sight. Yeah, simple. It's a tube. You fill it up with water. You can make it any distance that you want, and those lines are always going to be level from that point. Yeah, that's what I use every day.
Can you
say
have
water's
flat surfaces on a curved ball?
on a globe? No, because your gravity pushes everything towards the center, so you can't have flat surfaces on a ball. Because we're talking about water, yeah? I'm talking about water. Water at rest lays flat and level. Horizontal. Where horizon comes from.
Hang on a sec. I've got to grab this, but give me a minute.
Yeah, no worries. Alright, Elder Bear.
Yeah, sorry, I
That's what
wasn't
I mean,
trying
Tim.
to.
You said you measured it. There you go. You did say you measured
Hold
it.
on a sec,
With
Elder
water
Bear.
level.
Wait, one sec. Who said he'd measured it? Who said I measured it?
You said you use the water level. That's how you establish it. So
Yeah,
then you have
that's
a
how I
tool. So
establish
how
a
did you measure
horizontal
the
plane.
Earth flat? You said there a while ago the Earth was perfectly level, horizontal.
No, I didn't. I said it was level
You did
and
when you were up in the
horizontal. It's
plane.
level and horizontal reference point. Yeah?
Well,
Do you
then, so it's
disagree with
not
that?
flat. So it's
Do you
not flat
disagree
then.
with that? Do you
A
disagree with that?
horizontal reference is a horizontal reference, but that's not the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The Earth is not
So
flat. You couldn't measure it flat then,
curved?
could you? Doesn't matter about whether it's
Man,
curved. You'd find
I'm
out
gonna have
that when you measured it, wouldn't you?
You go back on mute, man. You're a fucking asshole.
Yeah, so he come to. I kicked his ass last night. You're kicking his
I
ass
don't
now.
even
He
want
just
to.
doesn't look.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about him, man. He's just a dick. He said
Yeah, he
measure
is.
flat. When did I say measure flat?
You never did. Neither did I.
He's obsessed with Nathan Oakley, saying that the Earth was measured flat, and he puts it on to everyone else. He's like got some odd obsession, like he wants to suck his dick or something, I think.
So I assume
Yeah, I'm
that's
hearing you.
CGI that I
think
just put up.
his odd obsession is with Bev.
How long
Yeah,
have you
yeah,
guys
maybe
been
he
dating?
does. Maybe he does.
I think he does. He loves Bev's arguments against Nathan and Lee.
Well, he doesn't actually say anything. He just says, so it's not measured flat. So horizontal plane. So this, so that. And he just repeats whatever Bev says. That's it.
Yeah, and then he
All right,
comes
you
in
back,
and
are you?
So I assume that what I posted is, just CGI.
Where?
Into the chat.
What's that?
The YouTube video of
What?
the NASA guy in the ISS drinking water from a globe that formed in front of him. That he put
Cool,
it there.
man. That's awesome.
I assume that's
What?
CGI, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, probably. But what's that got to do with anything? I didn't make a claim about any of that.
You were talking about water a moment ago. Am I wrong?
Water, are we on Earth or in space?
That was from space, so yeah.
So what are you equating that water globule to the Earth?
No, you were saying that water always forms will smooth out and become a flat surface. That is proof that it will not.
So where do you see floating balls of water?
Do I have to go to space to prove something, or can I believe what people put in front of my face?
Well, you can believe whatever you want, but like if you're claiming that water on Earth does that, what that guy's showing,
No,
then
he wasn't
you've
on
got-
Earth.
you've got
He was
problems,
in
man.
orbit of Earth.
Yeah, but we're talking about the surface of the Earth, yeah? Water on the surface of the Earth. Do you ever see water on the surface of the Earth form into bubbles and float?
I just give, dude. I'm sorry, but I give. I'll let you have your fantasy. And I guess you'll let me have mine too, from your
Yeah,
perspective.
that's it, man. You can believe whatever you want, man, but
Man, speaking with
Yeah,
this guy makes speaking with Scott seem reasonable.
Yeah, sorry, Timbo. I wasn't trying to cut in there at times. It was just, fucking, I mean, look. I would ask when you guys get together and talk. Please don't ban Elder Bear. He's too much fun.
Oh, man. I think Miggy's already done it, hasn't he? I don't think he can get.
By the way, where is Scott? By the way, mowing his lawn, working out. Too bad.
Like mowing his lawn. Like, where are you from?
Oh no, I guess you just weren't, here enough to hear him say that. Oftentimes, like there's heated discussions going on, and he'll say, "Oh, I gotta go," and he'll say, "So I'm just gonna go work out," or I gotta mow my lawn," or something. Yeah, it's just like simple segues out of the conversation. It seems it's just funny.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. If I may ask, what happened with old matey, fucking Mr. T, earlier? I had a call from my accountant, so I had to mute and deafen. Yeah, he's an alright dude. He was a pommy dude. He's got the cat with the fucking bandana, in the profile pic.
Yeah, I think we were talking to him, and then someone else butted in, so I don't think he got much of a chance to talk.
Alright, yeah, he's a really polite dude, man. I know him from another server. He's nice. He's actually a really polite dude. He's a nice guy. I'll vouch for him. I'm happy to vouch for him. Well, I ask you guys to take it easy, but I know you would have anyway. Like he's a nice guy. But yeah, I was just hoping like Alpha or someone else didn't come in here and just start blasting his ass.
Hey, I got a question. If I posted a video of me doing an experiment that could prove a curved Earth, would you guys actually buy it?
I wouldn't buy it, but you can show it to us.
I would say.
Okay.
I'd say you're in a contradiction there.
Why?
You're going to say that
You got a
science
globe
proves
salesman.
Well,
you're going to say that science hang on. You're going to say that science proves shapes.
Well, I'm going to show that. Well, and this is going to be the fun part. I'm going to show that shadows prove shape. But you know, it's going to be a fun
You're
time.
going to give us Eratosthenes' observation, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just move the light source a
Sticks
bit
in
closer.
the poster paper and you bend it.
Just based on the math, but it'll have to be when I can get my vacation together, which is probably going to not be till April.
But that's all right. Before you go and waste your time, like there's you can look up videos of even Neil deGrasse Tyson, mathematicians, saying that this would also work on a flat surface.
You can also look up how apparently one of the goals that was scored by one of the biggest American NFL teams was assisted by Coriolis, apparently, or by the Earth's spin, anyway. Like, what's a goal kicked from in American football? My American friend, sorry, how far is that kicked away from? Yeah, like a field goal.
It can be kicked as far back as the first yard line, but you'd be dumb to do it.
All right. So, for example, where you have a field goal in Australian football, it's literally only about 20 meters away from the post. But there's this if anyone actually has it, you can post it up. But there's this video of him saying that when a particular NFL team in America actually won the Super Bowl or whatever it was, or won this game.
I think it was
apparently-
Cincinnati, but not the recent one.
Oh no, not the recent one. No, but yeah, apparently in that very short distance, the spin of the Earth actually helped that guy get it into the in between the posts or something, which was pretty hilarious.
And he just made some quick calculations, and it was the Earth spin.
I would disagree with that, but as for launching rockets, yes, that the spin of the Earth actually does assist for us to get into space, but that's me being silly.
Well, they're about to launch a rocket from where I live in Bowen, North Queensland, which is going to be a big thing. There's a lot of media coming here, everything like that. There's going to be a lot of tourism, etc. So how would the spin of the Earth actually assist that, buddy?
The closer to the equator you are, the faster you are actually moving, that sort of thing. But, you know.
Yeah, has anyone ever measured that?
The rotation of the Earth?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, let's Google
it.
Why is that such a hard thing?
I didn't do it. Someone else did.
It's not horrid, buddy. It's not horrid.
Google it and repeat what the last 7,960 people have told us.
By the way, I use DuckDuckGo, which still looks at Google's results. Sorry, words are hard.
DuckDuckGo was actually good for quite a while there. It was just the search is based on how many people clicked on stuff. So it wasn't algorithms like Google, but apparently that's been taken over. It's not a horrid thing, man. It's just that none of us in here actually have to Google stuff. That's what we found amusing. Okay, that's all.
Okay.
We don't have to Google.
I can give you the answer. I'm just saying, if you asked if somebody had done it, and I can Google it and find it and give you the
Did
result.
you do it?
Not me personally, no.
Why not? Why?
Why? Because
give
it
us the
does not
answer.
serve me any personal need in life. Right this second, no.
So why are you here?
Well,
if this isn't about you and what you've done, then what's the point?
Oh, okay. Part of it is, like I said, I come to listen to a side of an argument and see if they can present to me evidence that would show to me or persuade me. Because this is you know Crowder, by the way, like
So you're just here for
Steven
entertainment?
Crowder. Because anyway, he has a segment that in the show that is called
Change my mind.
Yes, change my mind. Please try to change my mind. Show me evidence.
Yeah, but you
That's
don't
my
even have a
point of
mind,
view.
it seems. It seems like your mind just, like, I'm not saying that you're stupid. I'm saying, like, you just see someone with an opinion and then you take the opposite side. But you don't really
Oh
have a
no.
stake in it.
Please answer Timbo's question. Yeah, Timbo's
Oh.
question. Who measured that rotation?
And just while you're searching that up, by the way, when Steven Crowder goes into those change my mind things, one thing I'll actually have to, and I don't particularly like Steven Crowder anyway, but he does raise a lot of good points. But one thing from the SJW side that they do bring up that is actually legitimate is that he's not in there to have his mind changed. He is in there to basically make people look stupid. Yeah, he's already got his mind made up when he goes in, which it sounds like is what you're doing here, to be perfectly honest.
No, I am. If you can present to me some evidence or proof, or show me something that you can show that shows your side, I will listen to it. I will look at it. I will observe it, and then see if I decide if it's something I want to, change my worldview based on.
Yeah, but you'll just Google it. So what's the point?
What you're doing, mate, is you're coming in here.
Strength of an argument, guys. Come on. Just
We're
if you
not here
have
to
evidence,
change
share it.
We're not here to change your mind, dude. We're here to make you think about your own paradigm because it doesn't align. Told. Only you can change, do the research and change your.
Exactly what AJ just said, mate. We're about making people think in here, or trying to get people to think for themselves.
Let me go shut down some atheists and have some fun. So, thank you guys. Have a good one.
Just a second, buddy. Just a second. Okay.
He's gone.
Not yet.
He's already gone. All right. Just a second, quickly. If you're coming in here for a replacement for the religion that we've all been raised in, being this heliocentric model, then you're in the wrong place. We're not going to be. When we don't know something, we say we don't know. We work off of what is provable and measurable, and nothing else. Yeah.
Thank you guys. You have a good one. Like I said, I'm gonna hunt down some atheists and have fun with them.
Yeah. You're just going to pick your arguments off the internet and go have fun with someone else. See you later.
See you, man. Have a good one. God bless.
Just shows you was
I might
only
be
here to
opening.
troll in the first place, yeah? He didn't get his troll here, so now he's going to go off.
Exactly. Exactly, dude.
Yeah, it's not hard, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Just don't feed the
Agreed.
trolls. It's that simple. Really
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, but I mean, if we didn't feed the trolls, then we wouldn't be having a show here, would we?
I think it's entertaining. Gives a little spice to the conversation.
I would say that you don't, as we had earlier today, we don't entertain the trolls and try and speculate to answer their fallacious question to begin with, yeah? If it's not a logical question, we shouldn't be answering it and coming up with our own speculations to replace their model.
Yeah.
Maybe if someone's genuine, you can have a bit of a further conversation. These guys.
Yeah, if nothing else, it's just
Niggers.
Whoa.
Who keeps saying that? That's the third time I've heard that, I think, now.
We're gonna get in trouble.
Whoever's saying it's going to get server banned.
The timing was perfect.
Yeah, no, you bang on the money, AJ. Same with you, Mick. Same with everyone else here. And yeah, by the way, fucking Roots and Jedi actually rescued me a bit last night because I stupidly allowed myself to get in the weeds with one guy, and yeah, Roots and Jedi came in and actually helped out. I was telling the guy, look, I don't know. I wasn't making up. I wasn't speculating or anything like that, but I was getting my ass kicked, and it's an area that I don't know. There was no one else in here, and then yeah, Roots and Jedi came in here and fucking kicked his ass. So I'm very thankful.
What was the topic?
Oh fuck! There was so many last night, man. I honestly can't remember. It was something to do with it was the stars or the sun or the moon or something. Something. There was that many yesterday, man. Like I was in here for a long time yesterday. It kind of goes into a big blur, but it was something like that.
Yeah, you tend to get busy when you're talking about. Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I was saying that there's so many topics. Yeah, you get dizzy if you spend enough time in here. All the topics.
Yeah, I don't want. Yeah, I just don't want to make any of you guys look bad. Like, when people bring up navigation or weaponry or something like that, like I'll kick their ass any fucking day of the week. But when it comes to the more complicated stuff that you guys talk about, AJ talks about, that Roots talks about, that Jedi talks about, that a lot of you guys talk about, and then you say you don't know, and then it just it spirals from there. So I'm trying to learn, man. I'm trying. I really am.
Well, the key is just keep it simple because people want you to talk about the complex shit so they could baffle you with word games. Just keep it very, very simple. That's all.
Yeah, I was trying. I really was, but this guy, he was polite enough, I guess. But this guy just kept taking me into E equals MC squared or fucking whatever, like all this algebraic shit. And pressure gradients is one that still actually gets me at times. I honestly, I don't know how to argue against that one at this stage.
Well, the fact is that I've been listening all day. Yeah, I haven't been able to participate very much, but I've been listening, and it's been off in the weeds all day with earthers in here. And it was actually a breath of fresh air to hear Miggy come in and just be straight to the point. Ask for the evidence, hold them to their claims, and they're gone in 10 minutes, and they're all upset. And it's not that Miggy or Jedi or any of these people are being rude. They're upset because they can't answer the question and they can't provide the evidence. So, like we said, keep it simple, man. Miggy and that, keep it very, very simple. Nice, simple argument. Listen to exactly what they say and then just pull it apart very simply.
Yeah, and I like the one that Miggy brought up earlier. I hadn't heard it before. What was it? The elephant hurling fallacy of some sort, or something with an elephant in it, where they just chuck a shit ton of stuff at you, kind of like try to overwhelm you with, dazzling with complexity and information to kind of like, oh look, with the intent of like, oh, all this information couldn't be wrong, so therefore my claim is valid, type of thing. I hadn't heard of that one before.
Right. Yeah, a little bit like gish galloping.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, and thank you for that, AJ, and thank you for that, mate. Look, I'm definitely hearing you with that. At the same time, though, I hear you guys so eloquently and so awesomely, destroy when they bring up, the Foucault pendulum, or they bring up the theodolites and all that kind of stuff. And I'd like to be able to emulate that one day. I'm not there yet.
Where you were before with that last one, what's the antecedent to gas pressure? What's required first to actually have gas pressure?
You had to have a container.
That's right. So that's in a gas law, yeah? That's in ideal gas laws. Have you ever read the gas law? Charlie's
Yeah,
law,
mate. I
Boyle's
read
law.
through that. Yeah, I read
So,
through it. I can't quote them off the
if
top
we
of my
have
head. That's all.
if we have a pressure gradient, what's first required to have a pressure gradient?
You got to have gas pressure.
And what do you have to have gas pressure?
Containment.
There you go. Argument over.
Sweet
Nice
ass.
and
Thanks for
simple.
that. I appreciate that.
Or they can show us gravity containing gases in a demonstration, or they can show us gases containing gases in a demonstration, which you're going to get neither of.
No, I appreciate that, mate. I'm used to, as you know, brother. Back in the day, before you got into debating and all that kind of stuff, like I was debating, philosophy, socio-political stuff, history, things like that. Those things I can destroy people on, their own arguments from the inside out. This one I can't, and so I really appreciate that. I can't argue as eloquently as you guys can, but with the example that you just gave with gas, yeah, man, I really appreciate that. Yeah, take it back to the simple stuff. I don't know. That maximum kid might come around eventually, maybe.
Not sure about that. He's too tied up in his university world.
Yeah, true. I mean, it might take 2 years, but yeah. Any of you guys Globies in here? You want to bring forth your proofs?
Someone earlier brought up the Carl Sagan Eratosthenes thing and how he had to bend the cardboard. He had the map on a piece of cardboard and he had to bend it to make it quote unquote work. But see, in reality, when you use a map and there's a scale on it, you don't bend the map to find the distances between points. You have to use a ruler. You got to keep that map, flat. It's a magic trick. Everything is a magic trick.
Yeah, it was the same when I was in mortars. You'd have a scale ruler. It's a 3-sided ruler. So you got 1 in 20.
Oh, you cut out, man.
Maps and not. Sorry, I was just going to say, yeah. To your point, when I was in mortars, and same in artillery. So you have a scale ruler depending on what map you're using: 1 to 25,000, 1 to 50,000, 1 to 100,000, and yeah, it's just the maps aren't 100% accurate either, which is something that people can't get through their head. But yeah, 100%, man, 100%.
Yeah, but if you're going to use it, you're never going to bend it, right? You're never going to bend that map.
No, you're not. That's the thing. Like, this is why I don't get how I didn't come, or any of us didn't come to Flat Earth a lot earlier. Especially those of us who have been trained in navigation. I don't get it. It's all straight lines, man. It's all straight lines. It's like with that kid that was on earlier, and he was talking about naval gunnery, and he put those articles and that in the chats, which AJ went through. I didn't actually have to go through them because again, you're not factoring in curvature, you're not factoring in spin, you're not factoring in any of that. But yeah, AJ, God bless his soul, actually went through it and completely fucking destroyed this kid's argument with his own quote unquote citations.
I was going to say, why don't you guys in text, like, speak up?
That's what I said.
There you go, Big Dripper. You're unmuted. Go ahead. Spaz out.
I'm finally free.
What was that?
I don't know. No, I'm just talking in chat right now.
You want to tell the rest of the class, or
What do you say, sir?
would you like to tell the rest of the class?
I don't even know what we're talking about right now in chat, to be honest. Wait, let me.
So have you convinced yourself that the ground is a ball, or the other people convince you of that, or what's going on?
I mean, first of all, I want to kind of know why anybody would lie about it being a ball. Like, what do you guys think?
Well, so
People would lie about that in the first place.
I just want to know, like, do you think the ground is a ball?
Yes.
Okay, now Did you ever ask yourself why you think that?
Why I think that?
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it for myself, like in terms of ships and stuff like that. I've seen that myself.
Ships?
But what do you mean? Why? The thing is, I don't really think about this. I don't get why you guys are so obsessed with this. Like, I don't
No,
think
no,
about
I'm not obsessed. I'm
what
just
shape the Earth is.
asking. Well, you're the one who's here. I mean, like, why do you care?
Yeah, I'm just. I came here and I got muted. That's why I'm kind of
Well,
staying.
I think there was a conversation going on, and you
Yeah,
kind of
right.
like.
Yeah, that was my bad then. If I jumped in, but I didn't know that.
Okay.
And I
so
apologized in chat, and I still didn't get unmuted. By
all right. Sorry about that, but
because somebody was asking why it's different, why the curvature is different on like everywhere, and I wanted to answer that, and well, the
curvature is different everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that it's like an even because you always talk about the curvature. What is the exact curvature? But it doesn't have an exact curvature because it is not a perfect sphere. You know.
Curvature
Do you
of
know what
what?
the deviation is?
What do you say?
I said.
Yeah, curvature of what?
Yeah,
Like for
curvature of
example,
what?
I mean, last time I was in here, we were talking about this laser experiment. You know, you probably know it, right? And
What happened in the laser experiment?
well, they measured what was it like? Yeah, they pointed a laser across like a lake over 10 miles, and they saw no drop. Basically, yeah.
No drop or hump.
What do you mean hump? Like, yeah. Basically, it was from a fillet earther, so they saw no drop. They saw no proof of a curvature.
Okay. So
Yeah,
which
and that was done in Alaska, for example. Apart from the fact that 10 miles isn't a long distance, towards the poles, the curvature decreases, and towards the equator, it increases. So that's
the
also
curvature
like
of what though?
of the Earth.
But what does that mean exactly?
What does that mean? Like it's not my
Because you
first
got your
language.
horizontal line, right? You got your horizontal, and then
Yes,
the elevations are measured up and down from that. That is Earth curve, right? So what curve are you talking about?
I'm talking about the shape of our planet. It's a look. It's not my first language. If I'm like explaining this wrong, it's round, whatever you want to see it as. That
A ball.
curvature of the curvature of the ball.
So how would you go about measuring
I'm
that?
not talking about mountains and stuff.
Well, see, like
Well,
that's the
Planets are
thing.
in the
It's like,
sky.
like that is Earth, right? Like the mountains and
yeah, right. But we also have seas, for example, where you can measure.
Yeah, but seas aren't surveyed.
What do you mean?
They're not surveyed.
And by the way, it was measured on a lake, so no mountain in between that. But yeah, what do you say? Sorry, they're not surveyed. What do you mean?
Yeah,
I
like
was talking about
like men don't go out there with theodolites and
no, but you
auto
can
level.
stand on the shore and you can see a huge ship, fading in the horizon. Well, not fading. You know what I mean? Going below the horizon.
And
And
do you think
there's
that's
no mountain? There's no mountain in between it. There's nothing in between it. What do you mean?
and you think that's a measurement
It's an observation.
of what?
What do you mean observation of the curvature of the Earth?
No, but what? Okay, what do you imagine is curving in that instance?
What do you mean it's curving? Like if the ship goes down, that means it's going down a slope, something like that. You know what? So
Down,
that's curving.
down. You say it's going down? Did you?
Well, if you look over a small ball in your hand and you see an ant, for example, crawling over the ball's horizon, if you want to say it like that, that's the curvature of the ball, right? Or how to explain this?
Yeah, but the ball would curve down, right? Like
Right.
in
So
reality,
does
the
the
ball
Earth.
is curving down. So
Yes.
if you were on the other side, you'd have to look up at the first spot, right? Like if you were at the ship,
Yes.
What do you
on
say?
that ball, you'd have to look up at the first spot that you were looking
No,
from,
if you
right?
look up, you look at the sky. If you hold eye contact with the captain of the ship, you will lose it. At some point, the captain will only see water. So do you. What do you mean looking up?
So you said that the boat goes down from where you are, right? It's down.
No, I said the end, or we're talking about the ship. The ship goes down, like from my perspective, the ship is going down.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So if you're on the ship and if the captain of the ship is looking back at you, would he have to look up?
Me? No. Why
No,
would
no,
I
no.
look up? I just
No,
look straight up forward.
no,
Straight
no.
line.
You're saying you
Like a
need to
laser.
look down at the ship, right?
No, I didn't say that. No. I'm
So
just
the
looking
ship's
in a
not
straight
going
line.
down.
Yes, it is going down, but what are you not? What do you mean
Well,
going? Like, to me,
you
it
said down.
appears. To me, it appears as if the ship is being lowered down.
Right. Appears to. So it's not really, right?
Yes, it is. Well, it's not really going down. It's just going over
Right.
the curvature of the Earth, if you mean that.
But which way
Yes.
is it curving? You can't say which way it's curving.
What do you mean? Which way is curving?
Is it curving down or up? Those are your only two options.
It's curving down, or what? What do you mean? It's curving
Okay,
up. Are we
down.
in a loop or on a sphere now?
I mean, we live in 3 dimensions, right? So we have up, down, left, right, front, back, right?
Right.
Okay,
Well, the
so
ship. If you're talking about like if the ship is tilting, do you mean that?
no,
Then
I
I
mean,
don't know what you mean right now.
is the ship lower than you?
The ship is lower than me.
Is it?
I'm standing on the shore. We're on the same height.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so
We're at
so
the
there
same
is no
height.
drop.
No, there is no drop. It's just the
Right.
curvature of the Earth.
No,
It's
no,
just the
no.
curvature of the Earth.
You just said
No
that
drop.
there's no
It's
drop.
at the ship is at the same altitude as me, and 0 foot
Right.
above sea level. That's where
Right.
the ship is at all the time.
So it's not lower than you.
No, it's not lower. It just
Right. So
appears lower.
it just appears lower. Okay,
No,
thanks.
well, it
I'm
doesn't
done with
appear
this
lower.
guy.
It appears to be going down behind the horizon. That's how it appears to me, because that's how it would appear
Right.
if something
Appears
goes
to.
over a curve. How does it look like if your
Appears
friend?
to. Yeah.
What do
It's
you
not
mean
really going
appear?
down. Because
No,
you know
it's
what would
not.
happen.
Yeah, no, it's not going down. What
Hold
are you
on.
talking about? I said that so many times.
Right. So do you know what happens to water when the land really does curve down?
What happens to water when?
Yeah.
It falls off. It falls off the edge.
There
Yes.
you go.
Yes.
Right. So it just appears to be lower than you. It's not really. It just appears
Right.
to
So,
be. Agree with that?
yeah, it appears, and it's not really lower. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Totally true.
I agree.
You agree, but then on a flat Earth, why would the ship disappear then?
I don't know. It just appears to.
But if you believe in a flat Earth, then how do you explain that?
I don't. There's elevation changes. I just told you earlier.
But there's no elevation changes on the sea. What do you mean?
Right. It's not really going down. I agree. There is no elevation changes on the sea.
Yeah, but now this is a problem of logic right now. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's definitely a problem of logic. Yeah,
It's
definitely.
not going down if you mean like it's going down by 2 meters. No, it's not, because it's still on the Earth. What do you mean?
Right. It's at the
Dude,
same level as you. It
I
just
mean,
appears lower.
to us, it is going down. Well, okay, if you want to say it like that, it's not appearing to be going down. It is going down. Okay,
Oh, it is down now.
it is going down. If I point a laser at it, it is going down on the laser. If you want
All right,
to say it like that,
So if you're on the ship and you're
Right.
looking back, would you have to look up?
No. What do you
No?
mean look up? You can't look up because the Earth curvature is in the middle. You won't. If you look up, you're looking at the sky. What do you mean?
Right. So it's not really going down, because if the ship was going down, then the captain
Dude,
on the
wait,
ship, if he wanted to look back at you, he'd have to look up. Right?
No. What do
Why?
you mean?
Because you said it's going down.
Why are we spinning in circles right now?
You're the one going in circles.
No, I ask you how you explain this on a flat Earth.
Listen, I'm not a flat earther. Earth isn't flat. It curves up and down from horizontal. I don't think it's a ball.
Right, but you agree that water doesn't curve down, up and down,
No,
right?
no, it's
Right.
not at
So how
rest.
do you,
No,
so how do you explain this? It's
it's
got
just
nothing to do
optical.
with a hill. How is it
It's
optical?
optical.
What
You
what
just
is
said it
there?
was. You said it
No,
was. You said it just appears to be. And I
no, it's
agree. It
no.
appears to
Okay,
be lower, but
then
it's
you
not.
understood me wrong. Then you understood me wrong. For me, there is no way to see that ship after a certain what is it called, distance. It's not. There's no. It's not optical. There's no way of me seeing the ship after a certain distance.
Okay.
It's and not without the telescope, not without nothing.
Okay.
I will
So
not
what?
be able to see the ship. Yeah. So
So
what?
what?
So it's not
All right. So
optical.
what?
What do you
Right.
mean?
So how do you explain it? Is it
I
lower than
explained
you?
it by the no. I
No.
explained it
There
by
you
the
go.
Earth being. I explained it by the Earth being round, and therefore the ship going over the curvature, and me not being able to see it anymore. What do
Right,
you
but
not
it's not.
understand?
But it's not really going down because you're both at the same level, are you?
Can you please tell me what you mean by going down? Do you mean below sea level, or what do you mean? I don't
Down,
get what you mean.
down from horizontal.
Yes, it is going down from horizontal for me,
Really?
and so am I from his perspective. Well, I'm going up technically.
From his perspective. So it's just perspective, right?
No, well, I'm going down as well. No, it's not perspective. I'm also going down for the
It's
ship.
not perspective.
Yes, I
So
am.
it's
The land is also fading away from the ship.
okay. So it's going down from you and down from him. So in the
Right.
middle, what do you have?
In the
You have
middle, we have the crust of the Earth. Right.
do you have a
And
valley?
what is it? No, you don't. You have the curvature of the Earth.
No?
What do you? Wait, sorry, but what do you not understand right now?
Dude, this is your story, not me. I say we're like, if you're on the ocean, you're all at the same level.
Wait, let me see in chat. What is this guy saying? We're talking about ships, not the sun. What do you mean?
Good talk.
No, not good talk. You didn't understand what I told you. What the fuck?
So I only just got in here at this part of the conversation. I had to mute for a little bit and deafen for a little bit. So as I understand it, so big dripping, you're talking about. Oh, okay. You just deafened. Okay.
He doesn't like Jerry's
So
logic.
oh, he was kicking his ass.
Just a little, eh?
Jerry.
I don't know how it's so hard for these guys to get it through their head that the further shit gets away, the harder it is to see. But if you get an optic, you can see further. But optics can only go so far. I don't get that. Like any military man understands that.
Is that always the case? You can always see further if you just get better optic equipment.
No, it's not.
No, I want him to answer.
Do you think boats go over the horizon, dude?
Yeah,
Jerry, you want to take this one too?
you can take me if you want. Jerry, do boats go over the horizon? Because he already knows that I think going down or up over a curve is a meaningless question.
So you think there's a curve in between two people? Like one person being lower and the other person being lower than the surface?
No, I don't. I think it's just
A straight line.
meaningless sentiment. No, I don't think that either.
So you think there's a hill of water in between the two of you?
No, I think it's a meaningless question.
Oh, so you don't want to answer the question?
If
All
that's
right, you can
what
just
take
play
from-
stupid if you want. That's fine, dude.
Doesn't like
if
it.
you
So
think
force
if you
you to
think
say
it's the case
perspective.
that there's some sort of, because when a globe refers to equal in elevation, they'll say someone who is in England might be in equal elevation to someone in America, even though the Earth is curved. So they're not technically down from each other in the sense that Jerry's talking about it. So in the sense that Jerry and
Actually, Jerry's talking
and
about
you were talking,
water, right?
yeah. Well, either way, they could be unequal in elevation. It doesn't matter, right? So
But there's a curve in the middle, though, right?
oh, there's a curve, yeah.
Of water, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, like, I'll explain why.
So
it's a
when you
stupid
have curved
question.
water, dude,
Look at the side chat.
listen to me. When you have curved water, does it flow or does it stay still?
It flows. Look at the side chat. That's
So
what
if you
you
had a
imagine.
mountain of water above you
Yeah.
and it flowed down on top of you, like wouldn't the water always be moving, dude?
Dude, look at the side chat. That's how you imagine the Earth is, right?
That's not
just
how I
retarded.
imagine anything, dude.
Yeah, you were describing. You think the globe has fallen into a mistake of thinking that half of the
No,
Earth
that's
should
what
be.
you think. You put the picture up there, dude.
No,
Like,
that's what you think. It's so silly. It's like the
no, that's what
stupidest
you
argument
think.
I've ever heard.
No, that's what you think.
It's like, oh no,
what I said, man.
you're on a ball, so that means that if you're on a ball, then all the water will just flow to the bottom of it, whatever that it means. What's the
Dude,
bottom of
you
the
the
Earth?
one that thinks you're on the ball, man.
Can you tell me where the bottom of the Earth is?
I have to
Why did
definitely
you tell me?
Where's the bottom?
Where's the left side?
Yeah, on a ball, which direction is down?
What the fuck is
Yeah, what
that?
direction? What direction is down?
Where's the right
What
side?
Where's the bottom? Where's the top? Tell me all of these things.
This side
And
up.
globe cosmology. Tell me where you guys think it is. Because if you don't know where the bottom's supposed to be, you don't know if there's even a concept of someone being down over the curve next to someone else. I don't understand why you'd
Can you
even.
tell me where the
like,
bottom is, dude?
I don't
Smells like
think there
a
is
red
one.
herring, man.
You
I
don't
think
think
it's a
there is
silly
one?
argument. I think it's a
Smells like
silly
red.
argument.
Smells like a red herring.
It's so red herring. This guy's always
It's not a red
man.
herring. If you're saying, "Oh, water should flow to its lowest point," and you mean lowest point to say there's a point in the curve where you go so far
No, that's
down
your
to reach
fucking
the
story, you
bottom.
idiot.
If you think there's a point where you go so far down, you've reached the
Like
bottom
what?
or
You
the
trying
lowest
to do a
potential.
reversal here, dude? You the one that fucking believes
I'm
in the globe,
succeeding
not
at
me,
doing a
man.
reversal.
I don't
no, 'cause
fucking believe in a globe, you
I
fucking
think it's a
idiot.
meaningless question, and you're telling me that, oh, no, you just don't want to answer it, as if there is some meaning to that question. So I'll ask you, in globe cosmology, which you obviously know a lot about, where's the bottom? I think it's meaningless. You don't. You think there's a bottom
Bro,
to the
do you
globe?
believe that water flows from high to low?
I do believe water flows from high to low. It seeks its lowest
So
potential.
if you got a fucking curb, what's holding the water up, man?
Yeah, now you're doing the same thing. I think it's a meaningless question to say water's going to fall to the lowest point on Earth, meaning the bottom of a sphere. Where's the bottom of the sphere? Is it Australia? Is that the bottom of the sphere? Is it
I don't
England?
fucking know where the bottom of your spear is, man.
It's a stupid question.
Hey,
Right?
Why is it
don't
a stupid
bring up.
question?
Hey, Jekyll, just quickly, man. Come on. Can you guys stop using Australia as an island? It's getting old.
Well, I said England as well. Is England the bottom of the sphere?
Yes.
You found the Australian. Sorry.
We say down over the curve is because it's always in
I don't
reference
even
to
give a fuck
someone.
about down, dude. You're the one that gives a fuck about down, man.
Yeah, someone might say down because it's always in reference to them.
Yeah, why don't you
then
tell
that
us why
does-
somebody says down, dude?
Because it's always in reference to them, always looks like someone's going down to them. But then, obviously, if that's the case for every person on a sphere, then all Jerry's going to say is, "Oh, two people can't be below each other, right?" And then you create that how meaningless it is as a concept. In reality, it's true for one
In your
individual,
reality,
not
maybe.
true for all.
I'm sorry that your reality sucks, dude.
Yeah, it's just a meaningless orientation. Because
I get it. Your reality is a meaningless orientation, man. Fucking good for you. Have a fucking nice life. Like, fuck off.
Well, if that's a straw man you want to live with, that's
That's
something.
not
Look,
a straw man. That's your argument that you're putting on yourself, dude. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah, Jekyll. You're the one that thinks there's two downs.
You're saying the whole thing is meaningless because
I'm not saying anything. You are, you fucking fucktard.
So Jerry would also have a problem not with just water flowing, but also
Keep on telling us what the problem
down,
is, dude.
and then
the
there's
idea-
down.
Yeah, like so
Right?
you guys would think, right, that if you were on the
We
bottom of the earth,
understand you
wherever
got a
that is,
problem, and you're
wherever
going to
that
tell us
is,
all about it. Go for it, man.
wherever the bottom of the earth is, you guys would think like the blood would rush to your head and your head would explode or something. Like, is
We
that what you
don't
think the
think
globe
this, man.
cosmology
You're the
says?
one that's thinking it, dude. Like,
Is that what the
keep
globe
going.
cosmology says?
Keep
not.
going.
It's
Tell us
silly.
all about your globe, dude.
It's just like you make up reasons to believe what you want to believe. It's so weird.
What are you saying? I don't even understand
Stop
the argument.
straw manning, you idiot.
You're straw manning the globe.
It's not what we're
Hang
fucking
on.
saying.
Yes,
Hang
it
on, what's
is.
the argument?
They're down
What
to
is-
a
No, it
globe.
isn't. We're pointing out the ridiculousness of you saying there's down, but then there's also down.
No, I'm just saying it's a meaningless question. I didn't say there's two kinds
Hey,
of
you
down.
have two downs.
I just said it's a meaningless question.
Yeah,
what's the argument?
right.
No question is
Exposing
meaningless.
the absurdity of your bullshit. That's all
What's
it
the
is.
argument?
It,
the
it wouldn't stop it from being a sphere if you couldn't conceptualize down for everyone, right? It doesn't matter.
So then what's the
Huh?
problem
Look,
here? Why did you bring in this whole big spiel, dude?
Look, that's the second time.
well,
Sorry,
I'm just
just
saying-
quickly, Jackal, before you go ahead. Sorry, Jackal, just quickly, mate. I want to interject for a second here. That's the second time in about a minute and a half I've heard you use the word concept or conceptualize it. And that is exactly what the globe is. It is a conception. It is a concept. That's exactly all it is, buddy. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, everything you're going to think like flat Earth is a concept, right? So, I mean, it's not really much of a debunk, right? I think in mind independently, whether you like it or not, the Earth is a sphere, and it doesn't care if you can't understand what down means.
Okay, so that's your
It's a
claim.
concept. It's a concept. So what we see is a concept. We see water's flat, horizon's flat. We see what we actually observe. We see there's no measured curvature, measured spin, no gas without containment. But apparently, it's a concept. I'm actually
Which
curious.
claim would you like to
how
defend
that's
out of
based.
those that you said? You selected the three claims. There, which one would you like to defend? Water's flat. What was, and you got no gas pressure without a container. What was the third one?
Curvature
I'll
hasn't
take
been
any of them.
proven. We'll start with that one. Curvature. Who's proven curvature?
Define proof.
No, we're not going to go there, dude. Fucking, you got it or you don't.
Oh, I don't have any.
That's
idea
what
of
I
the
thought,
proof.
dude.
But I do. But okay, we'll move to the second one then.
No,
Shall we
it's
talk about
all
gas
right, man.
pressure?
Just say,
Well,
I don't know. That's the
someone not-
correct answer.
someone-
I don't know.
Someone not proving something.
Can you
is-
say,
is
I
not
don't
real.
know, please? And move on?
Yeah, I just said that. I said I don't know any conception of someone proving it, right? But I will say at the same time it could still be real, and we could base that off evidence, right?
I know we can argue.
There's more
We
evidence
can argue
for
from
the
ignorance
globe.
all day long, dude. I
Let's
get
go
it.
into the evidence. Let's go into the evidence of the globe, right? Which one is it? Do you want to go for
Sorry,
gas?
sorry,
You just did. You didn't have
Jack.
none, dude.
Or water's always flat.
Subdued,
Which one do you want to go for?
Subdued, subdued, and sorry, Jekyll. Again, you use the word concept yet again. This keeps coming up, but it's a concept, right? So, okay, you can't prove curvature. If you want to go to the second one, all right, spin.
No,
Prove
that
spin.
wasn't one of them. I'm not taking on spin. I'm taking on water's flat or water's. Or there's a gas pressure without a container. Whichever one you want out of those two.
All right, fucking. How about we go with water?
Water. All right. So you know water's always flat, right? Always flat.
The horizon is flat. That's where we get horizontal from,
how
and
did
the
you
horizon is flat.
How about water at rest is flat?
How did you establish the horizon's always flat?
Just look at pictures.
Pictures, like like Bigfoot pictures.
Without a fisheye lens.
I can show you pictures of a globe. What are pictures going to show me?
Why don't you
Yeah,
just
that's
How about you walk into the beach?
That's how we know
Let me
it's a
ask you a
globe.
question.
We have pictures of a globe, not of a disc.
Let me ask you a question, right? If you have a boat and the water's flat and the boat's going like into the
water's not
distance,
flat,
and then just hold on. Obviously,
water's spherical.
Listen, retard. I'm trying to speak anyway.
Let the man fucking talk, please.
One sec, Jekyll. I want you to. Jekyll. One sec. I want you to describe this without using the words over, behind, or down.
Yeah, okay. So
Why don't you
you
describe
have
the spot as it glides?
a boat. You've got a radio. There's a boat that's going away from you, right? You're on a radio, and the water's obviously flat, and you see the water appear to obstruct the boat all of a sudden, as though it was sinking, right? As though, right? And you get on your radio to the guy in the boat and
It's
say,
not sinking.
"Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, Captain T-Dub of the HMS Brisbane. Are you sinking?" And he says, "No, I'm not. I can't see you either. I can't see the beach." And you can't. So he can't see the beach, and you can't see the boat from the bottom, right? And the water's flat, obviously, right? It's obviously flat, right?
It's spherical.
So what's going on there?
But the
Because I
water's
didn't think
spherical.
that would happen on a flat water.
It's the same exact principle as navigating.
So the
Sorry, I was going to say.
the firmament curves
Sorry.
downward.
Go.
Sorry, I was just going to say in answer to Jekyll. Okay, so look, it's pretty simple. It's the same exact principle as when you navigate across the desert, which has pretty much there's no features that you can confirm your navigation, etc. So it's paces, and it's also the same in jungle, triple canopy jungle. You can't see your hand in front of your face. It's paces and bearings. It is distance and the direction that you're traveling, and hoping that the map is actually accurate. That's what it's like to navigate on the water.
I'm sorry, but I don't know how that was relevant to what I asked.
Yes.
Can you prove it's the curve, dude?
I'm asking him to tell me what went on there. Like, what happened? Why would on flat water people appear to be on the radio?
Is it perfectly flat?
T-Dub's
It's not at rest,
T-Dub's
is it?
literally sinking on the HMS Brisbane, right, on the
Is
flat
this where
water, but he's not actually sinking.
Is this where we ignore confounding variables?
What confounding variable?
Oh, you got all sorts of things to take into account. Like, it's not perfectly flat because it's turbulent, it's dynamic. The ocean isn't full, is it?
Oh, he's on a big boat. Don't worry, he's on a big boat.
He's on a big boat, right?
So he's
how
not that far
is he
away. He's
gone
only
away?
12 miles, but he's on a big boat, right? So we don't have to worry about
Can he
waves
still
being
see
too
it?
big. Oh, the waves can't be too big. If he's on a big boat, right, 12 miles away, no wave's going to be so high to block him out of view, right?
And how far away is this obstruction happening, dude?
Well, we'll say it was noticed at 12 miles, right? 12
It
miles.
was noticed
he
at
noticed
12
it.
miles.
Yeah. I mean, flat
Do
water.
you know the
It doesn't
math for
matter.
your globe?
Whether it was 6 miles, 12 miles, 20 miles. Well, he's on a big boat, right? So you've got to remember that.
So where should the geometric
it doesn't
horizon
matter
be?
at what stage it is. That shouldn't happen on flat water.
Where should the obstruction start, dude? If
Oh,
the globe is a
All
given
we need
size.
to know is if it's possible on flat water for
No,
you to sink,
we need
but
to know
not
these other
actually
variables,
sink.
brother. We can't just fucking put out this no
Why
information
are you not answering
fucking
the
plane
question?
here.
Why is he not sinking?
What were the
Why is he-
conditions of the
looks like
day?
he
How
is.
far away was the boat? Where's the geometric
The
curve
boat's
supposed to be?
He's on a big boat about 12 miles away. The waves can't be big enough to block him out of view. Right.
What
so
were the conditions
what have we
that
got
day, dude?
next?
Was it sunny? Was it raining?
Variable.
And that is why I bought in what I bought in. We're talking about flat water here. Hold on, sorry, Jekyll. That's why I bought in what I bought in. We're talking about water's flat, the horizon's flat, everything's flat. You've got nothing to confirm your navigation where you are on the water. That's why I actually bought that in, because you're saying, how are you going to know what are you thinking? What are you thinking with the ship's captain, etc., etc.? Like, where are we? It is bearing and it is distance. That's why I bought what I bought.
I'm confused as to why the boat is apparently sinking. The guy on the beach is confused as to why the guy on the boat, who's standing on the beach, so he's only 12 miles off the beach, calling Captain T-Dub of the HMS Brisbane. It looks like you're sinking. Are you okay? Mayday, mayday. And then Captain T-Dub on the HMS Brisbane's calling back to him, I'm fine. Flat water, mate. I'm not sinking. And but I can't see you. There's a beach like falling underwater. So I have no idea what's happened there. I want to know, like, because it's flat water, obviously. How does that happen on flat water? Have you ever put a duck on a bath and you just put your eyes to the level and you look at the water and the duck doesn't seem to just randomly decide to sink, right?
It's a very still ocean, is it?
Well, I want to know what's special about the ocean that means that water it doesn't do what flat water does. Apparently, it doesn't look like it's flat water, but you think it is, right?
Turbulent, moving around.
This is a very turbulent argument, if you ask me.
Not really, eh?
Well, turbulence would only really apply if it was like a small boat, right? That's why it's a big boat, right? Big boat, so it doesn't get ruined by all the turbulence or like the big waves.
Hey, dude, I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. Sorry, Jekyll. I'm telling you right now. Oil tankers get thrown around by really rough conditions, and they are absolutely massive. Aircraft carriers actually have to factor that in with their navigation. They have to factor that in.
We're talking about sinking. I'll call the boat. You know what? I'll change it from HMS Brisbane. T-Dub is now on the boat of the Grand Mahuta, right? The Grand Mahuta is the boat that T-Dub is on. And what is going on? Why is the boat on flat water apparently sinking, but not?
I have a question. I have a question. Jekyll, do you have an example of this, like, in real life that we can scrutinize rather than try and wrangle with your imaginary hypothetical?
So, you think this is imaginary? Okay, all right, whatever. I
mean, you're conjuring it up in your mind.
Go outside some more.
Hold on. I'm not dismissing it outright, the phenomena that you're describing, but you are providing an imaginary hypothetical right now, right? You're calling, the captain of this boat T-Dub. I don't know what boat has T-Dub on it. I don't know if, maybe there is one. I don't know.
Well, they know what the phenomenon I'm talking about is, and they've all seen it. So it's not like we have to... I'll show you.
Yeah. So this is a hypothetical that you're conjuring up. And I'm just asking for something concrete that we can scrutinize.
You put yourself in the hot seat, right?
No, I'm just kind of I'm backing everyone else up here because everyone's going back and forth.
Tell me if that's... that boat is about 12 miles.
I'll see. I will see what I can contribute there, but I'm not taking the hot seat. Everyone else is contributing to this.
You can't say that no one sees boats saying it's imaginary and then dip out like 2 seconds later.
Hang on. Okay, let me see what you got here there, but let everyone contribute there. Let's all see.
Right. So, Jekyll, just quickly, man. Okay, what exactly is it that you are trying to say or prove?
Well, I mean, it's really your job, but I'm just saying that, look, you're saying water is always flat, right? And I said, like, how do you know that? And obviously, you said it looks like that. Well, it also looks like it's doing anything but what flat water would do, right? When boats sink, right? But not sink, right? So I just want to know.
It's still well not to use the terms
what is the proof of flat water, especially in situations where it's just doing any properties where boat isn't doing what it should be doing on flat water?
The fuck, man? You're cracking me up, man.
It's cracking me up a bit too. All right, so are you talking about disappearing over the horizon, or are you talking about navigation here, man? Because I'm still trying to get this together.
Not disappearing over any horizon. Just it's going along.
You used the word over.
I was quoting him. I going across the water, right, and the boat. Is obstructed all of a sudden by the water. Looks like it's sinking from where I'm standing. Ringing up Captain T-Dub of the Prince of the Grand Mahuta. He's like, I'm not sinking. I don't know what cocaine you've been taking this morning, Sonny. Right, and then So like, flat water to me doesn't sound like it would have that interesting property of making things sink, but not sink. Right? I think flat water, you just look like you were going flat into the distance until you were no longer resolvable.
This is sounding a hell of a lot like Elder Bear. So are you making like a how is it measured flat argument here?
No, if I was going to be Elder Bear, I'd say something like, yeah, I know you're evil and you're toxic and all, that kind of stuff. So it's not me. But no, I'm not saying...
I didn't say, sorry, just quickly. I didn't say you were Elder Bear. I'm saying it sounds Elder Bear-ish. I'm trying to understand what you're actually trying to say.
Measuring flat. Because I don't think you said you measured it. I think you just said it looks flat, right? And I'm saying it looks like it's doing anything other than what flat water does, right?
I'm trying to understand your argument here. And look, maybe it's me being a dumb fuck, but I don't know. Is it navigation? Is it disappearing over the horizon? Is it waves come up and the boat looks like it's
see
sinking?
some of the boat. He wants to
The
know why you
problem-
can't see some of the boat. What looks like it's sinking.
Yeah, the problem I have with it, right, and this is based on like, because when people you kind of fall into like a problematic argument that flat earthers sometimes make, right? And it's just the idea that you can just depend upon what it looks like, right? Because the globe came about by people saying this is what it looks like, right? So it's not that hard for me to just give you a looks like thing and say that's well, it's obviously not looking like what you're saying it looks like, right? I mean, I need more than
Do you
just
think
it looks
looks
like it's
is
flat,
a
right?
measurement? Is it looks
No,
like a
it's not.
measurement to
Obviously,
you?
it's an observation.
Okay. Do you think
Obviously, an observation.
do you think level is a measurement?
Level is a term used to describe an object.
Is it? Or is it a measurement?
A level or just level? Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, level.
Our level is a tool.
Our level is a
Yeah,
measurement.
our level.
It's a tool that does what? It measures something?
And establishes a horizontal.
Okay.
Yeah,
There you go.
and
So
horizontal
it's
lines
not
on a
just
board
looks like,
will-
it's an actual measurement. Not
Well,
looks
I mean,
like, measured.
I've got an issue with this horizontal business, right? Because I mean, Globers don't need to call it a horizontal. They call it a local horizontal just to be like, I don't know, in their own reference, able to use those terms and describe the things around them. If you want, there is no horizontal, right? It's always just establishing a straight line with a level, right? And
Well, you have to believe that.
and the
Yeah.
ball
Horizontal
will have
is diametrically
as you
impossible to
know,
exist
will have
on a globe.
tangents. The ball, as you all know, on the surface will have a tangent. So establishing a straight line on the ball is on the surface of a ball is no big deal, right?
So you're talking basically about what's in every airplane. You've got a fake horizon that they use to stay level. You've got the gyroscope to make sure they stay level, which is based off of flat. Essentially, is what you're talking about.
I don't know much about the tools they use on an airplane, or if it's or if you're using the word level correctly there, because I think that's dubious at best. But
So let me see if I got your logic right, dude. You say that measuring a straight line or flat on a curve is easy. Well, what about measuring a curve on a curve? Is that hard?
Measuring
harder?
curve on a curve?
Yeah, measuring part of the curve.
I wouldn't say that's really practical. I would say that it's better.
Not practical. It's more practical to measure a straight line on a curve.
No, I'd say it's far better to.
It's far better to measure a straight line on a curve.
Like, I don't know, let's say plotting a flight path and make them big circle routes, and then follow that circle route.
So you're going to follow a straight line on a curve.
You do it on a flat surface, and you see if that's the shortest possible distance between 2 points.
How many flat surfaces does it take to make a curve, dude?
How many flat surfaces does it take to make? I don't know. It's a strange question.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty strange. The water low from high to low. Oh. Someone tell me how much curvature is supposed to be in a 3-inch glass of wide glass of water.
At 12 miles?
No, just 3-inch glass of water. How much curve are you meant to see?
Oh, so now we're to a glass of water.
Yeah, but that's what most people. Honestly, I don't know about you.
A glass of water or
Everyone-
a short glass of water?
I don't know about you guys. Maybe you guys don't agree with this argument. Maybe you think it's silly as well.
Kind of
But
guy.
I
Or
hear
what?
people say glasses of water and bathtubs, and the flatness of the water, seemingly flatness,
Yeah,
is
no,
like
this big tub it's called the ocean. By the way, I'm back. Had fun with the atheists. They were good.
Thank you for your announcement.
Yeah, obviously you got bored over there, dude. All right, welcome back. Yeah, Jackal, man, I guess I'm hearing what you're trying to say. I'm not sure where you're going with it. Where are you going with this?
Myself, I was just about to say, I hear some flat earthers say that a glass of water, like a 3-inch wide glass of water or a bathtub, I think I've heard Jerry talk about this before, because that's flat, right? And that means that all of the oceans on the Earth should obviously follow that trend. There's no intervening physics. That's a logical leap that he's allowed to make. Would you guys say that's a similar logical leap you'd make? My cup of water, my glass of water is flat, so obviously the Pacific Ocean is.
Here, I posted a video for you.
If you get that glass and you start shaking it up a bit, then the surface gets, pretty messed up. But when you return it to its stationary state, it goes back level. Just like if you get, say, a lake, right, and then a lot of wind hits the top of that lake, and then you get temperature and everything like that, and then creates a storm, like Biwa, which is not far from where my wife is from in Japan. It's one of the biggest lakes in the northern hemisphere, according to the globe hemisphere. I don't like that word, but anyway, it's in Japan. It's the biggest lake in Japan. Yeah, it gets very, very turbulent. It doesn't look very flat, but when all of that shit comes down, it is like glass. So I don't really understand where you're going here.
Oh, I understand the confusion. Sorry. So my point is just to say, if we were on a globe, right, how much curvature would you expect to see based on 3 inches of surface of water? Because I think water is a good way to establish a straight line, because it tends to be, at least in shorter distances, almost completely flat, right? It's a very practical thing because the degree to which it will curve is so infinitely small, right, that it is a virtually and locally Euclidean, right? So I would like to know what degree of curvature should 3 inches surface surface of water curve.
Okay, Euclidean geometry. I get you. Look, I'm not fully au fait with that. However, what I will say, horizon. Okay, there's a reason that horizontal comes from that, and horizon is 0 degrees, aka flat. It's really, really simple.
Hey, Jekyll, are you all right? Are you okay?
I'm pumped up. I don't know what you're talking about.
I triggered the shit out of him, man.
You get some cock last night or something, did you? A bit jovial?
I wish.
So, Jekyll, I posted a video there for you, dude. It's a guy paddling, and he disappears from view, too. Tell me if you think that's Earth curve.
Am I meant to be able
And just while he's looking at that,
it's at
sorry,
342.
Sorry, guys. I was just going to say, while Jekyll was looking at that, we got the other guy back as well. I was just going to say, and we got other globies in here. It's really, really simple. The further shit gets away, the smaller it looks. The better optic you get, the further you can actually see it. Or the higher you get, the more you can see it. I don't know how this is such a an issue to get through people's heads. It's really not that hard.
This is cool. 1 degree of latitude equals 364,000 feet. Cool.
Random.
Or 69 miles.
So, for example, NW Guardian, when you see, not if you, I'm sure you've seen it, you go down a big, wide, very long city or suburban street, the street lights seem to sink into the horizon. Now, if you climb one of those street lights, you can see a lot more street lights. Like, you can see a limited amount of street lights, they disappear into the road. And then when you climb up one of those poles, you can see a lot more street lights before they disappear into the road. And if you get a telescope, you can see even more street lights before they disappear into the road. Now, if you have a geometric horizon that they disappear over, you should not be able to do that. It's really basic. This is based off of the globe model, man. It's based off of your model, not ours.
That's so cool, man. I was just starting to figure out how far it would be. I'm like, that's a decent distance. So let's say 3 degrees, and we'd have to multiply that by 3 to 69 miles. I barely travel like 4 to 5 in a day, so I can't really do this without taking, like I said, my vacation, and I'll demonstrate it to you guys in a video. Whether or not you
Would that 69 miles
accept it.
be a horizontal
Sorry.
distance?
Just quickly, NW Guardian, what I'm going to do, mate, I'm going to tag you in a photo that I personally taken from where I live, looking at an island off of the coast where I live, where on a clear day, you can't see it in this photo because it wasn't a clear day at all. It was very humid. There was a lot of interference. But on a clear day, you can see the beaches and even individual large baobab trees on that island, and it's a very, very long way away. So I'm going to put that in the chat for you, and I'm gonna tag you in it. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're going to do with the 1 degree per 69 miles. What are you going to do with that?
I got a question about the 69 miles.
Sounds like he's going
I sense a
quiet.
magic trick.
Yay. You know, that looks like the thing I was trying to reproduce in WoW a little bit ago. I got up to a decent distance up, and I could see out to like almost the edge of the continent, but not quite a distance because of the limitations of the program. But hey, that's cool.
I got a question about your angle magic.
Oh, okay.
Would that 69 miles be a horizontal distance?
It would be around the curve of the Earth.
Be careful
That's
now.
what 1 degree would come to if you went drew an angle from point A and point B that were 60 miles away. 69 miles away. Each point, if you drew them back together, would be at the center of the Earth.
Okay, so would that 69 miles be a horizontal distance?
Vertical, horizontal, yeah. It'd be horizontal.
Okay. So the angle to the star changes as you move your position horizontally.
Yep.
Right. Now, you're not one of these people who says horizontal curves, are you?
I hope not, but okay.
Okay. No further questions.
Well, it does curve, of course. There's a
What's up?
small amount of curvature. That's what we're arguing, by the way. But there is
said
a
that it does
curve
curve?
because it's a. You know what a circumference is, right?
Hold on. Did you just say that horizontal curves?
Well, yes, around a globe it does.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, I know.
Can you
Do
get
you know
any
what a
surveyor
circumference
in
is?
here who agrees with you?
Just quickly, sorry, NW Guardian, I just put that in the chat, man. Have a look at that. That wasn't a very clear day, but according to the globe model, I should definitely not be able to see that. It's over 12 miles away.
Where was the picture taken? Like what country?
Over 12. Give me one that's 69 miles. Times 3.
That's like 69 miles.
Hey, do
Now
you know
we
what
can,
the
What?
Do you know what?
we cannot believe it.
Do you know what the curvature is over 69 miles?
Very
3
small.
degrees of curvature.
No, 1 degree, 69 miles. Do you want to know the
Oh
drop
yeah,
over
that's 1
distance?
degree of curvature on the Earth. Yes.
Yeah, but do you want to know how many feet that is that it drops from one position to the other?
Only
Yes, on
three,
the perfect
but
sphere.
also only one because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay, well,
Here
shut
I
up
am.
then.
I'm a flat earther.
All right. So, do you want to know how
These
much
people are
drop it is
stupid,
over?
man. Like, why are you trying to deal with them? They're dumb. They don't know.
CW's drunk. Wow. All right, dude. So, where are
Hey,
you?
just want to
Yeah,
ask
but do
CW,
you
which
know
side do
how?
you fall
No,
on
no. I'm
again?
asking you a question, man. I'm
Oh, go
asking you a
ahead.
question. All right. So, over your 69 miles, do you know how many feet you would drop from your original position if the Earth was a ball? You can say you don't know.
Yeah, I can say I don't know, and I could go find the answer too. Just like
Yes.
any other good
3,000?
human being on the planet Earth.
3,063 feet. Yeah? Did you expect it to be so much?
On the perfect sphere, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that
Yeah,
would be on
the
a
Earth
perfect
isn't a
sphere.
perfect sphere. So what's your point?
Okay, what is it then? What's the difference? Tell me the
Well,
difference and I'll work it out.
what do you mean? It's like the curvature is different on different places on the
Well,
Earth. So it's not
whereabouts?
you can't apply the
Where,
formula of a
okay,
perfect sphere to
whereabouts?
the Earth.
Where is it different?
Well, going to the poles, it's less. Going to the equator, it's more.
By how much?
I don't know by how much.
Well, you're supposed to get me this information so I can change my
No,
calculation.
I can tell you that.
Right. So
It's not a rounding error. Give up on
I
that
can
one,
tell
man.
you that.
At the equator, it's supposedly 24 miles wider than it is at the poles. So, do you want me to add that in or what?
24 miles. What?
Yep. So I'll just change the I'll change the Earth's radius. Yeah. Do you want me to do that by 12 miles? Would you be happy with that?
I don't know what you're looking at right now. I don't know. Sorry.
So why'd you interject then?
No, because
You
you
didn't
guys
know what the difference
Earth
was.
curvature calculator, right?
Yeah, but you didn't know what the difference was. You were saying it's wrong because it's not a perfect sphere. And then when I tell you what the difference is, then you're not worried about it.
No. Tell me what the difference is then.
The difference is 12 miles in the radius.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what does that have to do with the curvature then?
Well, how does that?
It's still not a fucking ball.
Exactly.
It's still not a perfect
So
sphere.
you're gonna change your radius from 3,969
No. By making the ball
to
bigger, doesn't change.
3,500.
Hello, by
What?
making the ball bigger doesn't make the ball less round. What do you mean? It's still not a ball. You're just making it bigger. The formula stays the same. Or what do you mean?
Scott, I heard you
You're
jump
just
in
making it
before.
bigger, but it's still
Like,
same round.
can we just say it's a rounding error, like you said? Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I was trying to tell him this is not the path he wants to take.
Hello?
Yeah. He's a
Is that right?
glober. He agrees with the measurements.
Yeah, but you get what I
Anyway,
mean. Right?
yeah, of course. Yeah, I've looked at this
Yeah,
before.
right. But by just making the bigger doesn't make it less round.
Of course not. But it still doesn't make any difference when you're doing observations. Yeah. So he said he wants to go 69 miles and it's 1 degree. So I said, okay, if we change 1 degree to actual feet, it's 3,063 feet. That's the drop.
Not just that big dripping. Not just that big dripping, mate. Hey, big dripping, mate. Not just that. You said the picture's fucking false. So here it is. I live in Bowen, North Queensland, in Australia. That island is called Gloss.
Right, you
20
live
kilometers off. Hold on a sec. And according to your model, I should not be able to see it at all. I definitely shouldn't be able to see the beaches. And if you look at that photo, if you look closely, you can actually see the beach very, very clearly at the bottom, 20 kilometers over 12 miles off the coast.
Right.
So if you want to say something is simply false, my friend, how about you actually look into it? I'm done with my interjection. Back to the conversation.
Yes, no, sorry. I didn't say simply false because of that. I said simply false because of what I just said. That you live in Queensland, right? So that means that the curvature there is less. So that means that
I'm
But that fucks up your whole 1 degree every 69 mile thing.
What do you?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I said that fucks up your whole
You can't apply
1
this
degree every
calculator
69 miles.
everywhere on the Earth, because it calculates for a round object, but the Earth isn't perfectly round. No, the further
how does
away
that work?
You better tell NASA that because they're showing us all these pictures of a round ball.
the further you go away from the equator, which I mean Australia is below
Okay,
the
maybe
equator,
I'm.
the less rounder
Yeah,
it gets. That means the further you can watch without the curve.
Okay. So at the
So by you
equator,
being in
we're going to
Queensland
add.
means you can
Listen,
watch
dude.
longer.
At the equator, all right. At the equator, we're going to add 12 degrees. We're going to add 12 miles to the radius, and then we're going to go down to Australia at 45 degrees. And if it is what you say it is, then we're going to add 6 to the radius. It's not helping you, dude.
You do what? Yeah, but you're still calculating a sphere, right? You're still calculating a round object, perfectly round.
Oh my god, are you? I think you might have some issues, man.
Do you not get it?
Yeah, this guy's a glober who doesn't believe in the globe.
Do you not get it? That it's not round. It's not completely round. By you making the circle bigger, it doesn't make it
Bro,
less
you
round.
don't know. Bro, you don't know. Why are you even taking this route? You couldn't tell him what the curve is supposed to be,
I told
even
you what
according
it's.
to your belief.
What do you mean? I didn't tell you what it's supposed to be.
You're saying no, that's not the curve. And then if we ask, okay, what is the curve? You say, I don't know.
I don't know the exact curve of the Earth. What
Yeah,
is
so
wrong
why are you
with it?
talking? How do you know that's wrong then if you have no idea?
No, I just know it's not. It's not the same curvature everywhere. I don't know what the
Okay, very good. Is that gonna change
accordingly.
it to the?
Yes,
Yeah,
it does
saying
change
let's
it. Do
change
you
it.
not understand this? It does change it a lot. If he lives in Queensland and he takes a picture, he can look further than somebody on the equator, for example.
You can't tell him how much it's gonna take.
Dude, it does not change a lot. It changes almost immeasurably.
Well, guess what? The Earth is huge, so by
It does not change a lot.
It's a lot. Yes, it does.
No, it does not change a lot. Give it
It
up,
does
man.
make a difference.
Well, if it changes a lot, feel free to write a letter to NASA and ask them why the pictures of that ball tard they keep showing.
Why are you guys on about NASA? Like NASA isn't the only space company. What are you
Well,
all
they're the
about
ones
NASA?
that keep jamming photos down our neck, and you keep believing this shit.
Who's your favorite space agency, Dripper?
I don't have any.
All right, Dripper. So, how about this? How about this? So, according to the globe model, okay, I'm going to be really generous with you here. Let's say that it allowed me to see further than 1.22 miles times the square root of the height of the observer. Let's say that gets you out to 15 kilometers. That island is 20.
20 is nothing. That's what I'm trying to say. 20 is nothing.
But what he's trying
Really?
to tell you is you shouldn't see that far at all. That's the bit you're missing. That's right. No zoom.
I should not be able to see it.
What do you mean? 20 kilometers is nothing. That's nothing. By the Earth
What
being
do you
a
mean
bit
by
less
20
cursed in
Okay,
Queensland.
stop. What do you mean by 20 kilometers is nothing? We're trying to tell you, according to your ball maths, we shouldn't see that at all, mate. At all. Zero. Nothing. We should not see it. And you're saying it's nothing. That's right. It is nothing. We should see nothing. But yet we see
Matrix, up with that. Sorry, Matrix, just give us a sec. Sorry, Dripper, give me a sec. Sorry, Matrix as well. Not just that. I'm not talking about the top of the island. I'm not talking about the middle of the island. I am talking about you can see the actual beach, and on a clear day, you can see the beach and individual trees. These big trees, they're called baobab trees, right? They look like a tree buried upside down, like the roots are up the top. Yeah. They create big nuts. Yeah. Right. So we're talking about the bottom of the fucking island. We're not even talking about the middle or the top. And
Like,
according to your model, I should not be able to see that.
First of all, I can't see the bottom on your picture, but if you can see it in real life, okay. Well, you're tall, and the Earth is less flat. So what's wrong with that? Less curved. So how does that prove anything?
Dripper, you are
What
bricked,
the hell?
my friend. You're fucking bricked.
No.
Stop talking if you're just dumb.
You just don't understand it.
You don't understand your own globe model. The curvature
No, you
calculators are
didn't
pretty simple.
understand what I just
You don't
told you.
understand it. Yeah, you told us there's no curve over 20 miles, right?
That I didn't say that.
Yeah, you were like, it's 20 miles, that's nothing, the Earth's so big.
No, I said the curve is less. That's what I said.
How much is the curve over 20 miles?
I don't know it.
Don't
That's what I
fucking
told you
know,
so
so
many
what are you
times.
talking about? Why are you arguing that if you
What
don't
are
know?
you talking about it? Do you know? Do you know it?
You
No.
don't know.
You only
You
have,
don't know.
You only have the calculator for your
Okay,
perfect
so go and
sphere.
calculate it. Go and calculate it. Tell us what it is.
No,
Or
I
shut
can't.
the fuck up.
I don't have the
Oh, you
formula.
can. You can't go on Google. You
No,
can
but I
talk
can
for
see it. I can
half an
see it.
hour, but you can't
No,
actually figure it out.
no, that's the thing.
Okay, so you don't know how much curve there is, so you don't even know what ball you're living on.
Dude, that doesn't have anything to do with this. I don't know what
Yeah,
are you saying?
curvature doesn't have anything to do with the ball.
No.
Very good.
Okay, so
No,
go
of
look
course.
100.
Can I
Okay,
ask a
but
quick question? And this
oh
is
my
just
god.
so I can understand. What do you mean by curve? How
Who?
much curve I should see? I'm just trying to understand what you're talking about.
Who?
The guy that was going on and on about how much curve you should see. I want to know what he means. What definitionally are you looking for? I'm looking at degrees, which would be 360 if we're talking about a sphere.
Right.
And
Yeah.
there, 1 degree, according to the math, of at least what they've told us in our science books and everything, should be 69 miles, approximately.
Uh-huh.
That's
Right.
how much curve you're looking at. At 69 miles, you should see 1 degree of curve.
So I see where you're coming from, Mr. Warlock. Excuse me again.
Right. So right, it's a lot, right? The Earth is big.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, so over 3,000 feet of drop from A to B.
And then you add that it's slightly less curved on some points, and then you're looking at a greater distance. So
Right, so it's like 2,990 feet then.
yeah, what feet are you talking about right now?
Well, we're talking about whatever you guys were talking about. Timbo brought up the amount of curvature in feet, the drop from A to B over 69 miles being over 3,000 feet. And that's
On a
when you guys
perfect
all
sphere?
seem to break down.
On a perfect sphere, right?
On a sphere, yeah. And then when you said, oh, it's
Right.
not a perfect sphere, the guys on the
Right.
globe side told you that it's pretty much negligible, the difference.
Why is
And you
it
don't know what it's supposed to be, so I don't know why you're trying
No,
to talk
but I
about
know
it.
that when I watch the ship go, I can see it disappear.
Yeah, and that's exactly right, man. Like the point. So you're saying I live in North Queensland, so therefore I should be able to see that on the globe model. No, maybe on the globe model, if I'm down at the bottom of Tasmania or right down the bottom corner of WA, Western Australia, or if someone's right down the bottom of South America, maybe that might make sense. But where I live, no, not at all. The equator is not that far north of where we are, dude. It's not that far north at all.
So how does that have anything to do? It's still less curved, so you still can't apply that calculator. So we don't
It's
know
okay,
how many feet
Dripper.
it
You
dropped.
don't actually have any curve, so it doesn't really matter.
Right. So how do the ships disappear?
They don't.
They do.
Well, they're not going over any curve, are they?
Then how do they?
It's called angular resolution. It is basic trigonometry, dude. It is really very basic right angle, scaling triangle trigonometry. It's not hard.
How does it disappear then?
They don't disappear. Grab some binoculars, Zoom in and watch what happens.
Yes,
Oh,
it
wow.
will. After some time, I won't see it.
Maybe they're just at the limit of your ocular abilities.
Okay, well, how far out is the boat disappearing from you?
How far out?
Yeah, what distance?
I don't know. 100 kilometers? I don't know. Something like
Okay, so let's say you're standing at the beach and you're watching a boat. At what point does it start to disappear?
that. I haven't timed it. I didn't time
So then
that.
you wouldn't know if it's due to curve or perspective either way then, because you don't know how far away it is supposed to be going down a curve.
Well, I watched it and it went down after some time.
How
I
far
didn't
away
time
was
it.
it?
I don't know how far away it was in the first time. So
Well, you
I
don't know
don't
it's curved then, because it would have to be going down at a specific distance to be matching with the curve, right?
Yeah, but I just told you the curve is different everywhere, so I can't tell you that. I
Well,
told
you
that
can
20 times.
you can at least know an average, right? Well, you don't, because you don't even know what the average is supposed to be. But
Well, a
anyone
slight
who
average.
understands
Yeah,
the
I know
globe
the slight average. It
could.
was like I already talked to people on here. We did it for 10 miles. It was like what, 30 feet over 10 miles. That's how what the drop is supposed to be. Right. So then
So
you
that was your observation. Could you show us?
What do you mean, my observation? What? No. We're talking about, okay, 10 miles was 30 feet, okay?
Wait,
So
you're
that's
standing
on a
at 30
perfect
feet
sphere.
elevation.
No. Over.
What's your elevation?
That's what you also said. According on a perfect sphere, according to the calculator, over 10 miles, the object should drop by 30 feet. Okay.
No.
I see, and the boat disappears. So yeah, it does. And that's on a
No.
perfect
Okay. So
sphere.
what
It's
was
not a
your
perfect
observer
sphere, so
height?
it's
What was your observer
probably
height?
6 foot.
6 foot, and the boat starts to disappear at 10 miles.
No, I didn't say that. I told
Well,
you.
what the
This
fuck
is
are
what
you
I told you.
saying?
I said after 100 kilometers, maybe, or I don't know how far
So
away the
you're at
boat was.
6 foot. So you're at 6 foot height, and then 100 kilometers, the boat starts to disappear.
Estimated. I don't know. Maybe even
Right.
less,
Welcome
maybe
to
more.
flat Earth.
Less, maybe more.
Yeah. Well,
Maybe
welcome
it's
to flat
only
Earth.
maybe it's only 50 kilometers.
That's
I
not. Well, 50
cannot
kilometers.
range.
Welcome to flat Earth again.
No. I cannot range a
Yeah.
boat with my own
That
eyes.
doesn't work on a globe, unfortunately. So welcome to
How
flat
does
Earth.
it not work on a globe? Makes perfect sense.
Well, because if you're at 6 foot and you're seeing a boat at 50 kilometers, then that's
I
not
told you.
that's not
I
possible on
estimated
the
with my
globe.
eyes. I just
There
told
you
you.
go.
I
Well,
only saw it with my eyes.
maybe what you need to do is go and research your globe religion, figure out where it should be going down according to the globe model,
No.
and then start
According
to
to a flat
observe,
Earth.
find
According to a
observations that
flat Earth.
actually match up. Because what you're talking about debunks the globe.
No. According to a
Yep.
flat Earth, I should see the boat forever.
6 foot observer height, 100 kilometer boat debunks the globe. 6 foot observer height, 50 kilometer boat debunks the globe. So welcome.
What do you mean debunks the boat? Because you typed it in the calculator, and I just told you.
It should have been curved before that. Should have been going down way before that. So welcome to
Right,
flat
and
Earth.
I told you that I can estimate it. I don't know. Maybe it was
So it's
only 10
100 kilometers. It's 50 kilometers. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know how much it was.
Yeah, you don't know. So I don't know why you're still talking.
Could have been 10 kilometers. What does it? This doesn't disprove anything. The boat still disappeared.
Could have been 100 kilometers. Could have been 50 kilometers. Could have been 10 kilometers. Yeah, you don't know.
The boat still disappeared. How does this happen
you've
on the
got
flat
no
Earth?
clue. Well, obviously not on the curve if it's happening at 50 kilometers or 100 kilometers.
Hello, the boat disappeared.
Hello,
how does it
even
happen
at 10
on the flat
kilometers.
Earth? Can you
Even
tell
at
me
10
how this
kilometers.
happens? Can you just tell me how this happens on a flat Earth?
Well,
How
you
does the
can
boat
observe objects disappearing bottom up on a flat surface as well.
After what? What?
Yeah, perspective.
So how does it? What do you mean perspective? I'm standing still. I'm looking. There's no Fata Morgana. There's no light play in place. The boat slowly goes down. How does this
not
happen?
where the globe model says it should. So can't be curved, can it?
What does the globe model say? We can't calculate this. What do you mean? What are you looking at?
Well, why don't you go figure it out? Go onto Google and type in distance to horizon.
No. You know that you're just repeating yourself with your 50 and 100, and I just told you I didn't estimate.
That was your thing. 50 and 100. That was yours, not mine.
Yes, I told you I estimated 100. It could have been 20.
You estimated 100.
It could have been 10. No, I told you it could have been 100. It could have been 50. It could have been 10. What does it matter?
Yeah, so you didn't actually observe anything then.
I did observe a boat
You
disappearing.
observed a
over
boat
the
that could have been 10 kilometers, could have been 100 kilometers. You have no idea. So you
Right.
don't know what you observed.
It doesn't matter how far, it still disappeared. So what's your point?
Yeah, so on a globe, it could disappear at 10 kilometers and it could disappear at 100 kilometers. That's what you're saying.
No, I said it disappeared. So how do you prove this on a flat Earth? That's what I said.
Okay, so why did it disappear?
Don't spin my words around. I told you this, and you didn't
So
explain it.
why did it disappear according to you?
How does it disappear?
Yeah.
It disappeared because the Earth is curved, and that's why.
Oh no, because the distances you said that wouldn't work. It's not the curve. That doesn't match.
I told you there was no distance. You don't know what distance it was. I don't know either.
Oh,
So why
you
are
don't
you
know.
bringing up distance?
You don't know.
You don't even
the
know
distance.
what distance it was.
Well, you can't say it's curved then because you don't know the distance.
Hello, why don't you go out and look at a boat today? Since you live in Queensland.
Well, we've all done that. We all
I'm
know
sure
that it
you
doesn't
haven't
go over
done
at the rate that the globe model says, bro. That's the whole point.
No.
You don't even know what the globe's
What
supposed to
the
be.
globe model said? I just told you the Earth isn't curved.
You don't know
even.
what the globe model says. You've just
I
told us
don't
you don't know what the globe model
what are you
says.
What are you even talking about?
You think 6 foot observer height, 100 kilometer away boat is fine on the globe because you don't understand your own religion.
Then you type that into your smart curvature calculator, which calculates for a perfect sphere.
It's your curve calculator. You should use it so you understand what you're trying to talk about.
My Earth calculator.
Yeah, that's what you believe.
No, my
That's
Earth.
what you believe, yeah?
No.
Oh, okay, so you don't believe the curve calculators.
Why are you saying this? I didn't say that. Yeah,
So
I
do you or
told
do
you.
you not believe the curve calculators?
Yes, because the Earth calculators don't calculate the Earth. They calculate a perfect sphere, which the Earth
Alright.
isn't. How often do I need to
So
say
how
this
would you
for to
calculate the
understand?
curve then? So what would
How
you
often
use
should
to
I say it?
calculate the curve?
I don't calculate the curve. What do you
So
think?
you
I
don't
do
know
on
what the
my
curve
free
is
time?
supposed to be. So how can you say
No, I
anything is
don't
the
know
curve
what
if
the
you
curve
don't know what
is
it's supposed to be?
I told you this for like 10,000 times.
Okay, so you don't know if there's curve. Cool.
I know there is curve. I just don't know how much it is and how does this make it roll. Since
How
the
would you
boat
know?
disappears,
Would you know
that means
that
there
there's
is
curve
curve.
if you don't know anything
Because the
about it?
boat disappeared. How often do I have to tell you this? The boat
So
disappeared.
how do you know the
Therefore-
cause is curve if you don't know how much curve there's supposed to be?
Okay, then you tell me what is the cause.
Well,
if
you
it's not
saying
curved.
what else could it be is not confirmation that it is what you're claiming it is.
He's playing the same game the atheist played with me,
Well,
which is that he takes the agnostic
No.
point of view of he doesn't know.
No, that's no. That's just
It's okay
one.
that he doesn't know.
That's just
Well,
one
you just
point.
can't make an
Prove
argument
that the
about it.
Earth- That's just one point.
Not you, but the guy. He's like he doesn't want to come up with a reason or explanation for something that occurs.
I
Because
gave
it
a
doesn't
I've already
agree
given
with
him.
his
I've already given him.
with
But
his
yeah, it's not,
I
it's
gave an
not
explanation.
it's not on me.
I gave a perfect explanation to why
No,
the ship
not
disappeared.
you again. I'm telling you, you
You
are
gave
on my
no
side.
explanation, bro.
Ah, okay.
You
So
said
you
you
think
can
also that the Earth
here
is
at
a globe?
100 kilometers, so you just debunked the globe.
No, I didn't say it was.
No.
How?
Yeah, you did.
No, are you?
All
wait,
of your examples did. 10 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers, they all debunked the globe. So,
Hello.
Yeah.
You know what the definition of like that's actually stupid because I told you so many times I didn't say this, okay? And you still keep on saying it. That just means
You
that's the
said it.
literal
You gave
definition
those numbers
of being
out.
stupid. That's the
You said
literal
all three of
definition.
those numbers.
By the way, I'm playing
I
with
told you
Google
I
Maps
don't know the
trying to
distance. You
produce
keep on
at
saying 100
69-mile
kilometers.
road.
You keep on saying 100 kilometers. I never said that was the
You
actual.
said 100 kilometers.
Yes,
not
I
me.
said that was what I estimated. It could have been less. It could have been more.
Yeah, so you gave
That's
us
very
100
wrong.
kilometers. Why are you trying to say I gave you that?
I said
Stop
I
being retarded.
estimated. You
Yeah,
say
you
it
estimated
was.
100 kilometers.
Yes, and
So
then
your
you type that
estimation
into your
debunks the
calculator.
globe. That's what I
No.
said.
Hello,
Yeah.
can you listen? Then you type this into your calculator, and of course, after 100 kilometers, you would not be able to see the boat. It started to disappear earlier, right? That's what the
How much
calculator
earlier?
says. I mean, I know you have the calculator in front of you, right?
How much
But
earlier
then
does
I
it
said
disappear then
was an
for a 6 foot
estimation.
observer?
Maybe it was less. So what's your point? Do you not understand this? Pretty
Yeah,
simple.
the point is you've got no idea what you're talking about. I don't know why you're
I
still
do.
talking.
I completely do.
So you've come in
there you
here,
go.
you don't
You
know your
just-
own measurements, but you're telling us our measurements are wrong. Congratulations.
What measurements
That
do you
sounds
even
stupid.
have? I just told you something and you don't understand it. Then I can't do anything else, right?
You don't understand what you're talking about. You're telling
I
us
know
the curve
perfectly what I'm
changes.
talking about. I know perfectly what I'm talking about. What do you not
So,
understand?
so why you keep backpedaling then?
Why do I backpedal? What did I backpedal from? I said I estimated 100. How am I backpedaling if you say I said
You
it
claimed
was
the
100?
curve was different right at the equator. Yes or no?
Repeat again, sorry.
You claimed the curve had a different rate at the equator. Yes or no?
Yes.
How
Then
did you
from
measure it?
I don't measure it. I just know it. It makes sense.
Oh, so it makes sense because someone said
Yeah,
so.
just believe that.
Guess what, everyone? You've just won the lotto. You can all fuck off home.
No, and I know the ship disappeared, so therefore there's a curve, and therefore it makes more
Okay,
sense
stop. I wear black sneakers. Therefore, Skinny drives a Ferrari. Just because you see something disappear out of your vision does not prove a ball. It doesn't prove
Why not?
anything.
Why not? What else was it then?
It's the limit of your vision. That's it.
No, it's not. It's not. I can look for 100 kilometers.
Bullshit.
That's not true. Google it.
You can see for 100 kilometers.
Yes, you do too. I think.
Standing
If you
on
have...
the edge of the beach. I would pay to fucking watch this.
Hey, challenge to anybody, because I'm trying to do this right now.
Hey, NW Guardians, how about you leave it alone? How about you let Matrix and this guy fucking have it out? I'm really enjoying the entertainment.
And all, dude, but can I
NW Guardians, you get your chance. You'll get your chance, okay? Don't. Just don't.
That 100 kilometers is debunks your globe anyway, so congratulations.
Yeah, he doesn't realize he keeps debunking the globe.
No, I don't. Right.
Yeah, you do, bro. You don't
So
understand.
how
You
am
don't
I?
understand the globe,
How is
but you do.
How is my
You
vision
don't
limited
realize
if I still
because
see
you
the
don't
boat?
like it.
What do you mean by my vision is limited if I still see the fucking boat?
100 kilometers is over a kilometer is
Are
over
you
a
guys
kilometer
riding?
of
You
drop
guys
over
just
distance.
riding on
man.
like words I said? Just what are you guys
Well,
doing?
use your words better then.
Think about it.
Why don't you guys
claim
just
you can
answer
see-
me
you
or
shut up.
acknowledge? Why
Stop
don't you
and
just
think about it,
acknowledge
my
what I
friend.
said?
Shut up and listen. Stop and
Okay.
think about it. You claim you can see 100 kilometers. Get on that ball calculator and have a look how
Right.
much drop there is. You can see through water. You can see
No, I
through
can't.
the
I
curve.
can't see through water. But look,
So
I can look
therefore,
in the
you
sky.
cannot see 100 kilometers.
No,
Get on
I
it.
can't.
Get on the
Hello.
fucking calculator, put in the data, and have a look for yourself, my friend.
Right. So
Yes.
how often do I have to
Not
say
right,
this?
yes, so go and bloody do it. You're talking
I
the
did
talk,
it.
now
I
walk
did
the
it.
fucking walk.
Hello.
Step up,
I
son.
did it. I did it.
And you can't see 100 kilometers.
I
Congratulations.
can't. I still can't see 100 kilometers because what? Guess what?
All right,
You can
welcome
look
to
in the
Flat Earth.
sky. What do you mean? What
You're
if I
looking
see a
like it's
plane?
quiet.
What if I see a plane?
Well, welcome to Flat Earth, man. If you can see 100 kilometers, welcome to Flat Earth.
That
Good
was
on
the-
you. Welcome
and
to
that
Flat
was
Earth,
the
man.
number. And
I
that
want
was
to know
the
what
number.
shit hot Gobi's using.
And I pulled that number out of my ass. I don't know the exact.
We can tell.
Imagine
Yeah, right.
arguing this long about something that you don't
Still, by
know.
you writing,
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what number wasn't pulled out of anyone's ass. Okay, was again the photo that I showed you on the chat with
No, I
the
didn't say I
island
wasn't out of your ass.
where you can
I
see the
said
beach. If you actually enlarge that photo, you can actually see the beach pretty clearly, and you can actually see it clearly in the photo as well if your eyes are pretty are good enough.
but guys,
20 kilometers away, under 12 miles, and so you're saying that depending where you are on the earth, you can see more. I get that. I understand that. You can see further, right? However,
why then? Okay.
we are in North Queensland, dude. North Queensland.
Fuck you, stupid flat earth maker.
Okay. So what did you guys not understand? Since you keep on writing on some word I said, you keep on writing on the 100 kilometers.
Listen, stop.
Dude.
Listen, mate. I'll tell you a little secret. Repeating
No,
the
stop,
same
but I
thing
couldn't
over
find
and
it.
over again is not going to help
saying
you.
stop. Stop saying stop.
Well,
If you would have
shut the
understood.
fuck up and start listening. You're not listening to us.
No, you're not listening because you didn't understand what I just told you. If you keep
Listen,
on writing on the
Einstein's definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again,
that's
expecting a
what you
different
guys are
result.
doing. You guys are keep on writing
No,
on.
we're doing the same thing over again, getting the same result into your fucking head.
Yes,
You have
because you don't
failed.
understand it. You can't understand it. You don't understand that the distance doesn't play a role.
Dude,
It
you're
does play a
arguing.
fucking big role. Listen,
You're
mate, what you've told us, you live on a flat plane. Thank you very much. Welcome
No,
to
I
the club.
don't. How do you guys keep? When did I say that?
The
I
reason
said
the
no.
reason we keep saying that is because your mathematics has failed you. Your own stupidity and ignorance has let you down.
What mathematics did I use?
Why
You
are
seeing
you
100
saying?
kilometers?
Why are you saying that? Why are you
Can I
saying that
ask
distance
you why you
doesn't
keep
matter?
writing these 100 kilometers? If you
Why
would
are you
understand
saying?
what I told you, that would
Why are
not
you
play a
saying that
role.
distance doesn't matter? Why are you saying that?
Because it doesn't. The ship disappears. I don't know what exact distance. It doesn't matter. The ship
It should.
still disappears.
What you're not getting is that it should disappear at a certain rate. Yeah.
Like Bill Nye, right?
No, I just told you it doesn't.
Okay,
And
so the Earth.
Yes, and no. Okay. My bad. It does disappear at a certain rate. But since I don't know the distance, I can tell you what rate.
Is the Earth
So therefore,
bigger?
it's invalid.
So you don't have an argument, is basically what you're telling us.
No. Should I say it again?
Yeah, that's what you're telling us. So if we see the boat disappear at 10 miles one day and then 30 miles the next day from the same location, that's both Earth curves. That works for you.
Yeah, that's complete bullshit. Yeah.
As in, that's not Earth curve, or that is Earth curve.
What do you mean? You see it further on the one day than on the other day?
Yeah,
of course.
When does that happen? I don't know where you live.
Always, every day.
In reality, which you
In
don't
reality,
seem to have a good
so you
grasp
measure
of.
that boat every time, and you see it disappear on different.
Yeah, you get on Marine Tracker. You see the distance to the boat. You see one day when it starts disappearing. You see on another day it doesn't disappear. You see on another day where it disappears at a further rate. So
And the conditions stay the same each time.
No, how would the conditions stay the same from day to day?
No, I mean you keep bringing up the reflections, right, and stuff.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Right. So that does play a role.
Yeah, but for you to use refraction in your argument, you'd have to know that the Earth is a certain size.
Well, it's not a certain size. I don't know a certain size. What do you mean?
So how big is it? So how big is it then?
What? How big is what?
The Earth. Are we having the same conversation, or are you just being
circumference? Like, what is it? 40,000? I don't know.
Yeah, where'd you get that from?
Where did I get that from? From the internet. Where do you guys get your information from?
Where did they get that from? How do you know where they got that from?
Where they got that from?
If you're going to rely on this information,
I mean, you can't fly around.
You know where the information comes from.
It's on a plane, maybe that would be one way.
Airplanes aren't measuring devices, dude.
No, but I guess you can measure that way, right? If you fly around the Earth with a plane.
No, you can't, because you can only measure airspeed. You can't measure ground speed over the ocean.
What? What do you mean by what airspeed? We're talking about distance, not speed.
How do you get distance if you don't have speed?
Well, you can measure speed. What is the difference between airspeed and ground speed?
What is speed?
Well, okay, if you've got just shush, man. If you've got if you're in the air, right?
Yeah.
And you've got you're traveling. Let's say let's say the reading is 500 miles per hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've got a tailwind of 200 miles per hour, then you could be going 700 miles per hour, but your airspeed reading is only 500 miles per hour.
What?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Wait, you said you mean like on the dashboard of the plane? It's just 900 miles an hour, and you have a
airspeed.
Then tell me again.
The only way you can measure speed in a plane is airspeed.
Well, you can measure speed by time, distance over time.
Distance,
right?
yes. So how do you get distance over the ocean? How do you do that?
Distance over time.
Yeah, but how do you get distance over the ocean?
Well, if I get from this location to this location, I can know like whatever. Or what are you talking about right now?
Yeah, but how do you know how far away that is in the first place?
What do you mean how far away? Because I know where I am.
The only way you know that is because you assume that the Earth is a sphere, and because of the coordinates.
Oh, that works on a flat surface.
No, you're not gonna talk over the top of me, because they give you the size of the globe. You can. This is how they work it out. Yeah. So because you have this originally, that's why I was asking you how you know the size of the sphere. Because that's the only way that you know a distance to another distance, one spot to another spot. Yeah, but if you're flying, you brought up that airplanes were measuring devices, so which is incorrect. You say, okay, well, I got from here to here in this time. Yeah, but if you've got a different speed in the air than a ground speed, then you're covering. Then you're covering. You're not going to talk over the top of me. Now you're covering more ground in a shorter time. So were you going? But your airspeed told you that you're only going 500, but you're going 700. So that's why planes arrive earlier in places. Yeah.
Wait, planes arrive earlier in places because they fly faster.
Yes. No shit. Because they have a tail. They have a tailwind.
No, because they have
arrive
engines
later.
that thrust them forward faster than your car does.
You're not understanding, are you, dude?
Well, I don't know. So how would you measure if I told you to measure 10 meters on the ground? How would you do that?
Mate, he hasn't understood since the start of this conversation.
What? Wait, what did you just say?
Like, how are we talking about how to measure distances now? How would you measure? How far? How would you measure how far 10 meters is? You would measure. I don't know.
You measure it with a measuring tape. But I'm saying you were using a plane as a measuring device.
Right.
And I said, how can you measure distance over water?
You know, you can still calculate it if there's wind.
Calculate. How do you measure distance over water? I'm not going to let you move from this question, man.
Measure? Yeah, you fly over it and you look how many kilometers it was.
How many kilometers of what?
Of what?
Yeah,
kilometers
you're
of
in
what?
a plane. You're in a plane, dude.
I'm in a plane, yes.
Yeah. How do you measure distance over water?
The same as you do over land.
Impossible.
He doesn't
How is
know.
it impossible?
He's just making shit up.
So if you use a measuring tape on water, it's false?
Okay. No
How do you use a measuring tape over water when you're in a plane?
When I'm in a plane, no. We're talking about. You said it's impossible to measure this over water. So if the plane were to fly over land,
distance over water, even if you're in a boat, you can't measure distance over water either.
Why can I not? I don't get this.
How are you going to do it?
Okay,
okay. You don't get this, but I'm asking you a question how you do it, and you don't know.
How about you have
so how do you get distance over water?
Okay, you want me to answer?
Measure. How do you measure distance over
you could
water?
have a signal like what is it called? That gets a signal receiver on one end. You fly away from it. It tells you exactly how far away you are. That would be one way, maybe.
No, it doesn't.
How do you measure it over land with a plane? You can do that, right?
How did you get the distance in the first place? So you're first going from this land to that land, right?
What are you talking
about? So how do you
about?
know how far away it is? You're a dumb shit, aren't you?
No.
The very short answer. Okay, dripping. The very short answer. The very short answer. Okay. Over water, it is incredibly hard to measure distance. It is incredibly hard. On land, it's easier because you've got these features around you. You know how. Yeah, you've got a lot of fucking points. You can't do that over water, man.
You still could use your velocity as a measurement.
No, you can't. What about air? That's airspeed, not ground speed.
Distance over time.
What are you talking about? Airspeed? 10 kilometers in the air are the same as 10 kilometers per hour on ground.
Not if you've
got. Are you talking?
If
the plane is traveling at a constant speed of 400. Let's say 400.
The only way that you can measure speed in the air is airspeed. All right.
Let me
talk.
If
you're traveling at 500 miles per hour airspeed, but you've got a 200 mile an hour tailwind. You're going 700 kilometers an hour, not 500 kilometers an hour. But you are reaching 500 kilometers, but you've actually traveled 700.
Okay, so
and by the way, how about this? How about we keep it to water for now? Timbo answered your question with air. We'll keep it to water for now. How do you measure your distance over water? You measure your heading versus the current versus how far you're going.
Do you know what one knot per knot
it's
is?
an estimation at best. At best, it's an estimation.
So if your car
the original All right, so that's on fixed land, dude. So you can get a circle that equals a meter, and every time you spin the circle, you get a meter. Yeah, that's how you measure on land. Yeah, that's an example of measuring on land. Now, replicate that into water.
Have you never navigated, man, at all? Like water or land? Have you actually navigated cross country ever?
Cross country? No. I'm 18. What are you talking about?
Well, that's why he doesn't understand it.
Okay, look.
So yeah. So why are you in here? Hold on a sec, man. Hold on a sec. I'm sorry. So why are you in here arguing so vociferously? I've shown you like an island 20 kilometers off of where I live. Right. Timbo and others and Matrix have brought up things that they actually know from real life, and you are still here arguing like you are. And you're 18, meaning your balls have barely dropped.
Hey, you guys, by the way, haven't let me talk in like 10 minutes. Just saying that.
I think you're just here to. I think you're just here to argue, man. Because if you can't understand what I'm saying, then I don't think you're capable of having this conversation.
Yeah, there's a lot of 18-year-olds and younger people at the moment who are coming in thinking that flat earthers are just complete idiots. I don't know if it's TikTok. I don't know if there's, a big movement through the schools at the minute, but the younger ones right now are absolutely convinced flat earthers are idiots. So I think they've got a bit of prejudgment under their belt and they haven't done the research because they're so sure of themselves, which is of course Dunning-Kruger. Do you know what I mean? So it's just a shame, especially when I hear 18-year-olds like this guy so confident but has done no research. I think it's a damn shame.
And he's not understanding a simple concept of that.
Can you grab me something for a minute?
Can I
I agree. Off topic, but something that is like off in the woods. But I wanted to ask.
You're the grown-ups here, right? So come on, let me talk for.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Yeah, but the problem is, we're just giving you a simple concept, and you're not. Oh well, no, you're not.
Just a second. Yeah, he can stay on mute, guys, because I think he's rude and he's not actually listening. And I just think there's better conversations in here.
Yeah, leave him on mute.
You know what? You're right. I'm the best conversation to have.
I'm really sorry. I wasn't trying to fucking cut in on anybody. I find it so. For me personally, okay, I find this. You got this young fella, Drippy. You got fucking Maximum, who was in earlier. Like, it's such a waste, man. Like, these guys are clearly smart, and they're wasting all their fucking time on this shit. Like, when they could learn, I find that a fucking travesty.
Well, how smart are they, mate? How smart are they when they don't look into it? They haven't been able to prove the globe to themselves. Every flat earther in here went through the same thing. Every flat earther in here went through the exact same thing. We had to prove to ourselves that the spinning, curving ball is a reality. I didn't take it serious. I took the piss out of flat earth until somebody I respected questioned me, and I thought I owe him an explanation, not just nuh-uh. So I went to try and find the evidence, and guess what? 10 years later, I'm still looking for one proof of the globe. So all of you would go through the same thing if you tried to find evidence for the globe. You just haven't bothered because you think flat earth is stupid because you're a Dunning-Kruger who doesn't do any research. And I'll back off.
I agree. Hold on, Scott. Sorry, quickly, man. I wasn't trying to cut you off. Roots, man. Absolutely solid point. And look, and again, when it was first brought up with me, I spent an hour and a half absolutely abusing the fuck out of one of my best friends when he first brought it up with me, calling him everything under the sun. I called him a dumb cunt, dumb motherfucker, shit cunt, you're a fucking idiot. Everything's settled. What the fuck are you talking about? You're a fucking retard, rah, rah. And he's smarter than I am. Yeah, to your point, Roots. Yeah, solid point, man.
It's part of the process to reject flat earth to begin with, but then you have to have some respect for the people you're talking to, and you have to go and prove what you believe. You have to go and find the evidence of curvature, find the evidence of spin, and this is why we're arguing back and forth with a guy who hasn't done any research about drop over distance, but he doesn't understand the concept because he's not looking for it. He just wants to win the argument. So I just think there are better globers out there. There are more honest globers that we can speak to. And I think people like him just are probably brand new to the subject and are rejecting it. They're in cognitive dissonance. There's only so much you can do with someone like that.
Well, there really is nothing that we can do. Absolutely zero. Nothing at all.
Well, you can explain something.
It's basically they know the Earth is flat. Deep
No, we
down
don't.
inside. Yeah, they do.
No, we don't.
Yeah, they do.
Do we just need to accept it into our heart?
It's the same thing with believing in authoritative government. Deep down inside, everybody knows that's a bunch of nonsense. You know it's true. It's true. It's just the propaganda is what muddies the water. See?
So when did you figure all this out? What were you doing?
Oh yeah, actually, I'm actually glad you asked me that because I was about to go on what you were saying earlier about, or I forget who said this, but
Well, I wasn't saying anything earlier. I was listening.
Someone mentioned that they talked to somebody that they respected, and they thought that we didn't live on a spinning ball. And,
that was Skinny Vet.
So I can relate to that because I had a shop, and my neighbor, he'd have a bunch of friends that come over. Long story short, one of his friends came over one Saturday night, and I heard him talk to another one of his buddies, and he goes, "Bro, the Earth is flat." And I'm talking to another dude, and I was like, "What?" Like my brain couldn't accept what I just heard. It's like in one ear, out the other. But I heard what he said, and I was like, "Wait, did he just say the Earth is flat?" And he was like trying to say all the reasons why it is in one ear, out the other. I don't know. I've never experienced that. I guess people call it cognitive dissonance, or like this like feeling, this uncomfortable feeling of I don't know how you would explain cognitive dissonance, but
yeah, no,
I've never experienced anything like that. It was extremely uncomfortable. Nobody wants to be in that situation at all. They're going to do everything in their power to get out of that. Holy crap. I mean, everyone's different.
Yeah, exactly right, man. And you know, to your point with what you were just saying, you know, no one wants to look like an idiot or whatever the case may be. And you know, for me personally, it was really interesting because he brought up the moon landing with me, and I looked into that for a couple of weeks, and I'm like, you know what, man, I can't come to any other conclusion but that it was a bunch of bullshit and fake. Like even NASA basically came out and said it was faked. And then, when he brought up flat Earth, when he brought up flat Earth, I abused the fuck out of him for about an hour and a half. And yeah, it took a while. It was AJ that brought me round in the end. It wasn't AJ; it was my return to Christ. But AJ was a big part of that. But point being, it was funny how I could accept one but not the other. It was really interesting, actually. It's funny how the human mind works. To your point, to the point of the last two that talked. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because here's the kicker, man. I've been going down the rabbit hole for a minute. Few years after 9/11. That's all it took was some stupid meme on Facebook. Jet fuel can't melt steel beams. That's all it took. The rest is history.
Doesn't need to.
Yeah. I guess Enemy of the State from '98, the movie. That's kind of what started it all. Like, wait a minute. Started questioning the government. You know?
Hello?
But what's up?
We hear you.
But in 2011,
I just want to ask
I watched this documentary called "On the A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon." The moon landing documentary.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, holy crap.
Yeah, have you seen that, Scott?
Yeah, when they set up the pictures from inside the cabin.
But I also seen Jam Panda's frame by frame debunk of that.
But I just like to
Which is
finish
much better.
what I'm saying real quick is what I'm getting at is
I
knew NASA was full of shit since 2011-ish. So what, 10, 12, 13 years? And I've only been questioning that we're not living on a spinning ball for about a year and a half now. And it took somebody that I agree with politically, like 98% of the time, to be like, talk to somebody else within earshot and say, bro, the earth is flat. And he's all like spitting off reasons why it is. In one ear, out the other. I was like, this guy's crazy. He knows where I live. He knows where I work. He knows what car I drive. He knows my friends. He knows my family. I'm freaking out, but I'm not saying anything. I'm not like cussing at him. I'm just like giving him that weird eye, you know, like what the hell? I'm like looking at it, and then they're looking at me like, are you hearing this? Like, you know.
So that's cognitive. So you're going to share with us all the reasons that he gave you? Because nobody ever shares those here, except for water being flat. That's it. That's the only thing everybody says. Water's flat, and that's it. What were the other reasons he gave you?
Well, he like had a basketball in his hand, and he happened to have a flashlight, and he's like shining the flashlight above the basketball, and he's like pointing at the shadow and go look, and he's all like moving the flashlight around, and I can't hear a word he's saying at this point. You know, it's just like, and I was like,
okay,
like the adults of Snoopy.
So, what reasons did he give you then that you finally heard?
Oh, I didn't. So, well, I'm almost. I'm getting there.
Why don't you let him tell his story, Scott, and shut the fuck up?
So this was a month prior to moving out of my automotive shop, right? So I get settled into the new place, right? And I'm getting settled in, and I got this like this weird feel. I don't know. There's something in the back of my head that just like keeps nagging at me. I can't put my finger on it. It's like, what?
That would be the schizophrenia.
What is it? Oh, it just drove me crazy for like a month after settling into the new place for a whole month. So 2 months has expired. And I've already been looking at, 2019 and all that nonsense on Rumble, Odyssey, BitChute. So I hop on there, find a documentary that a lot of people were praising. So I did a little bit of research. And I watched like a few minutes of it, and I had to turn it off. I was like, my brain was like going a million miles an hour, anxiety off the freaking charts. I was like, I was like freaking out. And I'm like, seriously, I'm just like, what is
Why
it?
does it
I had to
sound
turn
like
it off, dude. I had to turn it off, right? Okay, so 2 days later, I watch it again from the beginning. I get like 5 more minutes in. Same thing. So the next day, 5, 10 minutes, 20 minutes in more. And then like after about a week of that BS, I eventually was like, hold up. I got more questions about the spinning ball Earth than I do about, whatever else this is.
The weird thing is your description of how you approach Flat Earth, where you would play the video, then think, oh no, I can't watch this, and then play it again and struggle again, sounds so eerily similar to the first time I ever watched gay porn.
What? You're a fucking idiot. Seriously.
Jekyll,
But
please.
you keep going back.
You're better than this.
He's just trying to knock him down a few notches. He's triggered.
Jekyll.
He's saying the
horrible
more you watch, the more you watch shit that you don't like, the more you love it.
Yeah.
Hey, I think you're exposing yourself there, buddy.
Yeah, you are big time, Jekyll. You weirdo.
What's on your mind?
Hey,
Yeah, but I mean, not just that. Like, for me as well. Like, it was the same thing. Like, my mate that I told you, about. I abused the fuck out of him for like an hour and a half. Again, one of my best mates, mind you. Abused the fuck out of him, and and he'd send me stuff, and I'm just like, I'd just skim it over, and I would watch it. He's one of my best mates. So I respect this guy. I love this guy. I call him brother. Like he's my brother as far as I'm concerned. I didn't grow up with brothers. He's one of my brothers. And then so I'd skim watch it and everything like that, and I'd just be concreted into. I'd be digging my heels in, even though the moon landing was already debunked for me. And then I'd skim over it, and then but it was returning to Christ. Was what done it for me, and AJ was a big part of that. You guys know AJ, and then after that it was like, all right, and then I'm just like, oh, I did nothing with it. It's like it's a non-issue. And then recently AJ's been introducing me to a lot of the scientific stuff, everything like that, and he got me on here, which is how I came to be here. But it was a long road, man, and I apologized. I did apologize after my return to Christ to that guy, to my mate. His name's Andrew. I apologized to him. I'm like, I'm fucking so sorry for saying the things I did, man. Like, you were just trying to wake me up, and yeah.
Hey, can I come at you from a different angle? This is hey. I'm glad you came back to Christ. I am a believer in God and a follower of Jesus and a Christian as probably as much as you. I will just tell you, dude. It's how I be atheist is how I come at you, and that is with an objective standard. I look at things, I observe things, and I see things, and I look at things, and I see what I see, and I see a globe Earth.
You're seeing what you were told to see, nothing more.
I observe objective reality, and unless you can explain some things about objective reality to me, I'm not going to accept it. Thanks.
I'm sorry, but you're not a Christian. If you go against
I am totally Christian, dude.
Scripture and you believe that it's a globe, you're not a real Christian. There is no globe in the Bible.
Attack his religion,
That's
man.
ridiculous.
Don't attack his faith or
Well,
his
not
religion.
attack his religion. And Turquoise, if you believe Earth's a globe, then you're not a Christian either.
Bruce, if you're going to accept scripture, by the way, I can show you scripture that actually proves the globe.
Just give me a sec. Everybody, sorry, just give me a sec. He directed that one at me. Can I respond to him?
Go for it, man.
Okay, NW Guardian. Yeah, look, okay, I understand what you're saying. And look, I don't think you're necessarily being a dick. I think you're in the same stage that I was when I abused the living fuck out of one of my best mates. You're saying that you're coming from objective, etc. Okay, if you're a Christian like me, read Genesis, man. It's really, really simple. And then from there, look at the globe model that we have all been indoctrinated into. Look at curvature. Look at spin. Look at gas pressure without containment, and see how they explain that. And voila, you're going to get there real fucking quick, dude. All right? I don't think you're trying to be a dick, so I'm not being a dick to you. But yeah, you can't be Christian and a Glober at the same time, really, when you think about it. Like, honestly, it's just not a purity spiral. It's not purity testing. I'm simply saying you accept the word of God as it is, or you try and make it into what you want it to be, meaning that you just, well, it's not the word of God anymore, is it? You're framing it in your own mind what you want it to be.
This is a dangerous move, right? Because and this is probably why a lot of flat earthers don't like this, right?
I don't remember him addressing you, Jack.
Yeah, but I need to say that it's to tie Christianity into flat Earth will create less less Christians, right? It's not a good move to make, and it's not for you to say who is a Christian and who isn't.
Jackal, shut up. The book itself says that the Earth is immovable, has four corners. It describes a flat Earth. That's all we're saying. If you go against that, you're going against the book. Simple.
Okay, I mean, look, if you can think that, but if you want to deny people's Christianity on the basis of the fact that they don't think the Earth is flat, it's not that direct. It's more for like some Christians, they think it's more vague. and open to interpretation more.
Yeah, Jacob, I
You
was not denying this, man.
You don't get a say in this.
I'm just saying.
I was not denying.
You're producing
I
less
was
Christians
not.
by doing this method.
I was not
You're not
denying this
producing
man's
any if you're
Christianity.
gay.
I was saying that he's less Christian. I was saying I was not denying Christianity as saying he's less Christian. What I'm saying is the word of God is the word of God, or it's not. And you can make it believe what. Hold on a second. And you can make it believe what you want it to believe, or you accept it as truth. I accept it as truth personally. However, I'm not saying this guy's a Christian or not a Christian because that's between him and God.
Yes.
Well, however, if you're going to fuck around with it and you're going to go, oh, I'm just going to cherry pick this part that I believe and I'm not going to believe the other parts, then I'm sorry, man. I don't know, man. I'd be questioning your faith then.
I'll explain why it's problematic to even suggest it. Right now, if you're a Christian and you've been lied to, right, you've been lied to by by the powers that be. God will not judge you for being deceived, right? Even if the book says one thing, and this person's being gaslit into believing the Earth's a globe, and you then say because they fell for it through no fault of their own, all the forces in the world are against them on that one, that they're not a Christian, Big Roots, then the only person who's being judged out of those two people by God would not be the guy who's been tricked, but by you for suggesting that they're not a Christian. They don't. Their actions don't speak for themselves.
Actually, Jack, sorry, I know I'm interrupting you. I know I'm interrupting you.
He asked me a question, so let me respond. I will respond the way I see fit. Yeah, and I'm responding with all of the Bible speaks for itself. The pages of the Bible speak for itself, and it is described as a flat earth. If you want to believe it's a globe, you're sitting somewhere in between the Bible and modern accepted science, okay? But you are not following the Bible or the word if you believe in a big bang or a globe, and that's final. There are so many references to the flat earth in the Bible. This isn't even a discussion. Don't be butthurt. It is what it is. The Bible says what it is. Simple.
Yeah, I'm sure that look, this is why I say like if someone can be deceived away from the Bible, right? Like lots of people are, and typically people who aren't aware of how they're deceived get given a free pass in the Bible, right? They're not judged for being tricked, right?
This is why I was cutting you off earlier, Jekyll. This is why I was cutting you off for a second.
Like you're holier than thou, right? When you probably don't.
No, this is not what I'm doing. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry to cut you off because you said something incorrect before, and that's what I wanted to get to before. And again, Roots, I was sorry. I was not. I know he directed the question at you, and you answered. All right, it's really, really simple, dude. It's really, really simple. So what we see from modern Christianity is they're trying to bend to the secular nature of modernity, basically, and they are trying to essentially massage what they believe or what they're preaching into to fit in with modern narratives. Now, again, the word is what the word is, like Roots said, and the Bible says very, very clearly it's a flat earth. So if you're a Christian, yeah, I agree with you that if this kid has been indoctrinated into the globe, which we all were, I grew up in churches that preached the globe. Okay, so no one is actually coming at this kid saying, fucking, you're a piece of shit because you believe it. Because a lot of churches do actually teach that. And it's horrifically bad. It's horrifically wrong. What we're trying to do here is to get people to think for themselves. And it's not a holier than thou thing, like you said. And it's not any. And the whole thing you just said about judgment, Roots is going to be judged harsher. You don't fucking know that. It's between God and the individual Christian. No one fucking knows that. I don't know that. Roots doesn't know that. And you definitely fucking don't know that. So don't try and talk with authority on the word. All right?
I would take. I mean, look, based on what I know about, being raised a Christian, I would say that of the two people there, the person who's being deceived is the innocent one, and the person who's fearing them is the person doing the sin there. But I'm not going to chastise him on his religion. I'm just going to say one thing, all right, which is just you're trying to say it's between them and God, Australian guy. You're saying it's between them and God. It's their sort of struggle. They need to discover. They need to learn about it and maybe take the Bible for its word. You're not denying the idea that they're Christians or true believers of God, right? Big Roots has gone so far as to suggest that, and that is a very wrong way to go about it. Because if you think people will pick flat Earth, if you say that, look, your only salvation is to deny reality, as it appears immediately obvious.
It's your
to them.
opinion, man. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm glad you did, because he was about to make me fucking respond. Because at the end of the day, the book is what it is, right? If you follow the book, then you're a Christian. If you start swapping and changing the book and editing the book and trying to update the book, then you're not a Christian, you're something else. It's the same with Islam, it's the same with Judaism. I don't have a favorite religion here. I'm not trying to champion Christianity. I'm making a simple fact. The book, the Bible, is a flat earth book. Okay? If you're a Christian and you believe in the Big Bang and the globe, then you are not a believer of that book. It's just fact. It's not a personal thing. It's not an emotional thing. It's just a fact. And if you're a Muslim and you don't observe Sharia law, you're not a real Muslim. Simple.
That's exactly where I was going to go with it, Roots. I was letting him respond before I actually went there. That's exactly where I was actually going to go.
By the way.
Hey, me, shut the fuck up. This conversation does not actually include you right now. So how about you just shut the fuck up? We're talking. Because you're not part of the conversation. There's me, there's Roots, there's this other
myself
guy.
part of the conversation by talking. I don't know where you get off telling me to shut the fuck up.
Oh, you're making yourself part of the conversation. So you're going from trolling in the chat to trolling in the fucking VC. How about this? Shut the fuck up until you're invited into talk. Shut up.
Hey guys,
fuck up.
This is what happens when we get onto like a religious topic.
Yeah,
it just ends in chaos.
My point wasn't that I'm using religion to prove a flat Earth. I'm saying I am telling you reality is, and it is an objective standard. That's the way I come at atheists too, is an objective standard. An objective standard states that there are things we can look at, like I've said, such as sundials that will prove that the Earth is round. And I will go out and do that experiment my next vacation, and I'll have fun with it. But anyway, guys, it's been a late night, so you take it easy.
Yeah. Hey, NW Guardian, look, man, I hear what you're saying, man, and look, again, wasn't trying to be a dick. None of us are trying to be a dick either. But if you're looking for objective standard is what is provable. And what is provable is via the scientific method. And the globe is not provable by the scientific method, and it is actually centered around sun worship. It is centered around Helios. So that's something for you before you sign off to have a look into. Look into Helios, okay? Look into where that actually came from, and maybe you'll learn something, bud. All right?
You too, man. Take it easy. Bye-bye.
I didn't know he worshipped the sun. Weird.
Yeah, I saw your little snide comment there, Scott, in the chat. So, what was it? Something about a book and just blindly believing it? Was that what you just said to me in the chat?
Well, you said think for yourself while talking about how you just believe a book without question.
It's either true or it's not true. Isn't that what you guys do with the scientism, that the heliocentric model, everything like that? You just blindly believe whatever the fuck you're told and don't even question it?
No. That's not what I do, no. But thanks for asking.
Because I tell you what, Christians question all the frigging time what is in the Bible.
Question what?
And those that actually know how to rightly divide, as is laid out in Timothy, and I'm not trying to bring it back to anything religious here, But those of us who actually research into how to rightly divide, the questions actually disappear. But you're trying to say that those of us that believe in the Bible are somehow just blindly following some dogma? Is that it?
Well, you're trying to figure out what the book actually means, right?
Can we get off the topic? Because
Oh, sure.
everyone
We're
starts
going
arguing
to get off it.
arguing about shit.
I'll be done.
Yeah, no, we're going to get off it. We're off it. I'm just going to say, like, is this not the same thing, Scott, that you guys do with quote unquote, and I want to stress the quotes, quote unquote science. That's
No,
what you
not
guys
at
do,
all.
yeah?
No, not at all. No. But I know it's a
Really?
rhetorical question because you're just going to say I do, but even though I don't, but you're not going to believe that. So I don't know where to go from there.
So you're trying to assume what I'm going to say and what my beliefs are, etc. Yeah?
Well, you've already said 2 times after I said no 2 times that it's not what I do, and you'll say it again. I know you will.
I'm going off of what you actually put in the chat before that I saw pop up.
Yeah,
So,
no, but
Scott,
will you promise never to say that we just follow science blindly if I tell you no, we don't?
all right, well, we'll see how we go. It was you that brought it up and not me, all right? But yeah, I'll tell you what, I will do my absolute best to not to, and I bet you do the same from our end and don't use our faith against us. So, Scott, what arguments do you have, man? What arguments do you have, bud?
I think
Yeah.
me wanted to
Reciprocal zenith angles.
Me, did you want to jump in, mate?
No, because it would be on the religion topic, and you guys obviously don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, it's not a religion room.
No, we've made that clear.
How you going with that back and forward with the flat earther and the globers?
I haven't. So I had a conversation with Jackal about the problem I had with the globe stuff, and he just told me to talk to the other globers because he doesn't know. And yeah, I haven't managed to catch.
What problem you
any
have
of
to
the
globe
other
stuff?
globers.
Why do you always just butcher our conversations into, oh, he didn't know anything?
I mean, I'm not butchering it. You literally told me to go and talk to Peter, and I went and talked to Peter, and he said he wouldn't talk to me unless I was a flat earther.
Wait,
I'll
what was
talk
your
to you.
question
What do you
that you
have?
had again?
Sorry,
Remind me
wouldn't talk to me unless I was a glober.
I know
Remind me
your
what your question was.
So it's like a long story, right? So I don't know if you guys can be bothered.
Yeah, just go. You might as well run through it. I think it's an
Keep it brief.
interesting story, actually. Yeah.
Got nothing else to talk about.
Scott Mackey's excited.
It's not that long, don't worry.
By the way, mate, it's really good to see. It's really good to see that you're actually acting with a bit of decorum and not being a troll. So, absolute hats off to you. That's a legitimate compliment, by the way.
Yeah, I've never
It's a
been a troll.
legitimate compliment. It's a legitimate compliment, my friend. I'm not giving you shit. So, honestly, really, it's good to see.
Can we let her get on with it now? All right, go ahead, me.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, when I started looking into the flat Earth stuff, right, Effie Jedi told me that to go to like the seaside in England, and then look out, find an object that I know is a certain distance, and then there was a geometric horizon that the globers would claim that you can see up to, right? So I was going to go and do that, and I was asked because Jackal lives quite close to me, so I was asking him to come to the seaside with me and come look at this object. And then he told me about how the stuff to do with the refraction. So like basically he said like the reason he's telling you to do that is because you'll be able to see further than the geometric horizon can, but the reason that you can see that is because of refraction. And so then I made Jackal prove to me that refraction was real, so that you could see an object over an obstruction, which he showed me via some like YouTube videos of people using. There were 2 YouTube videos. One of them was done with gas, and the other one was done by heating air. So just obviously another gas, but it was like very specific. So I said, all right, that could possibly be the case. Obviously, you can't show it on a grand scale because we don't have an experiment the size of Earth that we can actually do. So then I went back to Effie Jedi. Effie Jedi said, that being said, even if he has proved that, then why is it that we can see further with infrared? And then that's to do with how infrared, and I'm going to butcher this, so you correct me if I'm wrong afterwards, but essentially infrared is lower or higher on the spectrum of light or something, which means that you should be able to see more clearly, like actual reality using infrared, right?
You should be able to see the geometric horizon in its position.
Yeah, I remember. So that's what we got.
Wait, let her finish. Sorry, let her finish.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Yeah, so obviously I haven't tested that yet, but I thought rather than, because obviously infrared is like getting hold of like infrared goggles and stuff is going to be expensive. I don't want to do that if I don't have to. So I wanted to go to a Glober and ask them, like, do they have a refutation for the infrared thing? Do they say it's not real? Blah blah blah. And then Jekyll, you tried to explain it to me, but you said like you don't really know and that I should ask Scott. Or,
what did he say? What did Jekyll say?
There was more than that. There was we were in a big call. We were in this call, and she brought it up then. And the reason for the infrared thing that I had a dispute with was whether or not Jay Tolan, which was the person being referenced, is actually credible. I doubted his credibility. And then I said, as for the actual physics,
Jay Tolan that's done this, though.
I said, that was the person who's being referenced. As for the physics of infrared, I said you should speak to, I don't know, like one of the other GF6 people. They'll probably be able to tell you more about it.
Yeah, this is true. We went back and forth on the Jay Tolan thing, and like I really wanted an analysis of like why the infrared in theory wouldn't work, rather than just the Jay Tolan thing.
Yeah. What do you mean? Why it wouldn't work for flat Earth, or why it wouldn't work for the globe? Which way?
So it's to say to the Globers, right, that if infrared is more accurate and we're still not
cuts
seeing
refraction.
Yeah. So like, if infrared is less impacted by refraction, and we're still not seeing something similar to the geometric horizon, right?
Yeah. Why is that? Yeah.
Why is that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think infrared still refracts, right? It's not like it doesn't refract.
Yeah, everything refracts.
That's why I said more accurate, but I guess less is subject to less refraction.
That's actually a very interesting one, me, because using infrared optics, like we had the Viper, infrared sights, everything like that in the Army. But yeah, like things still do get they get distorted. That's actually a really interesting one to bring up. Personally, I don't know the science, but yeah, it's very interesting. Anyone else got something to actually? Yeah, that's interesting, man.
Scott, can you refute that we should see closer to the geometric horizon in its actual position than we should? Why are we seeing further distances with infrared when we should be seeing a geometric horizon closer to its position?
Well, if you're seeing with infrared less refracted light than you could in the full normal wavelengths, then yeah, the position you see the last of the water should be where it's actually the top of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a question for me.
Welcome to Flat Earth, me.
But no Globo really cares about the distance of the geometric horizon.
But the infrared images will show you the geometric horizon, yeah?
Closer, yes.
Closer to it, yeah. So why do we see even further?
What do you mean see even further?
Well, it cuts out the haze, so we get to see through the haze.
Well, that has nothing to do with
distances.
Yeah, well, if it cuts through the haze, it doesn't do with the horizon, then, right?
2015,
yeah,
didn't they, Scott?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Sure cared about it back in 2015, didn't they, Scott?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't getting into this stuff till like 2020 or something.
Yeah, after that, all around that time, all the globers were coming out. Well, look at this. Look at my measurements. This boat is so far. Or this island's that far. And look, it's hidden by the geometric horizon. Blah, 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 blah. Here's the math. Here's the math.
Yeah, but every glober I've ever heard would not say it's hidden by the geometric horizon. We say it's hidden by the water. We just leave it at that. You guys keep calling it the geometric horizon.
With that
We just call it the water.
right? And what were they using? Earth curve calculators and distance to horizon calculators. Say, this is this far and it's hidden by this much. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is something that I've noted when I've been having conversations with flat earthers and globers, is that they're very insistent on this like 2015 date thing from the flat earthers perspective, but then every single glober I've spoken to hasn't seemed to give a shit about this thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's because they can't refute it.
But I don't know. It's like
They just say,
oh,
we don't. They get this, me. They just say, oh, we don't care about that because we've never said there was a geometric horizon. But back in 2015, 16, 17, they were all about the geometric horizon. And we were saying it's refraction because the horizon's always in a different spot. So it has to be optical. They were claiming a hard horizon. And then because of refraction, then they went to, oh, well, we never see the geometric horizon. It's always an apparent horizon. So now they don't care about it because they claim they don't have a hard horizon to look at. It's always optical, which was our argument in the first place. And they've gone and changed their argument. And now, like you said, in infrared, you should be able to see the geometric horizon closer to its position than it actually is. Now they're saying they don't care.
The issue I kind of have with this is that, like, I don't really care what globers or what would be almost a decade ago now said, right? It's it would be like, what are their current claims that I would be concerned with, right? Because at the end of the day, most globers and flat earthers are like amateur scientists, right? So like I'm sure that they've got things wrong in the past, and they need to update their reference for the future. So it's like, if they're saying that they don't care about the geometric horizon, then it kind of just leaves me out. This doesn't matter. Unless, because I did have somebody tell me that the geometric horizon mattered because apparently globers use it as a basis to figure out a bunch of other stuff about the globe. Or the supposed globe.
There wouldn't be a distance to horizon calculator otherwise, right?
Sure there would. For children to use.
For children, there would be a distance to horizon calculator. It would be called an angular resolution loss calculator because it's the same math.
It's the same what?
Same math.
Same nat?
Math.
Same math?
Mathematics.
Math.
Same geometry.
I don't think it is, though.
Yeah, I know. That'll be a lesson for you later. I'm not prepared to give it.
So it's just the calculator. There is nothing else. Like,
it's their calculator. It's the globe calculator. They made it up based on the radius of the Earth, which they don't have.
And it is accurate. If you drew an imaginary line, an abstract line to the top of the...
You never see the horizon.
No, it's just we never claimed that abstract line, the theoretical line to the top of the horizon, where it is, would be the same line that the photons would travel in.
Okay, so how do you know it's correct then?
Oh, because we know the radius of the Earth from other ways.
Oh, there you go. See?
Yeah.
They know the radius of the Earth, so the horizon must be in that position where it's not.
Yes. We know it from other ways, much more accurate ways.
What kind of line would that be, Scott?
Which one?
From you to the tip of the horizon.
A straight one.
Could that line be oriented horizontally?
No, it's not. It's dropping down a little bit.
But could it be oriented horizontally?
No, if your eyes are in the sand. No, it wouldn't be horizontal. It has to drop down by definition because you're above the...
Okay. So now you're a drop
Why don't you agree with Andrew Thomas Young? Sorry, Jerry. No, you go. I'll shut up.
No, it's fine. It's just so have you changed your mind, Scott?
Have you come up with a new question in the last year?
No, I just want to illustrate to me that this is all nonsense.
I know you do.
I mean, I'm still stuck on if it's just the horizon calculator. I was under the impression that maybe it was more meaningful, like this is how they work out the size of the Earth or something. So maybe I'll move on to it. Yeah, maybe I'll move on to a different topic. Like
they weren't.
the gas without a container thing or something, because it just seems like the horizon stuff's irrelevant.
Wait until you start getting into how they got the radius of the Earth.
Is this to do with the
sticks and shadows?
And what does everybody say when they talk about Eratosthenes in terms of his accuracy?
Well, they say on the TV that it was within 2%.
Yeah, I know. How do they know it was within 2%?
They don't, because they don't know what a stadia was.
No, but how do they know it was in 2%?
Yeah, they don't know.
They don't know.
Well, they do know because now they know. Because now they know the accurate number because they found better ways to measure it.
How'd they do that? How'd they measure it?
I'm guessing they can go off reciprocal zenith angles would be the best way to do it.
Reciprocal
It's easy.
zenith angle. So another, it's just another Eratosthenes.
Another magic trick.
Got headphones died again. Sorry, people.
Now they have better ways. I'm guessing it's this.
Yeah, they've got straighter sticks.
Scott, what was Eratosthenes off by? Because it was
don't
70,
know. Don't care.
7 point something degrees off. 7 point something degrees
don't
off.
care.
What?
They have better ways to do it.
It's a tough question.
No, it's not a tough question. Just nobody cares because they have better ways to do it now.
What was Eratosthenes actually trying to measure? What was he trying to measure?
Size of the Earth.
Good answer. Size of the Earth meaning you reckon circumference, maybe?
Yeah. And once you get the circumference, you can calculate the radius.
Oh, it's sweet as because most globies go. He was calculating the curvature of the Earth.
Same thing, depending on how you label it. You know, it's calculating degrees per mile or whatever distance measure he had.
Yeah, not really.
No one's ever measured it.
I'm not a mathematician, man. But yeah, like calculating curvature, drop over distance versus calculating what you think a circle actually measures around the outside is two different things.
Yeah, I know. That's
especially when you make. Especially when you make
drop
six. Sorry,
go ahead. You're up. You'll go.
No, I was just going to say, especially when you make 6 assumptions before you even do the observation.
He did make some assumptions. He assumed the Earth was round. It's true.
He assumed the sun was an infinite distance in parallel light rays.
Yes, he did.
Are the sun's rays parallel?
Not exactly.
Tell him, Scott.
They're parallel enough, he says.
Yeah.
Parallel enough, yeah.
Apparently there's 0.5 there's 0.5 degree of angular size of the sun, right? Which means the rays coming in from the left of the sun are 0.5 degrees off from the rays coming from the right of the sun. Yeah, but 0.5 is not that.
And you can't run.
How do you know that?
You can't run. Sorry.
No, you're right.
Definition of angular size.
Well, then how do you know how big the sun is?
It doesn't matter. It's angular size. That's all that matters.
Oh, yes, I get you. Sorry.
But yeah, for
I'll
all
address
intents and
something you said
purposes.
before, Scott.
Yeah.
I want to know why you disagree with Andrew Thomas Young.
I don't know who Andrew Thomas Young is, so
Subject matter expert in refraction, pure refraction, atmospheric refraction.
okay. What am I
Says your line
disagreeing
of
with him
sight to the
about?
says that your line of sight to the horizon is not a straight line.
Well, I agree.
Agree?
Yeah, the straight line I was talking about is not a line of sight. It's an abstract line. You can't see it.
Oh, because I could have sworn that Jerry asked you if that line of sight was straight.
Now I was talking about the
Yeah, I'm
abstract line that you don't see,
Oh, okay.
the geometric one.
The
'Cause if we're
imaginary
gonna,
one.
yeah, if we're going to create a geometric horizon, which is an abstract idea, we have to have an abstract line going to it.
Hey, Scott, can I
Neither
ask you a
which you can
question?
see.
So abstract versus reality. What's the difference between abstract and reality?
Well, abstract is it's in our minds
Or on paper.
or on paper. But once you have to put it on paper, you have to draw a pencil line over the abstract idea. So one of the
Only
first things
exists
my
in the mouth.
geometry teacher told us, you draw the circle on the chalkboard. He says, but that's not really the circle.
Was Jerry serious just then? Did he actually have another question, or is it just...
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. But it's funny.
yeah, I did.
Scott, here's where you could say flat Earth is imaginary and abstract, just like your line, and you'd have an argument. You could say we're the ones that are imagining it flat.
Hey, Scott, if
Okay.
like in the Eratosthenes thing, now he didn't get a shadow at one of the wells, right?
I don't know.
You don't want to
I
engage, do you, Scott?
no, I don't know anything about Eratosthenes. I've heard it before, but I've never looked into the study myself. I didn't
You're
care.
so full of shit.
Okay. Well, if anyone else
Like,
wants to talk about it, we can.
Yeah.
You are so a closet flatty, Scott. You know it. Come on, just join us. Save the
You-
bullshit and join us.
I think you are a closet fucking flat earther, Scott, and yeah, you and I have had our differences, man, but I think you are, honestly, man. It'd be great to have you on the team.
No,
Yeah.
stay outside.
Don't hold your breath.
No, fuck that. Keep him on that side.
Hey, hello, we got Jedi Fuckmaster in the house.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, gentlemen. I hope you're doing well. From
Good
Scott to
evening.
me.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Scott. Hope you're doing well.
Yep. But it's bedtime for me. Night, guys.
Bye.
See you later,
Good night.
Scott.
Ram.
Oh shit, Jedi and Critter here. I better get out of here.
Fucking stay where you are. The fuck? Stay right there. Don't you move.
Yeah, sorry if I got a bit intense there before, guys, and took it off topic. Yeah, sorry.
It's all right, man. It comes into it a lot because it's part of the conversation, but it ends up in chaos. Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Also, regarding me, like I said in the chat, man, yeah, you trolled me before. That's fine. It's great to hear you talk like an adult, and yeah, it's really cool, man. I like that. I like this me.
I hate repeating myself, but I've always spoke like an adult.
Uh-huh.
I've criticised you for using your apparent previous veteran status, right, to bolster your arguments, and you just don't like it.
That's all right. There's a lot of
Talk
people.
about trolling. You accusing me of being Mishu for like 2 weeks was far more trolling than anything else.
That's who you sound like.
Mishu?
Yeah, that's who you are. Quickly ban.
Yeah, you're pretty close, mate. Look, a lot of people don't like me, and I
Sound
can take
anything
that.
like
That's fine.
Mishu. Mishu's like an Eastern European.
Yeah,
He's always
isn't he
drunk.
Russian?
Yeah, something like that.
I think Jedi.
I was talking more about.
Sound similar.
Yeah,
I was talking more about in the Dutch, the sentence structure and everything like that. But look, all right, bygones are bygones. I do apologise, mate. If you're happy to forgive me, a lot of people don't like me. Yeah, yeah, man. Peace. Yeah, if you're cool with that.
For now.
I love it, guys. I love it. This is great.
Yeah, I don't hold anything against anyone.
I'm a pretty unlikable cunt at times. I'll give you that. I'll definitely give you that one.
It's good because you're making me look nice.
He wasn't born like that. It's taken years of training.
Timbo's definitely softened up over the last couple of weeks.
I was going to say that. Timbo is the peacemaker right now.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, shit. Yep.
You're going to have to change your name, Timbo, from Timbo Slice to Timbo Nice.
Nah. I'm following Jedi's lead.
Do I hear a Zippo?
Yeah. Yeah, Jedi Fightmasters are really easy to listen to and really calm. I think he's definitely a leader.
Really got to
Should
change
hear
my
some of his. Yeah, you should hear some of his old stuff on some of the recordings. You wouldn't call him nice and calm.
Oh, dude, I've heard Jedi when he gets pissed off, but fuck, it takes him a long way to get pissed off. We can all learn from that.
From what I've heard of history, Jedi and QE have basically both swapped. One used to be a right cunt and one was nice, and they've both swapped over.
The fuck? I've swapped with QE. Shit.
And now and fucking now here we got Matrix is a cunt. Fucking I'm an absolute cunt. Timbo's a fucking nice guy. T-Dub's a fucking nice guy. And AJ's a nice guy. So it's fucking kind of weird.
I have to step up my game.
No, it wouldn't suit you, T-Dub. Although I did hear you yelling today.
That was just administration purposes, wasn't it?
Fucking hell, Matrix. Your fucking laugh gets me every time, dude.
Was that over in 24/7? It was T-Dub, wasn't it? Was it?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I was over there for a while.
Yeah.
He's a little bitch, that freaking arsehole.
Yeah, who was it? I'm trying to remember. I think I was driving when it was on. Do you remember his name?
Yeah, one sec. Oh, it's gone.
Yeah, I do remember now. All right, who we got here? Jekyll.
I was just going to ask Jedi. Sorry, what happened? Do you know whatever happened to Earl?
Oh yeah, the Duke of Earl.
What happened to him? Sort of fell off the radar. Yeah, you'd remember him too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, well,
Oh no, go ahead. Man.
sorry, Crit.
We got that new guy who comes around. He hasn't been around for quite some time though.
Yeah, I was just going to ask while we're looking for people, does anybody have Chemo on TikTok? I actually tried to find him, but I just can't find him.
People watch TikTok?
I'm trying to track down a flat earther, but he left Discord and he's only on TikTok now. His name's Chemo, but I can't find him.
Yeah, that was a joke. that was a TikTok joke.
Hey, TikTok's great for flat Earth. I've got a flat Earth TikTok page. It does quite well. I feel like it's not as regulated. You can reach bigger numbers on TikTok than Instagram, for example.
Not a big fan of Instagram. It's like, how do you mess up a video player? Really? It's like we had Real Player in the 90s. Like, come on. It's like, is this like a 20th year anniversary? Like, what's going on here? I think YouTube's got it nailed down pretty good. If we could just get Rumble and Odyssey and BitChute, like firing on all cylinders like YouTube without censorship, let's go.
I don't have any social media anymore.
Because none of the alternate YouTube sites, they don't support subtitles. Like, why?
Yeah, it's quite frustrating that I always end up going back to YouTube because you've got all your subscription list, you've got everything on there. It feels like an absolute mission to start finding people on other platforms.
Yeah, you got to go back to YouTube because you got to learn how to fix the washing machine, mate.
It's so good, isn't it, for everything?
Fucking oath, man! I fix everything. I got my water distiller broke, and I just looked it up on YouTube and went to JCar and got all the parts and fixed it for like $3.
What was it? A fuse?
Yeah, it was the fuse actually on the element.
I know. Like, there's nothing else that costs $3.
and then my coffee machine did the same thing. So I thought, I know what that is now. So I tipped it upside down, took the bottom out, and replaced the fuse, and fucking away it went again. I had a washing machine when I was younger, and it just stopped working, and I thought, all right, fuck, what's going on? So I looked it up, the model number on YouTube. It told me how to fix it. I fixed it. Got a spare part and everything for it. $20. It lasted me another 10 years.
What happened to it after that?
I just got old and ratty, so bought a new one.
I've been thinking about. I'm in the market for a water distillation system. Does it have sediment and particulate filters as well, or like how's that work?
Yeah.
Already ready to go. Plug and play.
Yeah, it comes with all the charcoal filters and everything. So when
cool.
when it distills, goes through the tube, and then comes out through a charcoal filter, and then you just wash it out. You just rinse out the bottom every time. Mine only does. I just got a 4-liter one. But
Yeah, like a gallon a
Yeah,
day
just-
is plenty for me.
yeah, I just put it on every morning. and then by the time I get back from work, it's done. And then if everyone else is drinking it, I'll do another load on the way when I get home from work.
So how long
probably
does it
pumping
take
out
to do a
8
gallon?
liters.
Like how much energy we talking here?
I have, you know what, man? I thought it was going to be a lot, but I don't think it's too much because my like the bills aren't much different. Yeah, but
I'm
it's been a long
assuming
time.
it's electric.
So, yeah, it is electric. It's,
That's good.
Sonny, you might know Sonny, who's on here. He's got one he puts on the stove. I don't know what the difference would be with
Well, if
gas
he's
and
got gas, it'd be
electricity.
cheaper. Natural gas produces way more heat for the money.
Yeah.
I would try to find Hemo too. He used to go by Under No Pressure, but I don't see anything. There's no user called that either.
Yeah. Use a reverse osmosis filter? Never again.
Yeah, it doesn't get rid of the fluoride.
Well, it doesn't get rid of anything really. It just makes it extremely small, like trace amounts. Like,
Yeah.
okay, in Houston, it was about 350 parts per million of particulate crap in there. It's a little tester they give you. And then after the RO, it was about 40.
Okay. Yeah, you see when you open the lid on this one, you see all the shit at the bottom of the distiller.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to happen. So you
Yeah.
just leave it in there and just wait for it to build up or what?
No, I just rinse it out, and then when you fill up the distiller again, I rinse it and then fill it up, and then I do a calc clean maybe once a month, and then I replace the charcoal filters every month when I do a clean. And that's the second one I've had.
Nice.
They get worked.
You ever add anything to the water or you just drink it like that?
Yeah, sea salt, man. Or what do they got? Sea salt for simple, but it's called Celtic salt.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Just a tiny bit, man. You don't need much.
Yeah.
Just a pinch. To know when your body knows what to do with the water.
Yeah, I
Otherwise
think
you just
technically
piss
water
it
is
straight
neutral
out.
pH of 7, but
Yeah.
like when you strip everything out of it, I mean, I'd imagine it's kind of pissed off and wants to like seek some kind of equilibrium. Because water is just about the best solvent we have, and when you like remove everything out of there, where it's just water, it's
Yeah,
a
it
really good
dissolves.
solvent. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It takes some stuff out of your body, so you got to replace it. But it takes a lot more bad stuff than good stuff. But yeah, you still need to keep
Well,
replacing
I'm
it.
just talking about like the whole balance. So like, it's not trying to like, you know, balance itself out with us, if that makes sense, right? Like, for instance, say you were calcium and magnesium deficient, like really bad. Eventually, what would happen is your body would sacrifice its skeletal system
To get that.
for the minerals, right? So it's like survival mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a pregnant woman. Yeah, what happens when women are pregnant?
Well,
Yeah, I
that,
like that.
Woman.
Right.
Yeah.
So that Celtic salt has got 83 minerals in it.
Yeah, that's really good because it's very alkalinizing. So it's
Yeah, you could
really
get
good for
away
your
with,
body.
yeah, you can get away with just pure sea salt, but this one seems to be better.
Yeah, I've been looking into like this idea of living a like alkalinarian lifestyle, which is like basically just saying mostly alkaline food to acidic, so about 80-20.
Yeah,
You
because cancer can't survive in an alkaline environment, which is true. That's medically
Exactly.
proven. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what's up.
But it's like you got to be careful too, because like you can drink some, say, like fruit acids and stuff like that they go in as acid, but they alkalize your body. So
Right.
you gotta it like it's mostly in the food. So whatever food you eat, like it could be an acidic food, but alkalize your body.
Right.
So yeah,
Absolutely.
you
Which is
don't only
weird.
eat.
Like, what
Yeah, I know
sense
it's
does
weird.
that make? Like, what?
Well, that's
Yeah,
because you
exactly.
can't process dietary fiber, the gut bacteria in your gut, digestive tract too.
Yeah, it's just like with drinking living water versus yeah, like I don't know if this is too far outside this server, but living water versus dead water, I guess you could say, which is what most of us drink. Living water definitely has a lot of benefits. Yeah.
Right.
Like what do you mean? What's living water? Like out of a stream or something like a
Minerals, all that. I need that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's naturally created, naturally flowing water, Timbo.
Okay,
And I know
yeah,
it sounds really hippie.
There's
Sounds
a spring
really
near
hippie.
Melbourne, Timbo. There's a
Is it what?
spring near Melbourne that comes. There's a spring near Melbourne that Emily's parents go up there and collect water out of this rock spring, and they barrel it up and take it back for drinking water for that reason.
Do you know where?
Yeah, off Warburton.
Oh, okay, not far. That's not far.
Is
Yarra
it
Valley.
Warburton, Emily? Yeah, I can find out where. There's a place there, but but
Yeah,
you get
cool,
a lot
man.
more natural, obviously minerals and that your body needs, and also the water is living. Yeah, there's other parasites, all these other things in there, and once they chlorinate it, it's dead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. If you can find out, man, just shoot us a DM, and I love go. I can
That's
go
just
up.
like
Go up on a little four-wheel driving trip too.
it's just like so the village where my wife is from in Japan. They drink straight out of this. It's a spring-fed mountain creek that runs past the front of their house, and those guys almost never get sick. It's and a lot of that is from the water, and they use the same water to water their crops. They farm. They farm rice, they farm vegetables, they farm fruits and everything like that. And the rice and the veggies and everything you get from there are incredible. But it's all from living water, and it's so much better for you, man. Like so much better.
Well, how's this, Timbo? I've got like alpacas that don't like drinking out of water troughs when I fill them with town water.
They can smell the chlorine.
What didn't?
Yeah, they'll go and drink out of a dirty, muddy puddle before they'll go and drink out of a fresh water trough that's filled with town water.
Yeah. You can smell it. It smells like it's getting stronger as well.
Yeah, it is. Same thing, AJ. When it came to even back when I was a kid with horses, like they drink the bore water, but so the house had town water, just like where we live now. House had town water, but downstairs and everything, all the other taps around the place had the bore water, and they take the bore water over the town water every single time. You could not get the horses or chooks or anything to drink the town water ever.
Animals, eh?
I mean, I have no reason to not believe you. That's just, damn. I'm actually kind of surprised, and I don't get surprised easily. Damn.
Yeah, it's water does live, man. I'm not saying it lives like we do, and again, this is gonna sound like some hippie shit, but you got living water and dead water for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm under the impression that water
Fucking
might have a
hippie.
memory. It might have. It might be sentient. Dude, there's a lot we don't understand about this world. We don't understand about ourselves. There's so much we don't know. And then
What's
we
those
act like
water
we know.
things?
We act like we don't know a damn thing, dude. We don't
Like
know
that,
shit about anything.
like that
What
Japanese,
all the
guy, yeah,
information?
with the water. He
Yeah.
had all those different jars of water, and he put different words on the water, and they some of them grew mold, shit like that.
You can
I'm
do that
starting
also
to.
with ice and the way that ice crystals form. You can do that with plants. It works with everything, yeah.
Yeah, in intention. Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say? Sorry, I trolled off.
Just goes to
It's
show that what you can speak into existence in your own life, yeah.
Yeah, that's
When you're
right, man.
negative,
You got to be careful, don't you?
Right. Well, I
yeah.
mean, we're mostly water, so I mean, and we're electrical mechanical beings, right? Like can't have electricity
Yeah,
without magnetization, right? Or vice versa. They're basically
yeah.
mutual.
Yeah, look, for example, I actually have the composition in my own body to find water. I used to think that water divination was a bunch of bullshit. AJ and I were talking about this the other day on the phone. But it's actually real, and I discovered that when I worked on the farm that I worked on. But at the same time as well, like you can get chicken, sorry, for you Americans, to drink water that's unclean or whatever the case may be, but you can't get, for example, horses will not drink dead or unclean water. They simply won't. It has to actually have the proper shit in it, or they won't. They will die of dehydration before they drink polluted or dead water. It's that
What?
simple.
No.
Yep. I'm not shitting you, man. I've been raised around horses my entire life. If you can put in their trough what you think is perfectly clean water, and it'll be from town water, so it's fluoridated and it's filtered and not filtered, but it's fluoridated and irradiated and got chemicals. They will not fucking drink it. You've got to. We had to distill when we had horses. When we had town water, we had to distill it, but we take it out of the bore. They would drink bore water, groundwater before they would drink town water. And they'll literally die of dehydration before they will drink dirty water. It's insane, man. It's really it's fucking insane.
Or what people call clean water.
Yep.
That kind of creeps me out. I'm not gonna lie.
Why?
Don't you find that alarming? I know I do.
Well, we all know what's in the water, though, don't we?
What's in the
To the
water?
point to where they'll die of thirst because they don't want to drink tap water. What? Life or death
Well,
situation,
I don't
and
know
they're
whether
like, nah.
I don't know whether my alpacas and sheep would die first, but if there's we've got a little dam here. If that dam's full, they'll drink out of that, and they'll go over to a clean water trough with town water, and they'll just sniff it, and they'll walk away.
Imagine because I drink like 3 liters of water a day, maybe 2.5, between 2 and 3, yeah. And I look at the bottom of my distiller every time, and that's only when it does 4 liters, and the water color at the bottom of that when it's all left over. I think that was going into my body every day.
It's
Every
pretty
day,
nasty.
rust.
When you've got a distiller and you
Yeah.
can see it.
Yeah, rust particles, and then there's this white kind of film dries up on the sides, and
What?
like it's a white, like it'll be the chlorine and stuff like that in the
Like a white
Yeah,
powder.
chlorine or
yeah, like
fluoride.
white powder. Yeah,
Medication.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the forced medication on the masses.
No, but we don't recycle water here though.
Also known as fluoride.
Because we're not broke.
Forced medication for everybody.
Oh well, yeah, my American friend. I'll give you something that might freak you out further, but I hope it doesn't. So, we moved back to Brisbane, big city, 2002, when I graduated. Anyway, they dug a big hole, and they were building this massive apartment complex. Not apartment, sorry, office complex in the middle of Brisbane City. Brisbane is the capital of Queensland, the state of Queensland in Australia. Anyway, there were these pipes that were pulled up. I was walking past. They stank so bad, man. Like, I don't even. It's somewhere between rotten eggs, really chemical, like really bad chemical smell. It smelled horrific. And then you're looking on the inside of these pipes where they were pulling them up.
Right.
And it was like you had fluoro blue, fluoro green, fluoro purple, fluoro yellow, like all of this residue on the inside. And I said, okay, you're pulling up these really old pipes that haven't been used for a while. And they're like, no, they were used up until a week ago. This section got turned off because we're putting this complex in. I was like, that's what our water's flowing through, man. Like, it stank, man. It was horrible. And I was like, holy shit, this is what we're drinking? It's flowing through this? Dead. Dead.
Yeah, let me tell you something. The Sydney water, we call it Sydney water here. The Sydney water pipes are very dirty. Clean water runs to them, but the pipes themselves are not clean. Now let me tell you something even crazier about America. America's sewage system, it's 100 years old. They have one line for sewer and stormwater. You know how bad that is? You know what happens during heavy storms? Americans report they can smell
It just
shit in the street.
overflows, yeah. Yeah.
It overflows
It
and it's
overflow.
disgusting. Freaking impoverished country. Imagine that. Also, your water supply in America is contaminated. Almost half of it. If you're in like Flint, Michigan, it's the worst. Third world country, America.
Contaminate what?
Yeah, Google Flint, Michigan water crisis. That's the
Oh,
worst
yeah.
of them, but the rest of them are pretty bad. Like 52% of water in America is contaminated.
It's not too different here, though, really, when you think about it. It's not
way
too
better
different
here.
here at all.
Oh, it's way
No,
better. You'd be surprised, bro.
our water's supposed to be some of the best in the world, but they still pump it full of chemicals. But the catchment areas are really clean. And what Oliver was saying about the keeping the sewer and the stormwater separate was such a great idea.
Oh yeah.
That
Most of
when
the
it
projects
rains,
I do these days, Timbo. Sorry, buddy.
yeah.
Most of the projects we do today, we need to have Sydney water, which is our stormwater, and
Yeah.
our storage system connected separately. And this is your minor and major work. If you don't have a freaking pipe under there, or you need to relocate, it's got a major work, and you actually are forced to do this, and it costs a lot of money. But the result
Yeah.
is a really good sewer system and a really good stormwater system that actually
doesn't
functions
overflow.
very well. No, it doesn't. It's
Yeah.
freaking a meter in diameter, bro. These pipes.
Yeah, and we normally have to pay a contribution fee. So
Oh, yeah.
if we're turning them into units, and the stormwater can't handle the units, have to
You make
pay a
it easy.
contribution fee and take it up to the next biggest pipe, like
Yep.
the next out to the next street. Sometimes it costs like $50,000-$60,000.
Yeah, do you have to connect to a low-rise easement, a big one, like your proper 3-foot wide ones,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
or even bigger? It depends. They get pretty big, but you definitely have to connect them to an easement, a big fat pipe or something. Here, you don't muck around. You get you get your whole life upside down if you don't do it
Yeah.
correctly.
What they've also started doing here is they just started putting in retention pits anyway. And then you can use a smaller diameter pipe after the retention pits. But all down the driveway, if you're doing 3 units, you'll have like 6 retention pits in the driveway.
Yeah, so I've got one project. So I've got a bunch of dupes that I do, duplexes that have on-site detention, but I've got this one bigger project I'm working on. It's like a boarding house, right? So due to the lack of easement access, because we don't have it there. I mean, well, we do, but I can't access it because the owners are like very stubborn. They want shit ton of money. So what my engineer proposed is on-site detention pit with like a reverse osmosis type shit. So it retains it and then it slowly absorbs into the dirt. And the way, I don't know how it's done, but the way it's done is ridiculous.
And this is for the stormwater.
This
God,
is
this
for
makes me look.
stormwater, yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say quickly, God, this makes me look forward to getting my own block by the end of the year. And we haven't got to worry about any of this shit. It's, God.
What do you plan on doing with a block of land?
What we grew up doing, mate. Most of my life, most of my childhood, we grew up homesteading. And actually, I lived in, 4 places where we had no electricity, any of that kind of shit. We were living like it was, 150 years ago, and it was glorious. We grew our own food, raised our own animals. Everything on your plate at night, at dinner, was yours. It's just so much better, man.
I don't think it's better. I mean, laziness, but I am completely self-sufficient electricity-wise. I've got a lot of solar and solar batteries. It's not worth it. It's expensive, but I'm sufficient.
Oh, it's awesome, man. I'm just simply saying, like, growing your own produce is and home kills and everything like that, without all the bullshit in them, and having your own water, that's unpolluted, or as unpolluted as you can get it, would definitely be a big thing. Yeah.
100%, but the cleanest water is obviously well, right? Dig a fat well, and that's the cleanest water you can get. But it's illegal to do that these days, unless you're on a farm or something. Imagine trying to dig a well in the city. I've thought about it. It would be pretty cool, but you can't, unfortunately.
Go down and go through a Telstra cable or something.
Before you do that,
power cable.
before you dig anything, you'll get destroyed. That's why allow it. Like, you need a water license, you need a permit from the Department of Planning. It's ridiculously hard to do. Like, it probably costs you $1 million just to get everything going.
Just to dig a hole.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and like, even to sink a bore on your own property is pretty outrageous. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Just the amount of soil tests you'll need to do, bro. Like 100 grand worth of soil tests just to dig a hole in the ground.
I know.
Bunch of wankers as council members, I'll tell you.
I know.
The best you can do is just try and filtrate your own water if you get it from a tap, for example. That's like the first step, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So if you're going to get like
reverse osmosis is pretty good, but it's not like well water.
no, 100%. But you'd be amazed how much gunk is in the pipe work, because especially my village, or maybe most places, they're using old piping, right? And you got to think of that too. It's not just how the water comes to you. It's literally the process where it travels through is not exactly the cleanest too. So that's a lot of
I did recently crack open a Sydney water pipe, like the big 3-footer easement pipes, the ones that carry all the water for the entire road, right? It was, you see clean water running through it, and my plumber ran his finger through the bottom of it, and the amount of freaking gunk that was in there, you would lose your mind. You would never drink tap water again. Does anyone know how to code Python?
I don't even know what that is.
God bless you, Sultan, but
Programming language. That was an abrupt topic change.
I'm having an issue with this freaking Discord bomb I'm trying to make.
Maybe Amish. Is he in here?
I just have one issue because I don't know how to fix it.
Or Radwin. You know Radwin? So always changes his name. He might have
Geeks
some
is
idea.
pretty good, but he freaking hates us, I'll tell you.
Who?
Geeks, that guy that just rambles.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
he's
he's
good,
always
isn't he? He's a
he-
weirdo, man.
I'm in the other public channels and he just talks shit about everyone. Non-stop them flat earthers. Yeah,
He
Marcus.
makes some weird. makes some weird. He makes some weird arguments as well. I said you can't use the black swan argument because it's not the distance to the horizon; it's the distance to the apparent horizon or something. We're saying something weird.
They're all freaking weirdos.
Completely triggered by a topic they can't even tell you what it is.
The list of them. That freaking list of them. I was being attacked by 20 retards in a public channel because I'm like, so they asked me a question. What happens if you hang an apple off a tree and the string breaks? And I'm like, what do you think happens, bro? And they're like, gravity, gravity. Shit was funny, to be honest.
All right, I'm off to bed, guys.
A bit early, don't you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna get up at 5, man.
Tough.
Not
I'm
where
sure
we
you'll get
live.
Have a good one, buddy.
See you later.
Have a good night, mate.
See you guys.
Yeah,
Bye.
I'm bailing out too. Alrighty, guys, catch us.
Marcus,
See you later, mate.
Mm-hmm.
let's go make fun of Bella.
Go make what? Fun of
Let's
Bella?
go. Yeah.
Where?
I'll move you.
All right.
There you are. There you are. You better go for a jump because I can't do it in one go.
Anyone here?
Yep.
Hello, man.
I was just going to ask Crit. So the news today is what's so special about the leap day?
Yeah.
Yeah, the model is so perfect that it's off every 4 years.
I know, it's so great.
Yeah, I agree fully. 100%, I agree fully. Why is it that way? And to take it further, since the Gregorian calendar came into effect, are we really the age that we are? And are the years as accurate as what history tells us? There's a mind fuck for you.
Right, you're telling me, man. There's a lot of gravestones in my village which have the I or the J in front of it, so it'd be I or J 362 or something, and that makes me question a lot of things in this world.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm hearing that.
do either of you follow Static in the Attic? Have you heard his YouTube channel? Static in the Attic. No. Okay. He's
No,
no. He goes through old books, and I looked at one of his videos yesterday, and it was really interesting because it's backing up another theory that Socrates was after Christ. Because there's a book of I'm trying to find the name of the video so you can find it, but he's got a video, and it's called 1749 book says things it shouldn't. Okay, so this book's from 1749, and it's basically a list of all the cataclysms that's happened in mankind. But they start going through these cataclysms, and obviously it's before they changed the calendars. So halfway through this book, the dating system changes, and it's really interesting because you really do see that there's like this really weird period where things are being repeated. I mean, not only does it say that there was a big war in the sky in the BC era, with it looks like they were describing airplanes, but the main thing was, they quoted Socrates was alive around 400 BC. Sorry, AD. And they just kept quoting that Socrates said this, Socrates said that, and I was just like, I've seen and heard these quotes before. So I don't know if you've ever come across this idea that Plato, Socrates are all from a later time period.
I have actually heard that one before, man. It's really interesting because, really, when you think about it, the only concrete measures of time that we have are the seasons, the equinoxes, the solstices, sunrise, midday, sunset, moonrise, moonset. And really, that's all we have. Everything else is an artificial construct. Really, I'm not trying to sound like fucking some SJW piece of shit here. Just
Well, here,
but when you think about it, really, you know.
in the article, it says that even with leap year, it still doesn't line up exactly with the model. So what happens is every 100 years they skip a leap year.
Wow.
So
That's crazy.
I know. The article was so good, like reading it, you know.
Yeah, it's really weird with that. It's actually kind of interesting how the Mayan calendar married up with the Gregorian calendar. Actually, in my estimation, and this is before apparently the Mayan calendar was actually instituted or discovered. Sorry, and the Mayan calendar was a 364 day year or 364 and a quarter day year. So yeah, I find that one interesting. Personally, I really find that interesting, very interesting.
Because the pathway in the heliocentric model isn't exactly perfect. It changes year to year. So here, this is what in the article it said. Contrary to what some might believe, not every 4 years is a leaper. Adding an additional leap year every 4 years makes the calendar longer by 44 minutes, according to NASA. Okay. Later on, okay, so yet to come, it has been decreed that years divisible by 100 will not follow the leap year rule unless it's also divisible by 400. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory notes, in the past 500 years, there has been no leap day at 1700, 1800, 1900, 2000. I have to look. I don't remember that. Oh, but 2000 had one. Okay. So in the next 500 years, the practice follows. There will be no leap day in 2000 or 2100, 2200, 2300, and 2500.
It's funny how that works, eh? Why do humans always try? It's a stupid question. But yeah, human hubris always tries to control fucking everything or have an answer for everything. Can't we just go by what the natural world tells us? Like, can't really, like, sunrise, midday, sunset, lunar cycles, fucking seasons, equinoxes, solstices, like, that's all we really need. Yeah?
But if astrology is anything to go by, and like there's a cycle and a repeating pattern that happens, I think that would be the most well-kept secret, to know our timeline and all these cycles that we're experiencing, guaranteed, in my opinion, anyway. And it's kind of all based around the interaction between the sun and the moon, just like the Jewish calendar, for example, and the Muslims as well. They always relate to the moon and the sun and its correlation between them. When the modern calendar just ignores the moon, right? Just a solar worshipping kind of.
I was going to say, nature does not like us. It's not going to let us figure it out ever. You know what I'm saying?
Figure what out?
Like, try to quantize everything, like the seasons and the years. Like, this article just explains it all. Like, it's you can't do it.
I mean,
I agree. I agree. Like, I agree. Like, for example, in my lifetime, the wet season gets later and later and later. When I was a really little kid, the wet season in Australia, it'd start in mid-November, early November, and it would be done by the end of January. Now, it often doesn't start until late December and doesn't finish until early March. Who the fuck are we as humans to try and put a regulatory metric on that? Really, it's a construct.
Sorry, Skinny. I think it started off. We kind of are meant to know like the signs and seasons and use the stars for that, and it's all to do with like agriculture, right? All the almanacs were all to do with like when to plant the seed or when to harvest, and that's as basic as it gets, right? That's what we're meant to know. We've kind of told stories about the sky for decades and millennia, like the astrology wise, and the ox and the whole set of constellations. We've wrote stories about just to help us with agriculture and surviving, and knowing when the cycle's ending and such like that.
If you
I get what you're saying.
If you look at the Hebrew word for seasons, if you're taking it from a biblical perspective, the sun, moon, and stars are used for signs and seasons. Seasons means Mohadid, which is God's appointed times, not fall, winter, spring, and summer. It's God's appointed times, but that's a biblical perspective.
100% agree, Jedi, and I get you. And to answer your turquoise as well, to Jedi's point. Again, I would say, who are we? Like, again, throughout history, people go off of, again, fucking seasons, equinoxes, solstices, sunrise, midday, sunset, moonrise, moonset. That's it. That's time. Everything else is a construct.
And you got to look far back at the Sarah cycles and all the predictions of eclipses and stuff that are still like, accurate to the day. Just that they discovered and worked out. And there are cycles within cycles and great cycles within them cycles, just like the day and the year. But I think that's what most of the suppression or like what do you call it? Yeah, there's a greater theme going on. I think whoever's in charge or whoever's running the place has a broader perspective on the whole thing.
Yeah, that's a fair call. That's a fair call. I just do you understand where I'm coming from, though? Sorry, T. Go ahead, mate. Sorry.
Just saying, right? Whose clock is it?
All right, no, I'm with you on that.
God's.
Right.
There was that's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, sorry, T-Dub. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Like, it's a construct, man.
There was a New Zealander who had taken stellarium and rolled the time backwards till he found the constellation of Revelations 12, and it states that Jesus' birthday would actually be September 11, -3. And if what the article that Crip posted for NASA saying that, you lose so many days every certain periods of time, and that would make more sense instead of it being a solid 0.
I mean, all of our time is based off of the Babylonian system, which is 60s and 7s. And then from there you got everything else. But it's just it's a construct. It's a complete fucking construct. I don't know why the hell we don't do what our ancestors did and just fucking go off of what is actually naturally occurring. Again, the seasons, equinoxes. So I've already said it before, but yeah, sorry.
That's it. It's just there's like a phase shift between the sun and moon and the backdrop of stars or the sidereal. And that's kind of like why a day is not a complete day, because every time we rotate right on the sun goes round once, it's in a different location relative to the stars, and that's what's kind of processing in the background in a greater scheme. Real interesting, man.
Yeah, fair call. I know Jedi's been looking to talk. He's been lighting up. Jedi, what do you reckon, man?
That's me just fumbling in the background, mate. I do apologise.
Hey, Turquoise, have you heard of negative parallax?
Negative parallax.
Yeah. The displacement of stars or whatever. There's something called negative parallax where the displacement is going in the wrong direction. If you base it on the Earth is supposed to be moving or spinning, negative parallax alone breaks the whole fucking globe.
Yeah, just to let you know, Reese, I'm not on the globe side, man. And I'm just kind of quoting the heliocentric model and how it relates to the backdrop of the stars and stuff, yeah.
No, I just mentioned it because I know you'd probably look it up and have a little look, because I only heard about this like 6 weeks ago myself. But I think it's a globe killer, to be honest. Negative parallax.
And parallax has always been a funny one in astronomy. It's always like broken new like ideas out of the work, and yeah, I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, I don't understand why globers think parallax like means anything. Like it's literally a guesstimation all by luminosity and oscillations. Like, there's no measurements, there's no, confirmation we can do. It's all guessing work. And then, just because there's a displacement of stars, You know what I mean? It works exactly the same on a globe. So
It's just the
basically,
assumption that. Sorry,
parallax
go.
doesn't mean the Earth is moving, is what I'm trying to say. So I don't get
Oh,
why the globers use it.
it's more so like the things that are closer to you are moving faster, and the things that are further away are moving slower. Right? It's like that, kind of that idea, that concept, and that's the concept they stick with.
Yeah, but again, it works with Earth as the center as well. You can switch it to a stationary Earth, and you'd expect to see the same. But actually, it's the negative parallax that goes against the movement that we're being told we're going in. So it kind of debunks the movement and the spin.
Oh, shout out to Lou, because I like how his interpretation of ChatGPT when he puts like a question or a statement and then puts like explain it like I'm 5 years old at the end just to make it real simple. It fucking helps a lot, man. Yeah.
Who's that, Lou?
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, I think Lou told me once he's been putting stuff in just like simple stuff, but making it even more simple. Just explain it like I'm 5 years old. Like yesterday, I was explaining to Andy about Bitcoin mining and how the progression of the difficulty gets harder. And I just asked ChatGPT, and then at the end, I put like explain it like I'm 5 years old, and it's so good.
Yeah, I do that all the time. Like whenever some complex topic comes up, like
Oh yeah, you as
like
well, man. You do it too, right? Yeah.
I mean, for me personally, I find it interesting. Just the human hubris, the hubris of humanity. It's like, yeah, we've got to control everything. We've got to measure everything. We've got to be able to explain everything. That's the one that gets me. I'm coming from a historical, but yeah, that's the one that fucking gets me, man. It's just like, can't you just fucking just live and accept what actually is instead of trying to break everything down into minutia, you know?
Because everything that they think is happening relies on the Earth being a sphere, a spinning sphere.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just I don't know, man. That one really fucking grinds my gears. You know, there's things that can't be fucking explained. There's no way you can explain them. Be it when it comes to this, when it comes to flat Earth, globe, or any other fucking sphere. So there's shit that you can't explain. Deal with it, man. It's you can do every mathematical equation you want. Yeah, you can do every mathematical equation you want.
Yeah, Crypto was talking about it earlier today when somebody did that, and he explained, as I've come to understand it to be, that question is actually a begging the question fallacy. So if they say, "Can you explain such and such on flat Earth?" Right? It's a begging the question fallacy, and I asked an AI. What fallacy is it if somebody asks you to explain X in regards to Y, right? And you haven't made a claim about it, or you don't, you're not saying that it's that X and Y are dependent on one another, right? And it came up with it's a begging the question fallacy, and it explained it to me how it is, how it is a begging the question fallacy, because they've made the pre-assumption that you think, so in their case, right, they say explain seasons on flat Earth, right? Made a claim that seasons rely on the Earth being flat, or that it has any relationship. So they're begging the question that you do think that, right?
Oh yeah, that's brilliant.
Yeah, fucking oath. We are the same in the military, man. Like, I mean, you have combat indicators, for example. So if you're going into a place and there is no women and children around, okay, yeah, dude, there's a good chance that you're going to get into a combat. But at the same time, like, you're not going to be able to gauge how people are going to react to a certain situation or what they're going to do. And To your point, T-Dub and Roots, like it's just like I'm so sick of these fucking dickheads. Doesn't matter what the case may be, especially when it comes to the globe. So, we have to be able to answer everything. Like, just say you don't know, man. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't. Why the fuck do people feel the need to answer everything? That's one I don't understand, and I don't want to, honestly.
Yeah, I think that only happens with people who are genuinely in cognitive dissonance. When you get those that are not in cog dis, they tend to ask better questions, don't they?
Fair call. Yeah, fair call. Fair call.
It is understandable though, because you've grown up having these explanations of things like there's day and night, and suddenly, right, someone's telling you that's not the case, right? You kind of want to know, well, how the fuck does it work then?
Yeah, T-Dub, yeah, solid point. Like, for example, I do know, for example, that moon cycles impact fishing. We go fishing a lot. I live right near the coast, and we go fishing a lot. Moon, sun, water temperature, things like that. The way the wind is blowing. When it's blowing from the north, you're not going to get any bites, etc. We know that, but as to the why, no, we don't fucking know. No fisherman could even tell you. But moon, sun, wind, that does impact, and tide obviously impact when the fish are going to bite. We know what is going to impact when the fish are going to bite. We don't know why, and fishermen accept that. So why the fuck can't everybody else? Sorry, I know I'm fucking pressing the point here, but yeah.
What's important about earlier is that it highlights their question, because two things. Number one is they have this very subjective worldview, and an I don't know is considered some kind of moral failing. To not know something is considered to be ignorance, which is a failing, some kind of moral, ethical, or spiritual failing. And number two, their questions are always highlight their cognitive dissonance. Like Duncan Darth, whatever, will come in here and say, okay, I'm going to assume a flat earth. Okay, got it. You're assuming a flat earth. Then he'll ask a question that actually assumes a globe. So like he'll be, if the earth is flat, how does the moon pull on the ocean to get tides? So his question is, explain the flat earth if the earth is a globe, as I'm assuming a flat earth, if globe.
Yeah, it's a shame they don't apply the same fucking logic to dating, because if they tried to apply that, it's not going to fucking work.
Yeah, they can't. That's what I'm saying. They can't use the same rule set for their own worldview because they think they're based on they know versus I don't know.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, buddy. And like I said earlier today, Jedi and Roots fucking rescued me last night. I got into the weeds with a guy I shouldn't have got into, but yeah, I know I said it before, but yet human hubris, man, it fucking. Why the fuck have we got to know everything or try to explain everything? It is fucking beyond me.
I can't remember who exactly said it, but one of those like kind of brainiac, philosopher people, doctorate or something, said the more he learns, the more he realizes that there's more out there that he doesn't know.
Beautiful quote.
Yes, I kind of
First-
slaughtered it. It's not exactly that, but you get the gist.
Yeah, it's something
Yeah.
about the known and the unknown known, something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, what's coming to mind after what you just said, Skinny, is why do we idolize the idea of never being wrong? Because it's not human. So, like, are we striving to not be human? Are we trying to become like the AI? Have we had our role models given to us? Is it perverted? You know, what's the
I
reason
think-
for us doing this?
I think it's actually, in my mind, I think it's humanity trying to fucking replace God. That's where I'm coming from. I might be wrong. I'm not saying I'm right, but that's what I think. It's humanity trying to replace God is what I think.
Ding, 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 ding. 10 points for Skinny.
Yeah. Being perfect. Only the creator is perfect, so they have to view their own self. This really anti-flat Earth atheist guy told me. I said, "Do you think you're perfect?" Right? Like he's always judging flat earthers. I go, "You never judge yourself." He said, just straight up said, "No, I'm the perfect version of me." I'm like, holy
Sounds
shit.
like a dick.
Really? That's what? Because man, I tell you what, I'm 30. I'm 39 this year. I am not the perfect version of me. There will never be a perfect version of me. I'm a very flawed human being, and anyone that says they're not flawed is a fucking liar. You know, like.
Well, his worldview
Yeah.
was if everybody, like, he's the highest human form. Everyone else is somehow less than he is.
What's the reason? Did he give you a reason why? Because he's a glober or something else?
No, because he's atheist, and he can only view, right or wrong from his own personal point of view.
Ah, right. So he thinks that he is. It's deterministic, and he's somehow from an ape become what he is, and he can never be better. Yeah. What? God, that is so sad, man. That is so sad.
It's very basic, isn't it? Thinking everything's linear.
What's also stupid is he could change his mind about whatever it is he believes at any point in time, and he would be just as equally right and wrong as he did before he changed his mind. He has no
Oh,
bearing.
he wouldn't admit that though, would he? He wouldn't tell you he had his mind changed.
Right.
No, I feel sorry for these guys because I used to think like this. I used to think like this myself, and I used to think, oh my God, everything has been figured out and there is no new questions to be established, and this is the pinnacle of everything. So I can see how you could get there. It's just very short-sighted, and it's very two-dimensional.
You know, I found it out, man. Personally, I didn't come to flat Earth at that stage, but mate, parenthood. You know, you can fucking read all you want on parenting before you're a parent. You can get all the advice you want, but I tell you what, until you're actually a parent, and you guys here that are parents will you'll back me up on this. You have no fucking idea at all. It's fucking It's
I agree
yeah,
100%.
it's not quantifiable.
100%.
So you're saying all the work that I'm doing right now to prepare is useless? It's all right if it is, but we try as women to prepare anyway for that. But you are right. There's no way that I can prepare for what's coming. I have no clue, right? It's a whole new world.
The book that you're reading to teach you about how to be a parent is giving you a reification fallacy. It's giving you a bunch of, pre-thought ideas on how the child behaves. And what's work one child not the second child was going to work for the second person.
Mate, sorry, mate. You're roboting really bad. Sorry, Kiko, you're roboting really, really bad, buddy.
Yeah, we didn't hear you, Kiko.
How about now?
No,
Am I any
imagine
better?
being strapped to a chair and having to listen to that all day. God. Anyway.
anything you go to try and read in a book is not going to match each of your children. And if you have more than one, the first one and the second are going to be different. The first, second, third are going to be different from the third. And if you adapt to learn from the second's behavior, then you apply that to the third's behavior. The behavior is going to be different, and now you're having to adapt all over again. So it's like you got to have 3 different plans of attack for each child.
Yep, right.
Yeah.
That's 100. That's 100.
And
100. 100%. 100% right. Sorry, I was just going to say, look, my son, he's no longer with us, but he's no longer with us, but my son, yeah, he was. It's hard being the eldest because having the eldest because you make all the mistakes on them, and then the next ones after that, you've learnt the mistakes on the eldest, and then yeah, fucking you do better with the others, and it's fucking there's no handbook really for parenting at all, and it's the same with everything, and this is why human hubris. This is scientific understanding of everything. This is what pisses me off, man.
Yeah, I agree. And Kiko, to your point where you said 3 kids needs 3 different plans of attack. Yeah, those 3 plans are wing it, and wing it. Because there is no right or wrong way.
Yep.
And I tell you how I know that, because if you are heavy-handed with your child, right, and you put a lot of discipline on them, they become disciplined and controllable. So, like, when they go out into the real world, they are more influenceable. They are more, they won't speak up. They won't challenge authority. But if you let your kid go, and just let them be a bit of a rebel, those kids tend to thrive a little bit more in life, because they just don't give a fuck and they just go around just doing what they want to do. So you can't really win, really, because we're taught that, your kids need to be, you can't have unruly kids. But actually, the unruly kids are more successful. So there isn't a right way,
Yeah, Roots, to your point as well, not just that, when you fucking homeschool your kids as well, for that very reason. It makes them dangerous to the order that is established. The fucking system does not like that at all.
For all those without kids that want kids and think that homeschooling is the way, I think that is the way, to be honest. Like that's what this new generation needs to, because we've got the resources out there to educate our children, right? It's not like we need this like lexicon of by the Library of Alexandria. We have to send them to that exact university to learn what they need to learn practically, and so it's one of those. Concentrate more on our children.
Yeah, Turquoise, to your point. Sorry, I was just going to say quickly, Turquoise, to your point. So my boy, he went grade 1 to 3 in the system, in private school, mind you, and he wasn't doing well. D average student. Within 3 months of homeschooling, he was an A average student.
Perfect, man.
And my daughter is, holy shit, I can't even begin to describe. My point being, that's only anecdotal, but people were homeschooling their kids for fucking centuries and millennia before compulsory state education. Yeah? So fucking, yeah.
For those who had like a nanny or something, the nanny would also be the educator when the parents are away. It's kind of like we've lost that pattern, basically, of like homeschooling or decentralized education. I'm going to bring it back though with my kid. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, good lad.
I wish I could homeschool. I really do. I don't know why I don't have the confidence to, or the energy to. I don't know what it is, but there's just part of me that's like, oh my God, that's just going to be so intense, because the time I get working from home away from the kids is my peace. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I know that sounds terrible, but there's only so much I can do.
I think what it is,
buddy, you're going to be fine. I tell you what, man, It's literally an hour or two max every day. It's not much, at all.
I think what it is this whole like role reversal thing where, like, for example, feminists are trying to get equality and everyone like get them working, and whatever forced them to go working and lose the role of a mother and a stay at home like a wife or whatever at home. That's been lost, right? And I think that's what we need to get back, the roles of a man and a woman, quite literally. The provider and
Yeah,
the
it's almost impossible though because of the prices. Like even now, like I consider myself to have a decent job in compared to like my peers and stuff. But like I can't run this house on my own. I literally can't do it with a decent wage. Like, you do need at least 70K, 60, 70K for a 3-bedroom house, kids, mortgage, nursery fees, you know what I mean? Just everything is just too much for one person now.
can always be a goal though, can't it, man?
Yeah, I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just saying without that kind of 60, 70K behind you, I think it's damn near like you're going to have to make sacrifices if you've got less than 50K, let's say, for the house.
Hey, Rich, no one is saying you're making excuses, man. Hey, look, I get it. Look, I do. I saw a video actually yesterday. Yeah, fucking back in the 70s, one, single income households, no problem. You could pay off a house in 10 years. You could buy a car in 3 or 4 pays. Fucking, and then look what's happened since feminism. It's completely fucked everything up. However, the good news is we are very close to collapsing. And look, I run a single income household, and things get hard at times, for sure. Get very, very fucking hard, especially in Australia, and how high taxed we are. We are fucking taxed to the fucking nines. But I tell you what, man, homeschooling. This is one thing you can do. Homeschooling, mate. It doesn't matter if you work 12-hour days. You need 1 hour 1 hour a fucking day. 1 hour a day.
Oh yeah,
And you
yeah. I
can
do.
school
I do that. I do that anyway. So I'll get a piece of paper out and teach him a bit of geometry. Teach him how to, depth and shapes, and I'll teach him all the stuff like, the difference between knowledge and belief. Or we'll watch a little video, then we'll make notes. So I do stuff. But when you say homeschooling, I'm thinking, not including public school because you're teaching them conflicting ideas potentially further down the line. So it's like to have complete control, you would need to pull them out of school. Do you know what I mean? Because school's so influential.
And pulling him out of that system, would be enough. And people will always go, well, what about socialization? Get them into a boxing gym. Get them into martial arts. Get them into sports. Get them into things like that. Like it's like a lot of it. It's really easy, man. Like to be honest, homeschooling is really, really easy. We've been doing it since 2017 in my house, and I tell you what, the results are fan-fucking-tastic, man. They are fantastic, and the kids are so far above their peer level. It is insane. Just even if you did nothing and just read books, go do some martial arts, they're gonna be smarter than their peers who graduate. Honestly, man.
I agree. Yeah. That's great, by the way. Congratulations. I'm so glad to hear that. It's actually giving me a little bit of confidence, to think about maybe applying some of this myself. So great to hear this.
Hey, buddy, you're here schooling fucking globies. Sorry. I was just going to say, sorry, Turquoise. I was just going to say, you're here schooling globies nearly every fucking day. You can definitely homeschool your kid. No problem whatsoever. Yeah?
I respect your perseverance, Skinny Vet, man. Like that's all you need. You just need the perseverance to know that it's your child and it's their future, and you are the they're inheriting everything from you practically, and you should make the sacrifice for them.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was doing that, man, up until not too long ago. Not too long ago, everyone was fucking doing that. And look, AJ, okay, I'm not going to break confidence with AJ, but for example, like his kids, I don't think any of them made it past 10th grade. They are all doing incredibly well. AJ's kids have been homeschooled for fucking years now. They are doing so well. They are all so independent. They're fucking absolutely killing it in their teens, and they're gonna be they're all gonna own their own houses by the time they're fucking 20, man. You know. Whereas the education systems that we have in our countries, it's wage slavery, man. That I get. Yeah, sorry. It's fucking. Alright, how the fuck do we all came from Globe? How the fuck do we come from that? We came from that because of the fucking system that we are forced to be in. Yeah.
I feel you on that, and I think a lot of the problems is the expectation of like as soon as they get to like 18, they got to move out. You got to push them out of the house, like that wasn't a thing a long time ago. Everyone used to live in the same house for quite a while, you know, all different generations, and like creating like a family culture. And that's
You
what
also you didn't have the family members whenever they grew up. They didn't leave, the neighborhood, right? Like my hometown is out in the middle of nowhere, yet the family has like 12 different last names, and we span over 3 counties. So, like, family used to be close, and now it's just like I live out of state from my family. My wife lives out of state from her family. So, it didn't used to be that way, but it is now.
Yeah, thanks feminism and whatever the other word would be for breaking the family up, man. You know, we've got a role to play, man. And the elders used to teach there was a reason the grandparents would pass the wisdom onto the younger generation, and they'd all be connected, and we'd kind of like flourish like that, right? But now it's we just stick the old people in a home, and we tell our kids to move out at 18, and we're all struggling.
Well, yeah, that's what the powers that be do not want. They do not want us to come together as one.
Yeah, it's just like when I married my wife. Okay, my wife was 33 years old and living at home in Japan. A very, very traditional, very family-oriented culture. She was not married, therefore, she was living at home. But yeah, I mean, at the same time as well, like I guess it was the opposite for me. Like I couldn't wait to get out of home. I rented my first place when I was 17 years old. I couldn't wait to fucking get out of home. But at the same time, to the points that you guys are making, I agree with you. And look, everything's broken, but the good news is, man, the good news is, we are very close to collapse, and all of this shit, including the globe shit, is going to fall on its ass very, very shortly. We're at the end of the line with that. We are at the end of the fucking line with that. So it's going to be fine, man. But when it comes to homeschooling, it's not hard.
This whole like end times are coming. I've been hearing that for 15 years.
It's more like 25.
Like once you hear it so much, it like doesn't really hit. It doesn't hit the same.
No, it's not end times, man. It's just simply the cycle of rise and fall. Okay, rise and collapse.
End of the cycle, I should say. Right.
End of the cycle. Yeah. Well, fucking, I tell you what, man. I was born in 1985, and when you look on, so the 3 axioms are social, moral, and economical. And socially, morally, and economically, we crossed the fucking Rubicon before I was born in 1985. If you look at any societal collapse that is registered in history going back 5,000-6,000 years. So it's all good, man. And collapse is a good thing. It really is. It's a good thing because we can't keep this shit going.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is I'm actually begging for it. Actually, it's like it's something that needs to happen. It's something that's been needing to happen. Would you agree?
Definitely, man. Look,
Like,
we'll
just get it
we'll
over
take
with.
the economic. We'll take the economic, for example. So, even compared to 10 years ago, how much does a week's groceries cost now?
Yeah, it's exponentially
200%
higher.
more.
God, yeah.
That's just economic, man. Like, yeah, every collapse starts with moral, and then it goes to social, then it goes to economic, and it's all good, man. We're very close, and just hold out. Seek out people of like mind, network, get off grid as far as you can, get a good girl, have a family, keep that family together, man, and you'll be fine.
And play the role we're expected to
You make
play,
it
right?
sound so easy.
Yep.
Sorry, Skin. Sorry, mate.
The way I look at it, speaking of philosophy, is, well, what if we did what we're already supposed to be doing? Being fully self-sufficient to begin with. So what if the government pulls the rug out from under us? We're living off the fat of the land, son. Who cares? So, when it comes to politics, I'm not always pointing the finger outwards. You know what I'm saying? Picking up what I'm putting down.
Yep, I agree.
I didn't say you were, buddy. And look, I'm not fucking. I'm definitely not saying that. I'm not saying it's your fault. It's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's not anybody else's fault. But this is the time that we live in, and we're full of Rome 2.0 right now. So what we've got to do is be smart, and being smart means getting as far off grid as you can. Networking with like-minded people. None of us can do this shit alone, man.
Right.
This whole
That's what I
libertarian, anarcho-capitalist fucking, I'm living on a hill with a fucking mountain of gold and a heap of guns. That's a bunch of bullshit. We got a network. You have to have a network. Okay, you have to have a network of like-minded people. You have to have things that you can exchange, whether it's skills, whether it's things you can produce, whatever the case may be, and have family, man. Find a good girl. Have fucking have kids with her. Stay together, like I've done, and then you will secure the future, and then teach
what,
your
send
kids
them off
the
grid?
right way. Like we talk about homeschool, yeah.
That is
This
like
is
the most
nonsense.
productive thing we can do against the system.
This is nonsense.
Leave them.
So this
No,
comes
I'm
down to
saying it's utter nonsense. I'm just
like the
saying
ve-
you don't have to go off grid. Going off grid and depriving your children of social interactions is not the best way to go about it, mate.
I think the
He's
word
not
if we take a few steps back,
Ding dong.
imagine if 10% of the world's population was like, "Hey, we don't need an authoritative government. That's nonsense. We don't need that crap."
And who's the
then-
authoritative government? Who's the authoritative government?
And then, so like everybody is a candle, and we can all light each other's candles by enlightening each other on.
Okay, then
on
enlighten
truth,
me.
on
How's
being
the
a
government
truther.
authoritarian? How is the government authoritarian?
So
Please
if we
enlighten
all
me.
stopped using the fiat currencies, well, not all of us, but let's say 10%. Probably.
Oh, you're gonna answer my
You don't
question?
even need that. You don't even need
I
10%.
was trying to figure out.
8%
Sorry,
of the
guys.
population that stopped using
Sorry,
the
I
fiat
was trying to.
currency
Can
system.
you please enlighten me about how the government's authoritarian?
Sorry, I was trying to figure out who the fuck was talking. So it's another Aussie. Hey, moderate. Here we fucking are again. Authoritarian. You don't believe we live under an authoritarian government, including the ones that indoctrinated us into a heliocentric model? You think we're not authoritarian here in Australia?
No, I don't think we're authoritarian. Explain to me how the government's authoritarian. What's the government done against your person you from?
All right. Okay. I'll explain to you how we're authoritarian here in Australia.
Did the
We
government
can't.
draft into the military? Did you get drafted into the military? No, you volunteered, right?
Hey, how about I answer your question and you don't interrupt me?
All right, go ahead.
Are we cool with that?
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Come on.
All right. How are we authoritarian in Australia? No problem. So, for starters, we have no right to free speech. Under 18C, we cannot express ourselves freely. We have no right to own firearms, and we cannot defend ourselves with firearms. In fact, we can't defend ourselves at all. Hold on. Remember, we agreed not to interrupt. I don't interrupt you. You don't interrupt me. Right. So we've already covered. Anyway. Yeah, you interrupted my train of thought. But anyway,
come on.
We're taxed to the fucking nines. We can't own firearms. We do not have any right to self-defense. Thanks to John Howard with the fucking 96 legislation. The moment they disarmed us, we lost any right to self-defense. If someone invades your home and you use any kind of weapon against them, even if you're a female, you go to jail. They don't. What else? We are the 6th to 8th highest tax nation in the OECD. We are regulated to the point where it is ridiculous. Our registration for our cars is ridiculous. The amount of fines that we pay for even going 2K over the speed limit is ridiculous. We can't even make
people commit crimes.
Hold on a second. We can't even make posts on social media against government diktats without getting arrested, including a pregnant mother. Let's see more. Look,
come on with the points. Come up.
We pay rates on properties that are so ruinous that people can't actually they can't keep their own properties. Like, do you seriously? By the way, if you commit the crime of wanting to have a cigarette or wanting to have a beer, you're paying tax. So the tax on alcohol is around 600% now, and the tax on tobacco products is around 1200%. Tell me how the fuck we are not living in a totalitarian dictatorship.
Okay, totalitarians taking one's right away. Are they taking your right away to, let's say, freely express yourself? No. Are they taking your right away to have a gun? No. You can get a gun. I know people with guns. I know someone that has a massive collection, has a bunch of shotguns and a bunch of assault weapons, right? And also, all these stuff you're talking about, tobacco and alcohol. First of all, these are things called, public health. They're trying to discourage people from using these, harmful substances, right? You do know they also, you pay GST on many things that you generally wouldn't consider essential, right? Things that aren't bread, things that aren't, water, like soft drink and all that. So would the GST also be considered totalitarian because it's placing, tax on non-essential items, essentially items that are unhealthy for you and could lead to potential health risk? Like with cigarettes can lead to pregnancy issues. You're talking about a pregnant mother, right? Should a pregnant woman be able to smoke? No, I don't think so. And most people smoking, even people smoking around children, isn't good. So why are you advocating for a thing that you know is bad? You know it's obviously bad for you, and obviously bad for children, and saying it shouldn't be taxed? It's like saying even
So you're
though
talking.
these things are bad, I still want them.
So you're talking to me about controlling other people's behaviour. You've completely steered away from the governmental aspect. You've completely steered away from the free speech aspect. Okay, gotcha. No
It's
problem.
not controlling people's action. It's about disencouraging people's action. It's kind of like how we have laws to stop people from murdering each other. Like,
His name
should
is
murder be
Surgeon
illegal or not?
Generals.
Should murder be illegal? Should murder be illegal? Yes or no?
Hey, what just happened down south? Literally today, there
Down
was a
south.
shooting.
Okay.
There was a
Yeah.
shooting down south in Queensland.
Down south of Queensland, a Queensland shooting. I'm pretty sure youth crime, right?
No, not a youth crime. And also, the firearm that was used was a pistol,
Mm-hmm. And how's that? If the gun was a
which is
pistol, then
illegal.
how then how
Which
pistols
is
aren't
illegal. Which is illegal to have.
no, owning a pistol isn't illegal. It isn't unless you obtained it legally, then it is illegal. But if you obtained it legally through getting a firearms license, which you can do, and it isn't extremely hard to do, then you can own a gun legally. So saying that you can't
You're
own
a
guns is
fucking
complete
idiot.
utter nonsense.
How can you own a pistol in Australia? What are the parameters for owning a pistol in Australia?
Parameters. I wouldn't know. I don't have a license, but I do know people that have guns. So you want me to go ask them for you and ask how small-minded you are?
Oh, well, I can tell you. I can tell you because I used to work in security, so I can tell you. You have to work in security, or you have to be a cop to own a pistol. Now, the guy that shot the other guy down south in southern Queensland yesterday did not have a license for a pistol. He had one anyway.
Yeah,
So
let's keep
tell me
guns
how
out of
those
the
laws
hands of
are
criminals.
stopping it.
Let's keep the
How did
gun
that
out of the
stop
hands
him
of criminals.
shooting somebody?
How to stop him from shooting someone? What do you mean? Like, can you elaborate? What do you mean by what would stop him from shooting someone?
I'm trying to get through your head that laws don't mean jack shit to criminals, and punishing law-abiding citizens does not stop criminals doing what they do. There have been so many fucking shootings since '96. Actually, crime has. Do you know in Queensland, for example, they just admitted that the crime rate has gotten so far out of control. There was 50,000 instances of violent crime in the last 12 months.
Yeah, youth crime is out of
And
control in
we are
Queensland.
living in a state.
Miles.
We are living in a place where you cannot defend yourself at all. If you even show a firearm, like the guy 2 years ago in New South Wales, people were trying to invade his home. He showed that he had a firearm that was unarmed, that was unloaded, and he got put on charges, and he had his firearms taken away. And we don't live in a totalitarian state. What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Well, you said we don't live in a totalitarian state. You just said that.
We live in a totalitarian, open-air, gun-free zone. And if you can't see that, man, I don't know how to help you.
Okay, well, explain to me what totalitarian is to you. Explain to me what a totalitarian definition totalitarian is then. Because if you know a basic dictionary, you know what totalitarianism is.
Totalitarian is when people who are in government tell you what you can and cannot do definitively. And if you break that, there are very severe consequences, including going to jail, being ruined, being cancelled, not being able to work. Like, do I really need to go on?
Okay, do you want the definition of totalitarian? Okay, totalitarian is a form of government and a political system that prohibits all opposition parties, outlaws individual and group opposition to the state and its claims, and exercises an extreme high, if not complete, degree of control and regulation over public and private life. Right? That is the definition of totalitarian. Have we banned opposition parties? Have we outlawed individuals? Have we outlawed, opposition groups? We haven't. We didn't outlaw the communists. We didn't outlaw, the fascists. We haven't outlawed the Nazi groups, have we? If we were really truly a totalitarian state, then we would be outlawing these groups that are political groups, right? You yourself, right? Let's say you're a part of the Nazi Party. Is the Nazi Party being in Australia? No, it isn't. There was one that was definitely alive and active during the 80s and 90s. No one
So by your definition, we're not totalitarian.
No, not even close. We're not close.
No
Not close.
problem. So, if you are, let's say you're NatSoc, right? You get arrested, you can't protest, you can't fly a flag, and I'm not fucking. By the way, I'm not rooting for those guys. They're a bunch of fucking dickheads. If you're a communist, you can. It's very, very one-sided, dude. And if you can't see that, I mean, this is not a politics server anyway. Like, this particular part of this server is not politics, but the fact that you are so in love with this system that we live in, and you think that we live in a free country of some kind, if you think that, I honestly, I can't help you. You are what the fuck?
Do you want to know what a not free country looks like? Okay, not free country, not free.
Don't fucking try and tell. Hey, shut the fuck up for a sec. Don't try and fucking tell me what a not free country looks like. I was deployed to one for fucking 9.5 months. All right, and I actually fucking served you. Shut up for a second. I fucking served you, and I served the rest of the fucking douchebags. And I tell you what, I am fucking absolutely disgusted with the state of my country, and I'm disgusted with the fucking state of the vast majority of our populace. I had no fucking time for them whatsoever, and my mates are dead for fucking nothing. So thank you very, very kindly. Anything else?
Yes. East Timor, what was it like? What was it like there?
They were freer than we are.
So people being killed on the street, women being raped and pillaged is free to you?
You don't know what the fuck I saw there.
Hey, Jedi, your camera's on.
Okay, well, let's say this. And you said I don't know what you saw there, right? I don't. So then elaborate. Then elaborate how it was free.
I saw in a third world country that you're actually allowed to own your own land and not have to pay tax for it. I saw in a free country that you're allowed to be armed and able to protect yourself and justify protecting yourself without being punished for it. I saw in a third world country where you can actually speak freely and not be punished for it, and not be fined for it, and not be taken to court for it. Do I really seriously fucking need to go on? This was East Timor, by the way.
East Timor, okay. Well, let's say this then. East Timor, right? East Timor is obviously a situation that wasn't good, but obviously you were an Australian soldier. But I'm saying for the actual citizens of those countries. I mean, if you go to these, so-called free countries like in Asia, right? You go to Thailand, right? You can own property. You don't have to pay taxes, right? But you can't say anything that is negative of the king. You can get arrested for saying anything that's negative of the king. I don't see that as a free country. I can't sit here and say that these Asian countries who prohibit, bad speech about certain people and certain groups as a free country. We do not prohibit and we do not stop people from talking badly about Anthony Albanese, do we? I can go say Anthony Albanese is a shithead, he's a fucking horrible prime minister, and I wouldn't get in trouble for that, would I? If this was a truly totalitarian,
can you say that again, seriously. Can you say that again, man? Like that was so garbled. It was fucking unbelievable. Say it again, please.
Okay. I was gonna say, if you want to know what a truly, what a not free country looks like, I've been in Thailand. Right? I've been in Thailand a few times, and in Thailand, you can't say anything that's negative of the king, of his or his family, or of certain people in the country, or you could get in trouble. Right? That country is basically under a military dictatorship. And if you do anything that's wrong, you can get chucked in prison for a long, long time with basically no rights, with no nothing like that, right? That is not freedom. That is not a free country.
Hey, let's get back on topic.
All these taxes. No. I want to continue talking because you're talking about another country. It's a third world country. Thailand's a third world country.
Okay, we're getting back on topic.
1 second, Jedi. Jedi, quick. Jedi. Camera. Jedi, your camera's on, bro.
Thank God. I appreciate that, guys. I fucking I thought no one else was in here, and I was trying to argue with this fucking Australian dickhead.
Yeah, I've messaged Jedi. I messaged Jedi also. Shit.
Yeah, look, Crit, you're American, man. So what I will say, off the topic of flat Earth.
Well, let's get back on topic.
You guys never, ever give up your 1A and 2A. You give that up, you're fucked. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why, I mean, to bring it back on topic is why this is such a powerful conversation, is that it boils down to your First Amendment rights. If you can't describe what you want to say, what you think the Earth is, and they can control it, then you've lost. You've lost freedom of speech.
That's exactly right, man. And they tried to ban homeschooling, for example, in several Australian states in the last couple of years. It didn't go forward, but they're going to keep trying, and it will eventually go through. And even if it does go through in my state, my daughter is going to learn about flat Earth, and it's up to her. Like, she's going to learn both globe and flat, but I reserve the right to teach her that, and no motherfucker can tell me what I can and can't teach her. And but this douchebag that I was talking to before, he fucking believes that we live in a free country. Fucking give me a break, man. Like, America's fucked, man, but we are way more fucked than America.
So I've heard.
It's all bread and circus, man. The illusion of being free.
I got a good buddy from Australia. Things I've heard.
Yeah, fucking. So look. Well, no, I hate hearing that testing ground. So what happened, right? Okay, when Australia got federated, the American experiment was already proven to be good. So what our founding fathers here in Australia did was, we don't need a Bill of Rights. We shouldn't need a Bill of Rights because it's so obvious that it's so good. It's so obvious that it works. We shouldn't even need a Bill of Rights. We just need the original Constitution of America, but we'll reword it a little bit to make it more Australian. But we don't need the Bill of Rights to accompany it. That's what happened. And then it worked in the beginning. When you guys were suffering under Woodrow Wilson's fucking war socialism, fucking our Prime Minister had to hold a referendum twice on conscription, which he lost both times. Right? It did work for a while, but after a while it stopped working, and we did not have the Bill of Rights that you guys have. And that's what happened. Like, it was basically fucking, Sir Henry Parkes and everyone like that. Yeah, we don't need to actually fucking reinvent the wheel. This wheel's already been invented. We don't need that Bill of Rights. And that fucked us in the ass in Australia. That fucked us in the ass really badly. Yeah, sorry I got a bit heated about that.
Well, maybe like I'm not saying that the end goal is, but like, it seems like the country that colonized you all seems to end up being the safest place in the end. Who knows? I hope so. For my sake, but
It's one of those. We're also experiencing a lot of Europe being forced onto the Alcatraz known as Great Britain. So there's an agenda behind that too, I think. So it's
So I have a
mixed
question.
bag of
Where's
nuts.
all that juicy globe evidence?
I think we scared it off, man.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear Alpha. Yeah, sorry, man. I can hear you, Alpha. Sorry, man. That douchebag from Australia. Yeah, sorry about that, man. I wasn't meaning it to go off topic.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just asking, where's that juicy globe evidence? We don't got any this morning, afternoon, whatever time it is for you on this earth.
It's been a very civil day today, to be honest.
Oh,
as
maybe
they say,
we
it's
can
a leap
shake
year.
things up.
One of them special days of every 4 years, you know. We've got to keep it different.
Eggshells ain't in here in the morning. Usually
This year, I
eggshells is
think
here
it's
around this time. Eggshells or Jekyll or do those guys get a day off or what?
they're up late, I think. I woke up and everyone was still awake.
We had some spicy Globers last night, or when I was at work. Then Elder Bear came in here and he can't stop talking about Skinny Vet for some reason. Skinny Vet's he's got Skinny Vet on the mind, on the brain.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. Talking about the handlers and controllers and whose
Yeah.
boss is whose. And
I tell you what, Alpha. I do like Elderbear in a way. He's entertaining.
And he doesn't know when to stop though. Like I know he's got it in for you or whatever, but damn, I mean, every now and again he needs to take a break. Like,
When is the fucking Earth ever fucking? When is the fucking Earth ever fucking measured flat? Where is it measured flat? You can't fucking tell me where it's fucking measured flat.
yeah, he's always on about that, like nonstop. Oh, did you ask Skinny Vet? He's always he's trying to poke a fight with you every single time, man. And you don't want to purposefully. You don't want to do it, man. But he jumps in here and he's always. And then he's like,
I appreciate what you said earlier, man, as well, like in the chat. But yeah, he picks a fight with me because he fucking doesn't like it that every fucking time he picks a fight with me, he gets his ass kicked. He gets his ass kicked every fucking time. He doesn't like that.
I especially don't like banning people, but I mean, if you're just not gonna let go, like sometimes you just need to just relax, you know. Enjoy the arguments that are in here. Don't be caught up in some bullshit. Like that's some drama, man. Like nobody needs that drama. And I think honestly, I think it's because they got shellacked by Nathan Oakley, and they gotta be in their bonnet, so they want to take it out on someone or whatever. I don't know. They bring their drama over here.
Well, I mean, I can tell you what it is. So the problem is, okay, so Bev has a problem with Nathan Oakley and QE, and then fucking this guy's fucking jumped on the bandwagon. So every fucking time he comes on, it's where's the Earth measured flat, and then about 2 weeks ago, he came in with his bullshit. I challenged him. I answered every question that he had, and he still came back to the same question, like they all do when they lose the argument. That's what happened.
You know what I told him, Skinny Vet, and I've said this before. It does measure flat, and they were like, "How? Did anybody measure it?" Yeah. So if there's no curvature to be measured, right? No curvature. What's the numerical value that you would put to no curvature? What number can you put to it? I'm gonna tell you. 0. 0 curvature is measured. So
I told him the same thing. Told him the same thing, buddy.
he wants a numeric value. as to how it's been done or how it's been measured. Well, if curvature is measured, then that would that whatever it is, the elevation change or the rate of change of a slope, on a horizontal. If there is some type of measurement to be had, then you could say, well, whatever numeric value you give it would be whatever, right? I mean, if it was measured. But if it's not measured, then it would be zero elevation change. There is no rate of change at all. So that means that the numeric value that you would give it is zero. Then you could say this: the Earth measures zero curvature. None. Zero. That's the numeric value. That's what the Earth
Yeah, told
measures.
you.
Zero.
I told him the same thing. I told him the same thing, brother. Look, I'm gonna have to sign off now. But yeah, it's great to see you here again. Great to see all of you. Fucking love all of you, and I'll see you tomorrow.
See you,
Fuck
Skinny.
off.
Have a good day, man.
See that, Skinny. I'll start treating him like
See
a
you,
victim.
Skinny. Hey, what up, Jedi?
What's up,
I didn't know you
Alpha?
were.
Hope you're doing well.
Hey, I couldn't get in here because you had your camera on, man. I was like, is
Oh,
Jedi
yeah,
showing
no,
himself? Like,
serious. Yeah. So sorry, guys, if I had my camera on. Crit messaged me. I was out in the rain. My phone was in my pocket. So whatever happened happened.
don't worry about it, man. We didn't see nothing you wouldn't want us to see, right?
Yeah, no, not at all. It's dark in my pocket, man. It's fine.
You exposed your pocket to us, man.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dark in my pocket.
All good.
Yeah, no, I mean, we it's all right. These days, I mean, these Globers that come in here, it's just not really worth the squeeze, like Britt always says. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. Yeah, I mean, they're just youngsters coming in here trying to argue something they have no knowledge on. I don't know. I'm driving home after work. They let me out of my cage. Yeah,
Nice.
I don't know.
Just in case you're driving, man. So Masto's messaged you in the chat. He's asked you to provide that measurement for the Earth being flat.
Yeah, for sure. So, Admasto, are you there? Is he unmuted?
Yeah, he's got
Admasto,
control
get
of
on
his
the mic.
Yeah, I can talk.
All right, so on the horizontal, right? Horizontal. So, horizon. You know what a horizon is, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sounding redundant. Sorry, Admasto. But if we're on the beach and we're looking over the surface of the water, on the horizontal, what is the deviation that measures for curvature? Left to right. The rate of change of a slope. What would it be? What would be that rate of change?
Left to right.
Yes, sir.
So you mean how convex the horizon should appear?
Yeah.
I have not
And
figured out
not
that
just
formula.
well, Admasto, not just appear, measure.
Okay, also
How
measured,
much?
but I have.
Yeah. Right. So, do you know anybody that has? Now, I'm not just asking you. And if you can provide, well, think about this. It could be rhetorical. You don't have to answer, right? I'm gonna give you the get out of jail free card this time. But if you can find someone that's actually measured left to right curvature on the horizon, then they can give us the measurement for that. That'd be fine and dandy. But if you can't, think about it. Then if the Earth isn't measured curvature, there's no curvature measured, then the numeric value that you would give to the horizon or the horizontal line on the horizon is zero. There's no deviation. No curvature measured, numerical value would be zero. Pretty simple. Until you can find someone that has measured that, then we can't really have a discussion. Then what I say stands until somebody comes forward and says, I've measured the horizon to have a rate of change of slope, and this is the measurement. Anyway, think about it.
So you're saying to measure a curvature, or if a surface is curved, best thing to do would be look at it from side on and then measure the rate of change of its height,
Yeah, like
left to right.
basically what it is like if you're measuring a slope, and if there's a rate of change on that slope, you'd be able to give a specific numerical value to like what that rate of change would be, right?
All right.
Right. So if there was a rate of change, then we'd be able to say, hey, the rate of change on the horizon would be this amount, whatever. I mean, you can put an arbitrary amount; it doesn't really matter. But if it is, then we would be able to give a numeric value to it, and then that would give us a rate of change of slope, and then we'd be able to say, assuredly, that the Earth is curving with this set amount. But if we don't have that, and the horizon is a straight line across, right? We don't have any deviation, then that numerical value would be 0. All the way across, left to right.
I'm still hung up on the method in the first place.
Well, I mean, just think about a straight line, right? Let's put it real easy for you to grab. I don't want you to be confused, Edmasto. It's the last thing I want. So if you have a straight line and it doesn't deviate, there's no elevation change, there's no rate of change of the slope, then that straight line would measure 0. There's no deviation on the horizontal. I mean, we're not talking about vertical here, just horizontal. Horizontal line, no deviation, it would measure 0.
Right. You don't seem to be interested in understanding what I'm hung up on, just based on the fact that I start a sentence with "I'm still hung up on that," and then you jump on, you pounce on it, and instead of asking me, okay, so what's your thought process? You go, okay, when there is no rate of change, then there is no slope, then it's straight, there is no curvature. It's like, okay, that part is self-evident. That part is self-evident. That part is self-evident. Stop talking through me,
Relax,
please.
brother. Why are you getting worked up, bro? I don't understand. Why are you getting worked up?
Because you are not interested.
I don't want you to get mad.
What you're doing right now shows again that you're not interested in having a conversation and understanding each other. Because you can't talk through me instead of hearing me out. And that's agitating me.
Bro. Like, why
you're talking through me instead of hearing me out. That's agitating me. I would like to have a conversation with you where we actually attempt to understand each other.
All right, Edmasto, everybody knows that what a straight line is, right? You know what a straight line is on a horizontal straight line. You know what that is? Or are you confused about horizontal straight lines, dude? I don't know.
No.
If you are, tell me.
Why would I be confused about that?
Because you sound confused right now. That's why.
No.
So if you know what a horizontal
you're
line
not interested in hearing you're not interested in hearing what I'm actually having to say.
What can you say about a horizontal line, Edmasto? That's straight. What can you say that it doesn't measure deviation, no elevation change, no rate of change of slope? There is 0 curvature on a horizontal line. What are you hung up on? I don't get it.
There's 0 curvature.
It's pretty easy.
It's by definition
0.
a straight line.
0, man, 0. And some people say, well, how can you measure that? Well, you don't. How can you measure 0? There's no deviation. It's a straight line.
What the fuck? You can measure 0.
There is deviation at the beginning of the line.
All right. So whoever said that.
What the fuck are you even on about?
What?
See, Alpha, the problem was that you don't hear me out and you don't have a conversation.
For any line to exist, you need deviation.
Well, what the gentleman's saying something. What'd you say, dude?
For any line to exist, you need deviation.
All right, go ahead and tell me how you measured a horizontal line to have deviation on the horizon, please.
It's necessary. It's a necessary.
All right, then tell me how you measured the horizon to have a deviation. Go ahead and tell me how you measured the horizon to have deviation. Go ahead.
So you measure the 2 points at the beginning of the line.
Okay, on the horizon, I want to know how much deviation we're dealing with. Go ahead.
0.01479.
And how did you measure it? With what device, or what are you using for
With
this?
a ruler.
What? Oh my
A
goodness,
ruler?
mate. Soft troll.
0.01479 what?
He's
With the
trolling,
ruler,
dude.
dude. What
To
the
the power
fuck?
of 2, actually.
The power
0.14796
of
to the
2.
power of 2.
It's
Unit.
Yeah.
What unit?
Curve.
Percentiles.
When you
Ball.
said you
No,
need
that's not a
any
unit.
deviation, sorry, when you said you need any deviation for a line to exist, how do you explain a straight line with deviation?
Yeah.
At the beginning of the line. The 2 points at the beginning.
2 point. No,
What?
there's 1 point at the beginning of the line.
There
Second
isn't.
point, which is the end of the other
Prove
line.
there's 1 point right now.
Oh my goodness me.
He means
Not gonna go for
that
this
a
soft
line
troll.
consists of one dimension. So you need like a direction between 2 points to define a line.
No, I'm saying the 2 points right at the start.
No, there's
Oh,
1
really?
point. Right,
The 2 points right at the start. What is with them?
That's where the deviation exists.
a
What
point.
deviation? Deviation from what?
Oh my god, dude. You're
For
not
the
really
line to
good at
start, there
defining.
has to be deviation. You don't know
No,
Yes,
this?
the
that's what
line
I
to
just
start, there has
that's
to be
what
a
I
point.
just explained. For a line to
It's necessary.
Okay, so who wants to talk to AR-15? Alpha, Jedi.
You're
I'll
all
let
right,
Jedi
man.
come in there. This guy is
I
smoking
was
that good
actually,
shit.
I should have let it go to Admasto, actually. That'd have been funnier.
Okay, should we do that then?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Masto.
Oh, can I ask? I got a question. I'm new in here. Well, I've been here before, but like,
Yeah, just hold up, King. We got another conversation going on, so hold up.
Is that HK?
Go ahead, Pickle. Like,
My God.
AR-15 has some stuff he wants to share with you.
Yeah, what's up?
Looks like
no one has an opposition to my argument.
No,
Yeah,
looks like
he lost the plot.
yeah,
he
he
lost the
ran. Okay, go ahead, King.
so we know the Earth is flat. We know the firmament on top, but what's beyond the firmament, or possibly beyond the ice wall? Has anyone actually studied this? I know
Yeah.
about Project
Yeah,
High
I
Jump.
did.
I know about the
did.
projects, the genetic projects that are going on, and Antarctica, so on and so on. But what's essentially happening? Like, can someone like this give us like?
Well, they're
a brief-
breeding. Yeah, check this out, homie. They're breeding rainbow unicorns because they're gonna have a whole bunch of them take over in the New World Order. So everybody's gonna be able to fight against these guys. They're on rainbow unicorns. And
Okay, you mean rainbow unicorns. Well, obviously, when people think unicorns,
Yeah.
they think a hawk with a horn on its head. But what do you mean by unicorns?
okay, these are like
Three-legged unicorn.
yeah, they're 4-dimensional beings, right? And so they are at another dimension. So when they appear, really people are going to be astonished because of their colors. So they look like horses, but they're not really. I'm just kidding, man. I'm yanking your chain. There's nobody knows what's outside of something that you're in.
Well, you're asking what have we studied that we don't know, like the unknown, like beyond our capabilities of studying. So therefore, defeats the purpose of studying it.
Yeah, you can't research something that you don't know. So there's that, right?
Yeah, I recently broke out my domestication. I just realized no one knows shit, man. Everyone just wants to be smart, man. Everyone wants to be in control.
Yeah, we're all
You know.
we're all fishing from the same boat, man. There's nobody that knows. Like, you can learn anything that anyone else can learn. I mean, the information is available to everyone about most things, right? So
But what you know, bro, is if you know about these unicorns and you go around telling everyone, you can pretend you know things and be smarter than everybody else. So pass it on.
I could have kept on saying bullshit, but I'm not like a Glober, so I can't do that.
Yeah, I'm kind of relating it to the idea of like that's kind of the exact same concept, right? Just if we tell it you and you pass it on, and you can stand by that belief that there's unicorns out there, then you might have the edge over people, and your ego might grow, and you might, I know more than
No,
people.
it's not that. So sometimes you can give people like this basic knowledge that they can research, like the people in the Apollo mission were pretty much all Freemasons. Essentially, they were wearing Freemason rings when they took their picture, so on and so on. And they can literally do a quick Google search to see the But like a lot of people can't handle, I guess, breakage in the reality they've been taught their entire lives. It's like mental, I guess, yeah.
I get what you're saying, man. That usually happens because, when you're conditioned in this world to think a certain way, because you're told what to think, right? As you grow up, you're never told how to think, and I think that's the big issue here. Critical thinkers usually they break free from the from the system in a way they're able to start to critically analyze all the information that they receive. No, it doesn't have to be about flat Earth or whatever, but anything, right? Like the government, pharmaceutical industry, like everything. You can start to think about things differently. You don't have to be like just accepting everything that's told to you, right? But most people, they want to live a life where they don't have to think for themselves. So they're happy to accept whatever comes their way. Like most of the Globers that come in here, right? And they will defend that because for them it's like, why are you taking me out of my happy place, and you're making me think, bro? Like, chill. Like they don't want to think. They'd rather be in a world where things get told to them and they obey, and that's all. So basically what we're doing is we're kind of like the bad guys. Every time we're telling them to think about the things that we're talking about. You get it? Because people don't want to. They don't want to think, man.
You're waffling.
Well, hopefully I'm making some with syrup, so we can have waffles and syrup.
You asked a question. What
You still haven't given a counter argument
to what?
What's to what? Yeah.
to the deviation for a horizontal line or any line.
A deviation for a horizontal line means it's not a horizontal line if it deviates from that horizontal.
No, but it's necessary for it to exist.
What are you talking about?
For a line to exist, there has to be deviation. I don't know why people don't understand this. It's very simple.
Because you express it in the most stupid, the most confusing way possible.
Right at the beginning.
Oh my God! You still on about that, dude?
The way to express it as well.
How is it stupid?
Because it is purposely phrased in a way that conceals what you're talking about.
What do you mean by that?
Exactly what I said.
Explain what you didn't understand.
I understood it. That's why I'm calling you out on your bullshit.
So, and what is illogical about it?
I'm not saying it's illogical. I'm saying it's stupid to try and phrase it that way, and it's dishonest to continue phrasing it that way when you get inquiry about it.
Okay, what is stupid then?
I already explained it.
What? Tell me.
Oh my
I already
God.
told you.
Dude, just. Do you have
I
another
guess you just
point,
don't understand.
sir?
No,
yeah,
I do
that's
understand.
fine. He doesn't understand. AR-15, do you have another point? Look, check this out, man. I'll make it easy for you.
What is he saying? Do you understand it?
Yeah, but I don't want to talk to you about it. So AR-15, check this out. I want you to make a
explain to the
claim.
group. Because
I don't
Jedi
want-
doesn't seem to understand. He seems to be talking about something else.
Yeah, just relax, bro. I don't know why. Why are you so? What's up your ass right now, man? You got to be a jerk right now. What is it? You want me to focus on you? Is that it? You don't? Are you jealous because I'm talking to this other guy?
You need some attention, Alpha. Give him some attention.
No shit, dude. Like, relax, dude. You got all the attention whenever you're here all the time, anyways. Just relax. So AR-15, what I want you to do is make a claim, right, and then support that claim with evidence.
All right.
Is that cool?
The claim is.
Well, hold on, dude. Let me just say, make a claim about the Earth, whatever you think the Earth is. Make a claim about the Earth, and then support that with evidence. And you could wherever you go, doesn't really matter. Just so make a claim about the Earth, and it's whatever evidence you have, present that evidence.
So, for you to go in a straight line, the there has to be deviation, which means that the Earth is necessarily round.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
so what is your claim? What is your claim? Is that you need to deviate it from a straight line? Is that your claim?
No, the claim is that given that deviation exists in a line, then it's necessary for the Earth to have deviation.
From, dude.
Deviation
Okay,
from what?
try to rephrase. Okay, can you try to rephrase
Deviation
it
in
so
the sense that it's not flat. The Earth has to be, somewhat deviated.
Deviating from what?
Okay.
From horizontal? From straight?
Well, it doesn't matter from what. The point was that it was to
There's
defeat
a
the flat Earth
sorry,
argument.
my friend. There's a reference to deviation. You say it deviates. What's deviation mean? What's deviation mean?
Deviation is to have some sort of, change in.
Change. So a change. Okay.
Yeah.
From what?
It could be from anything.
So from horizontal?
Yes.
So a deviation from horizontal. For a line to exist, there must be a deviation for a horizontal. Are you saying that horizontal lines don't exist?
No, I'm saying that.
Thank you. That's
No,
all I
I'm
was
saying that
fucking
horizontal.
Yeah, he
No,
conceded. Thank you very much,
I'm saying.
AR-15. Yeah,
No,
thank
no.
you. You just conceded. Thank you. Yeah.
That's
You
no,
just
I didn't
conceded.
finish.
Thank you.
I'm saying
You
you're misunderstanding
conceded.
what
You
horizontal line
conceded.
is.
No, hang on a minute. We don't need to misunderstand. You conceded.
Horizontal lines and
Relax, sir.
orientation.
I was going to say that, yeah. An orientation from a set point in space.
Yeah, no, and I'll unmute him again, but I'm just going to clarify. He just conceded that last point, by the way. Jedi walked him through, and he said no. There you go.
See,
Your
that's the best.
concession was that. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, see, AR, like when you establish a horizontal, that is a straight line. Do you agree or disagree?
It's not straight. No.
It's curved.
Yeah.
Well, there you have
He
it.
went back. He doubled down.
I did when I
Jedi.
said no. I wasn't finished though. You can't say
Are you
that.
talking in reference
concession.
to the Earth?
He is, yeah.
Okay. So explain the reference to
Replace the word.
I'm
It's
saying that you can
horizontal.
never go in a straight line. It's impossible.
You can never go in a straight line, though I can build a straight path.
Yeah,
It's
what
always
you're
going to be
referring
curved.
to is a horizontal plane. Replace what they're saying with horizontal line with horizontal plane. Now do you understand?
So straight lines don't exist in reality. Then horizontals don't exist in reality.
Well, no, because I'm saying that
horizontals and curved are basically
No, horizontals are straight by definition.
no, not necessarily. It could be zigzag,
Yes,
curved. It's two lines that are that match. Like, you ever seen that movie Tron, where they're in those like motorcycles that leave a line behind them?
Yeah, yeah.
How do you define a straight line then? Go on.
Well,
Shortest path between 2 points.
There we go. Yeah.
Shortest.
Well, the distance. The line is the extension indefinitely in the direction of that.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are confused with this. So let me see if I can pull something out. But go ahead.
See, what he did is he rammed in a globe model instead of actually just talking about sort of like the geometry
He
of that
didn't.
he was.
If you're looking from a distance, like, quote unquote, like straight from a distance, and you go straight and you keep going, you're gonna eventually curve.
So you can't go
You're gonna
straight.
eventually curve.
Can you show us that?
What?
That's a claim at the moment. Can you show us that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with Jedi. Oh shit, he's gonna actually show? Okay.
Right. So if I'm on a road, right, and I'm
Yeah.
looking straight, As I keep walking, I'm going to get more vision, right? And it's gonna go down.
What?
Do you get it?
Clearly not. I asked you to show me.
Like when you're driving a car on a so-called straight road, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna see a certain distance, but you're gonna get more, but you're not gonna have full vision of what's ahead, right? Because what happens is it slowly goes down.
What slowly goes down?
The line curves downwards.
What line?
Like it bends.
What line?
The necessary deviation.
From where?
From just going
what
straight.
Line, what line where? You just said it goes down. What goes down?
The necessary deviation that happens.
On the Earth?
Yes. On the
so
Earth,
the road goes down?
Yeah.
No, the road.
The land. Let's just say land.
Excuse me. Perspective-wise, when you look down a road, the road ramps up to the midpoint of your eye line.
It doesn't. Well, according to perspective, yeah.
So if you were to draw a picture, draw a horizontal line across the middle of a piece of paper, and try to draw a road up to that horizon line, that's what you see, isn't it? If you were to draw street lights above the horizon line going down the road, they would appear to go down towards the horizon. So at the moment, we've just got a road that's underneath your feet that's going up towards the horizon. You're saying it's going down.
On the Earth, but that's what happens on the Earth.
On the Earth, on the road that's on the Earth, the road rises up to the midpoint of your vision.
It doesn't rise up.
Doesn't it?
What do you mean it rises up?
Like I've just explained, draw a picture of a view down the road. Horizontal line across the middle of the picture. Draw the road up to the horizon. Streetlights above the horizon going down the road will appear to descend downwards to the horizon with distance, just like the road rises up to the horizon. He's saying it's going down.
I think he's getting confused with, like, through geometry and perspective.
Maybe we could talk about this if we're talking about the surface of the Earth. Would you agree that when contained and at rest, water is level, horizontal, upon the surface?
Well, because there's curvature to the Earth, it's always going to go down.
So the water in your bath is not horizontal upon the surface. We cannot use water as a horizontal reference.
No, we're obviously talking relative to the Earth's curvature.
Okay. So would you have an observation or a measurement of the surface of the Earth, which we will call water at this instance, curving?
If you just go high up in the sky, you'll see it.
High up in the sky, is that this horizontal horizon curving from left to right?
You'll see the curve if you go like very high up in the sky.
Yeah, I'm asking you what curve I will see.
You'll see the Earth's curvature. You see like
Yes,
the land
no,
go
I've
around.
asked you, is that the left or right curvature of the horizon?
Yeah.
Okay, but the horizon, when you turn around in a panoramic vision, is a circle around you 360 degrees, isn't it?
A horizontal plane.
It's what Turquoise was talking about earlier.
I think he's getting confused with the elevation of the observer and the ground and the horizon.
Yeah. Because as you gain altitude, yes, the horizon will appear to go down because your eye line is not on that horizontal. It's like going to the top of a 20-story building compared to the ground level on the surface of the Earth. That's one horizontal. You go up to the 20th floor of a large building, you'll have another horizontal extended outwards, which will be the midpoint of your vision. The one below you would have appeared to descend because you're not on it anymore.
According to perspective, it should rise to eye level, though.
Yeah, right. Like it's you're extended. You basically the observer's eyes are where the horizon would extend from, roughly. Like the horizontal plane is like extended from the tool or device you're using to observe it.
Yeah, but the further you look, the higher you are. You'll see just more of the Earth, the land curving.
Yeah.
You'll see more of the Earth, yeah. And
You'll see more of it
turn-
curve, like the land.
But when you turn around and you have that horizon, that circle of vision creates a horizontal plane. The one that you left behind, you just got a circle of vision above the plane you're looking across.
Just replace the horizon with the word circle of vision, because that's essentially what it is. Horizontal, and keep it separate from the term and the orientation horizontal. Even though there's some similarities, it's not the same thing. Like geometrically, you're able to see more area of the surface you're standing on the higher elevation you go, right? That's a fact, right? Doesn't prove we're on a ball at all or anything. Geometry.
Wait, can you repeat that last part?
So the visible area of the surface you are standing on increases the higher in elevation you go.
Mm-hmm.
It does not prove that we're on a ball.
Well, if I may, it would, assuming the world doesn't continue to infinity, right? So if there is like a limitation to the scope of
Only
the Earth.
infinity.
Well, I mean,
Not just short of it.
assuming there is a limit to how big the Earth is,
Who is this
ultimately,
guy, Buzz Lightyear?
the higher you would
To
come up,
infinity and beyond?
you would see the edge, so you would see a cutoff.
Yeah,
Go on
eventually.
forever.
Eventually, if you got far.
like a fog of war, a field of view, a limit of the observer or tool you're using relative to the environment you're in, right? And the wavelength you're receiving.
But that applies at all heights, so naturally.
Yeah, like if you view it through infrared, you're gonna cut through the atmosphere which you couldn't see through before, and everything would change.
What would change?
That area you're able to see of the surface area would
Well,
change
only
you
if your
use
vision
different.
is obstructed, right? But yeah, sure.
It's all about the instruments we use to view it and the elevation you're at. That's
Well,
the
you can even
correlation.
argue it's also the observer, right? You could have flawed eyes, even so.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the instrument. Yeah. You're the observer. It's not really. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see it working in both sides, right? So it doesn't improve one or the other.
I kind of think it does, right? Because even you sounded like conceded that if you go up far enough, I mean, you can argue whether or not we've done that, and that's cool. But in a thought experiment, if you went up far enough, it would make sense that you could then ultimately see whether or not it's shaped as a flat surface or a globe, right? Because it would have like a gradient.
Yeah,
AT, you
eventually.
couldn't tell. Listen, you couldn't tell because your eyes are flawed, so you wouldn't know if it's a curve. So you
don't
you
know
really
that my eyes are flawed, so you just made an assertion without any proof. So,
yeah.
but okay.
You sabotage your own argument. You said, "What if your eyes are flawed when you see the?"
That's
So
not
now,
sabotaging. It's taking into account everything that you did.
all right. So
Like,
are your eyes? Listen, are your eyes?
no, they're not. But you made that claim.
Okay,
So
so then when you make your observation, do you see a globe or flat Earth?
I was talking about a thought experiment. You
Yeah,
realize
but
this, right?
so in the thought experiment, when you look upon the Earth, do you see a globe or flat Earth?
Well, since it's a thought experiment, it hasn't been conducted yet. So,
Amish, we got a lot of feedback, Amish. Just
So
with him.
now your out is because it's a thought experiment. It hasn't been conducted. Therefore, you laughed.
Well, then why are we listening to you conduct a thought
Come
experiment?
on.
I mean, I thought you guys were able to
What?
engage in hypotheticals, but
Come on, dude.
Yeah. Why would we engage in hypotheticals if we want you to provide evidence that the Earth is an actual globe and not a hypothetical globe?
because I literally
Right.
entered with saying this is a thought experiment, so it's not a proof.
You didn't want to
Right?
engage. You didn't want to thought experiment I gave you. Yet you want me to engage in your thought experiment? How does that work?
Have I said I didn't want to engage in your thought experiment? Or
Yeah.
are you just assuming a lot of things about me, like
No.
my eyesight and this?
Okay.
Sounds
So
like you're very rude, and you're coming at this from like a very offensive angle. Yeah.
What? Somebody. Hey. All right. So hypothetically, when you look on the Earth, is it a globe or flat Earth?
I mean, AV, I don't think I'm the only one having trouble picking up your audio. So
That ain't me.
No, it was Amish. Just hot micing, dude. You
That
only
ain't
do.
me.
Hey, it's Amish. Can I just add that AC, do you agree that we see in the center of a sphere? So the observer is seeing like from the perspective as
My question though, Turquoise is not answering my question, and I'm wondering why. I'm very suspicious about you, AT. Why aren't you answering my question?
I'll answer all of your questions, both of you, and
Well,
I
you
have
haven't
plenty of
done it
time.
once.
But
You
AV, listen, your mic is cutting out, so I literally can only hear like every other word.
Oh, my mic is cutting out.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
It's cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, fair.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I literally cannot hear every word. So, I mean,
So let me get back to my point about the sphere. So would you agree that we view from the center of a sphere, like the observer or the tool you're using would be the center of a sphere of like observation, and you have like a limit of a sphere or a circle around the observer on a flat plane, or a sphere in free space?
this seems to be like esoteric sort of definitions and vision that I don't know. So maybe clue me in like layman's terms. If I'm standing at a plane and I'm looking around in a circle of vision, I assume, then what?
Yeah, like a fog of war, or so much like a limit. It would be a circle, right? It wouldn't be a square, would it? It'd be a circle around the observer, right?
Like, what do you mean? Like, if you turn around, you
Yeah.
turn. Okay, yeah, sure,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah. Right. So but what you think would be a curve or a limit is that limit of the sphere, that of your vision. Maybe I'm not putting it down properly, but
No, I think you're putting it properly, but maybe try a different way so I'm able to pick it up properly, please. So you're saying that the only thing inhibiting me and my view of the world is the limit to my 360 degrees vision, or?
correct.
But what does that entail exactly? Like, there are other limitations, right?
Yeah, the fact it's like a sphere, like from a central point of observation. So if you were to like have 360 degree motion on every axis, you'd be able to view a sphere around the observer.
Oh, like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Essentially, what the idea of the celestial sphere is essentially like around the Earth, right? There's a limit of stars that we put on the outside, and we're like, okay, that's the sphere around the Earth. Same as like if you're in a foggy situation, you can have limits around you. And then going back to the elevation thing, the higher in elevation you go, you're also going to, like I said, increase the surface area you can see of the surface you're standing on.
Yeah.
But you'll still have that spherical limit of view. And I'm trying to, I don't know, we've got to go back to that topic before, but I'm just trying to, might help you answer Alpha's question and such, So
Wait, yeah, I'll tackle it on my own, but I just need to like understand it properly. So you're saying like even when you go up higher and higher, yes, you would be able to see more, but ultimately you would be limited to this sort of spherical view that you don't possess. But like I don't understand, like you could like theoretically have as many cameras as you want, or have a lens as big as you want without distortion. So you would be able to create sort of a capturing of this spherical view, right?
Yeah, my point was that you wouldn't see the edge, is what I'm saying. Like, there'd be some limit and there'd be some perceived horizon, no matter what you're standing on.
Oh, like that? No, yeah, no, that I don't agree on, because that, yes, assuming, yes, it has one presupposition, which is like that the Earth is not infinite, right? So if you concede to that, I would disagree. But if you protest that the Earth is unlimited and you think that it might be, then sure, right? Like on that.
In terms of limits, because that's what we're talking about, right? We're very small and the Earth's very big, right? We're not able to capture like 1,000 miles horizontally, optically, right? Because of like atmospheric conditions and that limit of our view. So it's practically infinite.
Well, that's only considering that the only tool you would have would be human eyes, right? But
Yeah.
I could say that, like you said, and I don't think you're against that we have tools like telescopes or cameras or
Infrared and so
infrared. Yes. So all sort of like enhancements that we can utilize to see further than normally possible, right? I mean, even your phone, probably you can zoom on, and you would be able to see more than you could otherwise.
Do you know how
So
telescopes work?
yes, like approximately, but I'm not a telescope connoisseur. No. Yes, it's like
Yeah.
right.
So they basically have a wide aperture, right? And the wider the aperture, the more light they gather. A telescope has a really important job, and that's to gather as much light as possible. And then you have an eyepiece. And the eyepiece is kind of like a microscope, because what it does is it takes the image that is formed by the telescope gathering light, and you basically take the eyepiece like a microscope and you magnify that image that the telescope gathered. That's it.
Right. Point being?
Well, the point being is the telescope's power is really by how much light it can gather. There's and that's really the power behind being able to see further, because that improves the diffraction limit of vision.
I don't. Well, it seems like you're very knowledgeable in telescopes, but like, what exactly does this have to do with what I said?
Well, I'm wondering what it is you're saying that has to do with the topic.
Oh, so we're talking about limitations to vision and how some tools can enhance that, and so we could sort of circumvent the human biology limitations and be able to actually find out if there is an edge or not, and where it is,
All right,
right? And if it's
so why? Yeah, but why would you think a telescope would be used to find Earth's edge?
I don't.
Hey, Super Monkey Ball, you're hot micing real hard, man.
Sorry, I didn't realise.
All right, Super Monkey Ball, I had to mute you. You were hot micing. Yeah, so a telescope's not going to tell you if Earth is a ball or not.
I don't think I made that claim. So
Okay, so why are we talking about telescopes? I mean, we're trying to determine if Earth is a ball or if it's not.
I feel like I answered that just now, but I can try it in a different way. So I mentioned, for instance, also a phone camera. I don't think you're going to be able to to use your phone camera to view the edge of the world. I used it in a sentence with other objects, such as infrared, that can be used, right? And me and this other guy had like he was trying to help me understand how sort of we could digest this issue of like human visibility with other tools. That was like the relevance to that. Are you following now?
Yeah, so where does infrared enter into the equation? What are we doing with infrared?
Well, that's what we were talking about.
Finding the edge with infrared instead of a telescope or an infrared telescope?
Yeah, so an IR camera, right? In space or very, very high up, would like we had a thought experiment, right? And we could go in and like talk about space, and I know you guys are not like, well, I think it would be fair to say some of you guys are NASA deniers. That's fair.
No,
But
it's that NASA needs to provide positive evidence. It's not denying. I'm not just like hand wave dismissing NASA. None of us are just hand wave dismissing that. Do you understand that we're not hand wave dismissing NASA?
not the last part, no. I understand that
Okay.
you don't, but I've certainly heard positively people dismantling NASA, yes.
Okay. Well, do you know why we in our community specifically are not hand wave dismissing NASA?
It's kind of a weird question because I feel like some of you guys definitely are, because I've had conversations like that. But
You may feel
I
that
guess
way, but we have good reason, and
I have
that
testimony
reason
for
is
it.
grounded in evidence and a
Yeah, I
lack
know
thereof.
everything about the
Okay.
Blue Marble and the photo collection that they merged together, and you guys think it's Photoshop. I know everything about prior astronauts who had
Hold on. They
testimony.
tell us it's photoshopped. They
And
tell us it's
Neil
photoshopped.
deGrasse Tyson said you wouldn't be able to see curvature from that height. And
Sorry,
like I
that's
know
not
all
hand
these
wave.
things. Like,
Sorry, dude, that's not hand waving.
huh?
We're giving you reasons. So the very fact that you said, well, you say it's CGI or augmented reality or an image that is not true because it's been manipulated. That's not hand
Yes,
waving it away. That's
I think
giving you
so.
no, hand waving it away would be going, just no. You understand,
Yeah.
right?
We have stated reasons, right? That's not hand waving. That's the whole point.
I think that would be true if they held any merit, which I don't think they do, respectfully. So
All right, so
I would still
let's
call
talk
it hand
about
waving.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Let's
still
talk
not
about the
hand waving.
merits of our disagreements, right? We're saying that we don't trust NASA because we've caught them lying and we've caught them falsifying evidence.
So I guess it would be, since we're on semantics with hand waving already, when you say falsifying
No, this
evidence,
isn't semantics. This isn't
no,
semantics at all.
I'm just like trying to understand, right,
We
your
caught them
position.
falsifying. We caught them falsifying evidence. What are we supposed to think after that?
Right. So again, I ask, when you say falsifying evidence, is it then meant such as that NASA presented this blue marble, for instance, as a genuine one captured image or a photo? Or did they come out and say with the image or photo? I know that there are different things, but let's just use them interchangeably for
All
now.
right. So the blue marble. Do you
Did they
understand
say
where
that
the
that
blue
was
marble?
captured in a photo? In a single
Blue
photo ever?
marble came out with the debut of the iPhone. Do you know that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
this
it
was
was a
on. It just,
wallpaper. So I'm
You don't seem
asking,
to have any history of this, and we do. The
I
blue
literally,
marble was how Apple launched the iPhone, the first iPhone.
I just told you.
You didn't tell us that part. They hyped up this image of Earth for like months and months and months ahead of the iPhone, so that people would go out and buy the iPhone because the only place you could see this image was on an iPhone first.
It was on the iPhone 3. I said it was the wallpaper, the designated wallpaper. Do you know why I know
Yeah.
that? Because I had one. Huh. Interesting.
So they wanted to be the first ones to see this image of Earth. And
Great.
people believed that it was an image of Earth that was photographed. And NASA didn't do anything initially to disqualify that notion.
So when you say falsified, right? Falsified evidence, because those
I'm
were
talking
the
about
words
the
you
Apollo
used.
moon missions, man. Let's bring it back to Apollo. When I say falsified
Wait, so
evidence,
you're just gonna
I'm
jump
going back
topic
to
because oh, okay.
we're
Yeah.
talking about NASA falsifying evidence.
I'm
Prime
aware,
examples the
but
moon landings.
if you go for a leap in like 30 years, that's pretty relevant, right? Don't you think? Just because it's the
Well,
same
so suddenly we're
company.
supposed to trust them after they pulled off the biggest bamboozling of the world public. We're supposed to believe them 30 years later.
We can tackle the moon landing, but I think first either you need to concede to the blue marble being falsified testimony or we need to keep pursuing that, right? Because you haven't done that. So then we can
Well, how
move
many?
on. But I think you need to be
Well,
fair
hold on a
here.
second. NASA tells you that the image was false, and they didn't tell everybody this initially. Why didn't they do that? Why didn't they say, hey guys, we made this brand new image by taking strips of data and wrapping them around the ball and using Photoshop to clean up the edges and to do additional detail work? Why didn't they say that in the beginning? Why didn't they make that abundantly clear to the whole world ahead of time, ahead of the release of the iPhone?
So again, I would ask you, since you're the one making a positive claim that they did not do this, right?
They
What
did
would
not
be
do
the
this.
date? Great. What would be the date of the first announcement of the Blue Marble? What would be the date of the testimony that it was merged images with
Okay,
Photoshop,
well,
quote
I'm
unquote?
driving. I can't quite Google search right now, but that's what I would do.
So,
I would
but you
Google
just
search.
okay. We
Since
can
2001.
assume that they don't align. Still, I think you're lacking a huge element to your original point, which is you said they falsified testimony. You still haven't shown that.
Well, for everything like the Apollo moon landings, for the
No.
Gemini
On the Blue
space mission.
Marble, I told you we can move to
Okay,
Apollo.
so
I'm fine with
you're
that,
only
but
going to
then you
keep
need
this
to
on the Blue
concede.
Marble.
Then you need to concede on the Blue Marble
What am I conceding to?
that
NASA
it
tells
wasn't
you that it's a
falsifying.
false image.
Yeah, that's not falsifying testimony. That's why I asked you very specifically, right?
Okay, when did testimony come in here? Like testimony's in court. Nobody's
You
talking about
invoked it.
using
Hello?
testimony in court.
That's why I
I
even
didn't say
asked you in the beginning,
testimony.
what do you mean by this? And you just kept skipping over me and
You
said semantics
said the
doesn't
word
matter.
testimony, not me. I'm not talking about testimony.
Evidence then, okay? Evidence. How about
Evidence,
that?
yeah.
Okay, great. So falsifying evidence. That was your words, correct?
Yeah, they falsify evidence
Okay.
in
In
general.
the Blue
And we can
Marble.
go back to Apollo easily
No.
and
You need
make
to
a whole
address
case for
this.
NASA.
You can't
So wait, this goes back to you
Listen,
saying that we
I'm not
hand wave
just
dismiss.
okay with you jumping from one topic to another without finishing one. Now, we can move to the other.
Listen, asshole, you don't run the show. All right? You said to me that hold on, I'm driving. Hold on. I gotta get out of the jam. All right, Jedi, take over. I'm gonna hop in real quick in a minute.
So if someone tells you that these are multiple image made into a composite image, are they lying to you?
I guess that's testimony, isn't it? If we're talking about the images that Robert Simmons produced when he walks us through the process and tells us that it's not actually a photograph, it's composite images. Straight data
Right,
strips wrapped in a ball.
So are they lying to you then? If they're telling you what they're doing and they're truthful in what they're telling you, where's the lie?
Yeah, I'm telling you the history of this image. In the history of the image, they lied by obfuscation and concealment of what the nature and origin of this image was. And this is a pattern of history going back. So the initial problem here is AT said, you flat earthers just basically you hand wave dismiss. You just deny NASA. You just deny NASA evidence. So while you guys were talking in the context of the Blue Marble right now, he said you guys deny NASA evidence. And I said, wait, we don't just hand wave dismiss NASA's evidence. We have actual reasons for saying why we do not trust NASA's claims because we've caught them falsifying evidence. And then he said, like what? And I said, well, let's talk about the Apollo moon landing as a prime example. He said, no, you're only allowed to talk about the Blue Marble right now. So I humored him and said, okay, let's talk about the Blue Marble and its origin story.
I think
So
it's
this
because
is
you
where we
brought
are
up
right
the
now in
Blue
the timeline.
Marble first. That's why he was wondering why you were talking about the Blue Marble being falsifying evidence.
He made the claim that we just hand wave dismiss NASA's evidence. Evidence in a broad term, right? He didn't say we just hand wave dismiss the Blue Marble. He said NASA. He said, I get the impression that flat Earth just deny NASA. And I came in and said, no, let's stop right there. We have actual reasons. And then
that
he
was the
went into
beginning
saying,
of it.
well, so that's when Effie Jedi said, hold on a second. You're providing some of the reasons why flat earthers don't trust NASA, which isn't a hand wave dismissal. This is where we are in the timeline, pal.
So yeah, no, I understand the timeline. Like first was brought up, we don't just hand wave NASA. We have reasons to do it. And then it was one of the examples you brought up was the falsifying evidence of the blue marble, and I think that's where he has a problem, because he was saying, like, is it falsifying evidence if they're telling you that these are composite images? Now, if you want to say that they're falsifying evidence with something else, I think he's okay with moving on.
Right. Well,
He
they
just
told
wants
us
you to at
later.
least.
They told us
Yeah,
later that these images, how they were constructed. And it was only after it started to become part of public record that this image was probably not captured as a photograph, guys. It looked like it was computer constructed. Then NASA came out later and explained how this was done. This was not done in the beginning. It was not done during the hype phase for the
maybe
iPhone
that
at
is true.
all.
Maybe right away they didn't. But as far as I know, like, he just wants you to at least grant the fact that if NASA's telling you it's a composite image, they're not falsifying evidence if they're actually telling you what it is.
Not
If you want to
anymore.
say
But
that,
I'm saying that
right?
they showed a
So
pattern of deception up front. A pattern of deception was present in the beginning that fits with the overall claim that flat earthers have that NASA cannot be trusted because they've been caught falsifying evidence in the general sense. And we can go back to the Apollo moon missions, we can go back to Gemini and then Apollo and talk about all these examples, and the ISS most notably. We can talk about Hubble. We can talk about the James Webb Telescope. We can talk about all this crap. It's not limited to the blue marble.
Does anyone know what year the iPhone photo was?
I just think he wanted you to grant that, like, they're like, as of right now, like with the blue marble, they're not falsifying evidence because they're saying it's a composite image, and then he's like willing to like talk about the lunar stuff.
Right now they've come clean about the blue marble. That's true. And the reason why we tried out the blue marble ourselves still is because so many people still believe it's a real photograph from Earth thanks to the stupid iPhone campaign.
Right.
That's our point. So we're correcting misperceptions that NASA created from the get-go. Get my drift?
Yeah, actually,
so I
people
think-
present
I
that
think
photo as
you-
evidence
I'm
to
going
us.
to unmute 18 now since we all have a common understanding. Thanks. I got to go to work. So I'm going to unmute and I'm out.
I did a bit of a Google, right? And I found this page from 2002. It's from on a NASA website, and it quite clearly says that this is a composited image. So, no, NASA never lied about this image.
Yeah, man brings it here saying that this is a photograph of the Earth from space. So people are just confused with the images that they're given. Is he still here or is he buggered off?
Well, yeah, that's what they're missing. That's the whole point, is people are presenting this to us as evidence of curvature of the Earth, and then you guys are saying we're hand-waving it when we're just correcting them. That's all.
Oh, I'm
No,
unmuted, finally.
Yeah. AT, I'll let you take back over, but I was just trying to, like, is that
Yeah,
what you were
thank
trying to get to?
Absolutely. Because I think, like, if you bring up a list of issues you have with NASA, it's fair to say let's go over all of them, but let's do it in a sequence and go one by one, because otherwise the conversation doesn't flow. It'd be very hard to keep track on what holds and what doesn't, right? So all I wanted to do was just merely say, I haven't seen that NASA has posited this as some form of evidence, without clearly stating that it was photos that were being merged, or you could say it was composite images, perhaps. And that has been stated officially since 2002 when it launched. So, yeah, again, I don't think it was ever the case they lied, but since he was the one who made the claim, I was willing to hear his states from when originally it was posted officially to when they announced that it was a composite image, and he didn't provide that. And so I haven't found it either. So even assuming there was a period where it wasn't like official, I haven't found it, and I haven't been shown that it was. So all I wanted him to do was to say that that was not lying to the public. So that doesn't count against NASA. Yeah. I think that is a fair argument.
I think they already took a picture of the Earth now, a full picture.
So, does anyone else want to talk about, like, another thing that NASA lied about? Now that we've shown that they didn't lie about the blue marble, do you guys think they lied about something else?
They did lie about the contributions of African Americans to the Apollo program. They ignored their efforts.
Okay. Relevance, Your Honor. Like I'm
Why would they lie?
devastated
Because they're racist.
by people being racist in the past, but regarding
I think we can.
this
I think
topic,
we can strike that one from the record. Yeah.
See, you guys are part of the problem.
I mean, we can
Yeah,
go
man,
over
for
it.
sure.
Sure. I don't know enough about it, but I'm willing to be
No, we
educated.
can't.
So, what's the lie?
Have you seen the movie Hidden Figures?
Generally, a question shouldn't be if I've seen the movie, but no, I haven't.
Yeah.
So since you
Everyone
made the
should
claim,
start a
what
watch
was the
party.
lie? Cool. What was the
No,
lie
we
by
should.
NASA
I
regarding
don't
Black
know.
African
I
Americans and their
slept through
effort?
half the movie. Oh.
Right, but you're the one who made the claim.
Dude, NASA is full of liars.
Okay, if you're gonna say people are XYZ, you need to prove that, right? Otherwise, it doesn't hold. Then it's just a smearing campaign, or I don't know, like a vendetta. What if I told you or the whole room this guy is a I don't know, a spy or a killer or some shit? Like, you need to justify these things, I think.
I have no justification.
Right. So I
I
think it
just
would be
don't like
fair to say
NASA.
that we can move on then, right?
I just don't like NASA. That's a brilliant retort. Is anyone going to fill this guy in as to why NASA is always lying and has to lie if they go to space?
I mean, I don't think they lie always. I mean, their name is
See, now we're back to square one because you said they're always lying.
Yeah.
And
About
just
when they hold on, when they say they go to space, my words are quite specific. I'm trying to lead the other flat earthers into helping this guy as to why they have to be lying when they say they've been to the vacuum of space, because the vacuum of space can't exist. I don't want to
That
be the
sounded
one that
like a
does it.
positive claim. So can you
Yeah,
prove
it
that?
does. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll give you the argument, although I haven't got a lot of time. They claim that space is a almost near perfect vacuum, a much, much, much lower pressure differential than the atmosphere that we're breathing. With our atmosphere in an open system, not increasing in space and dispersing into that available volume as laws of nature would dictate. So, to have gas pressure, we understand you require a container, and if there is no fixed volume or area for the gas to exist in, then the gas will keep expanding to fill an available volume. So the vacuum of space uncontained from our atmosphere appears to break the second law of thermodynamics. You can't achieve pressure without something physical to press against.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
gravity.
So
Cool.
for
That's
me,
fine.
right, I'm a layman, right? And I think it was a very good
Mhm.
description. Would it be fair to say that there is a certain pressure in the apparent atmosphere on Earth, and there is a lower one in space, and you would expect, according to the second law of thermodynamics, that these would even out, so it would disperse, and the other one would enter, right?
Yeah,
And that doesn't
because
happen. And because it doesn't happen, there has to be a container, because otherwise they would transcend, right? Freely,
yeah,
essentially. Is that fair to say?
yeah, that's a pretty good way of still manning it. I appreciate that.
Great. Because I just want to make sure I understand this, right? Now, I'm not an expert on thermodynamics, and I think you know a lot more about it than I do. But that being said, I think having an assumption about how pressure behaves in a closed system, right, is different than in a macro level. So you could say, well, if you have Earth, then you can have an experiment where you have a container, and if you don't have the container, the gas disperses out. We see this all the time with like CO2 containers and whatnot, even oxygen, when divers use them. And we see what happens when you sort of remove this container, right? Oh, everybody's seen it, so, or I hope they have. It's cool. Now, I think that's different because gravity doesn't necessarily, and I know this is presupposing gravity, so now I'm kind of like being in a position where I make a claim. But yes, I do presuppose relativity and gravity. And with that being
Okay.
being the case, right? I would expect that the second law of thermodynamics to behave differently, because when you're intra atmospheric pressure, and you introduce another atmospheric pressure in a container, that is not comparable to the extra atmospheric pressure against the intra one, right? Because you would have gravity pull, gas weighs something, right? It does have weight, so it does get pulled down by gravity, and relativity does, in fact, impact gas as well. So yes, you could have, we call this sort of like the there is like a scientific word for it. Maybe you know, Jedi, since you're more into this, but the outer gas layer does actually disperse, but just very slowly. But yeah.
I was also going to add, like, the only time that when it comes to pressure and air pressure, in order to change a pressure from the atmospheric pressure, you need a container. Like, that's what we need the container for. It's to get the pressure somewhat different than the atmospheric pressure that's around it.
Yeah, well said. And also, I think people know that gravity at scale behaves differently due to relativity, right? So you wouldn't really have, like, unless you could artificially introduce, which hasn't been done anywhere in the world yet, right? But that would be cool. So unless you could introduce like a artificial gravity field around a either flat or globe shape, and then you would redo this experiment, then you can't redo it on Earth, right? But that's assuming that gravity is the thing. Now, if you want to argue whether or not gravity exists and how the formula looks like for little g, we can do that. But I'm aware that in the second law of thermodynamics, we don't have little g in the equation. But I think Darth kind of outlined why that is, right? So I don't think that in itself is an argument. And also, I think, like, if you're going to say something can't exist due to a man-made law, then that is begging the question, right?
Not necessarily a man-made law, because we can expand out from the second law of thermodynamics, and we can start speaking about the non-ideal and ideal gas laws and formulas. Now, you understand PV equals nRT, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, when we solve for the P, we understand that's solved by force over area given in feet or meters. So, a surface for the gas to press upon. We understand that gas pressure is directly proportional to the size of the volume of the container. Increase the container, keeping the same amount of gas in there, then you will reduce the pressure, right?
Yes.
If you keep expanding the container, the gas will fill that limitation but go down in pressure. So if you have an infinite volume, a volume that's undefined, as in the vacuum of space,
yeah, there
then
will
the
be
gas
no pressure. I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But I
Now,
already feel like
so you did go and you said gravity, and obviously you said now you're making a claim. You described it as relativity, but when we look at barometric pressure formulas, atmospheric pressure formulas, they come with little g and described as the acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared. So that's not an area for the gas to press against. That's turning all gas molecules into tiny balls of rock and saying that they are accelerating to the floor. But that's just a mathematics.
They don't consist of rock.
Thanks. The only thing to this is to achieve pressure, we can only use a container. Because if you keep increasing the volume, the gas fills it. It's like Russian dolls, right? You just keep expanding outwards and outwards and outwards, and the gas will just fill that space. When you say gravity is general relativity, that's Einstein, that's a coordinate system. That's not physical, although it's said to be a physical thing. It's just mathematics. It's a reification of not physical things, space and time. And you can bend this now fabric that you said the fabric because you've reified it into existence. And you can bend and warp it with your mass because your math says that you can do so. Right. This is just mathematics. So this isn't natural science. This which would require an experiment to demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without a container. And when we describe all gas laws, apart from a few formulas, it's always a container because you need that to achieve pressure.
So Jedi, can I ask you something real? I'm sorry, and So, Jedi, would you agree with the formula force equals mass times acceleration? Like, in order to push an object and move it, or to accelerate it, you need to assert a certain amount of force on it?
Yeah, go on.
Like, do you agree with, like, the formula of F equals ma?
Yeah, third
I just
time,
want to
yeah.
make sure. All right. So you said when objects fall, they fall with an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared, right?
But not gas. Yeah.
Right, but when objects fall, they fall with an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared, right?
Yeah, when you remove the gas.
Okay, the mass doesn't change on that object, right?
No.
So there is a force that's
there?
causing the object to accelerate.
Is there?
Well, you said you do agree with the formula of F equals ma. So the mass stays the same. There is an acceleration, so there must be a force, right?
But gravity is not defined as a force. I agree with the formula because the formula is useful, as all formulas are, but now you're saying that there is a force, but gravity is not defined as a force anymore. General relativity, not a force.
What is it defined
Yeah,
as?
well,
What is
not a
gravity
force.
according to science?
Well, in
all I'm
Einstein's
saying
relativity, it still is a force, by the way.
No,
But
it's not.
there
Would
is
you
a
like me to
force,
cite
though,
that?
right?
Would you like me to cite that for you as well? Sorry, my friend, he keeps jumping in. I do apologise.
Yeah,
But would you like me to
Jedi,
cite that general relativity isn't a force?
That's fine. All I'm saying is there must be a force in order for a mass to have acceleration, correct?
What's mass?
Say it. Say it.
What's mass?
Say it.
Yeah.
I don't have the exact scientific
It's resistance.
definition.
Resistance to.
It has to do with the inertia force.
Resistance
the
to
inertia
inertia.
of the object. The inertia. Yeah, the inertia of
So
the object.
your
I don't have the exact.
worldview is the
Hang on
resistance
now.
to inertia
Hang
is
on
inertia.
now. So let me ask you something. When I brought up the formula, force equals mass times acceleration, you guys had no problem with what I was saying with regards to mass. You didn't have a question about it. Like
No,
I said, you have to
going
move an
through it.
object. You have to you have to exert a certain amount of force on an object for
Dude,
in
go
order.
step by step here, okay? Your definition, you, not Jedi's, your definition
step,
was
exactly.
the resistance to inertia is inertia.
wait, since you guys are two,
So-
I think it's fair for me to also jump in. It's both inertia, right? But it's also gravitational attraction. That's the second part. And I think this guy covered it completely well. So, what would be the issue with those two?
Okay.
Resistance to movement is inertia.
Okay. But I just want to be clear.
What?
There's no issue with the formula of F equals ma, right? Everyone's good with that? Like, you guys accept it?
What does that mean?
Do you accept the formula of force equaling mass times acceleration? Or no?
What does it? Yeah. What in your worldview? What do you mean by accept?
What?
Does it work? Just
No, then it doesn't work.
it doesn't work. Okay. Then I'll just stop talking. Never mind.
Weighted. That's a weighted average. You can look that up.
And how do you know that they wouldn't fall anyway? How do you know that they're being forced down?
Because there's an acceleration.
So, why would they accelerate anyway?
Because in order to have acceleration, you need a force. That's what F equals ma says.
Yeah, but not everything is moving. So, what are you talking
No,
about?
that's because of inertia as well, right? Like you can literally have a blockade. So nothing. Okay. I mean, to sort of like, I know you have to go, Jedi, but I think like to maybe close off the whole gas pressure, second law of thermodynamics talk, I would sort of say now we've tried to cover gravity, and it seems that there is some understanding of both our parties, if you can say that way, of how it works, but there are also some areas where we perhaps don't accept what should be held as true, or if any. But still, I don't think that the claim, because you made a positive claim to say everything NASA says about traveling to space. I know I'm like not completely paraphrasing, but I'm trying my best. Is an outright lie because it cannot happen, and the reason it cannot happen is due to the second law of thermodynamics and how gas pressure works, right? So I think if you're going to make that positive claim, in all fairness, if we use the same standard of evidence that you guys use towards me, I'm just going to speak for myself, then would
Say
it not be
what?
fair to say that you need to go and do this experiment outside of this variable that we have on Earth in order to see if it's true? And if not,
That needs to have already been done.
no, listen, and if you couldn't do that,
I am
would it not be
listening.
fair to
Listening
say
for a while.
where is the container? Because you could point at it, right? It would be a physical element. So where is it? Has it been photographed?
No,
Or?
see, this is what I don't like. So I appreciate the conversation, I do, but the
I do as well,
positive
yeah.
claim, I appreciate it. The positive claim is that within this particular instance, the Earth can be an open system and achieve pressure because of gravity. Entropy will not increase. Pressure can be sustained without pressing against a limitation to its volume that it occupies, the container, which is always demonstrated within the ideal and non-ideal gas laws. We understand, and I tried to explain this earlier, about how we achieve pressure, how the relationship between the amount of gas and the space that it exists in, being that it's finite, and how you can change that finite system to increase or decrease its size, will have a direct impact on the pressure that the gas is under.
Yes, I
Now,
follow.
yeah, good.
But
So
I guess like
the claim
this
would be,
alignment
on
is
your
you would.
point, to demonstrate it, my friend. Thank you. To demonstrate it without a container, without just pointing up into the sky and say, that is a vacuum, and saying, well, gravity's got something to do about it. Here's a formula or two, but no physical experimentation. I pointed out earlier, and I'm going to read it out, that gravity isn't a force within general relativity. It's described as not a force by Einstein himself. So not a force. When you say mass attracts mass, well, if gas is mass, then gas would attract gas, but it doesn't. If it did so, then it wouldn't feel the limitation of its environment when dispersing out from a contained system, because it would be closer together there where the gravity will be stronger. Gas moves away from its cells, decreasing whatever gravitational value you think's applying to it, so would never decrease in system. It would always
Yes.
increase,
No,
disperse
it would, because
outwards.
gas has mass as well. So
Yeah, but it doesn't attract itself to itself, does it?
no, because of gravity. That's what I'm saying, right? So
No.
the second law of thermodynamics only holds in this system. You've never tested it elsewhere, respectfully, right? So just like you say, you would have to go to space and demonstrate this. I could say, well, if you're making the claim that ultimately the reason why you're not a glober is because it's impossible to travel outside of this container, or let's call it a container. You couldn't transcend this container. And the reason there is a container is due to this law. Then you would have to either, in my head, demonstrate where the container is. So that would be by a visual. That would be fair if you could show that. Or you would have to demonstrate this experiment done outside of this vacuum on Earth. So in a different vacuum, right?
Yeah,
So you
but
would
the
have to
positive
transcend it.
claim.
And if you say you can't transcend it, then I need visual evidence, which I haven't gotten. So I think none of us have. I'm not done, by the way.
I know, but it's the second time you've done this.
Yeah, but you
It's
didn't
reversed the burden
answer it,
upon
though.
to me.
No, you made the claim that you're an acid denier because of this. So I don't have
Yes.
to prove to you why you're right.
No, they have to demonstrate that this is a violation with physical experimentation. There is no
Okay.
physical experimentation.
Maybe it would
I
be
was just
fair for you
politely
to say
pointing that
then.
out to you.
Cool. Maybe it would be fair to then say, we don't know whether or not you can go to space, but we haven't seen proof of it, instead of framing it as it is absolutely impossible due to this, right? Because that is how it was done. That's how it was laid out.
Okay, maybe I'll use my language better in the future if that's literally going to be your point.
It is absolutely, because
Okay,
I think
fair
if you're
enough then.
gonna right, but I think we reached a conclusion now. I think that's great. Like I still, at least what I'm searching for is why NASA are lying. I haven't seen that. Now I'm not making the case that NASA's always telling the truth, because then I would have to prove a lot of things, right? So I think a better way of coming about it is, if people are calling NASA liars, then let's look at the lies. Now we've looked at like 2 topics, I think. And we can look at perhaps like the moon landing another time. But none of these topics have been sustained really in my head. So maybe there is like some elements of
Well, use that then.
unknowingly. Huh?
Yeah, just use that conclusion all the way to a full logical conclusion.
What
All
do
the
you mean
way.
full logical? I said
Walk it all the way to the end. If you can't figure out why someone lies, then add that to your epistemology. Always maintain a logically consistent worldview. And using NASA as your gold standard, always fall back to that. Unless you can attribute some special feature to NASA that you're not attributing to other people who are telling you information. And
so
that
when have
feature
I done
would be
any of these things, Crit?
what that feature would be. What feature did you add to NASA?
Crit, when have I done any of these things?
That's what I'm talking about. Use your conclusion now. You don't need flat Earth. You don't need Jedi. You now have you in a new framework to adjudicate what you hear in the world.
What's new about my framework? What has changed?
That if you can't find a single lie, then you always assume is always above board. It's always correct.
That's not at all honest to the conversation. I
Well,
said
go
if you
ahead. How
can't
about
find a
break
lie,
it? Yeah,
don't
break it
call
down again.
somebody a liar, right? Even though you might be right. I think in my framework, which I've said all along from the beginning, to the guy who mentioned African Americans not getting sufficient salary for their contributions to the Apollo program, because I actually did follow all the conversation. I have pretty good recollection. So I do remember what I said and what other people said. And what I said specifically was this: I don't think you should go around and call people liars or other accusations before you have sufficient evidence. Because if you could do that, then I could call you a murderer or a spy or any other thing, right?
You
Right.
could do that.
Yes, or
Your
anybody, right?
worldview, not mine.
Okay, so to be fair to this conversation, Crit, because you're the one who zoned in on me and said your worldview has now changed and everything NASA says is above board because of this new feature. What is it, right? That's your question in kind of like a
No, it's
gotcha.
not. I'm saying use it. Okay, now you
Right,
don't
and I
need
asked
flat Earth.
because it was implied that there was a change and there was a new feature.
Yeah, you don't need flat Earth now. You can use all of NASA to get to whatever conclusion you want. And even better, you can use the other executive branch agencies to do exactly the same thing.
Why are you muting?
Anytime you want to get to an answer, just look up which executive branch agency said so, and then follow it, and then use it.
Crit, I'm going to be very clear in my language, right? I don't hold NASA to any higher standard due to this conversation that we had today, right? I don't. I have no change in how I perceive the information that they give. But I will say I have a different perception about the criticism that you guys have provided, right? I don't think it really
Okay, so don't use it then.
holds that much ground. That doesn't mean that NASA is now more credible in my mind. So it's a very dishonest way of framing it.
Yeah,
I don't
in your
appreciate that,
worldview, you've
right?
got two separate adjudications: people who
No.
are NASA and people who challenge NASA.
Everything is
So
not a
this is
dichotomy. No.
that's the best thing. You can use George Carlin now. George Carlin famously said, a special type of social criminals, the people he calls in the space program nassholes. You
I
got
think what
different
I
people
what I
with
said
different
speaks for itself.
worldviews, all coming to roughly the same conclusion. But you're the outlier here. Your adjudication of what is a lie and what's not a lie you can use it until you find a contradiction in it. And when you find the contradiction, then you'll be able to reassess that claim you've made. So this
Is it a
yeah, it's a contradiction.
Is it a contradiction when flat earthers use refraction and then deny refraction?
Like, where's that at?
So, is it a fact that you can see further some days than others due to the air creating refraction?
Well, on the globe model, they invented a new type of refraction. See, when flat earthers used to say this, they called it flurspective. They kind of mocked the whole concept that you can see different distances. Because in the globe model, you would only see as furthest. The furthest you could see would be the physical curve of the Earth. You could see closer than that,
That's
but never,
where I disagree.
never farther than that.
That's
So
where
what
I disagree.
what they did, they came up with a new type of refraction called superlooming, where the curve of the Earth, the physical curve of the Earth, can be loomed up, over, and around the physical curve of the Earth, resulting in you could see the back of your head with enough refraction, a powerful enough telescope. So yeah, that would be incorrect. I would disagree with that.
I correct some things.
No.
All right. And we just let your lie stand as is.
Yeah, if you think it's a lie, just write it down, put in the bucket of all the things you think are a lie, and then use it.
No, it's not. I think it's a lie. It's just objectively false.
Okay, whatever. I would say go kick rocks then. This is the best part because now you can use the AT method here and adjudicate everything through that lens. It just gets easier and easier each time you guys make these really cringe black and white claims about all information being presented to you. It just gets easier to show you the contradiction in your worldview.
When did this happen today, Crit?
What about the picture they took of Earth? Are those all fake?
Or yeah, they call it photoshopped, but it has to be.
Which ones?
Yeah, pick your favorite one. Which one do you want to look at?
In order to Photoshop, do you need to have a photo?
Of a flat Earth. A map of the flat Earth.
There's a map of the flat Earth?
Yeah, there's 3 sources. I think I've posted this many times. Library of Congress has a full Earth flat map. Department of Defense, full Earth flat Earth map. NASA.
Can you send it to me?
No, you would have to go to them to get it.
Okay, I linked you.
Freedom of Information Act.
So yeah, link me this flat Earth map.
This is a fetch quest now. You realize that, right? I'm supposed to do a fetch for something for you.
Crit, you send me messages like every single day, like 3-4 times a day. I don't understand why it'd be such an issue for me to send me the link.
One message per day. The news.
Sometimes I get more than one a day. I'm pretty sure. So like it doesn't see like I mean if you're gonna do that, you might as well send me the link that shows me the flat Earth map.
Here, let's adjudicate that.
Let's see here.
So right here, the main idea is twofold. The claim that flat earthers are nothing but entertainment. Yet the globalist has seen the same episode for years and years.
Is this the link you mean? I posted in the chat.
Let's change it up and present the globe model and see what happens to their idea of entertainment. Or, the second option here, offer the globalists something other than flat Earth to think about in hopes of breaking this downward spiral they have about flat Earth, a topic they can't even tell you what it is as a starting point. Does something other than flat Earth have an effect on them? So the science and space news is to try to get you to contemplate something other than why you hate flat earthers so much.
I don't hate you guys. You guys are a great source of entertainment for me.
Yeah, which is A.
Yeah, no, trust me, I don't hate you guys. Sometimes get annoyed by some of your behaviors, but no, I don't hate you guys.
Well, see, that's interesting too, because you can't get your worldview is so subjective. It's like, what exactly behavior are you talking about?
When you don't
sending news articles, science is based.
no, not that. So, like for example, Crit, like
right here. Here's the
seems
first
to
source.
me-
Well, hold on. Look at here's the first source. New correct map of flat surface and stationary Earth. Library of Congress, LOC.gov. So there's one.
the new correct map of the flat surface station library.
Yep. So if this is a really great, because if you can't think of a reason why they lied to you, then using the AT method, they're telling you the truth. So they do have a map. The problem is they're not going to give it to you because it's a state secret. It's about using power and flexing power around the world. They're not going to give up what they got, give up the goods.
Is that the full link, like that's above that thing? Like, can I copy and paste that, or is there more after that?
Yeah, that's it, dude.
Like, so that where it says like ends in like the 3852V/. There's nothing after that. So if I exactly copy that link, it'll take me to a website.
Yeah, all it does is they talk about how they have it. They don't actually show you the map. You'd have to get it somehow.
Well, it's in the Library of Congress, you're saying?
Yeah.
So there should be like a direct link to that GIF image that you're showing or the article.
Be, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, but go down that rabbit hole and see where you come out.
Well, I was just wondering if you can send, wherever you got that from, if you can send me the full link that's at the top of that.
Well, this would be an IQ test. Are you able to find this content? Or do you need really hold your hand? Because your worldview said there's no map. There's no flat maps. None of those maps exist.
You know what, Crit? You're right. If I wanted to, I could probably find it on my own.
But you really don't care. That's my hypothesis is.
You know what it is?
You don't care. You really don't give a shit.
Is it the one I posted?
You'll prove it.
Wait. Before this is just like a fight, right? Is it the one I posted in chat, Crit? Can you confirm that?
Well, you look at the numbers there.
What? The numbers where?
Yeah. Do you want me to confirm what you did?
I'm asking you, is this the correct one? Because the bottom right image looks very close to the one you posted, right? So I'm asking you, do these two align without assuming anything?
Yeah, this is for you to do using your epistemology, not mine.
I don't really have an epistemology for reading
minds. Because now, does Congress have a map or not? So either A, they're lying about it, which would then challenge your worldview, because you said there is no such thing as a flat, stationary Earth that can be mapped, based on your expertise, knowledge of the globe. That surpasses NASA and the executive and the legislative
What are you doing
branch.
right now, Crit?
Wait. You can make a flat Earth map.
I get you're triggered, but maybe just stay on point. You said something about a government.
No, we'll just go with that. Okay. So if I'm triggered, where will your mic be? And when you don't like it anymore, just let me know. So let's follow your worldview to a full logical conclusion. And then when you don't like it, you're like, you know what? I'm not getting what I need or want. Then you can be like, okay, let me see how can you change your epistemology to match what you need or want? That's why I told you right from the very beginning. I'm going to make this as easy as possible for you to locate your contradiction in your worldview. When you find it, then A, you could say, I recognize a contradiction, but I can't explain it. There's some answer out there. You don't know what it is. No problem. B, you could just accept it. There's a contradiction in your worldview. and you accept contradictions. They're just fine. Contradictions are just fine. No problem. Or C, just start flipping the fuck out. Panic, shields up, red alert, complete meltdown.
Yeah, as soon as you had him by the nuts, it's like, I don't know where the conversation is going.
I'm looking for the better quote, but here's another one. Here's NASA. I got another one's exactly screenshotted from NASA's website, where it says, it shows the link and everything. But I do remember what I saved it as. Maybe it's Blue Marble 2.0. But he says right here, we wrap the flat map around the ball. It's a direct quote right from NASA's website. So there's 3 sources for flat maps.
Are you talking about the thing that you highlighted?
Yeah, that's the MGRS. That's the Department of Defense.
Right.
The
So
executive branch.
when you look at the map, you'll notice that the lines and the latitude longitude lines won't match up. This is to say the distance between the two will be different from the top of your map to the bottom.
Yeah, because it uses different. It doesn't use longitude. It uses different.
This is because both latitude and longitude lines are drawn on the globe, which is
on
a
the globe,
sphere.
Which is not being used for the MGRS.
Which is a sphere.
Which depicts the flat world.
So one of the key advantages
so what they do
of
here,
the MGRS is that
you'll need to read out loud.
Small enough to make perfect.
Yeah, you don't need to read out loud, dude. Besides, you really suck at reading too. It's like,
well,
holy shit.
It's hard to read when someone's constantly interrupting.
Yeah, like your reading skills are like subpar.
Well, when someone's like constantly interrupting you, it's a little difficult.
Yeah, when I told you that, hey, you don't need to read. Everyone can see it.
Well, because the thing that you cited, the thing that you cited or source depicts the globe.
So no, it depicts a flat world.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, right here. The lines, right here, perfect kilometer length grid lines depicting a round world that's flat. So you would say this is unusable.
What's the first part of that? The last part of that. What's the first part of that last?
That map you say is round. So now we got okay. Fuck. Now we gotta go into round. See, this is where you don't know what words mean. You have no clue. So you think round. You think the word round is actually saying sphere. See, this is where your reading and comprehension skills are very, very low. Extremely low reading and comprehension.
It talks about the latitude and the longitude.
Extremely low comprehension. That you'll read the word round.
It says latitude and longitude.
Yeah, and so the word round. Okay, so what does the word round mean? So here it is. Imagine being a globie and you need to be educated like a child.
Sure.
So what does the word round mean?
Round, like when I call like a 3-dimensional object round and nothing else, I'm basically talking about a sphere.
So you think that MGRS is a 3-dimensional object? Wow, dude, what the fuck happened to you?
It's depicting a 3D object as a 2D image.
Based on what?
Based on what it just says. It says it's
kilometer, based on the kilometer.
Based off of the thing that you highlighted. Which is a sphere.
A kilometer.
Which is round. A sphere.
Which is round. You're not very good at this. It's like it really blows my mind. You say you were like in the Marines or some shit.
I never said that. I would never lie about being in the military.
Were you all worked up by someone saying meatball heads or something like that, and that you thought that was? Okay, I thought that was you.
Yeah, I would never lie about serving in the military. That's whoever does that is one of the biggest fucking assholes and pussies in the world.
Okay, I thought that was you, but
I mean, you do get a lot of discounts if you act like you are in the military.
You also get ass raped in the shower.
In the military?
No, for pretending you're in the military.
Wow.
Who's the third guy who's muted? I don't see him, so he must be making it up.
Anyway. But hey, I have a question. I linked you this Wikipedia page with all the pictures they took of Earth that are not photoshopped.
Well, pick
Oh,
the
is this
best.
flat Earth? Are we going flat Earth?
Yeah, pick the best one.
1967.
Post it.
Okay. Oh, this one looks nice. What you think of this one? I have no position here. I'm just wondering about your position on this.
Who's said to have taken it? You said 1967.
1967.
Okay, was this an Apollo mission? Were they going to the moon?
This was first full. It was done by the ATS-3. It was a satellite, geostationary weather and communication satellite operated by NASA between 1967 and 2001. Okay, that's bullshit. Ain't no fucking
Wait,
way.
what? The NASA
Yeah,
photo
this-
is bullshit?
No, the fact that this satellite worked for 56 years in orbit. Oh, no, wait. It was 56 years in orbit. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that makes more sense, but I'm trying to think about the altitude that this geostationary satellite is said to be.
Geostationary.
Yeah,
Geostationary already gives an indication how far off it is.
Okay,
But I
so
don't
how
know.
far?
Like, it was so hard to find this picture. All these pictures, actually. Because all we get are these live feeds from ISS, and like when you Google full picture of the Earth, it doesn't show you these pictures. It always shows like these CGI renderings from Apple and such.
Yeah, of course. I'm trying to think of a satellite that is said to have gotten far enough away from the surface of the Earth in the 1960s. Because you'd have to be very far away from Earth to see the side of the Earth,
Oh yeah,
the circle of the Earth in its
the picture I
entirety.
posted.
And
The picture I posted is 42,000 kilometers.
42,000 kilometers. Okay.
Yeah, and there's another satellite. Hold on.
I'd have to look more into the actual satellite itself.
Oh yeah, wait here. I'll link you the. It's in the chat.
Oh, cheers, thank you.
It's really interesting. The Dodge. There's so many forgotten satellites. This thing is still in space. What the hell? Space junk.
This was last edited on 24th of February 2024.
These pictures are being taken all the time, every single day. So if you say that there are no real pictures like that, then you simply have some issue with searching.
It was hard to find.
You could just type in geostationary satellite.
How would I know
That will
that?
already.
I had to look for like half an hour just to find this.
They basically monitor the weather like in intervals that are very short. Most of them probably every 10 minutes they take a photo how the weather is changing. So you basically get a full photo of the Earth every single 10 minutes and from different satellites
Wait.
that orbit
Hold
above
on.
different places on Earth.
I'm interested now. NASA
Yeah, the
percentage of Jews.
this is going to be interesting.
Are we going with Flat Earth as a Jewish conspiracy? I'm so here for it.
No, the conspiracy channel is a different channel. I invite you to go to that channel to talk about conspiracy theories. All right, and just labeling different groups of people as somehow a problem is a TOS violation. That's called hate speech.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna unmute you just if you can confirm you understand this. Otherwise, I'm gonna show you the door. I'm gonna bounce you out of here. Do you understand that?
Are you gonna mute me anyway?
Do you understand
No,
what
I
do you
I mentioned
understand?
Jews.
Hold
You did
on.
not.
Do you understand what I just said?
That we can't talk about groups, something like that. And that conspiracy theory is not
and if your topic is a conspiracy, talking about conspiracy theories, what channel do you go to?
The conspiracy room.
There we go. You got it.
So am I getting muted now, or can I participate?
Yeah, as long as you track, because like some people won't ever get it. I just call them bricked. That you tell them,
It's chill, man.
You tell them something, right? You tell them this is not the conspiracy channel, and they say yes, it is. Then you show them a screenshot.
Oh, okay.
Here's a conspiracy channel. They don't see it. They go, "This is a conspiracy channel." I go, "Why would you say?"
I was just using conspiracy like really loosely, bro. I wasn't like
Okay, I
like,
got you.
trying to
Yeah, this is a channel about the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so it's a channel about the surface of the Earth, and we're googling the Jewish representation in
No.
Oh, fuck.
We're not. I'm sorry I mentioned the Jews.
Yeah, I missed it. Was that Embo? Was that you, dude?
I mentioned the Jews jokingly, and I didn't think somebody would take it seriously. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, okay, no problem. You see, some of these guys, they just don't understand much of anything. They're coming in with a very hard right, a very hard alt-right position, and they're going to grab onto that stuff, okay? Because they see Make America Great Again, like Trump's Space Force, as a high watermark of American exceptionalism. So if you give them something like that to grab onto, they're going to do it, and they're going to stay freaked out the whole time they're here.
Sounds like that.
You want to try again, Pickle Rick?
Try what?
Is everything Flat Earthers say is a lie or whatever? You got to set the. Do you feel like you need to set the record straight in here? Is that your job?
No, I don't get paid for
Okay,
this, so
well
it
then
doesn't
don't.
classify as a job.
Okay, then don't do that. Don't have this subjective opinion that anytime someone says something, you then have to chime in to set the record straight. Check or hold?
Yes. I mean,
Okay.
that's
Say
not
check.
what I did either.
Say check. That is what you did.
Oh. I asked you if I can, if it's okay if I do, and then you said no, and then I didn't, and then I was muted.
No, I asked you
So-
why would you want to, and you said because I lied. I'm a liar.
Yeah, well, things are presented in a very seemingly neutral and factual fashion, in a very, in a fashion that make it appear like something objectively correct is being said. And there are things that are incorrect about what is being said, and I think it is good to point that out, because a lot of community and a lot of people that are new to those topics would not know about those incorrect things, and they would build some part of their worldview on top of it. So I think this is beneficial for conversations in the future, for the people and for the individual research of the people, to try and improve the grade of correctness of the information that is being streamed and is being portrayed as factual.
Well, how about you set up your own room and compete in the marketplace of ideas?
Or I could just discuss things with you because I'm not just here to.
Yeah, but the
correct
problem
things,
is
right?
the problem here is that this is a very highly coveted topic and channel. So when you come here and you say you got information to share, you're competing with other people who are also wanting to talk.
Okay.
So you would have to have more value or have a high value speaker, but you're not.
So you say.
Because you can test this right now, okay? Right now you can test it in real time. Set up your own channel and come back in a month and we'll compare numbers. So it's a test. We can make a test right now, a hypothesis. Who wants to hear Funk talk? Or not Funk, I'm sorry, Pickle Rick. Who wants to hear Pickle Rick talk? Just Pickle Rick or other people?
Okay, but me involving in conversation does not mean that I'm the only one talking here. Right?
Yeah, it's that's what I'm talking about. So when you wanted to chime in, when I was talking to Darth about the different types of looming in the lore, the history that goes back when flat earthers used to talk about atmospheric lensing, they talked about refraction. These ideas were all mocked as flurfspective. It was all mocked. Yes.
No.
It was called flurfspective. So then
that's not what's called flurspective.
Yeah, that's flurspective.
No, it's not.
Okay, well here, I just invite you to go to your own room then and just do a Nah channel. And then in a month, come back and let me know how your Nah channel pans out.
Yo, I thought this is the Flat Earth channel.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not hearing too much Flat Earth shit.
How about what do you think flat earth shit is? What is that?
Not Discord shit.
What's the Discord shit then? So a not that. Okay, so now we got a definition of a not that. How about a that? What is it?
You're being pedantic. Obviously he's talking about the flat earth topic, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, which would be what? What would that be?
Bro, you're being kind of cringe.
Everything involved with the disposition of the Earth being curved or not curved, right? So
yeah.
Obviously, that's right. No reason to be pedantic.
That's not always obvious. You get people in here who have crazy ideas of what the flat Earth is, but we haven't even introduced ourselves or him to us, so I would just be speculating. But
yeah, he's really upset by that someone thinks the Earth is flat. There's some really people who are very triggered. I call them Karens. They're Karens of the globe. They're extremely upset that someone thinks the Earth is flat. So that's the vibe I got when he came in here and said, "Where's the flat Earth shit?"
Dude, are you drunk, man? What are you talking about?
So that you're like a alcohol whisperer. You can determine people's states.
Yeah, dude, you're like rambling, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, so all right, this is too good. This is really too good.
Alcohol whisperer is brilliant.
Yeah, an alcohol whisperer.
Brilliant. I can talk to the drunks.
See drunk people.
Crit is definitely not drunk, man. I've never known you to be drunk, Crit. Do you even drink?
No,
I didn't think so.
Yeah, I don't there's a reason why, because I don't respond well to a lot of medications, like just the side effects, like even like half a pill of Benadryl will just lay me out.
Oh,
So alcohol, it's like I can have like 1 or 2 beers, and I kind of like and that third one, just a blazing headache that just won't go away.
Yeah, best stay off it then.
Yeah, my grandpa was the same way. I never met him; he had passed before I was born. But people told me like, yeah, the same thing for him too. Like always that rare side effect, like they say here, like in 0.056% of people, severe tongue swelling may occur. That's me. Okay, that's what happens when I take that medication.
What's your favorite video game?
Oh my word!
Yeah, we're going. I don't know. You guys want to go in video games for a little bit just to lighten the mood, or just
Yeah.
what do you think, Jedi?
Is that other guy still here who had questions, or thought he had questions, or might have got to questions? Or was
Yeah, Goose. No, it looks like Goose bounced.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess if you want to shoot the breeze, I don't mind.
You see, look at here's Pickle Rick gets all triggered. Great way to have a discussion. Just kick him instead of actually going to why a disagreement exists. And then somehow, like GREAD, whatever that means. I guess grade, probably grade. Grade A asshole. And he unblocked me just to send me that to block me again.
Why?
Because as I said, they're triggered, dude. This topic is extremely triggering. For some reason, they can't explain or take questions on. They've wrapped a worldview around that the Earth must be a ball for it to make sense. Some sort of nihilistic, atheist, materialistic, something along those lines that requires the Earth to be a sphere in the vacuum of space for some reason. Why? Why do you have to? Okay, for materialism to be your worldview, why does the Earth have to be a ball in space? And they can't connect the dots there, other than some sort of chaos theory or some even more bonkers thing. So when they hear people say, "I think the Earth is flat," what they hear is a direct challenge to their worldview that they can't square. So there's something wrong with you, not them. Because it's also a very egocentric worldview. They've got a lot of ego and pride wrapped into this concept which is why you hear them say, we. It's always a we. We went to the moon. We've taken pictures in space. We've advanced humanity through science. We. It's always a we, never an I. You're like, what the fuck did you do today? What do you? And their biggest accomplishment that they think they're doing is they're defending science against a bunch of heretic science deniers. But when you actually break down a conversation about what science is and what science does, they have no clue. They don't even know they can't even tell you what science is. And you try to talk to them about, hey, how would you define it? What they did was they turned a noun into a verb, science, scientist, and whatever a scientist says is factual, and that blocks you, and that they're the ones who are deciphering all the secret information. So basically what they did was they took the Catholic Church paradigm, how it's you, a father, and then heaven, for the knowledge of God. What they did was they put themselves, the scientist, and the secret knowledge of of creation. So that you have to break down those walls and start building some bridges to get to some kind of conclusion, to be able to say, hey, why have you adjudicated flat Earth as some sort of retarded conspiracy theory online? And one sec. Okay, I'm back. So basically, what I was getting to cut to the the chase here, they've constructed. They know the world's fucked up. Okay, they know it's fucked up. It's so fucked up that people stop noticing how fucked up it is, and it's getting worse, progressively, exponentially worse. So what they did was they found a group of people they can scapegoat and still be socially acceptable, because they're running out of groups of people that you can be bigoted towards. The world's kind of becoming more and more inclusive, and that's good, bad, and ugly for lots of different reasons. But to this day, you can still mock flat earthers and punch down to make themselves feel better about who they are, which is a very low calling in life. They fancy themselves as some kind of, like they played Kerbal Space Program, and they see themselves as a director of a space program because they beat the game Kerbal and and got like a whatever score, semi-high score or something. So they expect to come into this room with those credentials that they beat a computer game, and we're supposed to be taking them serious, just as you would take the director of NASA, Bill Nelson, who said he spoke to God, and God told him to come out of retirement to lead America back to the moon. So this is quite interesting, where you're like, well, if you think, a lot of these guys are atheists, so you'd say, are they lying to you about a God? And they would say yes, but they're not lying to you about this other stuff. And they're like, that's quite an interesting worldview you have. So what they did then is they constructed the flat earther as a theistic person, and Bill Nelson, who ends every time he does a video for the public, God bless America and God bless you. He's actually the atheist. He's a closeted atheist. And then they say, but they're not the conspiracy theorist. So a full government apparatus that's all built on one nation under God, indivisible, in God we trust. They think that's actually atheism for some reason that they can't explain or take questions on. You'll never get to a conclusion with them because they're really freaked out about flat earthers. A group of people they tell you are completely irrelevant, or sometimes not even human. They won't even recognize flat earthers as human. So this group of people that they've deemed as subhuman, who are completely irrelevant and also responsible for everything wrong in the world. That's interesting. So he wanted to say flurspective is optical drop? The fuck does that mean?
If you asked him, he wouldn't even know either.
Yeah, that was like the whole concept of like the vanishing point in the optical location where the sky meets the Earth. Seems like how they have to keep changing their talking points as they get just wrecked. Well, at least he's got some time here to make his own channel. And see if he wants to look into it. See who wants to listen to him talk about optical drop.
Man, that's going to be a hot ticket.
Months from now, he'll have the room full of people just listening to him talk all about optical drop and who's triggered and all the records that have been set straight.
I like how he frames it that way. Like he's the one who's going to straighten all the fallacies out. And
So you're suggesting Pizza Earth? I
who said that?
Pickle Rick.
Pizza Earth?
Yeah, right. I wasn't. I was tabbed out. This is how they do it too. They try to overwhelm you with stupidity. You're talking to one dude in voice chat, looking stuff up, getting ready to post it, and you get bombarded in text chat with just completely dumb shit. I hope the whole room can see Crick trembling. Why did your framework break? Now you are willing to provide links. Yeah, I said right from the very beginning, Library of Congress. If you want their information, do you go to me or do you go to them? That's a pretty good screen cap there too. New correct map of flat surface stationary Earth. There you go. Round. So here, look at this one. That explanation is self-contradictory. Okay? It starts off with saying it's based on a flat world, but in the bottom it states depicting a round world as flat. Completely brain farting the word round again. Damn, dude. Man, I don't drink, but these guys are driving me to it.
If something was round in every direction, what shape would it be?
That'd be like a clover leaf? A fork.
Circle?
Yeah. A ripple.
Spiral.
A spiral. Yeah, spiraling. There it is. That's why they say round, because they're really as above, so below. They need their spiral.
Yo.
Yo.
I'm gonna post that in freakouts. I'll freak out, but still.
What conspiracies do you guys like, or just?
Go to the conspiracy channel and talk about conspiracies.
Yeah.
I would say just real quick, my favorite conspiracy theory is everything's gonna be just fine.
That seems like more of a positive affirmation, but I'll take it anyways.
How about the one where God doesn't exist? That's a huge conspiracy. Like everyone who believes in God is lying. All right.
That's called being atheist.
Yeah, dude, that's the biggest conspiracy in the world.
Like, how many people would have to be in on it for the atheists to be right?
That's insane, man.
What do you guys think about Project Bluebeam?
Oh wow, wow! Are we going to entertain this, or not? I mean, I don't mind entertaining it. Project Bluebeam is quite interesting for those who don't know. Fake alien invasion. What do we think about it?
Right, it's the only way to implement a one world governance is because human beings need to feel as if they can create unity and security within its own society if they have something to unite against. That's why, it's always like it's a them and an us, and that's what creates war. And instead of creating war with humans, why not give them the impression that aliens are going to invade them and then implement digitalized social security cards, security states. It's going to be crazy, man.
Here, I got a 7-minute the Twilight Zone episode. Yeah, I mean it's longer than 7 minutes originally airtime, but without the commercials and everything. Is that Sierra? We all posted. Yeah, Sarai. Okay, just watch this this short clip here about what would happen if aliens invade Earth. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, give me a second. I gotta get back to that window.
Oh, but this is a little bit off topic, but it's kind of like super interesting. But NASA, like, why does NASA say T minus? Like, if you added T into NASA, it means Satan. I just thought that was a funny pop culture reference.
Yeah, so check out this. It's like 7.5 minutes long. I think you'll get a kick out of it, and then it might add some context to the conversation.
Do you want me to stream? Actually, I'll just mute.
Yeah, just watch it real quick.
I apologize the way I said lame. It sounded kind of like I was a bitch, so my bad. Just caught me off guard. Nothing personal.
Sorry, I'm still watching the video, but they're talking about they were just talking about war and stuff like that, and then they randomly did a pan zoom shot of Ukraine. It just kind of threw me off I don't know why. How long ago was this created? This is probably really old since it's Twilight Zone, like the 1970s.
You back there, Sarai? Zoro, hot mic. What'd you think?
It was great. I mean, like, it's interesting though that you would show me a video like that, considering that we're on a flat Earth channel. But I definitely did enjoy the concept and the premise of the message that they're trying to say. And like, because it's interesting though, if we were to be met with a foreign entity of our understanding of, a foreign entity, would we perceive it as a god or as a civilization? And I feel like it did a really good job representing it because he said that we, created like thousands of planets to make warriors. But it's like to them, they can either interpret it as it's a god or a more advanced species. And would that be based upon the visual representations or?
Well, I find it interesting how you said that. How it's interesting. I would share that. What I see digital storytelling, even more so a sci-fi, is a way of taking concepts and pulling them out of people's lived experiences so they can defuse the ego attached to it. One of my favorite episodes of Star Trek is called Let This Be Your Last Battle, where they basically come across an alien race that they've divided themselves into two different parts. Like half the face is black, the other half is white. And the two sides really hate each other. And Kirk has to come up with a way of solving this peace treaty between these two like warring factions. And Kirk wasn't able to see why they were having the conflict. He didn't understand it. It was just irrational. So this kind of shows you that from the Russian point of view, they're like, hey, we gotta get ready to fight. These aliens are going to be up to no good. They're not the people. Aliens just don't show up and tell you, hey, welcome to the galactic community. They want something. Okay, it's going to take a lot of energy, fuel, power, resources to move their ships around the galaxy. If they're here, they're going to want something, just like Earth's history. Explorers showed up not because they wanted to teach people or help people, and get to a better civilization. They wanted gold, they wanted oil, they wanted resources. They always want something. And the Americans were like, hey, that's wrong, right? Advanced technology, advanced understanding of the universe would create a Vulcan-esque sort of society. And what was the aliens' feedback? You guys are fucking hilarious, right?
I'm very sorry, Crit, but I do have to go. But
okay,
we can continue this conversation later because that video was awesome and I saved it to my playlist. So thank you for sharing that with me.
Oh yeah, anytime. Come around when you're always welcome.
All right. Thank you. It was nice to meet you guys. Goodbye.
You too. I feel bad. I was kind of a bitch. I didn't mean to be. I was just really caught off guard by that. So.
Well, that was refreshing.
Yeah. I was about to say that. Like,
that was nice.
I didn't say anything right away. I was just kind of basking in the moment. It's like,
yeah,
there's still some people out there. They're not completely lost in the sauce.
You would be a good, reviewer of some sort. I don't know.
Is there any good like science fiction novels that are built from a flat Earth point of view?
Yeah, you got the Marvel Cinematic Universe. They have a flat Asgard. If you're familiar with the character called Thor.
It's flat? Oh, it's like a plane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it just seems like a lot of sci-fi is based on like flying around from planet to planet, like orbital planets. But there's not a lot of sci-fi that's like that's a good example, but not a lot of sci-fi where like it's the future, but it's like flat.
I mean, the Marvel Universe does have the Earth as a sphere, though.
Yeah, and they have the Earth as a sort of incubation cocoon for some kind of Titan creature called Tiamat.
Yeah, the Marvel Universe is just made up, but because like a lot of science fiction is sort of like plausible, like it's made to try to be plausible, right?
Science fiction, yeah. Science fantasy, no. Like Star Wars, they say is like science fantasy because it has some of like science fiction, but also there's just fantasy. Like the Force is a fantasy thing.
Yeah, I think the Star Wars was kind of written on the template of like a very typical fantasy story, like hero's journey. But I guess also like, have you guys seen Truman's World?
Yep.
That's kind of a flat Earth.
Not really.
Well, because like there's a firmament, sort of, and like there's the edge of his like little area, right? So it's kind of conceptually really close, actually, to like the flat Earth. The only difference is
Middle
what you're
Earth.
saying.
Middle Earth is flat too. Lord of the Rings.
Like in the Truman Show, like because like you're saying, like if we lived in that flat world, we'd be able to sail to a point where like we hit a wall.
Mm-hmm.
So like if we lived in that world where it's flat, we would be able to sail and eventually hit that wall. But we just never seem to.
Yeah, well, in the Truman Show, like he does, I think at one point sail to the point where he like hits a wall or whatever. But obviously,
in reality, we never hit that wall, like on Earth. Yeah, we never hit it.
Yeah, instead you're going big, flat circles.
I'm gonna say the nuclear word.
yeah, I suppose you could probably do that to somebody. Like, have you ever done that experiment where, like, there's a bunch of ones like this where you like cover one eye on a person, or like if you blindfold somebody and just let them try to walk in a straight line, that they end up just going in circles. And actually, I think historically this is quite common for sailors too, before they learned to navigate by the stars, like they would often have trouble and just end up sailing around in circles because like they don't have a frame of reference.
Nephilim free. What do you want to freak out about today?
Well, I don't freak out. I help people freak out.
Mm-hmm.
I help God denialists go into freak me mode.
I see.
What the hell does that mean?
Well, they freak out when you start, when you refute their nonsense claims or, provide evidence for your worldview being right. They trip out, like the guy did in the room I was just in a minute ago. Couldn't stop talking over me, slinging one claim after another. Well, the Bible says this. Oh, but the Bible says that. Well, you can't do this, but the Bible says won't going 90 to nothing. So desperate to try to silence his conscience. It's unbelievable.
Well, if he's just speaking out of frustration, like you.
Well, he is frustrated. Right.
Yeah,
he's
but
frustrated that he's in denial of God, and part of him tells him it's true. That he is. And
is
he
it
can't
just God?
silence it.
Just God, or like God of the Bible?
Well, how could there be two?
Well, if one has their own personal version of a creator,
It doesn't make their God true. It's not logical. There could be more than one God anyway. How could there be two maximal beings?
Because what they said, like in the Bible, the parable about the elephant and the 5 blind men.
There is no parable of the elephant and 5 blind men in the Bible.
Nephilim, are you a flat earther? I didn't know you were a flat earther, Nephilim.
How could I be that crazy?
Oh, I wasn't sure. Oh, this should be interesting. I'll just be quiet.
Good idea.
Yeah, right here. Okay, hold on. Yes, that was from the Bible.
So what have you guys been talking about?
Flat Earth.
My goodness.
Is the well dry today, Nephilim, of atheists, and that's why you had to come in here?
No, they're just hopping around.
Well, I could get why you would come in here, because like atheist logic lines up with flat Earth pretty almost 1 for 1. So if you're kind of like against that logic where people have to see it to believe it.
Well, atheists are very illogical. That's true.
Do you guys want to have a discussion on like what the Bible says the shape of the Earth is? Maybe that'd be a good conversation.
Have you read the Bible?
No, you could just
Not
go
completely.
Okay.
Just use the citations that director of NASA or Copernicus or whatnot.
Well, the Bible tells us that the Earth is round with two places that's clear. I think that I can point to. It might be more, but one of them it says that God sits upon the circle of the earth, and the word used in Hebrew for circle there is chug, and the word chug can be used to mean a circle or a sphere, either one. And so somebody cannot say that the passage says the earth is flat, which many atheists have tried to do, which is ridiculous, because the word is used by the Hebrews to say sphere. So, but even if it only meant circle, then it would be a reference to God being an architect, sitting at his desk, and using a compass to draw a circle and saying this will be the dimensions of the earth. Doesn't imply the earth is flat, though. People use compasses to draw round things that are spheres, right? So that's one place. And then in another, in Matthew 25, Jesus gave a parable, an explanation of a prophecy to come, where he says, in the day of his return, there'll be two men sleeping in a bed, and one will be taken. 2 women working at a well, and one taken. 2 men working in a field, and one taken. Now, men typically sleep in bed during the nighttime. Men always work in the field during the daylight, whether they're sowing or planting or harvesting or whatever, plowing. And women work at the well during the daytime. They bring the water in for the family for the night, right? So, excuse me. So here is God taking some people from the earth and the dark side of the earth and the light side of the earth at the same time during the same event at the same moment. A man sleeping in his bed and a man working at a well in a field and a woman working at a well. So that could only be if the earth is dark on one side and light on the other. Well, that would be the case if it were a sphere. But the flat earth idea is that there's only people on the top surface of the earth. Underneath, it's just a geological mess. There's no people down there. See, so the Bible, you can't use that analogy for the Bible, because the Bible says the earth is round because God takes people from the dark side of the earth and the light at the same time when Christ returns. See, that would only be true if the earth was a sphere.
No, dude. That wouldn't be the case, right? You could have a light side and a dark side. You're taking this huge sun idea.
Well, then you'd have to believe that there's a flat side of the earth is flat. There's people living on one side and a light side and a dark side at the same time. And neither culture knows. Let me finish my sentence. And neither culture knows anything about the existence. And neither culture knows anything about the existence of the other. We don't know about the people living on the dark side. They don't know about the people living on the light side.
It's not the dark side, dude. What are you talking about? The underside of the earth is not the dark side of the earth. Dude, the dark side is where the sun isn't. You don't understand?
Right. So,
you think the sunlight reaches the whole entirety of the earth. You're saying
so you're thinking the sun... You think the sun goes around a flat earth with and it's flat on both sides?
Dude, I'm just going by what the Bible says, bro.
No, it doesn't say that. No, I just told you how it implies.
Oh, yeah? Okay, so please explain to me how the sun was created on the fourth day, but somehow we're revolving around it. Do you want to explain that to me?
Daylight, it says day. It doesn't say the sun. It says, so the sun, sure, God created
on the fourth day, the sun, moon,
God
and
can do
stars
anything.
were created, bro.
Right. If God wants to create the earth first, he can do that and still have the earth going around the sun.
You don't have a logical basis for how we're now revolving around the sun. We sit on pillars. We have an immovable earth, according to the Bible. Dude, the problem that you're having is you're thinking of the sun being this gigantic, huge ball thing that's sending rays parallel to Earth, which is something we never observed, okay? The Earth could be smaller and closer, or the sun could be smaller and closer and not cause the light to shed upon the entirety of the Earth all at one time.
The sun produces flares that cause weather.
Dude, you have no evidence of that. Go ahead, prove it.
The sun produces flares that cause weather anomalies.
Prove it.
And that wouldn't happen if it were a tiny ball of light. I'm sorry. And by the way, the Bible also tells us that the Earth has
the Bible tells us that the sun and moon
wait, why are you talking over me? So the Bible also tells us that the Earth has a day spring. Now, a day spring only exists on a spherical Earth because a day spring is the part of the Earth, the edge of the Earth that is lighted by the rising sun. It's where the light is intense at the very edge, and it blends off as around the Earth as a sphere. That's called a day spring. You've seen photographs of it from space, right?
Yeah, you have a very weird idea.
If the Earth were flat, look, do I have to mute you? Can you not talk over me? I sat and waited. I sat and waited while you were speaking without talking over you, but you can't.
No, you didn't.
The same courtesy. Okay, so the Bible tells us the Earth has a day spring. Now, that would only be true on a spherical Earth, but if the Earth were flat, the very instant that the sun became visible over the horizon, the sunlight would shoot all the way across the flat Earth, from one side to the other. But that's not the case because we have time zones.
What about light attenuation?
And falls. See,
what about light attenuation?
Sunrise takes time. Sunset takes time. But imagine the Earth as a flat board with a light bulb at the end. You keep dropping the board until you can, and you're looking down the flat plane of the board. As soon as you see the edge of that light bulb, bam, light shoots all the way across that board. That would be the case if the Earth were flat.
No,
but
dude,
that's not
we have
what
an atmosphere.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, okay.
Well, if you want to get anything out for Nephilim, any questions, do it now because he will not let you talk.
No, he's not listening now, dude. This guy just runs this. He just runs away and then goes, if you have anything to say, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have another question for him. There's another verse in the Bible where it says the sun rises and sets, and then it hastens to rise again, which implies that the sun is what's moving.
Yeah, also Joshua stated to stop the sun and the moon.
Yeah.
Dude, if you just Google biblical cosmology, it doesn't bring up a picture of a sphere, bro. People are so far from their Hebrew roots, it's sickening, dude. Your Western mind is freaking jacked, bro.
Yeah, if you're gonna use like the Bible as like your strict evidence, then it's very mixed as to what the Earth is.
Yeah, I could argue the Bible is agnostic on the shape of the earth. I'm fine with that. But to come in here and just be spewing that it's clearly stating the earth is a sphere is insanity.
Isn't there another verse that says at the highest mountain they could see the four corners of the earth? Isn't there another verse that says something like that?
Yeah, it's in Revelation, I think.
Well, I would say it's pretty clear that the Bible is not the best thing to go to when trying to figure out the shape of the earth.
Great for a lot of other things. But, yeah.